Welcome back to my Manhwa recap channel. If you enjoy my content, please subscribe and hit the bell icon. Don't forget to leave a comment with your feedback. Subscribe now and enjoy the recap.
Silver City, view of wooden houses. Girls in dresses and men in frock coats and top hats walk along the streets. A stele can be seen against the background of houses. A hooded stranger offers a potion to a man with a mustache and a girl standing next to him. He says it is fresh and was recently prepared. The potion has a whitening effect. A man across the street offers a cigar to a passerby. The legs of the horses pulling the chariot can be seen. Screams can be heard from her asking her to give way. A dozen guards are moving next to the prison chariot. The man driving the horses shouts for everyone to move out of the way and let them pass. Questions are heard from the crowd about who is being transported in it and whether it is a new prisoner. Side view of the prison wagon. In it, behind the iron bars, you can see the silhouette of a man, and 3 guardsmen are walking nearby. The crowd wonders why there are so many guards around. They assume that whoever is sitting in the cart has killed many people. The shadow had pointed ears and golden pupils, perhaps a werewolf sitting there. View from the window of the cart. Behind the bars stands a couple, a mustachioed man and a woman who holds his hand out of fear. She is afraid of a possible werewolf because she thinks that he is capable of tearing steel, which means that this cart is an unreliable place to hold it. The man reassures the woman, saying that this city has 2 features. He points his finger at the steel. A large silver mine is the first feature, and the second is a huge prison made of silver located on the outskirts of the city in the mountains. View of the silver buildings. Shadows of creatures move around the prison. Each building has a spell engraved on its walls that seals the magic within, and the overseer is Lord Aiden Garrod himself. Once there is no chance of escape. Deep night, only moonlight. Against the background of a brick wall, a hand breaks out from under the ground. A girl with an athletic build and blue hair crawls out of the hole that appears. She is glad that she dug a hole and can now finally be free. Standing on half-bent legs, the princess of the blood named Ophelia, taking a breath, shouts with enthusiasm that the warden is crazy for deciding that he can keep her in this prison, and he will never compare with her in wit. She recalls how she spent 2 years digging a tunnel to escape. Looking with her red eyes at her broken nails, she says she didn't expect the silver-reinforced foundation. Spreading her arms to the sides and looking at the moon, she shouts that she is free and that the full moon and free air were worth 2 years of pain. Ophelia's frightened face, and behind her a man in a suit and top hat says that she shouldn't yell, so he found her and it would be better for her to come back on her own. Turning around, she asks if it's Aiden. He takes a photo of Ophelia with a flash as she stands there in disbelief. A man in a frock coat with white hair and glowing blue eyes is Aiden's warden. His hands are gloved and he holds a camera. Ophelia made a menacing face and, showing a grin, began to ask how he knew that she had run away. Standing opposite each other in the forest, Ophelia, taken aback, threw up her hands in anger. From Aiden's words that her escape was quite logical, because she went to the toilet twice a day, although vampires do not need to visit it at all. All she could do there was dig a tunnel. Making an angry face, Ophelia screams in bewilderment that she does not understand why she was not caught earlier. The warden shows Ophelia a photograph that he recently took. It shows her with a frightened face and big eyes. He says the goal was to catch her off guard. Other criminals would act strangely if they knew that the Blood Princess was secretly digging a path. Showing her teeth, Ophelia says she hates him. Releasing her claws and making an angry expression on her face, she shouts that only one will leave alive. 2 years ago she was caught because she made a mistake, but this time it won't be that way. Something poked Ophelia's head, causing her to turn around. Confused, she asked if it was Vanessa. Behind Ophelia stood a short girl with white hair braided in 2 ponytails, in a black dress, ballet shoes and with a gun in her hands, which was huge for her height. It was the bloody murderer Vanessa. She said that Aiden ordered her to catch her. A red magic bracelet appeared on Ophelia's neck and the shadow of a bird flew overhead. A girl with red hair appeared, wearing a purple open dress as well as long high-heeled boots and a pointy witch's hat. She stroked the beak of a huge hawk. It was the elder witch, Dalen. She said that Ophelia had been digging for too long, she was already tired of waiting. Looking at the girls, Ophelia said that they were the most powerful girls on this continent. The last girl appears with 2 hooded skeletons and scythes in her hands. She has a hair clip in the shape of a skull, glasses on her eyes, and she herself is dressed in a closed blue robe and is holding some kind of book in her hands. This is the master of necromancy Asenia. She wondered if it would be possible to keep Ophelia's ashes for herself. The girl's servants attack the perplexed Ophelia, but she does not turn her head. She was surrounded. She asks in surprise why they need to serve Aiden, since he is holding them hostage. It would be better to unite against him. She tries to convince them by shouting that don't they want freedom like her. All 3 girls look at her with a doomed face. Standing opposite Ophelia, Aiden says that they signed a contract according to which he improves their living conditions and the girls must serve him in return. Looking at Ophelia with a relaxed face, He sternly says that he is not going to repeat it, and if she does not return back voluntarily, she will be injured and returned back to the cage by force. Baring her fangs, she says that he is a worthless person. He is sure that she will agree, and that she has no pride, unlike these girls. Ophelia stands in an arrogant pose, with her arms bent at the elbows and showing her claws. She shouts that when choosing between freedom and its elimination, she would rather choose to try. She continues to shout that she should not be underestimated. Aiden told her that the stakes were high this time. Ophelia imagined how she would be tied to a cross with chains in the scorching sun, and there would be heads of garlic in her mouth, which is exactly what Aiden said would happen this time. Pretending to be stupid, Ophelia began to say in a sweet voice that she just wanted to admire the moon. She pretended that she didn't understand why she was being punished like that. Realizing the trick, Aiden points to the hole she dug. He told her to climb back and not force him to use holy water. Engraved magic sign with a triangle in the center, stars and triangles around the central one. Opening huge doors with gold engraving. Behind them are silhouettes of Aiden with a cane and the guards guarding him. He is famous throughout the continent for his strength. Standing in armor on a mountain of warriors he has struck, Aiden lifts a curling ball with one hand and holds a sword in the other. He was a sharpshooter, a swordsman and a genius whose merits were great. His name alone is enough to make the veins tremble. But at one point, sitting at the table, he fell, working with diaries and spells. This was his last day. A creature from another world was sent to replace his body. Before that, he worked as a prison guard, which made it easy to pretend to be a warden. The bright hall is full of prison cells. Aiden and the guards make their rounds. Behind the iron bars, the shadows of the creatures imprisoned here scream. They shout unpleasant things after him. They offer smut in one-on-one combat. This is the most dangerous prison in which vicious women from all over the continent are imprisoned. This scares the new Aiden. A half-girl with animal paws and body growls after the warden, tugging at the bars of her cell. A demon with a human appearance and horns says that if she had a whip, then she would already have the soul of the warden. A chained zombie woman in a beige dress with a corset breaks free from her chains behind bars. The half-dragon, sitting on the floor of the cage, asks Aiden why he doesn't come to them to satisfy his desire. A passionate succubus tries to lure the warden with her appearance and behavior. Holding onto the bars, she lures him with sweet speeches. She says that she missed her and wants him to come and sit with her. An incomprehensible creature with blue skin, fish gills, fins and tentacles mutters something in its own language, which in her language means a great desire to catch Aiden. All these dangerous creatures are within the walls of an impenetrable prison. Looking at the caged creatures, Aiden tells the guard to turn off the lights. To keep prisoners, just the name Aiden is not enough, it becomes increasingly difficult to keep them. A crowd of snakes behind bars is watching Aiden. A voice in the cage says that the mountains no longer shake in his name. A woman with gray skin and a ball of snakes on her head makes a malicious smile and, holding the cage with both hands, says that 3 years ago her poison got into Aiden's body and now it is simply useless and needs to be cleaned up. The guards wave sticks and hit the cages to make the prisoners calm down. They just can't calm down. Cries are heard from all parts of the prison that the warden has become weak and he will not have the strength to stop them if they suddenly manage to escape. The guards shout at them to be quiet. The embittered half-girl, tugging at the bars, shouts that he has become completely weak and let him show how much strength he has left. Clenching his fist, he shouts to everyone to be quiet, his fist filling with light. Leaning on his cane in the circle of guards, Aiden raises his hand to the ceiling. The entire building is filled with bright white light. The prisoners scream with pain in their eyes. Someone yells that he also has rights and will complain. The half-girl apologizes, says that she was just joking with him. Aiden looks into the distance with a blank look and thinks that he does not have any talents or a cunning system. In 2 months without sleep he was only able to learn basic spells, such as this flash. Aiden points his finger at the guilty parties and shouts to the guards to immediately send them to the punishment cell. Any prisoner has the power to tear him to pieces, so Aiden must find a way to return as soon as possible. Perhaps he could get a lead from one of them. With his head down and his hands clasped in front of him, he prays that no more problem prisoners will be sent to him. A guard with a lantern holds onto the door ring. Aiden and the guards come out from there. 2 guards fall at his feet. Their weapons are broken and lying nearby. 2 guards try to restrain a troublesome prisoner. One of the guards approaches Aiden and, pointing his thumb at the cage, says that there is a new prisoner there who has been sentenced to execution. She's very boisterous. A girl with wolf ears, yellow eyes and fangs growls and tries to escape from the guards' weapons. On her knees, she angrily screams that all those who restrain her should be cursed. Aiden exhales heavily and says the doomed, yes, prisoner's case. It says that the werewolf Veronica was a former officer of the Silver City Mounted Police. Aiden examines the file while the guard reveals that during an investigation into the sale of counterfeit alcohol, she shot and killed a bar owner and was sentenced to death. A doctor in a mask with a beak holds an injection in his hand while Veronica lies unconscious nearby. He says he gave her a sedative. Aiden looks at the doctor and asks him to take Veronica to the locker room. The guards decided that they should disperse. Aiden turns to the captain, who has his back to him. He asks a captain named Rosen to stay. Holding papers in his hands, Aiden turns to Rosen, saying that last month he applied for one additional prison cell, but there was no response. The cells are overcrowded, and if this continues, there will be a riot. The captain looks at him in bewilderment. He doesn't understand why. After so many years of working as a warden, he still doesn't understand how everything works here. Standing opposite each other, he says that there are more than 1,000 prisoners in Rosa prison, and their maintenance is too expensive. Most prisoners live for thousands of years, and it is difficult to get out of this situation. Aiden does not understand what he has to do with it, and then Rosen decides to say directly that a group of prisoners died under strange circumstances, which means they do not need to be kept, and this is good news. Aiden stands with a discouraged face. Turning to him, he asks if Aiden remembers the parade in the city center. Townspeople with placards shout that they are against magical creatures. They say this is their land. A man in the crowd with white hair and glasses wonders how they can be exterminated if they help reclaim the earth. Other people started pointing at the prison building and shouting that he was talking nonsense. They are just murderers, and if they remain, the people will never get out of poverty. They are unhappy that they have to drag out a miserable existence while the monsters there sit in prison in full prosperity. For them, the Rosa prison is a devilish stronghold, and the warden among them is Satan. Rosen goes on to explain that conflict between humans and other races is increasing and division is becoming a general trend. The question of whether the top floor of Rosa prison will be demolished is still being discussed because the cost of maintaining it all is serious. If Aiden's position on this issue is not expressed by him, then a happy ending should not be expected. Aiden's face showed confusion. He says he does not agree that he will have to eliminate prisoners for the sake of public order. Rosen throws up his hands. He is sure that there is no other option. The only thing Aiden can do, in his opinion, is quit. Tension brews between the captain and the warden. They look into each other's eyes and Rosen reminds Aiden that he placed all these prisoners and caused this situation. There are still people at the top who want to keep the prison, such as the captain's boss, Mr. Senator Anthony. If Aiden is willing to eliminate a couple of prisoners to relieve public pressure, he will try his best to keep it. According to Rosen, the werewolf Veronica is the best option in this situation. The captain leaves, saying his last words that Veronica is already on death row anyway, and her death will not be burdensome for Aiden. Others are different from the human race. People united for a short time to fight a common enemy. The creatures fought together with people, and for this, as a reward, they received equal rights with the citizens of the earth. The war is over. People living in hunger, poverty, and unemployment needed an outlet. Silhouettes of noble people. The nobles secretly made other races the culprits of everything that is happening, and no one dares to touch them, so Aiden made a compromise. He could not maintain professional ethics because times were turbulent. The only merciful thing he could do was choose the date of death for a prisoner sentenced to death. Aiden walks down the prison corridor with a blonde girl. She says there are no available cameras. He asks who they should choose then. Screams from the cells about why he is still here and when he will be gone. Making a thoughtful face, the girl says that most cells already have several prisoners. She raises her finger and remembers that there is only one prisoner in the succubus's cell. Aiden is perplexed. He thought that she was released 2 days ago. Pressed against the cage, she turns to the warden and asks if he would like to spend the night with her because the succubus has a large bed. Aiden approaches her with a question about why she was not released. She is confused. The girl with white hair explained that she did not change her nature and organized other succubi to do her job, and this ultimately led to the hospitalization of the men. Pointing his finger, Aiden yells at the succubus. He is unhappy that she always gets into some kind of trouble. She says that she just made a small mistake, but in the end her sentence was extended for a year, calling her a repeat offender. She rubs herself against the bars of the cage, trying to lure Aiden to her. In a sweet voice, she asks him if he could commute her sentence, and she wants to discuss it in her cell today. The succubus is ready to do anything to make Aiden satisfied. Suspiciously, he asks if she definitely agrees to everything, to which she replies that of course yes, to everything. The doctors bring Veronica into her cell. They are glad they were able to find a place for her. The succubus is shocked. She asks in surprise who it is. From the other side of the bars, Aiden says that this is her new neighbor, and if something happens, she will be obliged to inform the guards. The succubus screams after Aiden that she didn't mean it that way. Turning to the doctors, he asks them to prepare more tranquilizers. They say that they will prepare everything right now, but Aiden, putting on a calm face, replies that their working day is over for today. And since they are no longer young, let them leave it, and he can handle it himself, and let the doctors spend time with their families. The joyful doctors shout words of gratitude to him and say that they will go first. The full moon is visible in the window. Aiden is making some kind of potion. He thinks that the chance of defeating a werewolf with tranquilizers on a full moon is extremely small. The succubus tells Veronica that maybe Aiden really prefers men. Veronica, standing near the window, tells her to shut up and look at the time. She thinks that her conviction was wrong. Aiden collects wild belladonna berries, which are a poisonous plant, but also an excellent ingredient for medicine. Turning around, the succubus saw an embittered Veronica with burning yellow eyes. The werewolf thought that she was one step away from freedom. The succubus was shocked by the sight of her new neighbor and screamed in horror, "Mamas, what are you doing?" The next day, crows circle around the statue of a man with a child in his arms. The blonde girl holds a piece of paper in her hands and reads out a petition in which the half-tiger Philippa from cell number 2 asks for permission to buy a new comb, citing the need for special care for her fur at different times of the year. Aiden stamps the document and says the petition has been approved. The girl continues, "Catherine from the 6th cell submitted a request to buy a dagger to protect herself from evil spirits." The warden with a dissatisfied face asks her to tell her to stop considering the prison guards to be idiots. Next, the succubus from the 13th cell filed a petition for an acquittal, blowing a kiss and adding that she would thank him in a special way. Confused, Aiden sharply refuses and asks to be told that another such request will lead to serious consequences. People in front of the brick building turn around, wondering why the doctor is running through the crowd, pushing aside the townspeople and apologizing as he goes. He bursts into Aiden's office and in a panic reports that something wrong has happened. The doctor, frightened, shouts that he forgot about yesterday's full moon. The dose of sedative he gave to the werewolf should have been 10 times larger. Werewolves are especially bloodthirsty at this time, and the succubus could be in mortal danger. Aiden gets up, pushes his chair, and his calmness amazes the doctor. Outside the window, Veronica hugs the succubus. It is clear that the werewolf is unhappy with this company, but the succubus does not lag behind, calls her little sister, asks for her name and insists that the werewolf be more friendly to her, because they are now neighbors. The security guard shouts at the couple, demanding that they keep a line. The time for taking a bath is limited, only 10 minutes. The doctor looks out the window in bewilderment, not understanding how the succubus and the werewolf could get along so quickly. Aiden calmly explains that he watched them all night and nothing unusual happened. The werewolf behaved quietly, and in the morning she even made her bed. The doctor is confused because Veronica's file says that she was a bloodthirsty maniac. Aiden, bewildered, suggests that the reason for her obedience lies in something else. Veronica, standing in front of the statue, gazes at the baby in the figure's arms. The doctor, pressing his mask against the window, shouts that there can be no mistake. She is not just a werewolf, she is also a bloodsucker. Aiden is puzzled because he is not familiar with this concept. The girl explains that this is not just a subspecies of werewolves, but those who have a special relationship with people. It tells a story from 100 years ago, during the war, when humans and werewolves were besieged by demons in castles and experiencing food shortages. The atmosphere of fear and mistrust became intense. In an attempt to avoid conflict, Lord Bayou gave his dead child and war horse to be devoured by a group of werewolves to show his willingness to cooperate. This event resolved the internal conflict, and since then this group of werewolves, called the Bloodsuckers, remained with the people, helping to rebuild the country. They used brutal methods to control their rage during the full moon in order to live alongside humans. The doctor and Aiden listen carefully as the girl concludes the story, emphasizing that such werewolves are now rare as hatred of other races is rampant in society. The doctor is outraged. How can you sentence to death those who have invented painful ways to control their bestial nature in order to integrate into human society? A guard bursts into the office, shouting that something bad has happened. The prisoners are fighting in the shower room, and the werewolf has gone crazy. Aiden calmly takes out a revolver and says that the doctor was worried in vain. It seems that his new prisoner is different from other bloodsuckers. At the scene, guards blow whistles, trying to pacify the angry prisoners with batons. The creatures scream that they don't see anything. Someone notices blood on the floor. The guards demand to return to the cells, and the prisoners are outraged that they did not sign up to work in such conditions. Aiden, pointing a gun at the werewolf and a towel, asks why she attacked the prisoners and what the reason is. The prisoners on the floor complain that she attacked them, acting insidiously. Aiden points the gun at her forehead, asking why she did that. Catherine, one of the victims, sarcastically hints that the werewolf, being a bloodsucker, will sooner or later try to eat them all. The prisoners are in a panic, their power is sealed by the collars, and if the werewolf goes crazy, they will not be able to defend themselves. The guards try to calm the crowd, saying that the prisoners should not take justice into their own hands. Aiden silently watches what is happening, pointing the barrel of his revolver. He declares that this prison has strict rules, and everything that happens here must not go beyond its walls. He's about to file a motion to delay the werewolf's execution and asks if she has anything to object to. Veronica, with her head down and her gaze haughty, admits that people want her dead and sees no point in resisting. The prisoners demand that Aiden end her life. Holding the revolver, Aiden thinks about the words of the captain, who insisted on eliminating the werewolf. Memories of the past flash through his head, a pile of empty bottles after the murder of one of the prisoners, thoughts of returning to his past life, a suicide attempt. Struck out of his thoughts, Aiden picks up his revolver. The werewolf looks at him in confusion. Aiden pulls the trigger, and amid the screams of the prisoners, he remembers the doctor's words about the injustice of her fate. As he leaves, he says that there is not enough evidence of her guilt, and that just the desire for a quick death is also not enough. He orders the guards to take Veronica to the interrogation room. Light breaks through a window with bars. Veronica lowered her head. The werewolf says that when she entered the shower room, an argument ensued and two prisoners cornered the succubus as if threatening her. Aiden sits at the table and writes a statement, while Veronica is opposite him, on a chair behind bars. He asks if the werewolf wanted to stand up for the succubus and beat them because of it. She replied that she did so because she was defenseless. The warden writes down the testimony on a piece of paper. He is going to listen to the succubus when she regains consciousness, but for now she should return to her cell. Grabbing the bars, she asks to wait. She shouts that the reason for their conversation in private is different and that she wants him to listen to her because the warden is understanding and ready for this. She claims she didn't kill anyone, but the evidence says otherwise. With a calm face, Aiden explains that after familiarizing himself with her case, he is ready to help her if the werewolf has at least some kind of alibi. He asks where she was on the day of the incident. With hope on her face, she replies that she was arresting a counterfeit alcohol dealer. His wife came to appeal this decision, but she did not pay attention to her, and later she was found on the floor of her own tavern with a bullet through her back. Veronica screams her innocence through the bars. She claims that she did not even know the time when the woman died. Looking at the werewolf, the warden claims that her service weapon was missing a cartridge, but where did it go if she didn't use it? Standing behind bars opposite Aiden, Veronica claims that she was not loved in this city and no one would ask her for a weapon. Then the warden asks where she was at the time of the murder. The werewolf claims that she was at a friend's grave, but the cemetery is abandoned and even the gravedigger cannot prove that she was there. Holding her head with one hand, the warden says doomedly that she has nothing to prove her innocence. Furious, Veronica pulls the bars and yells that he is lying. Her proof is her own personality. People thank her for her food work. The werewolf is smiling and kind to people. She started out as a militia member in a small village, and through hard work she was promoted to a member of the mounted police. Its reputation among residents is impeccable. The werewolf recalls how she defeated huge beetles and other monsters that terrorized people with explosive barrels, and saved them from victims of a cult that used them for sacrifices. Veronica exclaims that the warden can question them. Enraged, Aiden says that saving others does not prove she had nothing to do with the death of the merchant's wife. With a serious face, he explains that those who were saved by her cannot help her justify herself in this matter. The warden asks her to think again, otherwise she will not be able to convince the judges and advisors. Veronica, in despair, hanging her head, upsetly says that she didn't think when she was saving so many people that someday she wouldn't be able to save herself. The prisoner and the warden are upset, but since she has nothing more to say, he orders the guards to take the werewolf back to his cell. While Aiden is thinking, sitting at the table, the prisoner calmly leaves with the guard. Another guard enters the room, notifying the warden that the succubus has woken up. Turning to her, he wonders if the succubus is still in the infirmary. Just as he wanted to go there, she comes into the room. Turning to a guard named Megan, he wonders why she decided to take it upon herself to bring the prisoner here. The succubus wanted to say that the warden told her that he didn't mind, but then the guard closed her mouth and, waving her hand, said that she knew the warden well and was sure that he would be able to extract the necessary information from her. When leaving, the guard said, as soon as they talk, call her so that she can take the succubus away. As soon as she closed the door behind her, the guard took out the gold coins she had earned from the succubus in a bag. The succubus turned out to be quite rich. Standing to the left of the warden, she immediately began to speak emotionally about Veronica's innocence. She was going to clarify the situation that had happened. Pointing her thumb at herself with a proud look, the succubus claims to be a famous entrepreneur and figure in the city's Silver Age. Anna and Catherine mentally crushed the succubus in their souls. She continues to say that they are new here and decided to blackmail her. The succubus already thought that she was finished, but Veronica took the girls by the shoulders with a menacing expression on her face. The succubus supported the story with the similarity of Veronica's movements, and, judging by her emotional story, she hit Anna in the bridge of her nose and then knocked Catherine to the ground so that they could not even get up. Trying to understand the situation, Aiden asked why she herself was unconscious. With embarrassment, she replied that she had been inattentive and slipped on a piece of soap. She did not know what happened next. Aiden exhaled and calmly said that he understood what had happened. But the succubus screamed that's not all. She believes that Veronica was falsely convicted. The calm face of the succubus, with which she confidently says that her species can penetrate people's dreams while they sleep. And yesterday she entered Veronica's dream. In her dream, she is surrounded by judges, pointing fingers at the werewolf, while she was in extreme despair that her life was about to collapse and no one wanted to listen to her. Standing in front of a red wall, with the light directed at Veronica, only the fingers of the judges judging her are visible, she herself holds her head with her hands from a feeling of complete powerlessness. The succubus believes that the prisoner was obviously framed, and if the warden doesn't believe in this, he can come into the cell at night and see for himself. Aiden said that he could not be sure that the succubus did not have the power to interfere with the dream, and if she had nothing more to say, then let her return back. In bewilderment, she shouts indignantly that the warden is going to condemn an innocent man. The warden's heart began to beat faster, memories came flooding back to him, and the silhouette of a prisoner in a striped prison shirt appeared before his eyes. He told him that he was going to end his life peacefully, and Aiden would continue to suffer for taking the life of an innocent person. The man feels sorry for him, because he believes that the warden will now have no peace in his life. Aiden's pupils are constricted. He is hysterical, the fears of the past have come back to him, his eyes are red. An angry scream escapes his mouth. He demands that Megan immediately take the succubus to the cell. The succubus breaks free from the hands of the guard, shouts to him that she considered Aiden Gorod the embodiment of justice. He was the man she loved, but he turned out to be completely useless, and in vain she gave so much money to end up in this particular prison. The guard drags the succubus with the words, "Come on, time is up." Aiden takes off his hat and holds his head in irritation. Above his head, a spider has caught a fly in its web, and the warden feverishly repeats that this is all an abomination. The girl is holding a dossier in her hands. She stands in the office opposite the table at which the warden sits. He wonders what she thinks. Presenting a picture of Veronica being attacked with a revolver, she says that the judge considered the prisoner to have lost control of herself, which, in his opinion, was the reason for shooting the victim. But usually in such situations, werewolves take on the form of a wolf and operate using their claws, and almost no one resorts to the use of firearms. Holding the dossier in her hands, the employee explains that although Veronica is suspicious, she is still one of the writers, so she could well have restrained herself and not grabbed the weapon. Aiden is surprised, because after the girl read a couple of lines, it became even more incomprehensible to him, and the deeper he goes into this matter, the stranger it becomes. The employee in the document wonders what is special about this werewolf that she deserves so much attention from the warden. Aiden stands up, leaning on his cane, and slowly moves towards the door. Before leaving, he shares his feelings, saying that passing a death sentence on an innocent person is the most terrible thing he can experience. Full moon. A picture in which a half-human man, naked to the waist, is holding a naked guy with white hair by the throat. The succubus moans with a satisfied face. There is a cry from the next cell asking her to stop making these sounds because they interfere with their sleep. Lying on her prison bed, she irritably shouts back that she is still young and she needs it, unlike her, who is 100 years old and menopausal. Someone pokes the succubus with a finger. She turns around. The warden is standing on it. The succubus widens her eyes in surprise and screams in surprise. She tries to figure out if this is a dream. She rushes at him. Her pupils become heart-shaped. Her tongue sticks out, but Aiden quickly closes her mouth. The succubus does not have time to say that she loves him. He asks her to be quiet, and he didn't come for that, but to prove the werewolf's innocence. She nods in satisfaction. Aiden hits her legs and asks her to remove them. Satisfied with the situation, the succubus claims that now is the best time to look into her subconscious while Veronica sleeps peacefully. Standing in front of the werewolf's bed, Aiden looks at the succubus holding her hand. Disdainfully, he says that she doesn't usually help anyone, to which the succubus responds by saying that he shouldn't think badly of her since the werewolf helped her and she is not so heartless. Holding Veronica's hand, the succubus looks at the warden with a kind look. She recognizes his readiness, to which, after a reciprocal glance, he replies that he is ready, but she should not add any gag. By stroking Aiden's face, she transports him into Veronica's subconscious. Having sent the warden into the subconscious, she says that she cannot distort thoughts. A huge bladed weapon covered in blood. The corpses of werewolves, and in the center a man with a huge knife that killed them all. He shouts that the rumors were true. Werewolves like Veronica don't fight back. Little Veronica cries and shouts to her relatives that they need to fight. They should not die like this. The remaining werewolves form a wall to protect little Veronica from reprisals. They claim that they will not harm a person and therefore they will not go anywhere. They keep their promises to people. Little Veronica runs away screaming for help, and then wooden hands take her by the arms. It turns out to be a judge who looks like a wooden puppet. Holding the girl by the hands, he says that he will find those who started the hunt for her species. The werewolf is in fear. She cries, bowing before the judge. The judge and his table become huge. The girl is simply tiny in comparison. Looking down at Veronica in chains with red glowing eyes, he says that first he will condemn her. He angrily asks her why she killed an innocent man. Looking up at him, she shouts back that she didn't do such a thing. Veronica becomes even smaller, and there are 3 judges, and they are all huge and evil. They yell at her that she must have held a grudge over the murder of the clan members and decided to take revenge by killing people, and there will be dire consequences if Veronica gets off lightly for this. She tries to justify herself to them by saying that she didn't kill anyone, but the judges hit her with their gavels. They are adamant that she is sentenced to death. Veronica finds herself among the hammers, holding her head in hysterics as the hammers strike next to her. While the judges say that wolf instincts cannot be overcome and shout about the death penalty, she, in a panic, cannot understand why. She screams hysterically about injustice, that she doesn't understand why no one believes her. Covering his face with his hand, Aiden returns from her consciousness. Veronica twitches in her sleep, and the succubus, standing over her, explains to Aiden why he was brought back. Everything is connected with the fact that Veronica's emotional ups and downs are becoming more and more impulsive, and it seems that she will soon wake up. Aiden's face shows confusion. He says her case is more complicated than he thought. The succubus looks at Aiden in surprise. She was sure that he could vouch for Veronica, but he had to upset her, saying that she did not understand how this system worked and they would not believe him alone. She could be freed if the dead could speak. His eyes widened. He remembered that he could talk to the dead. In his ranks there is a Necromancer, Asina, who has the magic of communicating with spirits, and this can help him in his business. Aiden and the succubus quickly turn towards the sound behind the bars of the cell. A voice is heard there. Someone greets the senator. Aiden wondered what Senator Anthony was doing here at this time. Aiden holds the door handle. A senator sits at a table opposite the window. He sees him from behind. Approaching Anthony, he says that he should not be here since his appearance in the middle of the night could cause meaningless speculation. Sitting in his chair, the senator addresses Anthony. He tells him that he should look after himself and that others should not be involved in his affairs. Aiden doesn't understand what Mr. Anthony is talking about. The man rolls his eyes and scornfully tells him that the prison will only be saved if he kills the prisoner. He is surprised that no one reported this to the warden earlier. Rumors that have reached the senator say that Aiden has recently been investigating the case of a prisoner sentenced to death. He asks if this is true. Approaching the window and looking back at the senator, Aiden is amazed at how good an informant Anthony is. He wonders how the senator knew that he was working on this case. The editorial office of the newspaper belongs to the senator, and therefore it will not be difficult for him to find out anything. He threw a newspaper on the table and asked the Lord to familiarize himself with it. The newspaper said, "A cruel, bloodthirsty werewolf has been detained. A legend of the Silver City, Lord Aiden Garrod brings justice." The senator points his finger at the newspaper and reports that he has been working on this lately. He hopes the Lord knows what he's talking about. Anthony slams his hand on the table. He claims that the hero of the past cut the devil with his own hands. Justice triumphed. He says that the Lord will become a hero to everyone, and the council will be forced to keep the prison. The senator looks at the Lord with a piercing gaze and asks why he is conducting this investigation and what he wants. Should I challenge the court's decision? Aiden's eyes are full of misunderstanding. He states that the judge made a hasty verdict and there are a lot of holes in this case. The senator begins to scream in anger. He calls out Aiden's name and assures him that there was no mistake. His actions may cause the judge and council members to dislike the Lord, and then maintaining the prison will be unsustainable. With a displeased face, the senator says that he would not stand in the way of the Lord's justice, but now is not the right time for this, and the goal is to put the Lord back on the pedestal. Looking straight into the Lord's eyes, with hope on his face, he asks him to think about what is more important to him, unprecedented success and being a hero in the eyes of people, or a fair judicial decision. Aiden hung his head while Anthony told him that there would be time to bring justice, because there are many unjust sentences in this city, but now he just needs to be patient. A thunderstorm hits near the prison building. Aiden sits with his back to the window, his hands folded on the table. He is in a thoughtful pose, and then pushes his chair back. Slowly and leaning on his cane, he walks forward, inserts the key into the locker and turns it. He opens the door of a cabinet hidden among the shelves of books from his personal library. Inside the locker, Aiden punches in a code and the bookcase slides open like a door. The door code is 4 zeros. Taking the lantern in his hands, he holds it out in front of him and goes down a very long staircase. From the depths of the stairs, a female voice is barely audible, asking Aiden if he is now hatching some dangerous plan. He asks, confused, how she knew about this. He places the lamp on a shelf against the wall. A woman's voice explains that people usually seek support from loved ones when making difficult decisions. He approaches creation. She continues to say that she is the only one who knows him best. Aiden is very small compared to the woman in this basement. She is half-bird, has huge white wings, her arms are nailed with huge nails, and her legs are also nailed in a sitting position. There are also chains attached to the arms for additional support. There is a kind of halo above her white hair, and there are flowers in them. The girl pulls the chains on her hands to get closer to Aiden, who is small in comparison to her size. She looks at him point blank and asks the obvious question about him coming to her again. He says that he is going to investigate the case of a prisoner, and only he said, but how she continued for him. She explained that he did not know what consequences this might have. Looking up at her, he sarcastically asked if she always knew everything. Aiden approaches a huge playing field with chips the size of himself. Standing opposite him, she offers him a game. If he wins, Aiden will receive the answer he is interested in. He agrees to play with the goddess of spells Malefiria. The overseer pushes the checkers across the field with his whole body. One of the checkers flies to the end of the field, and the symbol on it lights up red. Malefiria says he is not focused on the game. He has nothing to say in response. Continuing to move the checkers, he says that the question asked by the goddess was not in vain. Perhaps she suggests that someone from the top is behind the werewolf's case. He points the saber into the right position and says that the cops accepted a fabricated case, and the judge rushed to pronounce the verdict, and now it's his turn to deal with his cases. Aiden claims that they are trying to cover up the prison, and in exchange for this they demand that they deal with the werewolf faster. The goddess began to laugh loudly because it seems that the warden never thought why this prison was built with all the magical signs and silver buildings. She says with a calm expression that they were built to hold her, and as long as she is chained here, the prison will remain, and the words about closure are nothing more than a move by the council to gather inventive votes. Therefore, Warden Aiden is obliged to take good care of her. He is discouraged by the words spoken by the goddess. She added that if she suddenly managed to escape, the prison would indeed be closed. Aiden stands leaning on a cane. Lowering his head, he said that he had killed an innocent person in the past, and this pain would not happen again. Looking down at Aiden, she arrogantly says that he is weak and without companions and magic he will not achieve what he wants, and how then is he going to fight? He tells her that he is going to use the power of 3 prisoners who made contact with him in the past. He plans to hide his identity by using the hands of the trio. With kindness in her eyes, she warned him that pretending and coercing prisoners were slightly different things, and it would cause resentment, and whether he could handle it in his current state. After thinking about it, he remembered that he stamps prisoners' applications every day. Knowing the desires of creatures, he can use them to turn the situation in his favor and suppress possible discontent. The goddess's face changed to a smile, and she asked a sarcastic question about whether he would have enough time for this, whether he would have time to do the job with the help of the Trinity. Holding his hand to his chin, the Lord thinks. He decides that he can use the power of the other prisoners once he figures them out. Aiden comes up with the idea that the dossier can be used for this. Thanks to them, you can understand the abilities, needs, and characters of incarcerated girls. To do this, he wants to instruct Friend to bring them all to his table, and then he can select the information he needs. In his thoughts, he presents a gift to the prisoner, and she helps him with her own strength. By giving the creatures what they want, Lord Aiden intends to use their powers to achieve his desired goal. He imagines himself standing against the backdrop of cages with thousands of prisoners. The Lord sits on the throne, and around him are all the prisoners, who will be 1,000 solutions to his problem. The checker goes to the edge of the field and lights up. A check has been made. The goddess bowed down before Aiden again and said, asking a rhetorical question about whether he knew what it would take to lose to her. The warden became tense and sweat appeared on his face. Malefiria laughed sarcastically and said that she was just teasing him in games. No person could beat her in mind games. This time she would let him go, but next time they would play airplane chess. He nodded silently in agreement. Turning away from the goddess, he went back to the walls of the prison, and the goddess said after him that she had spent a lot of effort to return his sinful soul, so it was better for him not to let her down. Sunset. The Lord's hand opens the cell door. A woman's voice says that he is energetic, and she knows that he visited the succubus's room at night. Asina asked in surprise what he needed from her. Was he really interested in necromancy like she was? Prisoner's file, number 77. Name, Asina. Race, undead. Case, necromancy. Abilities, summon undead, black magic. Danger level, S. She received a life sentence for desecrating graves, illegal experiments, spreading the plague, and organizing terrorist attacks with the living dead. Looking at the book, Asina says that she understood the reason for the warden's coming to her. He wants her to summon the soul of the dead, but she is outraged because she already helped him the other day, and she is not in bondage. Moreover, she is now busy reading a book. She handed him the pendant and told him to do everything himself. Looking at the pendant in the form of a creature, Asina says that it was created in order to summon a revenant. For this they need to use it next to a corpse. Aiden is shocked. He doesn't understand how someone can wear such a dangerous thing. She refuses to wear prison clothes, so she reminds him that there was a clause in the contract about wearing personal items, and the pendant is part of her outfit that will not help her escape. Asina showed Aiden how to activate the pendant. It almost fell, but Aiden caught it in mid-flight. the shadow of a huge purple skull appeared in front of the warden. Asina apologized to him in confusion. She explained that she did not want to drop the pendant. Her purpose was to demonstrate how to summon the dead. She warned the warden not to touch the skeleton because it was under a spell. Asina thinks that their agreement is terminated, since she assumes that Aiden is shaking with anger and that he considers her a provocateur. She shouldn't anger a man like him. Ascends memories, where she stands at the bottom of the mountain and looks at the top. On it stands a warrior who defeated a horde of creatures. It was she who lost the battle to him. Aiden turned towards the exit. She decided to justify herself by saying that she did not want this and asked not to come to her. He turned around at her words and, smiling, said that he had heard that she had read all the books in the library and was filing a complaint about the new ones. Aiden wants to bring her a couple of new bestsellers. Asina remained in the cell, full of bewilderment. She is shocked that he is so sweet and understands what this is about. Raven on a branch. The cemetery where Aiden is digging a grave. He was at a loss. Opening the lid of the coffin, he saw an urn with ashes. The coffin contained roses, a bottle of alcohol, and a photograph of the dead woman. He doesn't know if he can summon a dead man if his body was cremated. The warden tries to use the pendant, but nothing happens. He twirls it over the gravestone, trying to achieve the effect. The cemetery caretaker comes out of the building and curses at the noise. He doesn't understand what he can do at such a late time. Trying to open his eyes, he swears that they are preventing him from sleeping. A grimace of horror appears on the caretaker's face. He screams in fear and, shouting that there is a ghost, runs away in the opposite direction from the cemetery. Aiden turns his head. He was surrounded by spirits who had risen from their graves. Having bowed, he apologized for disturbing the peace of the deceased. The warden thought that he had underestimated the power of this pendant, but it does not work with ashes. He will have to find another way. Behind him, the murdered merchant's wife emerges from her grave. She asks who dares to disturb her peace. Aiden thought that he had succeeded in summoning her. He shouts to her that the killer is still at large and asks her to name who it was in order to take revenge on him. She says that she has little time and, without saying who the killer is, evaporates with a bright flash that blinds Aiden. He sees the situation that happened that day. A man threatens a merchant's wife that he will reveal her husband's business if she is not honest with him. She demands that he let her go and that she has already paid him. His face is not visible, only his collar with the image of a horse on his badge. The man is sure that she is not as innocent as she claims and then fires a shot. The spirit asks for revenge for her and disappears. Aiden falls to the ground and tries to dig. He is outraged that the spirit left without giving him the name of the killer. Looking at the ground, Aiden thinks that he needs to think carefully and try to find clues. The costume the man was wearing was typical of mounted militia. After the murder, he probably missed work to create evidence implicating the werewolf. He took out a cartridge from Veronica's revolver, which means that this man must have access to all weapons, and only the keeper of the arsenal can be such a person. Mounted police building. A man with a mustache and uniform asks Aiden who he is looking for. Having received the answer that he was the keeper of the arsenal, he calls him into his office, in which he and the Lord were. He says this is an incredible chance to see the Lord in person. A short man with a mustache and dress pants with suspenders appears at the door. Aiden thinks that he is very frail. The guardian, holding his head with one hand, asks in confusion how he can help. Aiden kindly replied that his revolver had fallen into disrepair, and he was just passing by, so he decided to go and have it repaired by a master. The keeper answered him with a kind smile and said that he understood the situation, but he needed to know what happened to him. Without removing the smile from his face, he said that the problem is with the drum, it often spins unnecessarily. A weapon rotting without a bullet is a very sad picture. The man's expression suddenly changed to fear. He shook his head from side to side and explained that he would not be able to do anything now, as he was very busy with work. Lord Aiden thanked the man and headed out. He thought that, judging by the victim's memories, the keeper was not the same build as the killer. His reaction was quite strange, but despite this, the Lord decided not to put pressure on him so as not to accidentally scare away a larger fish. Sunset over the city. In the stable, one of the policemen, trying to curb the horse, turns to the keeper named Bruce. He asks what happened and why he is so sad. Wasn't he great yesterday? And he also had a question about where Bruce got so much money. He asked to get rid of him because he was not in the mood. He remembers Aiden's face and how he talked about the absence of a bullet in the drum. He thought that he just thought there was a connection. He turns toward a sound to his left. There, the grave caretaker hysterically says something about the grave of the innkeeper and that on her newly created grave there was a man who was worshipped by all the spirits. The keeper decided to eavesdrop on the conversation further. The caretaker said that she screamed to avenge her. The guardian imagined himself as in the film Scream, and after speaking about revenge, he rushed home. While the men who remain there listen to the caretaker's attempts to convince them that it was really the voice of the innkeeper, the keeper forcefully pushes the door and, wrapping his head in a blanket, lies down on the sofa. The crows are watching him from the window. They broadcast what is happening to the ball that Aiden is holding in his hands. He says it's suspicious. If he is not involved, then why is he hiding and not leaving the house? He holds the ball in his hand and tells the witch that he will use this ball to make the crows monitor what is happening. She says that she heard him giving them some instructions. Sitting on a chair and crossing her legs, the witch wonders what brought the warden to her. Prisoner's case number 78. Name Dolly. Race human. Case one of the 7 great witches. Abilities summoning the apostle, divination. Danger level as she was sentenced to a long prison term for involvement in an extremist organization, illegal research, terrorist attacks, and robbing a zoo. Standing next to the bars of her cage, the witch asks what the Lord plans to do with her. He does not understand what benefit she is pursuing, and arrogantly says that they are not on equal terms, so she cannot make a deal with the warden. The witch became thoughtful, and the thought appeared in her head that she had gotten carried away, forgetting that she was here by his will. She remembered how she gave him a fight, but when he almost exterminated her animals, she realized that she wanted to give up. Raising her hands, the witch began to shout that she was giving up and that he was able to defeat her. Then, waving her hand, the witch laughed and said that it was a joke, and she, of course, understood that there could be no deal. Before leaving the cage, he turned to her and said that he was glad that she was aware. He added that he would help her depending on the situation, but should not take it for granted. The witch breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the bed. Aiden decided to continue the conversation, which made the witch scared again. He says he wants to help the prisoners acclimatize to the local atmosphere and get used to the prison food, so he wants to buy some desserts to add variety to their diet. The witch began to salivate at the thought of sweets, and the warden kept asking if she would like 7th Street cream pie. She laughed with pleasure and said that everyone would definitely like him. Night. The fire flickers in the warden's office. Next to the prisoner's case book is an orb showing the keeper's house. Sitting at the table reading the siren case, Aiden felt like he couldn't just sit anymore. Nothing happened in the ball, and, deciding that there had been enough rest, he threw the siren case on the table. Now it's her turn. Guardian's house. The glasses lie on the table near the bed while he sleeps, muttering in his sleep something about how he really is white. Waking up from the noise, he turns his head in horror, not understanding who made the sound. Looking at the ceiling, he calms down, thinking that maybe someone upstairs broke the glass. As he puts on his glasses, he realizes that he is very scared. Suddenly, he realizes that there is only a roof above, and the cold penetrates him. Looking up, he sees a clump of hair appearing out of nowhere. In horror, he screams that something should not come closer to him, and, tugging at the blanket, he hides under it with his head, trying to reassure himself that he is all dreaming. But the creature crawls under the blanket, grabs his face, and says that it is mortally offended. In horror, the keeper runs out of the house in only his underwear, begging for salvation and running around the city. Aiden, holding the ball in his hand and watching what is happening, reflects that when personal safety is at risk, you always resort to a proven method. With a torch, he visits the ghost girl's cage. By threatening to kill her teddy bear with fire, he seeks her attention. A girl with black hair, pale skin, and a scar on her neck asks the Lord not to burn the doll since she fulfilled his request. Prisoner's case number 996. Name Siren. Race dead man. Abilities penetration into the world of the dead, attack in the square. Danger level DB. Additionally, the accumulated powers of the Siren are in a voodoo doll. The reserves of these powers are enough for 3 months, after which they weaken and turn into an ordinary dead person without abilities, but you should be careful since by the end of the 3rd month the abilities reach their peak. Aiden said he wouldn't touch the doll, he just wanted to make sure it didn't do anything stupid. He seals her powers back into the bonds. The siren reproaches him for acting basely by using the creatures for his own purposes. She warns that he will be ridiculed, to which the Lord replies that he is simply trying to dispense justice. He reminds her that when she went to become this creature to avenge her son, she had to sacrifice a lot. Aiden hopes that she will soon let go of this situation and be able to rest. Leaving her cage, the warden takes the doll with him. Meanwhile, the keeper in his underwear runs past the houses, shouting that the ghost of the tavern owner is chasing him. Someone drags him into an alley and throws him to the floor. The man, facing the guardian lying on the floor, threateningly asks if he wants more people to know about this. In front of him stands a man with a beard and a horse badge on his shirt collar. The guardian is glad that it is Jalon and says that he was just about to run to him. Jalon tells him to be quiet, and the keeper obediently obeys. The guardian in his underwear and Jalon, dressed in a black robe, walk down a dark street. Jalon asks if the keeper is sure he saw correctly. He exclaims that he is sure and adds that the ghost even touched him. The keeper, screaming in panic, assumes that this is the work of a man who came to the cemetery in the morning and says that some important person came out to them. Jalon turns to the Guardian with a grin on his face and orders him to shut up and stop panicking. He is sure that this is the work of a Necromancer who decided to experiment with spells. Jalon pokes the Guardian in the forehead with his finger and tells him to use his stupid head. After all, they themselves are involved in everything. If Veronica gets out of prison and decides to take revenge, they won't blow their heads off. The Guardian, with a pitiful expression on his face, says that he cannot survive another meeting with a ghost. Jalon, muttering in displeasure, notes that knowing a person like him is akin to punishment. In front of the large mansion, next to the main gate, are the Guardian and Jalon. On the sides of the gate there are columns with signs engraved on them. Jalon says that the Guardian will stay with him since his house is sealed in a magic circle created to protect against necromancers. Any unclean creature attempting to enter will be instantly destroyed. The keeper, looking at the house with admiration, declares that Jalon is well prepared for the possible revenge of the tavern owner. Removing his hood, Jalon explains that he is being hunted by many and this necromancer is only one of them. A man with a goatee, blue eyes and gold horse badges on his clothes casts a contemptuous glance at Bruce and warns that if he wants to stay with him, he must remember that the road to power is paved with corpses. The keeper is at a loss, and behind him, far from the gate, the shadow of a purple ghost flashes. Veronica sits behind bars in an interrogation room, trying to figure out who Jalon is. Aiden sits across the table from her and asks if she remembers who he is and how he is connected to her. She recalls how she was preparing her horse for a ride on the police territory when Jalon approached her. He asked her to stand and asked if she had considered his proposal. Looking into her eyes, he said that just a couple of nights with him would give her a promotion. Veronica grabbed his hand, and he relented in pain, not expecting this. With disdain, she replied that she was not interested in him and apologized for her rudeness. Jalon, furious, scolded her, not understanding why she was so shameless. Veronica replied that is why she is here. Aiden realizes that Jalon is just an ordinary rich man, destroying what he cannot get, like many others. He wants to know more about his past. A bird flies over the city. Looking at the prison cell, Aiden asks how she is doing. The shadow of a huge creature falls on him through the bars of the cage. He asks the creature not to be angry and explains that her letters have not received a response. Handling through a stack of letters, he says that it couldn't have been otherwise because everyone who read her letters ended badly. A bird carries a letter over the houses of the city. Aiden notes that no one in this prison can cope with her capabilities, and therefore the guards and prisoners are wary of her since they simply do not know her. Holding the envelopes in front of him, Aiden looks at the creature and says he needs help. If she can get one coward out of the house with her power, she will prove that she can be trusted, and then the Lord will give her a chance. In front of him in the cell sits a creature with yellow eyes, blue skin and legs like tentacles. Prisoner's case, name, 13. Race, unknown. Abilities, cryptic letter. Danger level, B additional, an unidentified species caught in one of the fishing villages in the north. This creature was trying to communicate something in a letter, but the local fisherman fell into madness after reading only a few words. It was not possible to classify this creature as a member of any known race. The bird flies into the window with lightning speed, breaking it, leaving a letter and flying away. Bruce screams in horror, jumps out of bed and puts on his glasses, looking at the letter thrown at his feet. He wonders what it is. Opening the letter, a grimace of horror appears on his face. A letter with symbols above which is an octopus with devil wings causes him to panic. He can't figure out what it is, and the letter spontaneously combusts. Holding his head, which is spinning terribly, Bruce looks out the window broken by the bird. The city in his eyes becomes dark and ominous. Screams come from the mansion. Jalon comes out of his room and asks what happened. Bruce runs around the first floor, shouting if there is anyone in the building. A voice says from downstairs that he is here, and Jalon asks where he is running. Bruce has a grimace of madness on his face, his eyes are red, and he screams that the world is ending. Jalon is at a loss, not understanding what kind of nonsense Bruce is talking about. The butler standing nearby bows, and Jalon, turning to him, demands that Bruce stop and find out what happened. Bruce opens the castle doors and goes outside. He imagines a green sky with protruding tentacles and a huge eye. He asks if there is anyone besides him, and it seems to him that he is alone in the city. A shadow appears from the door behind. He thinks it is Jalon, but falls to the ground in fear. He thinks he sees the ghost of the tavern owner. Bruce cries looking at her and emotionally asks if she has come to punish him. The butler standing over him does not understand what is happening. He invites Bruce to come with him since he is clearly not feeling well. However, Bruce sees a ghost and he shouts to the whole street that he did not kill her, that it was Jalon. He claims it was Jalon who fired the shot and asks why she came after him then. Jalon takes out a revolver from his coat. Kneeling in front of the ghost, Bruce begs for mercy, promises to never do this again and says that let the one who killed her pay, but not him. A bullet pierces Bruce's ear. Jalan holds the revolver in front of him. Bruce cries in pain. His mind clears for a second and he sees Jalan shooting at him, but misses due to the bird suddenly attacking him. On his knees, a frightened Bruce asks how he could have shot him. After brushing off the bird, Jalan points the gun at Bruce again and says that he warned him not to seek death himself. Suddenly a flock of ravens swoops down on Jalan and he misses again as the butler tries to calm him down. Bruce runs away from the mansion screaming. He asks to be saved and falls back into his fantasy. Slipping on a piece of fruit, he falls and ends up in a dug grave. Getting up, he sees a tombstone with Veronica's name written on it. Bruce turns around and sees crowds of spirits next to the graves that surround him. He shouts at them not to come closer, claiming that he doesn't know who they are. He runs away screaming. The merchants, who were actually standing next to the cart, shout that he needs to be thoroughly punished for such actions. Holding his head, Bruce screams, not knowing where he is. There is a wasteland around him with many graves, and at the end he comes running to a large tombstone with his name written on it. He is horrified to see his grave. Shadows of ghosts appear behind him again. Bruce remembers Jalan's words that if he decided to stay with him, he must remember that the road to power is paved with corpses. He feels a little better and says that he understands everything. All these shadows are the souls of people killed by Jalan, and the same fate awaits him. After these words, the shadows evaporate and he again sees the city as it really is. Standing next to the silver mine steel, Bruce is surrounded by people. They say he must be crazy to walk down the street in night clothes, barefoot, and talk to himself. Bruce falls to his knees and begins to sob. He comes to Lord Aiden's office and, sitting on his knees in front of his desk, says that there is a prisoner in his prison who was convicted illegally. Bruce says he is ready to testify. Bruce admits that Jalan gave him money to put Veronica in prison. He also swapped the bullets in their weapons. Bruce apologizes for doing wrong and says he's willing to stand as a witness. The warden promises to hide him in prison for a few days for his safety, and in the meantime Jalan will take care of him. Frenda asks Bruce to leave the office with her. A crow hits the window, attracting Aiden's attention. At this time, the butler tries to catch the horse, but Jalan shouts at him to bring Bruce and forget about the horse. Another servant runs up to him from behind and reports that Aiden already knows about his action. Pointing his finger forward, he shouts that there is a carriage nearby, and Jalan urgently needs to escape. Aiden observes the situation through a magic ball. Looking at the crow, he praises her and says that she can continue to spy. The prison gates open. Lord Aiden leaves the prison on horseback, ordering all receptions and meetings to cease until his return. The guard replies that the order will be carried out. Aiden urges his horse on, and a hamster with full cheeks suddenly jumps out of his bag. He runs among the prisoners' cells, and Asina turns her head, noticing him. The witch calls the hamster to her, saying that Dolly is very brave and helped the Lord at a critical moment. The hamster takes out a couple of cartridges from his cheeks. A voice is heard from another cell accusing Asen of being a fool, but she replies that she would never believe that such a thing is possible. The witch, looking at the hamster, tells Asen that Aiden was scared of the ghosts in the cemetery and now needs help. After this, it becomes clear that he is no longer omnipotent. Asen, without looking up from the book, replies that she doesn't care about his power as long as it doesn't disturb her comfort. The witch winks and says that she doesn't want to spend the rest of her life in prison, and if Aiden is no longer a lord, then they shouldn't worry. Her pupils change, becoming like the eyes of an iguana, and she notices a man in a tree. The witch suggests that Aiden is in for a little surprise. Someone in the tree is watching the Lord on horseback, waiting to find out what Aiden is capable of. A werewolf screams from the cage that the Lord is in danger, and she demands to be released. The witch turns around and the guard asks what she said. The werewolf claims that he is being stalked, and the man's scent seems familiar and dangerous to her. The succubus confirms that Veronica is a werewolf with an excellent sense of smell and urges them to quickly send someone to help the Lord. Veronica screams that only she can deal with the threat and demands to be released. The perplexed guards look at each other, clearly not intending to let her out of prison for such a strange reason. Frenda approaches the guards and asks to release Veronica, explaining that her innocence has already been almost proven and soon she will be released anyway. She hands the guards papers and says that she is ready to take responsibility. The prisoners are indignant, not understanding why the werewolf has such privileges. The witch threatens to complain about not being allowed out when requested, and wonders why only this werewolf has such a sensitive sense of smell. The girl with green hair asks what's going on and demands an explanation. The succubus replies with a wide smile that she is the official girlfriend of the Lord and is privy to all his affairs. The prisoners beg her to tell her what is happening. Jalan is attacked by flocks of ravens. He is unable to ride off on his horse and is slowed down. He shouts to the crows to fly away. Lord Aiden catches up with him, hits him in the face with his cane, and Jalan falls from his horse. Sitting on his horse, Aiden sarcastically asks where Jalan is going, because it would be better for him to stay at home and wait for the arrest. An arrow pierces a tree, and a man, clinging to a rope, jumps from the tree closest to Aiden, hitting the horse with a huge ribbed knife. The dead horse lies next to Jalon and Aiden. A man with a hat and blue hair tells Jalon to quickly run away, and he will deal with the Lord himself. Leaning on his hand, he stands up and asks Aiden to get ready for class. Introducing himself as a bounty hunter named White, he describes himself as having a scar under his eye, a long mustache, and a tricorn hat. White claims to be a rising star in his profession, and that's because he takes on cases of any complexity. Breaking into a malicious smile, he laughs and says that if he kills the legendary Lord, he will become rich. White rushes at the Lord with a weapon, shouting to him that his time has come. Aiden dodges and White misses, stabbing the knife into the ground. White kicks the Lord in the side and shouts that he can't leave today. He raises his knife, preparing to strike the final blow, and already says goodbye to Aiden. At this moment, Veronica rushes along the rooftops with lightning speed. She jumps from a nearby building towards White, striking the protective circle that appears around the hunter. The cross on his neck cracks and the dome of protection shatters. An embittered White quickly leaves the circle. Aiden, confused, asks Veronica how she managed to escape from prison. She approaches him and asks him to pursue Jalon. The warrior, leaning on a knife, rises from the ground. Aiden stands up and warns Veronica to be careful. An angry White asks her if she understands who she is dealing with. He is surprised that she is actually trying to stop him. He swings the knife, screaming at her that she must die. Veronica dodges the blow. White creates clouds of smoke around her and sarcastically reminds her that many years ago he trained on werewolves, and one of them was able to escape. He realizes that she was the werewolf. Standing in the clouds of smoke, Veronica dispels them with her hands. Using her senses, she locates the hunter and quickly finds him in the smoke. But, hitting the silhouette, she discovers that it is just a stick with his cloak. Smirking, White shouts at her from the tree that she's caught and throws a purple potion in a test tube at her. The potion breaks on a tree and the magic turns him into a monster with multiple faces. The monster tries to grab Veronica's leg. White loads his crossbow and laments that he wasted the trump card that was intended for the Lord. He screams at her again that she must die and fires arrows from his crossbow. Arrows pierce Veronica's body and she begins to turn into a werewolf. Her body becomes covered with fur. Her eyes begin to glow yellow, claws grow on her arms and legs, and her fangs become larger. Jalon walks through the streets of the city, constantly looking back at Lord Aiden, who is pursuing him. He pushes passers-by, shouting that even the hunter could not detain him. Running without looking forward, Jalon crashes into a cart loaded with firewood. Hitting his nose, he falls to the ground right in front of the Lord. Aiden, looking down at him, notices with surprise that Jalon doesn't even know where to run, and now he is not only an accomplice in the murder, but also the organizer of the assassination attempt on the Lord. Aiden asks if Jalon will go willingly or if he will have to use force. People on the street are shocked by what is happening and do not understand what is happening. Blood flows from Jalon's nose. He reaches for the revolver in his frock coat, but Aiden quickly pulls out his revolver and points it at Jalon, asking if he has to act like that. When Aiden tries to shoot, he discovers that his revolver is out of bullets. Jalon laughs, sarcastically noting that the Lord is going to kill him with an empty pistol. Aiden is confused because he was sure there were bullets. Jalon tries to get his weapon again, but Aiden throws his gun at him and uses light magic to blind his opponent. He then pulls a dagger from his cane and knocks the gun out of Jalon's hand with a blow to his hand. Standing opposite, Aiden brings the tip of the dagger to the neck of Jalon, who begins to make excuses, claiming that he has nothing to do with the murder. People on the street begin to chatter as they learn that Master Jalon has been captured by Lord Aiden, known as the Lord of Rose Prison. They don't understand why Aiden attacks Jalon, who shouts that Aiden killed the tavern owner and asks passers-by for help. But Aiden is determined to stop Jalon from escaping. Jalon wonders how Aiden is going to kill him in broad daylight and asks people to pay attention. With an arrogant expression on his face, Aiden warns Jalon that one more word and he won't get away with just bloodshed. Making a grin, Jalon shouts that Aiden forced him to do this and takes a knife from his sleeve, swinging at the Lord. He angrily says that now it will become clear whose fate will be more difficult. Suddenly a shot is heard and Jalon falls with blood streaming from his head. Aiden doesn't understand what happened and turns around, seeing a man behind Jalon with a revolver, who fired a bullet at him. The crowd is in fear. Jalon was killed before their eyes. Aiden recognizes the man and remembers Veronica saying that Jalon was the illegitimate son of a member of parliament and everyone was afraid of the power his father had. The man, addressing the crowd, says that during the investigation into the case of Officer Veronica, it was revealed that she was framed by the son of the member of parliament Jalon, who sent her to prison. Although Jalon was the son of a powerful man, he could not escape unpunished. The man explains that Jalon committed these crimes due to his incompetence and received the punishment he deserved. He then bows to the Lord and asks to speak with him privately about what happened. Anton, Jalon's father, covers his face with his hands and falls to his knees before the Lord, crying and saying that if he had been stricter with his son, none of this would have happened. The townspeople try to calm him down, surprised that Anton turned out to be such a noble man. A loud sound is heard in the distance and people think it is an earthquake. Aiden realizes that this is Veronica's doing and hurries back. Anthony's eyes were bloodshot. He thinks about what else Aiden will take revenge on. Smoke rises from the forest. The entire field is incinerated. Lord Aiden looks at the charred tree and thinks that it has become a battlefield. Suddenly he feels someone grab his leg. Aiden looks down and sees the hunter crushed by a tree. He begs the Lord for help. Aiden looks at him in bewilderment, not understanding why he should help someone who wanted to kill him. The hunter indignantly replies that the Lord, as a representative of the law, must judge him fairly within the framework of the law. Aiden calmly asks if that's not what his employers taught him. The hunter recalls that Anthony told him, "If you get caught, admit your guilt," and Aiden, with his heroic character, will definitely spare you and they will create comfortable living conditions in prison. The weight of the tree made the hunter's eyes bloodshot. He reluctantly admits that he was not taught this and that he is far from the hero Aiden. The Lord remains silent, and the hunter, believing that he managed to touch Aiden, asks to use magic to lift the tree because he may have injured his spine. Aiden pulls a dagger from his cane. His shadow hangs over the lying hunter. Holding the dagger halfway in its sheath, he says with a cold voice that he knows no such spells and that the real noble Lord Aiden is long dead. The hunter screams in horror that he understands why Aiden is so weak in fights, but cannot believe that he is dead. Aiden glares at him and sarcastically says to say hi to his employer before swinging his dagger. The hunter dies. While pushing through the branches, Aiden calls out to Veronica. She hides in the bushes and asks him not to come. She was undressed after the transformation, but Aiden, not realizing this, begins to approach. Shyly covering his eyes with his hand, he apologizes, thinking that something bad happened to her. Veronica tries to pull clothes out of the tree branches, telling him that she asked him not to come and asks him to give her time to get dressed. She accidentally tears her clothes in the process. Suddenly voices are heard from the forest. People ask if anyone is nearby. Aiden gives her his coat and says that they urgently need to leave. They walk along the city street and Aiden asks Veronica if her transformation is over. She looks at her hand and notices that the fur has not yet disappeared. She replies that as soon as the pulse returns to normal, the transformation will be complete. Aiden gives her his hat. He says he thought she would turn into a full werewolf. Veronica, embarrassedly holding her neck, admits that this is how it should be, but for some reason this is not happening for her. People in the village laughed at her because of this feature. She recalls how other children would completely transform and taunt her, saying that until her fur came out completely, she would not go on patrol, but would stay at home. Her grandmother defended her by hitting the offenders on the head with a broom and ordering them to stop bullying the girl. Veronica sadly remembers the village and her pregnant mother calling her for lunch. She says they wish they had never moved to Silver City. Lord Aiden sadly agrees that there are indeed many problems in this city and that it will not be easy to get along with her character here. He remembers how she saved her village and asks why she can't just go back there. With a doomed face, Veronica replies that she cannot return. When she left, she boasted that she would become one of the people, and now she does not want to return in disgrace. Suddenly a voice is heard up ahead. Someone asks why there are so many poor people here. The people ahead, Aiden and Veronica, are wondering where Rosa's prison is. Among them, Veronica notices a woman with a child and blue hair like her own. She freezes in surprise, realizing who she sees in front of her. Veronica looks ahead at the crowd of poorly dressed people. From afar, she hears that the crowd is saying that they don't know what to do because the people here are not at all friendly, and that they have no idea about Veronica. Veronica remembers the village in which she lived. Many residents came to accompany her to the city. Everyone shouted good luck to her and asked her to visit more often because this village will always remain home for her. Turning around, Veronica happily smiled at the residents. With good nature, she told them not to be sad because they would see her again soon, and when she saved up enough money, she would treat them all to a luxurious restaurant in the Silver City. Standing next to Aiden, Veronica raises her hand and shouts to the crowd that she is behind them. Surprised faces of villagers. Running up to them, Veronica jumped into the arms of the crowd. Everyone was happy to see her. Hugging her grandmother, Veronica blushed with happiness. She told her that her baby was already quite big. Veronica is at a loss as to how they all got here. People from the crowd took turns talking about how they got there. At first they heard that Veronica had gone to prison, but due to the fact that there was no post office in the village, they could not even write a letter to her, and so they had to go in person. They themselves were surprised that they had covered such a long distance in just half a month. Veronica looks down in surprise. The people's feet were all scratched and their shoes were worn out. She's discouraged. A woman in the crowd is surprised that Veronica has been arrested. A man standing nearby said that her uncle went to the city a few days ago, and the grandmother added that when they heard this news, they immediately rushed to look for ways to help her. Aiden, watching this picture from behind, said that he had not thought that Veronica had another side to her personality. Out of embarrassment, she covered her face with her hand and asked the warden not to laugh at her. People started yelling at Aiden for keeping her in prison. He said with a calm face that it was just a misunderstanding and that everything was fine and she would soon be acquitted. People don't understand how Veronica could do anything bad. A man of noble blood and with a mustache shouts to the village people. He refers to them as poverty. The man makes a dissatisfied face and says that the villagers do not know the rules of big cities at all. The girl nearby, also wrying her face, claims that they should not go beyond the slums. The baby in the girl's arms turned red. He realized that the townsfolk were trying to insult them. The woman says that since Veronica is fine, they will go back to the village. The guy behind him hoped that Veronica would treat them to food. For this they grabbed him by the ear and demanded to shut up, because Veronica is now a city girl and she would be awkward with a bunch of hillbillies. The guy screams in pain. The grandmother turned to Veronica and told her to take care of herself. They were going to leave. Veronica, looking at them, wanted to say something. She thought about it. Lord Aiden interrupted her thought and invited the people to stay for a couple of days since they had come a long way. Aiden turns to Veronica and asks if there is a prize in her coat. She is surprised. He puts his hand in his pocket and takes out gold coins. She is shocked that she has as many as 30 gold pounds in her pocket, the face value of which is equal to the amount of gold in them. She shows people a handful of coins on her hand. They are all surprised. Many have not even seen so much gold. Veronica is surprised. She wanted to express her gratitude to the Lord, but without waiting for an answer, he suggested that she take them to a restaurant in the city center and treat people to dinner. The guards run towards the crowd, shouting his name to the Lord. His deputy, out of breath, says that thank God nothing happened to him. He replies that he was going to dinner with Veronica's friends. The deputy is surprised that he is going to have dinner with them. The Lord made a veiled appeal to the people who were trying to offend the villagers. He said that there will always be slackers who strive to blurt out nasty things towards other people. Looking at the Lord, she said that she understood him. Taking the gun in her hands, she began to reload it with an angry look. The man in the hat and the woman who was with him ran away. The Lord asks Veronica to accept these coins as compensation for what happened to her. She looked at the Lord good-naturedly and then lowered her face. The guards decided to see Veronica's friends off. They were surprised that she had so many friends. Before leaving with them, Veronica turned around. She looked at the Lord, who stood leaning on his cane. He watched the city from above. Veronica took his outerwear by the collar. She buried her nose in it. The cube falls on the table. There are 4 tables in the room at which people sit. The voiceover says that Veronica's case was more successful than expected. A council member sits at one of the tables with a book. Anthony did not take a lawyer and remained silent throughout the entire process. During the interrogation it became clear. He walks in the rain, completely dejected. And the result of this situation is obvious. The man shouts that he shouldn't even think about reconsidering the case. He took him at his word and then it's better for him to go to prison. The voice continues to say that his father did not help him either. The councilman holds a gun pointed at his son. He willingly shot his own son, who would soon be imprisoned, in the back. Aiden and his assistant look at Anthony, who is getting wet in the rain. The difference from his usual behavior was colossal. Standing in front of people, he spreads his arms with a newspaper in his hands. Perhaps he was afraid that the incident would become public knowledge, and then he would lose his status as a member of the government. Or perhaps something worse will come up during the interrogation. This will never be known for sure. Veronica bowed to Aiden and his assistant. After the incident, she returned home with her fellow villagers. She left the city with a crowd of friends. It was better for her to stay away from the city, and this case was finally closed. Aiden moves a piece across the playing field. A woman's voice asks if the prisoners who helped him received what they deserved. Sitting at the table in front of the goddess, Aiden replied that he had received the lists and a little later everything would be delivered to them. He didn't think that she, as a goddess, would care about the fate of the other prisoners. She made a malicious smile. She explained that it's not about caring for creatures, but about himself. She understands perfectly well what people are thinking about. On the one hand, there is a bald man with a tear flowing, and on the other, he is a man who has made a serious expression on his face. The goddess continues to explain that admitting defeat and enduring things of varying magnitude is not the end. Smiling a gentle smile, she added that the effective use of prisoners was the only thing that would help him in self-defense. The cube flies over the playing field. She says the brighter the light, the darker the shadow. This game is getting more interesting for Aiden. Soup is poured. The cook calls the next prisoner in line. The Gorgon at the end of the line asks why Dolly the dog came for breakfast. The witch hears their words and gets annoyed. They don't understand why she came if she usually sleeps until the last minute. The cook called the next one. The witch smiles and asks if there is any other food. She says that lately her stomach has been bothering her and she cannot eat salty foods. People in line protest. They say that she is in prison and let her leave the line if she doesn't want to eat what they give. They ask the guards to take her away. The cook, with a cigarette in her mouth, said there was something different today. She hands her a huge cream cake and says that the warden ordered it to improve the quality of life of prisoners who are new to prison and cannot acclimatize. She says let the witch eat it since she is not feeling well. The creatures in the queue are shocked. The prisoners shout to the cook that they also want cake. One of the girls said that yesterday everything was fine with the witch. The cook says that they have all been in this prison for 20 years. The witch leaves with the cake in her hand and the thought that they are all losers. Asin comes to the library. She asks if there are any new books. A girl with pink hair walked into the library. She answered the Necromancer faster than the librarian that she had already searched everything here. Shrugging her shoulders, she said that all the books here were just old. The guard climbed into her shelf. She said that a new book arrived today, which she had not yet had time to put on the shelf. The pink-haired girl said that this was the book she wanted. The Necromancer grabbed the book and ran forward. The girl screams for Asin to give her the book and that she is ready to wash her socks for her. The Necromancer turned around. She thought, what kind of book is this if she is ready to make such sacrifices for it? Looking inside, she realized that it was a book that had been secretly distributed among the prisoners, but she had never gotten her hands on it. A book called The Desire of a Beast of Prey, which talks about different types of exotic animals. After reading a little, Asin was shocked. She imagined the pumped-up anthropomorphic animals that were described there. The tentacled creature in its cage holds onto the bars. The short girl approached her cell. She had green hair and eyes and was wearing a striped t-shirt and short green shorts. She greeted the creature and introduced herself as Jalala. She was the translator sent by the warden. The creature said something in its own language. She said that she understood her because forest elves are good at reading other people's emotions. Language is a carrier of emotions, so it is not difficult for her to understand. The creature suddenly released its tentacles and grabbed the elf. She began to hug the elf, which made her shocked. She said she understood her concern, but she would like to be released because the creature is sticky. The shower is foaming. The succubus stands underwater. The shadows of two girls fall on her. In the back they say she's risky enough to shower alone. The pirate and the horse thief look at the succubus. There is a bag of money on the shelf nearby. They think she has money for them. They say that it would be better for her to give them this money and not take them out to fight. They are scared by a voice from behind. Behind are two silhouettes who say that this money is not for them. Turning around, they saw the tigress Philip, who was flexing her fists, and the dragon Camilla, who asked how much they needed it. The succubus laughs maliciously. She remembered how, after helping the Lord, she caught his hand and said that since she helped get into Veronica's subconscious, then Aiden should help her in return, unless, of course, he used her. Aiden asked if she didn't say she was helping him out of a sense of duty. She smiled and said that she did not promise him help. In her opinion, the Lord hardly has time to deal with her offenders, who remained unpunished. She asks the Lord to leave them to her. Standing near the exit from the cage, he paused and then asked her not to overdo it. Turning to the offenders, the succubus made a malicious face. She asked her mercenaries to beat the pirate and the horse thief to death if they could do it. They turned pale with fear and simultaneously began to apologize to the succubus. Laughter can be heard from the prison windows. The girls keep apologizing. The succubus sarcastically asks if they thought she was that weak. She said that today there will be a lesson for them. After these words, she begins to laugh ominously. Anthony is sitting at his desk in his office. The butler approaches him and asks if he really wants to do this. He wants to object, but Anthony, looking at the photo of his son on a horse, says that he should go to the Queen of the Ants and tell her that her precious daughter is in Rosa prison. The butler, in fear, asks if this is the queen who likes to experiment on people. Anthony turns to the butler and says with a sinister look that's right, he's going to make Aiden pay for everything. Green butterflies fly through the forest. Jalala stands in front of a statue. She talks about herself. Jalala Forest Elf. A slender elf in green clothes and white hair holds a beautiful bow in her hands. She jumps and aims forward. Jalala speaks of wisdom, tallness, elegance, and quick mortality, and all this has nothing to do with her. Little Jalala, looking more like a child, walks forward along the prison corridor. She says it's obvious because she has a pretty appearance. Jalala remembers how she accidentally fell asleep while there was a huge fire around her house. She says her business selling illegal substances unfortunately suffered losses. They brought Jill, holding him by the ponytail at the back of his head. Aiden was surprised. She ended up in Rosa prison for her business, but she's having a good time here. Deputy Aiden asks if she is busy. She says yes. The deputy asks her to be careful not to fall. The prison guards carefully monitor all prisoners except herself. Everyone loves her, something that every prisoner cannot boast of. The elf is confused. The prisoners shout after her that she is a cute carrot. Some people don't understand how her ability to read emotions relates to the fact that she is a translator. Her so-called popularity has similar disadvantages. The prisoners don't understand her, and in principle they do not understand how forest elves work. The elf approaches the water creature's chamber. She addresses him as 13 and asks what his wishes are today. The creature says something in its own language. Jalala realizes that it cannot go to the toilet. Such creatures pose a great danger as they speak a language incomprehensible to others. 13 holds his hand on his stomach. It is embarrassed. She imagines a big explosion happening on the planet. Constipation, riots, massacres, and all this can cause the destruction of the world. The elf plunged into her fantasies, in which wings appeared, and she folded her hands on her chest. Aiden approached her asking if she was finished. The elf was frightened by Aiden's unnoticed appearance. She was shocked and asked what was wrong. He calmly says that he wanted to send her to another of the prisoners, although he is not very sure that it is worth it. Jalala said that this was nothing for her and Lord Aiden need not worry. She is confident in her professional skills. She widened her eyes and the shadow from the bars fell on her. The supervisor asks how this job is for her. The elf was taken aback. From the wood elf's point of view, many things in the world have emotions. Even mountains, rivers, and skeletons that have lived a hard life. But Vanessa, who was sitting quietly, had none, not a single one. The elf strained to read at least some emotions, but in the end she was left wondering whether this girl was even alive. The elf looks up to Aiden and explains to him that Vanessa is like a piece of flesh that only eats and digests food. She has no emotions, no thoughts. If you try to describe her, then you should rather say that this is a girl as an object and not as something animate. Aiden said sadly that it looked like it would take him longer. While Aiden was opening the cage with the key, the elf noticed that his finger was wrapped. She asked what happened to his hand. Having opened the door, he turned to the girl and said that it was an accidental scratch, nothing to worry about. Aiden sits down on the chair opposite the girl. Opening the book, he says that today's lesson will begin now. They will talk about the fairy tale Cinderella. The elf does not understand why he is studying with her. Does he really want to make her an ordinary child? She thought it would be easier to teach a bear to ride a bicycle than this. The hooded man offers a potion. He holds test tubes in his hands. These are freshly prepared potions. They will help for whitening, anti-wrinkle, hair growth, aphrodisiacs. The merchant is at a loss. The butler appears in front of him. He asks what the man is looking for. The butler lets him into the room. Standing behind the merchant, the butler says he knows how to help her get her daughter back from prison. Turning to him, she asks that they wanted to help her escape. Turning back, the butler says that no, they can't do that, but they can arrange for her to be imprisoned by Rose, and then she can get her daughter out on her own. The merchant angrily took hold of the test tubes and angrily asked that he wanted to put her in prison. Was he tired of living? Another man comes into the room and says that she needs to understand him correctly. Anthony explains that of course they have a plan to keep her from getting hurt. Turning to Anthony, the merchant replied that she remembered him. Lord Aiden sued him. The man said that he should not introduce himself then, and Aiden is their common enemy. He gives her a confidential document that describes the layout of Rosa Prison and the patrol route. While the merchant is getting acquainted with the document, Anthony tells a plan in which, before going to prison, they need to familiarize themselves with this document, and that before the magic circle, they will try to weaken its effect. Prison guards will be weakened and their numbers will be reduced. Hands reach out from behind bars. He continues to say that his agents, who are in prison, will help pull everything off. She, in the guise of a queen ant, will simply act as an intermediary. He asks if she is interested in the further course of action. The merchant puts the sheets of paper on the table and, laughing, tells them to go ahead. She is sure that a simple official like her cannot implement this on her own. There is definitely someone of higher status behind him. Anthony says not to worry about it. He wants Aiden to just die, so he offers her a job together. The merchant opens a bottle of potion. While Anthony and his butler watch, she downs the bottle in one gulp. She begins to shake, and the merchant sits down on her knee. She rises above the ground and transforms with magic. She lifts the hem of her dress and turns into a beautiful young girl with black hair, purple eyes, and a long dress with heels. She says that the prison base should use her under the name Mary and make it a crime for her to sell contraband. The men clap for her transformation. Evans, sitting in his cell, reading a book. It says that she should wait a little, and soon her mother will come to save her. The deputy warden says thank you to the cook outside for the sandwich. She picks up the triangular sandwich and takes a bite. On the street, shadows fall at her feet. Men run past the girl. She blows on the sandwich and thinks something is wrong. As she was leaving, a group of men began to follow her. Someone with red glowing eyes is watching her from the corner. She thinks it's brave to do something like this in the middle of the day. Someone is running towards the girl. She mechanically takes up her revolver. The man kneels down. The girl points the revolver at him. He stands in front of her with flowers on his knees. A plump man with a mustache smiles. He holds flowers in front of him and asks her to marry him. She choked on her sandwich and said she was already married. The man is shocked. He runs away from her, throwing flowers. The girl is perplexed, and the men behind say that this is a great pity. As he ran away, the man screamed that his heart was broken and he could never love anyone again. There is a newspaper on the table with the headline Aiden's Retribution. The title says Flowers and Roses. Standing before Lord Aiden, the deputy says that this photo was taken when the Lord arrested the commission's son. One of the journalists witnessed this. She explains that he wrote an article about the grove and sent it to the newspaper. Now it is the most discussed topic. The girl blushed. She says that in addition to confirming his professional qualities as a prison guard, the article also speaks about the physical fitness of the prison guards. It describes how the article looks visually. The guards are described as the ideal embodiment of the Valkyries, every man's dream. The girl turned completely red from embarrassment. After reading the article, Aiden comes to the conclusion that it attracts men to read, and this is not a bad thing at all. Looking through the papers on the table, Aiden explains that he meant that most employees are lonely due to the nature of their work and it is not easy for them to find a spouse. They can use this article and find a partner they like. There's a knock on the door. A security guard comes into the office with a large envelope. Aiden is holding a book with a daisy on the cover. He reads what it says about the Imperial Women's Prison Calendula. Sitting at the table in front of the girls, the Lord says that this is an employment contract, and he understood that the security guard wants to transfer there. She said he got it right. Aiden opens his desk locker and says that he understands that there are more prospects there compared to the Silver City. Then he decided to begin the dismissal procedure. The guard thanked him. The doctor runs into the door without knocking. He shows the letter in his hands and says that he received a letter from the medical institute. Lord Aiden is confused. He doesn't understand why everyone decided to resign. Night over the city, a hooded man stands next to the wall. In the cells, the girls do not understand why there is so little security. They scream that they are underestimated. The remaining two guards demand that they shut up. Aiden and his deputy are in disbelief in the office. A whole crowd of guards and doctors lined up around the warden's desk. He asks if they have all been contacted. One security guard said that a businessman wants her to become his personal security. The second says she was hired as an honor guard. The line of people stretches far beyond Aiden's office door. People shout different things. Some are wondering how much longer they have to wait, some are asking to be quick, and others are saying that this is their last day here and they are incredibly excited. The guards whisper to each other. Some say that they were taken to a fashionable restaurant. For some, the employer clearly looked at them. The deputy thinks this is not good and how could this happen? She looks at the crowd with confusion. With so many resignations, unrest in the prison will be inevitable. She shouts to her colleagues to attract the attention of the guards and doctors. She emotionally argues that the sudden resignation of so many people could affect the normal functioning of the prison and asks them to work for another month so that they can find someone new to take their place. The security guards talk to each other. Everyone says that they cannot wait a month. Their employers ask for an answer as soon as possible. The indignant guards shout that they are tired of living in this isolation. Being with prisoners affects their psyche. Others shout that the food in this prison is disgusting, and compared to what their employers serve them, it is dog food. They are completely angry with the girl, shouting that she wants to leave them here when they are all one step away from a new, better life. They scream that Aiden may not sign their resignation letters and the most that will happen is non-payment of wages for this month. The girl, confused, asks them to calm down, not to get excited. Lord Aiden hits the table. He demands that everyone shut up. Lowering his head, he says that they are in a hurry like little children. Looking at them arrogantly, Aiden asks them to think about the honor of the uniform they wear. Each of them is responsible for millions of lives, and before leaving, they should complete all their current tasks. He believes that this is not much. The guards take off their helmets and throw them on the floor. Aiden is silent. He remembers the last time he saw Anthony on the street in the rain, and understands that revenge is the dismissal of the entire staff and an article in the newspaper. Then they left, and Anthony smiled after them. There are suits and weapons on the floor. The doors to the warden's office are open, and starting from the corridor, ammunition and weapons of the guards are lying on the floor. The tigress holds onto the bars and screams to be let out. It's time to open the doors and let everyone in for breakfast. The prisoners ask where the other guards are and what they are hiding from them. The guards beat the cages with sticks and demand that the prisoners shut up. They are not allowed to leave until Lord Aiden gives the order. The Lord looks at the open gate. Aiden and his deputy stand in front of a statue of a man holding a baby. Aiden says there's no point in waiting any longer. If the guards who left them yesterday have not yet returned, it means that they will not come. The girl says that she doesn't know what to do. They have a serious shortage of manpower, everyone is on edge, and if the prisoners find out, then a disaster will begin. A girl behind the gate overhears their conversation. Aiden realizes they are being listened to. The girl comes out from the corner, her face turns red, and she says that since they are looking for employees, she would like to apply. The deputy is surprised to see Veronica. She asks why the werewolf is not in the village. Veronica blushes with shame and, turning to the wall, begins to run her finger along it. The villagers told her to come back because she said she could learn a lot from Lord Aiden. Standing next to the gate, she is surprised that the prison is so empty today. She asks if she came on time. The guard runs out of the prison building. The Lord and the girl turn around. She shouts that the prisoners are about to start a riot. With so many guards, they won't be able to stop them. Snakes crawl out of the bars. Medusa Gorgon shouts that she feels that the guards have become less than 100 people and this is the best time to escape. The tigress, making a satisfied face, replies that there is 1 guard for every 10 creatures, very boldly. Another creature demands the immediate opening of the cells, and then, perhaps, the guards will remain alive. The red eyes of creatures glow from all sides. They laugh from everywhere. The guards watch this in fear. The elf is terrified. She feels red energy. Gulilla senses future tyranny, violence, murder, and a general atmosphere of rebellion. She hides under the bed, covering her ears with her hands. She didn't think things would turn out so unfairly for Lord Aiden. What is about to happen will be very unfair. The silhouette of Lord Aiden appears at the prison door. The guard approaches him and says in a panic that the prisoners are out of control. The succubus speaks to Aiden from her cell, asking her to protect her. She is scared. Her eyes widen in surprise when she sees the shadow of a werewolf standing next to Aiden. She runs up to the cage and, turning to the werewolf, screams for him to quickly return home because horror is happening here. Veronica pulls the security guard's suit over one arm. Once fully dressed, she fastens the belt around her waist. The warden asks who the instigator of the discontent is. The succubus is shocked and does not understand what is happening and why Veronica became a security guard. The guard lists the names of the culprits: Philip, Opie, and she wanted to say Tiga. The tigress smiles maliciously and sarcastically asks who came to her. She notices Veronica and wonders if everything is so bad that he recruits similar werewolves to serve as security. Veronica is silent. Deputy Aiden, turning to Veronica, says that since she is a new guard, she should gain authority now, otherwise it will be difficult to communicate with prisoners in the future. She turns her head to the girl and thinks a little. Raising her index finger up, she says that she demands to see the trio. Laughter begins to come from the cameras. The prisoners say that the previous guard threatened them with a weapon, and she threatened them with a finger. One of the prisoners, grinning, calls Veronica impudent and says that she will tear everyone apart with her own hands. The face of one of the prisoners ends up under Veronica's foot. She knocks the second one to the ground with a strong blow to the face, and the third one she grabs by the snakes on her head and hits the floor. The trio lies motionless at her feet. Turning to the other prisoners, she asks if anyone wants to taste her fist. Everyone falls silent, eyes widening in surprise. The guard standing next to Aiden is surprised how cleverly Veronica dealt with them, and that such a fragile girl has so much strength. Aiden explains that Veronica is an excellent student at the police academy. People at the academy aren't too fond of the creatures, and she constantly had to prove her strength in order to score high. The security guard's personnel file states: name, Veronica, race, werewolf, age, 21 years old. Application for entry: I have little experience, but I would like to study with Lord Aiden. Experience: containing disaster-level monsters whose strength can be rated as arresting 2 cult leaders of rank B, participating in 140 mounted police missions with a 100% success rate. Defeating the bounty hunter. Catching robbers. I don't know if that counts. I have a lot of things, I won't write anything more. The succubus rejoices, standing in front of the bars, and says that her former cellmate is now under guard. She calls Veronica to drop by to talk to her, addressing her informally, and, blowing a kiss, asks him to take care of her. Veronica begins to feel embarrassed, but her new boss threatens her with her fist and tells her not to fall for the prisoner's tricks. Veronica agrees, confused, realizing that she is now a security guard. The man's hands begin to clap. An elderly man with glasses and a long mustache appears at the door. He says that he expected that even with a small staff, Lord Aiden would be able to run the prison. Aiden turns and says he didn't expect to see Treasurer Doug here. He asks why he came. Light comes through the window. The treasurer makes calculations and reports that, taking into account the fact that 90 guards are required, and with the deduction of the salaries of those who have been dismissed, the amount for the maintenance of Rose Prison will be reduced from 800,000 to 600,000 pounds. The deputy is surprised, because maintaining just one magic circle costs the prison 650 pounds. Side view of Rosa Prison. The voiceover explains that the cost of running Rose Prison is 800,000 pounds. The prison is visible from above. It is located under a large magical dome. Most of the funds are spent on maintaining a magical dome, which, if necessary, will cover the entire city to prevent prisoners from using magic if they escape. This magic circle requires a lot of energy and costs 650,000 a month to maintain. The vampire stands displeased, crossing her arms over her chest. In front of her is a sign with information about expenses for food and supplies for prisoners. The remaining 150,000 a month goes to other prison needs. The vampire indignantly says that she hopes she will not be forced to become a vegetarian. She needs fresh blood to live. Men are repairing a wall. Next to them is a sign with information about the repair of the prison. 55,000 a month is spent on silver and runes to repair the building. One of the workers says the others don't dare complain because he has to work overtime to fix the hole. Security stands opposite the cameras. Next to them is a table of costs for maintaining security. 15,000 a month is spent on salaries and uniforms for security. The problem with this situation is obvious. Deputy Aiden, putting on a calm face, says that even if all the guards quit, this money will not be enough for maintenance. Cutting the budget by 200,000 would be unwise. The treasurer raises his hand to calm the girl. He explains that they were misunderstood. The full amount is not required for the magic circle to operate at full power. He believes that with Lord Aiden, 450,000 less power will suffice. The girl is furious, and the treasurer is surprised. She shouts that the power cannot be reduced, otherwise the city may be in danger. He replies that he considers Lord Aiden's forces sufficient to reduce the budget by 200,000. She is extremely unhappy. The treasurer approaches the Lord's table and says that they have confidence in Lord Aiden and should contact him if they have questions. The girl turns to the Lord and asks what they should do now. Aiden makes a thoughtful face. He is scared, his head is empty, there are no thoughts. This is simply impossible, he thought. Aiden says that the girl has been temporarily promoted, and now she will manage all the affairs of the prison in his absence. The girl is surprised. Leaning his hand on the table, the Lord holds his head. He says he needs to figure out how to get through this time. The girl, dressed in a white uniform, enters the prison corridor. She takes the plunge, pulling the glove onto her hand. She wears long boots, a white suit and a white hat, and a pistol in a holster hangs on her belt. The guards are surprised. They haven't seen such a uniform for a long time. One of them says that this is the uniform of the deputy head of the prison. Adjusting her glove, Frenda says that she is now temporarily in charge of the prison while Lord Aiden is occupied with other matters. The pirate and horse thief, beaten, stand next to the bars, watching the guards. The pirate is surprised that Aiden is ready to transfer his power to someone else. The second girl replies that it seems to her that he decided to take his problems out on others and run away. Frenda looks at the prison cells. Prisoners are screaming from different sides of the hall. They laugh and say that the warden just ran away. They don't understand why security guards should work this job if they get paid pennies. The deputy turns to Aiden. She asks if they have any serious problems. Aiden, looking at her, says that all the changes that the prison has faced are not just coincidences. Frenda realizes in horror that the lack of guards, the weakening of the magic circle, and budget cuts are a real conspiracy against Rosa Prison. She believes that not only Mr. Anthony is involved in this. The security guards who arrived received the letters on the same day. In every region there is a group of people. The treasurer, who has not been to these parts for a long time, is distributing funding. Shadows of rich people in uniforms. The thought that they are facing someone much larger than Anthony frightens Friend. Frenda demands that the pirate and the horse thief be hit 20 times each. The guards agree, but at the same time show the middle finger and laugh. They sarcastically ask if she believes these blows will scare them. They say that as soon as they get out, they will take revenge on her for everything. Frenda gives the order to the ghost to hand over the baton to Veronica, who must carry out the order. Veronica did not expect this, but the guard handed her the baton. She asks if she will have to pay for it if she breaks it on the prisoners. The girls begin to scream, terrified at the thought that the werewolf will deliver the blows. 20 blows from her would be fatal to them. They shout that Aiden wasn't so cruel to them. Frenda says that no one cares that they might die in prison. It was time for them to understand this and not make mistakes in front of her if they did not want to answer for them in the future. The guards take the prisoners out into the corridor and demand that they leave. The girls resist and ask not to punish them in order to give them the opportunity to speak out. The warden, holding his hands in front of him, says that there are no doctors in the prison, so survival after punishment depends only on their luck. The club rises up. There is a wall of guards on both sides. Frenda stands in the center with 4 guards ahead of her, and Veronica begins to carry out the punishment. Frenda announces the transfer of personnel. She turns to Isabella, who, blushing slightly, acknowledges her presence. The warden says that she is appointing the girl as the head of the first sector from the 1st to the 100th cell. Looking at the upper floors of the cells, Frenda assigns guard Haley to be in charge of the second sector, starting with cell 101 and ending with cell 200. Haley responds. A girl with purple hair sits on her bunk, holding her hand to her chin, and thinks that the screams are very pitiful. She doesn't understand if Frenda is such a strict taskmaster. Approaching the bars, she turns around at a voice from behind. A woman's voice says that this is all on time because she was about to break the bars. She would like this to end quickly. A muscular girl with a scar on her nose and purple tattoos on her body sits on a prison couch with her arms crossed. Her hands are locked in huge shackles with symbols engraved on them. She says that the screams are already making her ears hurt. The witch extends her hand, and a hamster with beautiful eyes runs towards her. Looking at the rodent in her hand, the witch says that due to a lack of funding, Aiden will not be able to hold power here for long. She asks what the Necromancer thinks. Sitting on her bed and reading a book, the Necromancer, without looking up from her reading, asks why she needs an outside opinion if the witch decided to run away anyway. From another cell, she replies that they are almost neighbors and it would be awkward if Asina suddenly told Aiden about this. The witch replied that she did not need to worry about it. Taking her eyes off the book, she turned to the wall and said that a contract is a contract, and as soon as Aiden loses his power, she will come out, perhaps even faster than the witch herself. The creatures are standing in line. The girl with the bunny ears turns back. Frenda, with an angry face, shouts at her not to look or look back. Standing between two guards, she raises her hand and says that all prisoners will eat in groups of 10. The werewolf looks at Friend, standing in front of the girl, and embarrassedly says that she understood. Veronica, making a surprised face, thinks that she has enormous power. All prisoners are tied up. Someone approaches Veronica from behind. She is frightened by the unexpected appearance. The girl in the back says that Frenda is the person Aiden trusts the most. Veronica admires it because this is the superintendent. This was the first district superintendent, Isabella, a girl in clothes similar to Friend's uniform, but black, raises her hand and says that there is no need to address her so formally. To the guards, she's just Bella. She says that she did not expect Frenda to take the werewolf in, but now she is calmer. Veronica rubbed the back of her head and smiled. Sweetly, she asked to be taken care of and hopes that in the future she will become like Bella and help Lord Aiden. Veronica blushed. She is surprised by Bella's gaze. Veronica emotionally says that she hopes to help the Lord save the prison. Isabella's expression changed to one of tenderness. Patting Veronica on the shoulder, she said that they should go. Today's mission is to monitor food intake, and later they will be replaced. Veronica smiled and told her that everything was fine. Cart and the prisoners ride through the gates into the prison grounds. The head of the 2nd District Supervision, Haley, in the same uniform as Bella, asks why they brought new prisoners if they don't have enough hands on the ones they already hold. Standing opposite the guard, she studies the file of a new prisoner. She is surprised why she was brought here if she is a smuggler. Such prisoners are no longer sent here, and she will only take up space. The guard says that he cannot help because there is an official order for her transfer. The girl sits on a bench inside the cart. She smiles lonely. The cage door is open and a new prisoner enters, already dressed in a prison uniform. The girl from the bunk asks if it's new. She says yes. The girl closes the book, rises from the bed right in the blanket, and wrapping herself in it like a cloak, the succubus says that this is already her 8th stay in this prison. She says that the guards are her main love, and the guards are sisters who played with her from a young age. She approaches the new girl and, looking at her point blank, says that she should call her big sister, and then she can help her. The girl addresses her as her older sister. The succubus winked at her and smiled, promising to give her the clothes that needed to be washed later. The girl smiled ominously and agreed to do the laundry. Sunset over the prison fence. Someone sets fire to the curtains in the building. Standing opposite the window, the shadow of a man watches with a smile as the curtain burns. Veronica smells burning and says that a fire is starting. Turning around, they see a fire ahead. The guards run there, everyone runs towards the fire screaming. The guard standing next to Frenda shouts that this is a dormitory. The girls stand quietly. Frenda turns around sharply, and fear is visible on her face. The werewolf turns around behind her. Some creatures were freed. The girl with purple hair in her cell says that it seems like a passage has opened up. Huge creatures with wings, claws, and horns roar at the guard. Creatures are coming at the 2 guards. One of the guards says that they need to keep the line, otherwise the rest of the guards will also run away. Before she could finish speaking, the 2nd guard ran forward. The guards run away in fear. Frenda demands that they return immediately, but they shout that they do not want to die. The girl with purple hair, holding her chin, says that this was expected because Frenda has just assumed a new post and her authority is not yet sufficient. The girl watches the running guards at the bars. A girl in a black uniform shouts that the military needs to hurry up because a riot has broken out in the cafeteria. This is District 3 Superintendent Jenna. A tattooed girl lying on the next bed asks if the prison will collapse. The second girl, raising her index finger, replies that friends, small losses in this post will not have a global impact, and we need to wait for the instigator to appear. Evil creatures run roaring at the guards. The werewolf, squatting, protects friend and 2 guards. A cane hits the floor. Lord Aiden comes to them. The creatures retreat sharply at the sight of him. The Lord stands behind the guards and the creatures in front of them. He says good evening to them and addresses them all as ladies. The gate opens. The guards are surprised. 3 prisoners who staged a riot on the street are brought into the prison building. They are chained and kept under guard. Lord Aiden, under guard, looks at the prisoners. The elf, holding the bars, watches the Lord. He calmly asks if they can explain to him what happened. Leaning on his cane, the warden says he only took a moment to drink a cup of tea and think about why the prison guards decided to quit when the prisoners dared to attack the guards. One of the prisoners behind bars says that Aiden is no longer able to control the prison. She doesn't understand how much longer he's going to pretend, especially after the security has been relaxed. Aiden turns to the prisoner's cell and asks why she's so arrogant. She bared her teeth angrily. She didn't like this comparison and shouted that she would kill Aiden. The prisoner became completely embittered and began to shout to the Lord that he was a blonde psycho and that their fins would be enough for him to drown here. Lowering his head, he says that she seems confident enough in her words. He says that he will give them one chance. Making a circle with a knife in the box, Aiden thinks that holding 1,000 prisoners requires such a large number of guards that it is impossible to recruit them in a short time. The Lord holds a box with a sleeping smiley face in front of him. But if he recruits some of the inmate volunteers to act as prison guards, so to speak, he can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Aiden places 3 boxes with round holes on top. On the side of them are drawn sleeping, love and angry smileys. He thinks it's a risky move, but he has no choice anymore. In this situation, it's either hit or miss. Aiden, standing in front of the guards, says that over the next 3 days they will have to open all cells except for high-risk prisoners. They can move freely around the prison. This will be done to see how they behave. With a slightly scared face, Aiden says they will have a chance to escape, but he hopes they won't disappoint him. The guards behind him laugh and say that the warden seems very angry. The second one replies that they are unlucky and will be able to relax a little. One of the prisoners says that he generally stopped taking them seriously and relaxed. The gargoyle displeasedly replies that this is true and, probably, he is just pretending to be important, otherwise he would not have just released them. Tigress says that they will need to take his life as best they can and prepare for battle. Lord Aiden addresses Frenda and Veronica, standing near the bars. The new prisoner looks at what is happening and thinks that if something goes wrong there will be chaos and asks what Lord Aiden is up to. Turning to the squatting succubus, she addresses her as her sister and says that she wants to learn something from her. The succubus tells her to ask, but she herself thinks that the Lord looks bad and needs to ask him to come to her. Smiling maliciously, the new girl asks about a prisoner named Evans, also called the Reaper of Dirty Blood. The succubus turned around with a displeased face. The new girl made a surprised face. The succubus said that she meant something was wrong if the new girl was trying to find out about the other prisoners. She asks why she needs this information. Smiling widely and folding her hands in front of her, she says that she is just wondering, because this girl is the main killer about whom there are legends. The succubus turned away, and the new girl immediately smiled sarcastically. She said that she already thought that the new girl wanted to find herself a new mentor. The new girl replies that she never had such a thing in her mind. She will always be her little sister. The succubus says that in any case, nothing would have worked out for her. She brushed off the new girl, saying that a privileged prisoner like her had no need for ordinary people like her. The new girl opened her mouth in surprise and asked what a privileged prisoner meant. While the new girl was giving a massage to the succubus, she was reading her magazine. Raising her thumb, she said that this girl was the privileged among the privileged and was like Aiden's own daughter. He not only visits her every day, but also teaches her to read and write. The succubus added that she is not jealous since her relationship with Aiden is such that she is like a stepmother. Squinting angrily, she remembered stroking Evan's head, smiling sarcastically from under her hood, telling the girl that there were people who wanted to kill them and she needed to do it first. The girl agreed. A crowd of warriors looks at the girl and shouts that they want to kill her. Energy accumulates at the girl's fingertips. They run at her with weapons and screams. Evans covers his face with his hands. The bullets fall into her hands. She concentrates energy in her hands. Her mother considers her best creation. The girl disperses the air with her hands, and all the warriors fly away from her with force. They all light up. The warriors scream with pain in their eyes and body. The girl turns around and says that they are dead. With a furious look on her face, her mother says it was a great job and her daughter is the best. She laughs ominously. Skeletons that have not yet completely burned to ashes are burning around the girl. She thinks that the Lord is an unscrupulous thief for stealing her daughter. She thinks that the girl is hers and tightly squeezes the succubus's shoulder. The succubus brushes her off and shouts that she is in pain and that she seems to have decided to kill her. Making a guilty face, she apologized. She said that she had thought about it and that this would not happen again. Aiden, sitting across the table from Friend in his office, says that this is the first part of his plan and asks if she has any questions. Frenda, with a calm face, says that everything is clear to her and now she needs to concentrate on who is behind it. She says she will handle everything regarding tomorrow's plan. Lord Aiden's shadow says that tomorrow, when the prisoners are at lunch, they will have to meet in a secret place. Frenda opens the door. Veronica is standing behind her. The Lord walks along the corridor in the opposite direction from the girls. Frenda tells Veronica that the Lord asked her to give her something. She says he's a little embarrassed. Veronica replies that she is ready to complete any task. Frenda replies that this is not a task at all. She whispers in her ear that when Veronica transformed, she tore her pants. Turning around, Veronica saw a huge hole in her buttocks. She is shocked. Smiling maliciously, Frenda told her to get herself a new set. The jellyfish's chamber is opened and she is shocked. Leaning out of the cage, they ask in surprise whether they really opened the cages. She doesn't understand anything and thinks that this is not the only strange event. All the prisoners are shocked and look forward. Even the prison gates are open. They wonder what Aiden is up to and who will want to come out first. Open gate. A girl with green hair looks at the crowd and yells at them to hurry up. Smiling widely and holding a camera, she tells them to quickly run through the gates and they will finally be free. The trio of prisoners are talking. The lizard pushes the Gorgon on the shoulder, and the tigress holds her by the other. The lizard asks her to go first since she is the most fearless among them. Holding her hands folded on her chest, the Gorgon fearfully says that she is not entirely sure, to which the tigress responds in surprise that she used to be confident in herself. Two of the trio say that the Gorgon will go ahead and they will follow right behind her. The Gorgon makes a dissatisfied grin, remembering how the last time the Lord tied her body with her own snakes on her head and, putting his hand in her mouth, ironically asked if she wanted to bite again. And then he threw her into the heat from a cliff and said that if she held out until dawn, he would pull her out. The creature is pulled by the hair towards the gate. She screams that she doesn't want any more punishment from Aiden because her back still hurts. The lizard continues to pull her and shouts that she can't escape because she started this. The chicken screams at the top of her lungs. The girls turn to look at her. A crazy chicken is running around the yard. The cook, with a ladle in his hands, shouts that he needs to catch the chicken because this is their dinner. Isabella tries to catch the chicken but falls to the ground. The chicken breaks free and runs further. The prisoners point and shout that a chicken has passed through the gate. Isabella yells at her to stop. The chicken turned around outside the gate and crowed. The creatures are glad that the chicken has passed, which means they don't have to be afraid. The chicken falls into the magic circle. A second later, the circle explodes along with the chicken. The fried chicken falls to the ground. The prisoners ask in horror what it was. Isabella screams furiously that she did not set up this circle so that a chicken would step on it. The cook asks why there is such a dangerous thing right at the prison gates. Turning to her, Isabella, holding her neck with her hand, says that they have plenty of rabbits for free testing and she is helping Lord Aiden. Prison guard personnel file, name, Isabella, race, human, age, 26, position, superintendent of the 1st district. Admission application, I heard that there are many magic circles in Rose Prison created by real monsters. I want to learn how to make the same ones. Experience, Imperial Academy of Magic, best student of the Faculty of Magic Circles. The lizard points his finger at Isabella and asks how many circles she installed there. Isabella pulls her eye away and sticks out her tongue. She asks the prisoner to guess. The prisoner with wings walks forward. She grabs the elf with her claw, lifts her off the ground and says that since there is so much garbage in the prison, isn't it better to throw it out like bags of sand to break the circles? The elf screams for help. The succubus and the hare are scared. They ask you not to do this. The half-bird lowers its eyes. She is told to let the elf go. The tigress, holding her hands on her chest, says that there are not many circles here, which means you can just rush at them in a crowd and won't have to kill anyone. Holding the elf in front of her, she says that they are criminals. Swinging the elf, she shouts that they must show what will happen to Aiden's minions. They run up to the bird from both sides, deliver 2 blows to its legs and wings, causing it to drop the little elf. The bird squats in pain as the elf falls. Haley, holding her sword behind her back, says she's sorry, but the prisoners who don't want to escape can't be brought into this. Jenny, standing in the same position, replies that they should not forget that they are still in prison, and they should watch everything they say and do. Prison guard personnel file, name, Sword Sisters Haley and Jenny, race, human, age, 27 years old, position, level 2 and 3 superintendent. Job application, Our boss ordered us to help suppress criminals to avoid chaos in Rose Prison. Experience. Since the boss does not want to reveal his name, we can only say that we are good with a sword. The succubus holds the elf on her shoulder. A girl with red hair and a monocle raised her hand, smiling. This is the superintendent of District 4, Moe. She says prisoners who don't want to get involved can return to their cells, but those left in the prison's backyard will be treated like cannon fodder. The prisoners decide to go back. Regressed turns around and, with her hands folded on her chest, says that it is much cleaner now. She adds that they should discuss how to deal with Aiden. The voice tells them to behave. Regressed turns around in horror. Falling to her knees, she says that she did not expect to see Ms. Austin here. She says she wouldn't dare to be brave in front of her. A girl with white hair raised up stands among a crowd of prisoners and does not understand where she heard the name Austin. People in the crowd explain that she is the princess of House Malbus, ruler of the Beastmen. They say that it is not surprising that Philippa fell on her knees in front of her because this is her mistress. Philippa continues to kneel. Her mistress Austin Malbus, holding her hands in the air, smiles and asks her to stand up because this will not atone for the mistake. She could not defend the honor of her family and could not resist the weak. Pointing to the gate, Philippa happily says that she is willing to become cannon fodder so Austin can escape. Smiling maliciously, Austin replies that there is no need for this because she just came to have fun. This escape will inevitably start a war. A girl with white hair and symbols on her body, as well as a brown one with the same symbols, stand next to the new girl. The brown-haired woman says goodbye and advises to continue in the same spirit. The new girl turns to look at them and thinks that the symbols on their bodies indicate that they serve the ancient demons. The sign is a creature with 2 pairs of hands holding a hammer, an axe, and 2 swords crossed together. On his chest, 3 rays emanate from a central point. This is the symbol of the beastman Malbus. Nearby is a creature in the form of a deer with wings, on whose shoulder is a cross and a triangle is attached to it below. This is the evil creature of the Fufa magicians. A unicorn with a cross stamp on its chest represents the evil spirit deity Antis. The new girl remembers her teacher talking about families who receive blessings from ancient gods and demons, possessing powers beyond common sense. Each of them has the power to destroy an entire city. A huge hand with signs hangs over the city. She thinks it would be much easier for her if someone did it for her. The new girl turns around. The cook suggested that the good guys who don't want to run away should help in the kitchen. The creatures ask what exactly they need help with. Hitting her hand with a ladle, she says that they need help preparing the ingredients and desserts so that everyone will have time to try. She adds that some of the security quit because of the bad food, and that hurts her heart as a chef. 2 prisoners are talking about who will go. One of them decides to try, but the witch pushes her with her chest and shouts that she will go to the kitchen. The couple is shocked by such zeal. With her hands folded on her chest, the witch takes the pose of a sweet girl and says that she is an exemplary prisoner and, moreover, she has golden hands. And while she is in the kitchen, no one will interfere with the cook's cooking. The cook smiles and says it's great. The Necromancer is surprised at what a saint the witch is pretending to be. Holding a book, she says that the girls who are crying in the back came first, and she doesn't even want to hear about desserts. The witch angrily demands that she be silent. The deputy approached the Necromancer from behind and asked why she was there. The Necromancer replied that she could do something for her. The girl said that the librarian had quit and there was no one to replace him yet. If she wants, she can take this position and spend all her time in the reading room instead of sitting in the cell. Raising her hand up, she jumped up and shouted that this was great news. The witch, looking at her, said that she, too, was pretending to be a saint. The new girl said that the world is really small since she did not expect to meet this couple here. Not surprisingly, the witch is so depressed that she even started talking about her supposedly golden hands. She thinks she understands Aiden's plan. He placed his safest chess pieces in the most dangerous areas, which are the shadows of his guards and deputy. The uncertainty surrounding the gate makes prisoners afraid of acting rashly. A lonely gate with no one at it. Even though they let us go, they actually just expanded our cells. Judging by the map she received from Anthony, there are still loopholes in this prison. Prison map. At the main gate death there is Isabella, then a statue watched by the Sword Sisters. To the left of them is the reading room where Asina is located. In the center is a building with cameras. Below on the right is a dining room with Dolly and a sports ground. On the left is an abandoned area, which will not be a loophole. This is a large area. The magic circle and the current number of guards will not be able to protect. There is an empty wall with barbed wire. Her daughter is also one of the golden prisoners. With a mischievous smile, she thinks that maybe her daughter won't be there. Evan sits at the table with a toy hare. Aiden, sitting opposite, looks at her and says that class is over for today and they will see each other tomorrow. She said goodbye to him. Behind the Lord is a huge barrel. 2 prisoners run to him and shout that they smelled everything correctly. One of them, a masculine type, points her finger at a tattoo on her body and shouts that the warden has alcohol. She tells the boss to wait for her. Aiden looks at her and thinks he was able to catch her. Hitting the barrel, he says that she has a good scent and the security needed this barrel for overtime work. She's upset that it's for security. He points to an empty piece of land and says he's going to grow food for the cafeteria here, but he's afraid the prisoners will make a mess here and wants to hire guards, so they'll have to work overtime to deal with it. She enthusiastically says that she is ready to help. The girl asks if Aiden read her file. The prisoner was once the leader of the mercenaries. Looking at her, Aiden says that I think her name is Jinjia. Holding the barrel, she smiles and says that everything is right and why doesn't he leave this job to her if it doesn't matter who does the work, she's ready to do it for alcohol. She says that she needs money, but a barrel of good wine would be an excellent reward because she hasn't drunk it for a long time and really wants more wine. Aiden says he can save money this way and gives her a chance to prove herself. The prisoner smiles broadly and says that the land still needs to be cultivated, and this takes a very long time and requires a lot of workers. She is ready to do this for another barrel of wine, if of course he has it and if Aiden gives it to her. Smiling in response, he says that he will have enough wine to satisfy her, but time is short and the task is not easy. Aiden hinted that it is worth gathering more people in order to more easily deal with such a huge field of tasks. She will not be able to process such an area alone. Her friend understands what Lord Aiden needs. Rising from the chair, she understands from her face that she understood his plan. Jinjia turns to her friend and, holding a barrel of wine, asks what kind of charades these are. Looking doomedly at Aiden, the girl thinks that perhaps he wanted them to bring someone else, but then they would become a thorn in the side of the rioting prisoners. The new girl watches from the corner and realizes who is in front of her. A girl with a huge axe stands in front of many warriors. The newcomer realized that she was the unstoppable butcher, the producer of a dozen mercenaries who destroyed 1,000 vampire knights. Standing near the wall, the new girl puts her hand on Evan's head and says that Aiden is a brave man for deciding to bribe prisoners to fill the labor shortage. She tells Evans that she needs some time and now is not the time to wake her. The girl soullessly lowers her eyes. Her mom says they should wait for the right moment. She is about to leave, but turns to look at her mother. The new girl responds by talking about the moment when they will be able to kill. Rustle of trees. A guard guards the prisoner while she picks up a stone from the ground from behind. She lifts up her t-shirt, revealing a huge scar on the floor of her stomach. It opens and begins to look like a mouth with a spike in the center and teeth on the sides. She holds a stone next to that huge mouth. The guard turns to her and demands that the prisoner leave quickly because there is no one there yet. The prisoner tucks in her t-shirt and quickly moves towards the guard. Turning to the guard, she says with a wide smile that she needs one more thing. She asks if the guard has any prisoners in mind who could be suitable for her to do this. The guard replies that the bloody princess Ophelia might be suitable for her. She is in cell number 66 on the second floor of Rosa prison. The guard and the new girl are walking towards the prison building. The guard reveals that she tried to escape from prison last month, but failed and was seriously humiliated by Lord Aiden. The new girl can show sincerity towards her and then she will agree to become her accomplice. A clot of blood flies to the ground. Ophelia shouts that she is a bloody princess and, holding a jug of blood in her hand, says that you can't feed her pig's blood because she is from noble vampire blood. As she leaves, the guard turns around and says that she is lucky that she does not receive garlic juice every day as punishment for escaping. Squeezing the vessel, Ophelia shouts that stop talking nonsense and let the guard tell Aiden that he better not fall asleep at night. The hand holding the vessel began to glow. Ophelia dropped it and spilled blood. Holding her hand in pain, she screamed. Seeing the spilled blood, she became angry for ruining the dinner. Someone pressed on the vessel, and all the blood splashed out. The new girl, standing on the vessel, Ophelia, ironically says that she accidentally stepped on her garbage. In rage, the vampire released her fangs and made a grin. She grabbed the new girl by the neck and abruptly threw her to the ground. With red eyes burning with anger, she literally boiled and, turning to the new girl, asked how she dared an ordinary commoner to touch her bad, but still bloody dinner. She said that she herself would be his replacement. The new girl said that she didn't care because the curse that lay on her would kill her. Ophelia is perplexed. She asks how she knows this. A sting appears from the hole in the new girl's stomach, which rises sharply and pierces Ophelia's stomach with force. She yelps in pain. The new girl covers her mouth with her hand so that the vampire bites her in pain. She asks her to be quiet. The new girl's blood goes straight into the vampire's mouth. She tells Ophelia to bite her and the spell won't work. The blood entered the prisoner's body and she developed imaginary bloody wings. She realized that her strength was beginning to return to her. The new girl, looking at Ophelia, says that her ability is to remove seals from prisoners and invites Ophelia to join her. Legs standing next to a magic circle. The deputy keeps his arms crossed and thinks that since Bella made the ventilation system, it's no wonder it's so cold in here. She climbs the stairs to the door on the second floor and thinks the Lord said it was a secret place. She opens the door. He asks her to beware of traps. Standing next to the valves, she says she understands why he did it. Standing at a table with papers, he says that this is just a precautionary measure because prisoners are not so simple. Next to the grate that leads to the secret place, Aiden appears with a snake that uses its sense of smell. In the dining room, the Gargan sits at the table with a ladle and says that there is no one outside the window, although she thought that Lord Aiden would be watching them. The witch at the next table shows the mouse to the cook and asks her not to be afraid because it is her pet. Aiden, looking at the river that leads to the dining room, says that the prisoners have lowered their guard and therefore they can move on to the next step. He tells the deputy that he noticed 3 types of prisoners in rows. Monsters of various species sit at the dinner table and brutally eat food. This is a group of bloodthirsty people whose instincts do not allow them to be educated. He throws a piece of paper with the Banshee's signature into the box with an angry smiley face. Aiden says he calls this group the Rebels. Little Jalala carries 2 plates of food and bread stuffed into her pockets. The rest of the prisoners sit quietly at an empty table. Aiden puts this group in the second category, those who, for one reason or another, have to stay in Rosa prison. He throws a piece of paper with Jill's name into the box with the sleeping smiley. This group is classified as neutral. Jinjia covers her face with her hand in embarrassment, while her friend sits opposite another prisoner. Aiden puts them in the third group, those who were forced out here by the external environment and feel better here than behind the wall and behave well. He throws a piece of paper with Jinjia's name into the last box with a smiling emoji. These are model prisoners. Looking at the prisoners in the cafeteria, he says that the plan is to create a unified faction and find the boss. To do this, you need to pit especially dangerous prisoners from the red category against exemplary prisoners from the blue category. Ants crawl along a hill on the ground in front of the prison. Ophelia holds the blood clot in her hands and uses her power to transform it into a sword. The Gorgon looks in admiration at Ophelia, who is able to create a weapon from her blood and confirms that her seal was indeed broken. She asks them to help quickly so that she can regain her strength and then escape from here would be easier. Putting away the weapon, Ophelia asks not to worry since first her boss needs to create a special potion, and this takes time. The new girl approaches them and explains what kind of potion they need to obey her orders. Standing in front of a group of angry prisoners, she says that they should involve as many people as possible while she collects materials, and all this must be kept secret. The lizard asks who she is since they don't even know her name. Tigress, holding her hands on her chest, says that she knows her as a major smuggler. Lowering her head, the new girl says that she will show them something. Worms emerge from her feet, grow huge and reach out to the group of prisoners. The gargoyle screams in shock. New girl stretches her purple worms and she develops bases and claws on her hands. She amazes everyone with her appendage. The prisoners scream in fear and not understanding what she is doing. Her leeches fly off the prisoners' bodies, and her body below her stomach looks like the torso of an ant. She asks them to calm down and explains that this was done to be on the safe side. They could just buy the anti-parasitic potion as soon as they escaped from here. The Gorgon also has worms coming out of his hand. He says that if they do not follow her orders or reveal her identity, they will die. 2 prisoners talk about how the food in the canteen was good and they would like to eat like this every day. They are detained by a guard who demands that they stop. He points to the folder in his hands and says that they have been assigned to change cameras and they should go with the guard. The prisoners look up in bewilderment, where others are already changing cells. The others are told to come here and shown a new camera. The prisoners who are on the first floor do not understand what is happening. The guard enters the cell and says that this prisoner can be released. He demands that she come out and vacate the cell. The prisoner with the scar under her eye says there was a mistake and she had to sit here for another month. The deputy watches as the guard explains to the inmate that she is now on parole and if she is unhappy she can go to the warden, but the guard should not be delayed by these questions. The deputy thinks that the obedient prisoners have been resettled, and she wonders what is happening to Veronica. The lizard communicates with a hardened prisoner with green skin. The half-bird stands with the half-boar prisoner. Others in the evil crowd wonder if they really have a secret weapon that will help them escape. Half-boar says she understands and will follow orders. The guard addresses the crowd and demands to return to the cells because it is already late. Half-bird asks why they have to go back when they have 3 days. Veronica says that the guards need to rest and it's better to go without any trouble. The tigress extends her claws and demands that everyone go to their cells and not argue with the guards. All prisoners calmly move forward. Veronica talks with the deputy. She says that everyone has returned and, in her opinion, the process is going smoothly. The deputy asks if even the rioters listen, which surprises her, but she still needs to remain vigilant. The half-boar holds onto the bars of the cell and screams why her cell is occupied by someone else. Others are also noticing changes. She asks what does this mean and where should they sleep then? The Sword Sisters come with a bunch of guards. They ask what the fuss is about and explain that because of their behavior it was decided to change the cameras. The guards, standing opposite the monsters, demand that they retreat and occupy the free cells. Half-Bird makes an angry face and asks why she should obey these orders. The Gorgon says that this is, on the contrary, good. Everyone turns to her. She explains that this will allow them to talk and attract more people. Ophelia asks to be quiet. Tigress, putting on a kind face, says that she will immediately go to her cell and everyone should follow her. The new girl holds onto the bars while the succubus reads a magazine. She thinks why Aiden gathered the rebels in one place and what he sees as the benefit. Her eyes widen when she realizes that she remembered the special camera. She points her finger at the camera, which is painted black, and asks why this camera is painted over like that. Anthony turns to her and says that this is a place for the most dangerous prisoners in the prison, but he thinks it's just a bunch of crazy people who don't listen to anyone. This room is specially soundproofed so that they cannot be heard. Cell 804. Behind the door, a prisoner on a chain tied to her neck scratches with her claws. Lizard asks if she wants to join them. The prisoner does not hear her and does not understand what is being offered to her. Others say loud talking can attract security. Another asks why they weren't told earlier because they had already shouted out secrets here. The half-bird screams in her cell. She holds her head and says that she wants to sleep peacefully, but maybe because of these screams from different sides of the prison. The new girl remembers the location of the special cameras and realizes that Aiden just wants to make fun of her. She thought he was going to do something serious, but he was just stalling for time. She hears from the neighboring cells that if they are always fed so well, then they are ready to live here forever. The answer comes from another cell that they are offended every time they go out, and it is better to be here. This sector does not understand why they should try to escape if they are protected here and do not suffer from hunger, unlike those outside the walls. The new girl is shocked that she understood. She thought that everything was so simple and there were many like-minded people here. The deputy, standing nearby, tells the werewolf that this is Aiden's order. On the first floors of this model there are prisoners with exemplary behavior. Those sitting here don't understand why disturb the peace and let them leave themselves, because the conditions outside are terrible. There they are without food, in constant fear, like all the other people who are outside the walls of the Rosa prison. Sitting here, they find like-minded people nearby. Below are the neutral groups. Some people don't like their stay, but they don't express their displeasure too loudly. Only sometimes they are indignant about the prison conditions, the actions of the guards or something similar that does not significantly change their way of life here. The third level is the rebels. They are constantly unhappy, and now someone is demanding that the guards be changed. They constantly do not like the maintenance and work of the security guards. And most of all, of course, they hate Lord Aiden. And right before the eyes of the deputy and Veronica is the central chamber, in which there are prisoners specially chosen by the Lord, the crafty advisor Aya and her friend, the mercenary commander Jinjia. The deputy turns to the central chamber and asks if Jinjia has started looking for volunteers for outdoor activities. Jinjia replies that Aiden is expecting a list from her for his office. She and Aya talk while standing next to each other, and Jinjia says that she is now Aiden's lackey and must look for volunteers to work. Jinjia says this was expected from the Warden. When she was about to drag a huge barrel of wine in order to drink it quickly, Aya pointed her finger at her and told her that Aiden was looking for cannon fodder since the rebels are very strong and for safety they should be careful. Jinjia asks if she should refuse the Lord's assignments. Aya says she should wait as the situation has changed. While looking around the prison, she notices that the prisoners were seated in a special way. The giant Julie sitting next to her says that she smelled alcohol on Jinjia. She asks where she managed to get alcohol. Around them are either people with minor sentences or those they are looking for who are free. Master will be separated. Mandy approaches them about working outdoors. She playfully says that she hopes there will be handsome guys there. Aya says that everyone in these cells calls this place their home and has no intention of escaping. Prisoners from neighboring cells ask what is going on with Aiden. They say that they have lived in this prison for a long time and have every right to know all the local gossip and stories. Aya thinks there are about 200 quiet prisoners, maybe more, which means Aiden doesn't want them looking for someone to be cannon fodder. Aiden smiles. He selects candidates based on his benefits. 2 mugs of alcohol clink glasses. Below them are prisoners engaged in farming. Alcohol drips from the mugs, creating waves on the water. Shadows of prisoners. In the center, Jinjia sits on a chair and a prisoner stands near her knees. To her right, another prisoner is holding a tray with a lid. Aya realizes that Aiden is gathering strength that will help him resist the rioters. She says that Aiden studied the matter and realized that the two of them, or rather the mercenary captain, would be the best candidates for the role of the chosen bosses. Jinjia looks at her friend in disbelief and says that although the bosses sound good, they will still be Aiden's lackeys. She asks if Aya remembers how their team was destroyed and that all her warriors were killed, and she and Aya were the only ones left alive on the battlefield. She adds that owners always get rid of their dogs as soon as they are no longer needed. Aya, rubbing her head, says that she knows this, but now everything is different. Firstly, the forces are approximately equal and the boss is on their side, which allows them to attack. Secondly, the goal of the rebels is to escape from prison, so they will not deliberately fight with them and can simply let them go. Jinjia looks down at Aya. Aya explains that the benefit in this situation is obvious, and if they can convince the others, everything will work out. She asks Jinjia if she wants to be called boss. Jinjia closes his eyes and sighs resignedly. Raising her hands, she shouts that she can offer them a drink since she got a job and needs help. Someone from the outside asks to take it. The succubus runs towards the cage, her eyes light up, and she screams not to be forgotten and to be taken too. The new girl thinks that Aiden has decided to change the local way of life, but she believes that this is acceptable since a small indulgence is nothing compared to the opportunity to escape. She looks forward and thinks that if she can win the attention of the main figures in the prison, then they will all turn into trash. In the cell she is looking at is a witch. The new girl thinks that the potion and many like-minded people will force Dolly to join them. The witch hits the girl in the face and she falls to the ground. Standing over her, the witch arrogantly says that she will no longer be her mentor since she is vile, and from today on she will be excluded from the community of witches, the coven. The new girl is crying while sitting on the ground. She says she used slum beggars for her experiments and no one would know about it. Looking down at her, the witch angrily says that the girl has not repented of her action, which means she has no chance of salvation and the Lamia will soon come here. A creature with a tail, green hair and 2 pairs of arms crawls forward. It screams that the new girl is a pathetic scoundrel. Sitting on the ground in front of the witch, the new girl tries to justify to the Lamia that she is not guilty. She grabs a broom that was lying very close to her, jumps on it and flies away in the opposite direction from the monster. But a creature with a huge mouth and teeth shouts after her that she shouldn't run away because she will catch up with her anyway. It opens its huge mouth and releases giant green wave rays. The witch falls from the blows of the rays and screams in horror as she falls down. Dolly looks ahead and thinks that she fell straight into the forbidden zone. A girl falls from the sky to the ground next to a statue of a girl with 2 faces wrapped in red thread. The new girl finishes her education and thinks that her teacher will not only be surprised that she survived, but will also be amazed at her knowledge of the secret divine technique. She was also able to create Evans. Standing in front of the cell bars and holding her hand on her stomach, she thinks that the 7 greatest witches will bow before her. Behind the new girl and the succubus, a white mouse crawls out from under a rag, having overheard their conversation. Aiden opens the box, wrapped with 2 fingers. Sitting at the table, Aiden says that these are her personal belongings that were confiscated from her when she went to Rosa prison. He congratulates bounty hunter Carol on her release today. A girl with a cross scar under her eye and blue hair looks straight into Aiden's eyes with bewilderment and asks with interest why he treats her so well. The prisoner sits in front of the warden with her head bowed. Certificate of exemption, name, Carl, gender, female, race, human. Sentenced to 1 year in prison for assaulting a security guard while drunk. Released due to expiration of sentence. Aiden asks her to control herself next time and not isolate herself anymore. Raising her head, the blue-haired girl, opening her mouth, asked in surprise whether she was really being released. All the prisoners told her that she would have to pay for such an offense. She slaps the Lord in the face in rage. He said that he didn't like punts, for which the girl shouted at him to die. Her crime was attacking a guard who was laughing at her bust. The former prisoner changed into her hunter's clothes and, standing at the door, turned to the Lord. She told him that this year she had only seen executions and that no one had ever been released early. She assumes that he wants something from the girl in exchange for shortening her sentence. A man's hand places several gold coins on the table. He asks to tell him more about the profession of a bounty hunter. Prison buildings. The new girl walks through the dining room. The voices of sitting girls can be heard from different sides of the dining room. One of them asks the other if she said her name is Kinjia. Another replied that, of course, she already feels good here, and if she also has a chance to drink, then this place is heaven. The new girl makes a malicious expression on her face. She says that the girls have not seen each other for a long time. The witch is sitting at the table, stirring the stew with a spoon. The new girl, holding a tray of food in front of her, addressed her as Mrs. Dolly to attract attention. Looking up at the new girl, the witch smiled. She apologized to her for not recognizing her right away. She heard that the new girl has been busy with motherly duties for several years now, and therefore everything is in worries. Embittered, the girl answered the witch that it was enough to say such things, because if she really knew about her daughter, then she should understand the purpose of the new girl's stay here. She said that she was ready to help her, like teaching her teacher. Dolly smiles broadly at her. She explains that she feels pretty good here and is much cleaner than in the coven. Therefore, she does not understand why the new girl decided that it was bad for the witch here. The girls sit across from each other at the dining room table with their arms crossed. The new girl asks the witch that having a good time means being the warden's lapdog. She says that she doesn't understand why Dolly is so lenient towards him, but she would like to point out that he didn't give her the fat job at all. The witch raised her finger and touched the bottom of her witch hat. She told the new girl that she was quite observant. She told her that she knew about Dolly's caution and distrust of anyone. Leaning on her hand, the witch, sitting at the table, watches a huge purple tentacle. The new girl said that she wanted to prove her sincerity and wanted to show it to her. The warden, smiling broadly, looks forward. He is glad to see such a large number of prisoners who have expressed a desire to be volunteers, because 202 prisoners are quite enough for his purpose. A moonshine still with potatoes, which is located against the backdrop of shadows cultivating the ground. The man tells the prisoners a plan, the essence of which is to prepare a plot for growing potatoes. He claims that they will not only be able to supply the canteen with them, but will also learn to distill alcohol from it, and thus, having this knowledge, the prisoners will be able to earn a living and will be able to find something to do after release. Kinjia smiles widely and points her finger forward, her advisor standing behind her with a tense face. The girl enthusiastically says that alcohol is a great idea, and he shouldn't worry because she will keep everything under control. The warden, against the backdrop of shelves with books, puts a piece of paper on the table. He replies that there is a small problem. He says that no one is going to buy the seeds. The prisoners made surprised faces. They stood in bewilderment. The warden said that buying the seeds fell on their shoulders. He demanded that they leave the prison, buy the seeds, and return. Standing opposite the Lord, who was at his desk in the office, the advisor does not understand how she can leave prison so calmly. Kinjia asks the man if he is afraid that they will run away. Closing his eyes, he smiled widely at them and said that he trusted the girls. The guard knocked on the open door. Near her could be seen the sticking hair of a short elf. The man said that he found them an assistant. The guard reported that an elf prisoner had arrived. The overseer explained that the elves were knowledgeable about plants and she would help them choose the right potatoes to plant. The inscription on the sign, "Labor prisoners of the Rosa prison. Approaching is strictly prohibited." A group of 5 shocked and shackled prisoners stare forward, all of them with their mouths open in surprise. Turning to them, Bella smiled and said that they should return quickly, because otherwise the magic circle could cripple them. Shadow creatures look down on the city from above. They are amazed that they were calmly released. They think that they are in a dream and this moment is unreal. The sting is located above the affected egg. The new girl reveals that this is the secret art of prosperity that she learned in the Forbidden Zone. A chick hatches from an egg. He breaks the shell with force, and at that very second it becomes feathered and becomes an adult chicken. The girl says that whatever she touches, it immediately begins to grow with extraordinary force. View of the diagram of the magic circle. She explains that if she uses this technique on a magic circle, it will begin to suffer structural damage due to its expansion. An enchanted tree with limbs, faces on the trunk holds a purple potion in a test tube. The prisoner continues to say that her potion has been tested and its effect is guaranteed. This is a magic potion that is very popular on the black market, her test product. The chicken is struck by the sting of the new girl's tentacle. She says she knows about the contract with the Lord. The creature screams while standing on a huge magic circle. She knows that as soon as the witch breaks the contract, this power will kill her, but her technique can solve this problem. The new girl looks at the stricken chicken, which has a tumor on its side, and it screams in pain. She explains that when the object on which the potion was used reaches its critical growth point, it will split. A clone of a chicken emerges from a tumor on a chicken. The new girl smiles sarcastically and shows her 2 chickens with different colors. She claimed that the witch would have a new body, which would help her resist the curse. She asks if Mrs. Dolly is happy with this outcome. The witch smiles maliciously, and for the sake of the relationship between teacher and student, she demands that the new girl leave the dining room, and then she will pretend that she did not see or hear this. The girl is shocked by this reaction from Dolly. The prisoner begins to laugh ominously. She says that there is no friendship between a teacher and a student. Putting on a wide, sinister smile, the new girl, looking straight at the witch, says that the best solution would be to accept her offer. But she realized that the witch's plan is to wait until the rebels start fighting the Lord, and then they will simply kill each other. Biting her finger, the witch smiles and says that the student was not so rude and smart before. She laughs back and says that in the Forbidden Zone where she ended up, she cannot survive with just her mind. Shadows of creatures appear in the doorway of the dining room, and those sitting inside turn around in alarm. The rebel creatures enter the dining hall. One of them hits the nearest prisoner in the face. Prisoners fight with each other. Flying shouts to the rioters to get rid of the warden's minions. She asks if they are as proud of themselves as they were yesterday behind bars. The diligent hostages ask if the witch should help them and beg to call the warden to help them. The new girl is still sitting opposite the witch, with the destruction happening behind her. She smiles mischievously and asks the witch to join them. She has a choice, not to create problems for them and give up her chance to escape, or sit and enjoy the show, and then she will take the witch to him. Peaceful prisoners walk shyly through the city. Frightened people turn to look at them. A man passing by is surprised that there are labor prisoners in Rosa prison. Kinjia tells the man on the right not to stare at her. The huntress stands in front of the window, in which one can see the labor prisoners who had not yet left the gate. She turns her head towards Aiden and says that the names of the employer and the object of surveillance are known, but she does not know what the task is. A day ago, Aiden gave the ex-prisoner a bail envelope and asked her to keep an eye on someone. Looking forward with a calm face, the Lord says that if someone suddenly tries to escape, a crowd of armed hunters stands in front of the warden and the girl. He continues his words and says that they should die on the spot. The hunters shout what will be done. Slums with bad-looking buildings, where crippled and poorly dressed people live, standing on the street, looking ahead. A group of prisoners follows the elf. The advisor turns to her and asks if she is sure that they are going the right way, because they ended up in the slums, and is it possible to buy potatoes here? She convinced them that her instincts never failed. View of the slums from above. Shadows of prisoners, some of whom say they are going too far and seem to be getting more lost by the minute. Their collars are starting to lose their strength. They notice that the seal on their necks is losing its power. They realize that they are beginning to leave the magic circle. The advisor is trying to understand what is happening. The elf is holding a sign on her chest. Turning to them, she throws her to the ground and says that she doesn't understand. They are pretending to be stupid, or they really are, because it's better to get away and plan an escape plan. The group shouts to her in unison what she is up to. The girl asks the warden if he really decided that the elf would want to escape. Sitting at the table, the Lord writes something on sheets of paper and explains that he asked her to keep an eye on Evans for several days in a row, but she did not come. Turning to the deputy, she said that if she were a child, this would be understandable, but the elf is 170 years old, and she is more experienced than most in prison. Bending down, she made a furious grin and angrily asked if they understood her fate. She recalls how she sits under the bench in horror, covering her ears. She shouts to the girl that she is in constant fear. She remembers the half-bird and other creatures that constantly bully her. The elf says that her life there in prison is a constant fear of being killed. Looking up at the crowd, she points her finger at them and shouts that it is not for them, huge and strong, to judge her, because they are constantly trying to bully someone of her size and strength. Jalala shows a 10 gold coin on her hand and a briefcase with a sales contract. She screams at them that she doesn't want this kind of life anymore and invites them to use this coin that the warden gave them to escape. She demands an answer from them. The seductress looks at her and says that now is really the right time, because the seal on the collars has weakened, and the boundaries of the magic circle will soon be crossed by them, and she has a lot of lovers who could shelter them. Map with a shot-through route after the Silver City, in which they are located, the Witch Forest, and beyond it the Jista's Empire. The girl explains that to get there they need to go through the Witch's Forest. Looking at Kinjia, she says that she has many ill-wishers in the forest, so she will not go there without strong prisoners. She answered her that she was not going to run away, and what was she even talking about? The girl hugs the prisoner and tries to flirt with her. Holding her face, she says that if she agrees to go with her, they can have dinner later. Kinjia grinned and said not to touch her. The advisor watching this raised her hands and demanded that they shut up, because there are a lot of strange things here. Spreading her hands, she shouts that obviously the Lord could have hired workers for the campaign, but he also sent them and allowed them to get to the edge of the magic circle. He would not have acted so unreasonably. Turning around, she shouted to the elf to think if she had noticed anything strange along the way. After picking up the sign from the ground, Jalala felt the negative aura of several people. Starting to sob, she said that she was sorry the elf made the wrong choice and took the wrong path. Her legs are shaking with fear, and she nervously says that she needs to go get some potatoes. The advisor looked around anxiously. There were shadows of people everywhere spying on them. She thought that obviously it was all a trap, and the warden gave them a false sense of freedom in their hands. Hunters with hidden faces hide near the windows of buildings overlooking the prisoners standing on the street. The girl continued her thought by saying that he instantly destroyed this freedom given to him. Hunters on the roof are preparing a crossbow for attack. The former prisoner, lying on the roof of the building, holds her finger to her mouth and asks the other hunters to be quiet. The advisor thinks that she can no longer guess the situation. A huge number of armed soldiers lie on the slope of the roof to camouflage them on the other side from the prisoners. The elf is terrified, the girl is sobbing, and her whole body is shaking. She feels the enormous power of the negative aura around her. In hysterics, she shouts at them to quickly go get the potatoes and not keep the Lord waiting. Sitting at his desk, the warden smiles widely. He says that if you want to tame wolves and make them into loyal dogs, then you must first give them love, but without showing weakness, because sooner or later they will try to bite back, so before teaching loyalty, you need to give him affection. Holding a book in his hands, Evans looks at the Lord and asks if Little Red Riding Hood can tame the wolf and make him her dog so that he, in turn, does not eat his grandmother. Continuing the dialogue, he says with a calm face that everything depends on the actions of the people themselves and there is nothing absolute in this world. He asks her opinion about it. The girl thought in surprise. She imagined her mother with a huge toothy mouth on her stomach, standing like a large figure above her, lightning striking from behind and her mother's tentacles branching everywhere, and Evans herself consisting of a clot of her body. Liquid rolls down from her hands. An alarming knock comes into the office, and the warden, Evans, and the deputy turn to the door. The girl shouts that there is a riot in the dining room. She is surprised why the witch, being there, does not stop them. Aiden holds his head. He tries to understand what is happening. He thinks how there can be problems in the cafeteria. The new girl is walking down the corridor. In his opinion, all the prisoners should just eat their meals, nothing can go wrong, and they have an agreement with the witch. Aiden recalls being shocked that there were no bullets in his revolver, and Dolly was then suspicious of the theft, which suggests it was connected to the riots. The creature's shadow stands in front of the open gate. The man is convinced that the most disturbing thing about this is that no one tried to escape, and this is not normal, because it means that they are controlled by someone smarter. Lowering his head, Aiden demanded that the guards watching the cafeteria figure out who the instigator was, and he would do the rest himself. Prisoners beat each other in the cafeteria. The new girl says that in the end the witch did not take a single step. She asks what Dolly will do next. She will bow to the warden and apologize for a long time. She smiled ominously, looking at the witch, and said that she could still choose the second option and join her and escape with the rest of the prisoners. The new girl is brewing a potion in a cauldron, and in her background are the silhouettes of two witches. Dolly tells how she talked with her teacher a long time ago. The witch smiles ominously and continues to say that she asked her to be more attentive to her, because the new smart girl should eventually turn into an egoist who is ready to do anything to achieve her own goals. The new girl gave her a stern look and demanded that she watch her language, because they were now in the same boat. Dolly uses magic and creates a symbol in front of him. She asks who the girl might be useful to, and it would be better for her to watch all this from the side and not be afraid of the new girl. Tigress and Gorgon look forward to the conflict between Dolly and their leader. The first girl asks if they need to intervene since the conversation obviously didn't go according to plan. Medusa replied that Dolly's contract meant preserving part of her mana, so it was better not to interfere for now. The witch directed the new force, concentrated at the tips of her two fingers, from which she was shocked. She wonders if the witch really decided to act alone, if only she is the only one in this prison who can terminate the contract. The witch grins and says that she is talking nonsense. Dolly went down to the Forbidden Lands many times to find her. A statue with two heads against a dark sky. The prisoner also mastered this technique. The deer's soul divides in two, its bodies multiply, and saliva flows from its muzzle. This technique really allows you to divide the body and soul into two, giving each half the life of the creature, but at the same time the mind suffers. The copies become similar to their mentally retarded and crippled clones. Dolly indignantly states that her student deliberately decided to remain silent about this fact. The witch smiles sarcastically and, directing magical power directly at the new girl, sarcastically asks if she really believes that the prisoner would not dare to end her life. Another inmate grabs the new girl by the arm and pulls her away from the table. Holding her hand, the succubus pulls the new girl amidst the chaos around her and shouts at her to run faster or she will die. The girl is shocked by the heroic act. She remembered the girl from the Forbidden Lands. Her savior had a covered face, scales on her body and a dagger in the second pair of hands, with which she fought off the monsters that were in front. She, just like the succubus, grabbed her and told her not to be afraid and close her eyes, because soon it will end. It was the new girl's teacher. A rat runs up my leg. The succubus waves her arms in horror and screams at the sight of a large rat on her leg. They, along with the new girl, fall to the floor in front of the half-bird. She raises her leg above the succubus's head and is about to stab it with her claws. The girl covers her head with her hand and screams in imaginary pain. Drops of blood fly near her. She opens her eyes and doesn't understand why nothing happened. Her neighbor is kneeling in front of the succubus, the claws are piercing the skin of her hand, and she screams in pain, but keeps her defense. The embittered bird makes a grin on its face and thinks that it has had enough, and it sees no point in continuing this, but, in its opinion, it would be strange to just stop now. Kicking the new girl out of the dining room, the bird thinks she doesn't care about it. Screaming, the succubus neighbor runs towards her. The new girl stands on the ground, leaning on her elbows. The girl looks forward in rage. Ahead of her, at the table with the rat and chicken that scared the succubus, the witch continues to sit. She waves to her former student. A crowd of guards, led by the deputy warden, runs into the cafeteria. She demands that the prisoners return to their cells. The Gorgon turned around and, seeing the guards at the door, screamed for everyone to retreat. The creatures bared their fangs in rage. The bird angrily screams for everyone to follow it, because it is tired of retreating. Prisoners stand in front of a pile of guards. Their new leader did not expect that there would be so many guards, much more than usual. They ask her what they should do then. The deputy remembered the warden's words that they should find the leader of the riot and leave the rest to him. She thought the group looked suspicious. The girl gave the order to her subordinates to take care of the wounded, but not to touch the group in front, let them be left to their own devices. There are boxes of potatoes in the background of the prison building. Aiden, sitting near the window in his office, smiles widely and says thank you for the diligence of the prisoners. He asks if they had any problems along the way. The girls looked at him worriedly. They anxiously remembered the hunters who had been watching them from the roof of the building. Turning their heads, the creatures raised their hands and said out loud that everything went perfectly. The man told them that then everything was fine and tomorrow they could start work. The advisor pulls Kinji's shorts with her, but she looks at the barrels of wine. The girl thinks that she really wants to drink from them. Her advisor tells the Lord that then they will go, and thinks that they miraculously managed to escape, and her friend thinks only of one thing. The frightened prisoners were about to leave, but the Lord demanded that they stand. He changed his rude voice to a good-natured one and, looking at the girls, invited them to take these barrels with them and asked them not to forget that the planting project falls on their shoulders. Empty barrels and bottles stand on the warden's table. Drunk creatures thank the man. He tells them that the girls did a great service and he had to thank them. The warden stands at the door of the office and the leaving Kinjia holds an unfinished bottle in her hand. The other girls have already left him, and she, standing next to her advisor, points her finger at the Lord and, calling him brother, says that she will take it and tell him in the future if she suddenly needs something. Her friend says that the girl has had too much to drink and they should go. The elf whispers to the others that Aiden did not notice anything and, in addition, also made them the leaders of the group, which puts them above other prisoners. A drunk girl pokes her friend standing nearby in the stomach and says that the ambush left her traumatized and she is afraid that someone will want to run away again. The friend told her that it was better for them to follow the warden and drink until they were blue in the face. A bunch of rioters, standing in the prison corridor, shout that the guards haven't done anything all day and that everyone else is just cowards. They are going to go to the Lord tomorrow and have fun with him. The monsters are calling to follow them and not just sit aimlessly in the cells. An empty bottle falls to the floor and breaks. The creatures turn around in alarm. A crowd of obedient prisoners stands in front of them. Kinjia flexes her fists and asks why the first thing she sees are those scary monster faces. The elf points her finger at them and shouts that the prisoners should not harm the warden. They ask how they can work if the creatures want to cause a commotion. The advisor, standing behind her, covers her face with her hand and thinks when they became the Lord's obedient dogs. The prisoners behind bars shout that a fight is about to start and they will have fun. Monsters with glowing red eyes bare their teeth and show their claws. The bird sarcastically asks if the warden in front of them is a dog. She turns to them and says that the girls have been irritating her with this for a long time, and now she finally has a chance to annoy them. Kinjia, standing next to her friends, shouts to the rebel that it will be difficult for her to talk when she rips her mouth. The elf screams, pointing her finger at them, and yells at the girls to go ahead and paint their disgusting faces. A bird with a grin runs to attack the group. The advisor points her finger at the creature while the elf holds onto her t-shirt in fear. The girl turns to Kinjia and shouts that the weak point of birds is their shoulders, and if you break one of them, she will be completely paralyzed. Another girl runs past her and says thank you. The girls running forward turn to look at the one who joined their ranks. A girl with short blue hair runs at the bird and jumps to strike right in front of Kinjia. After hitting her, the girl lands from a jump. The prisoner threw her opponent far forward. Her accomplice, the boar, asked what Camilla the Dragonborn was doing. She remained neutral and had really become the warden's dog. Standing in front of them, she said that she just came for the money and they could continue the slaughter. The succubus behind bars extends her hand with a bag of coins to the dragoness and tells her neighbor that she is not only covering for her in words, because there are a lot of ways she can take revenge on her offenders. The new girl with a cast on her arm was shocked by her neighbor's act and thanked her for it. The boar increased in size several times and screamed. She took a fighting stance behind Kinjia, and the girl with cat ears in front began to shout in warning for her to turn around because the boar was right behind her. With an animal roar, the monster ran forward towards her opponent. She said not to worry because the huge tusks of the pig were just a trifle to her. The boar ran towards her rival with enormous magical speed and, screaming, ready to drag her by force to the other end of the prison, right into the bars of the cells. The prisoner felt that someone was trying to attack her from behind. The monster, baring its teeth, flies straight towards her back. It flies into a huge fluffy tail, which the girl managed to use before it hit her body. She shouts that these monsters really want to behave like this. The monster tries to get out of her fur, cutting the air with its claws. Her shackled hands are held in front of her head. The girl grabs the monster by the horns and throws him to the ground. She crushes her opponent by the neck with her foot, and she begins to choke. The boar is shocked. holding Kinjia against the cage with her tusks. She doesn't understand how the girl could survive, because her beast form weighs 3 tons and should have been reduced to mush, but she also somehow finds the strength to fight. A sign appears on the girl's back. She is imbued with strength and gives it to the tusks, which she breaks with her hands. Tusks with blood fall off the boar's mouth. Throwing back her broken tusks, the prisoner ironically says that her opponent's strength is not enough to even call their fight a warm-up. The counselor yells at her boss to help others. When she finishes, she points to the 2 opponents. The big prisoner is holding the rebel. She will be in shackles. The advisor says that monster can absorb the enemy's physical strength, and therefore Kyle-Lai can barely hold on. Cowland's arms become muscular. The prisoner said that if the girl quickly defeated her rival, she would give her breakfast. She told her that so be it. Kyle-Lai saturated herself with muscles and became twice as big. Her fat transformed into muscle, and her rival widened her eyes in fear. She doesn't understand how the prisoner was able to gain so much muscle at once. The girl brutally grabs her opponent by the shoulders and throws her to the floor with enormous force. The girl said that she was a reminder that Kyle-Lai is drawn to the blood of a giant and therefore should not be underestimated. Lying on the floor, she said that she thought that all giants were stupid and she did not expect this. The girl in the cell above shouts that they bet on the boss's victory, and the other says that she was unlucky and lost everything she had. The elf raises her hand and shouts that they have won. Kyle-Lai, sitting on the floor, holds her stomach and says that after using magic, she was hungry. The warden enters the prison in the company of a crowd of armed guards and his deputy. The winners prepare for the worst. They are surrounded by guards, and the elf is holding onto the advisor's leg out of fear. View of the prison hall from above. Aiden shouts at them, "How dare prisoners behave like this?" With a face full of rage, he says that he gave them freedom, and instead of simply trying to escape, they organized a fight club here. He asks why they think he is a fool. Pointing his finger forward, the Lord tells them that from tomorrow all relaxations for them will be lifted and they will return to normal life. From the cells come questions about why they will be banned tomorrow, and how he can even do it if they wanted to announce the winner tomorrow. The vampire holds onto the bars of the cell and thinks that it's all over because they were going to attack tomorrow, but they were simply locked in the cells. The deputy turns to the victorious prisoners and says that there is one more piece of news for them. The prison labor project will begin tomorrow, and over 200 of the healed will be employed in it and will retain the right to free movement, so they should go to bed early. One of the winners is happy that they will continue to go out calmly. The boar, who is being held by several guards, screams while lying on the floor, which means they will be closed, and the warden is the real villain. The advisor thought with horror that this was the end. She imagines the embittered rebels and understands that the Lord deliberately created a situation in which he released the prisoners and then closed them, ridding them of the rest. And after all this, the spirit of the prisoners was seriously damaged, and Aiden and his minions gained the upper hand. Magic barrier. Prison guards are next to the Lord, and more than 200 labor prisoners. The advisor understands that no matter what plans the rebels make, in this situation there is simply no chance of their implementation. The succubus in her cell holds the new girl's hand and says that she has nothing to fear because they are also labor prisoners and they no longer need to worry about the rioters. She smiled broadly at the girl and, holding her head with her hand, said that this was great news and it was good that they were locked. The girl sarcastically recalls her order to the monster. The prisoner, standing on barrels of food, pours something from the containers into them. She thinks there will be more food now. Something that looks like embryos got into the barrels, and the new girl is thinking about what if the warden's people become hers and how he will react to this. Aiden walks along the corridor with his deputy. He praises her for the work she has done, but says that they should not relax now. The girl replies that she was sure that the prisoners did not have the brains to start a riot. She brings information to the Lord that the canteen guard saw the new girl closely communicating with the witch. Prison buildings with orange roofs. A new girl with a broken arm stands near the warden's desk in his office. He asks the girl what she was talking about with the witch. She replied that she was curious why the witch wore her clothes and not her prison uniform, and then there was a riot and the bird injured her hand. The witch questions the Lord about why she didn't stop the riot. Putting on a naive smile, the witch cunningly began to say that she could not do anything against the riot because too many prisoners took part in it, and she was somehow able to protect herself. The deputy sternly asks her why she was talking to the new girl and why she used magic against her. The girl replied that she was simply weak and asked the witch for protection, because if she joined her, she would become her patroness, and to prevent this from happening, Dolly slightly intimidated her with magic. Windows in the Lord's office. The deputy says that the security guard gave her information that the girls used some kind of magic to hide their conversation, because of which she could not make out what they were talking about, and although their words ring true, she still does not tell them believes. Aiden, sitting next to this window, asks the deputy who came to them this month. He sees that among the guards there are former robbers, smugglers, and swindlers. How could such people end up as guards in a prison? The girl was frightened by the boss, and she felt anxious from his words. Her answer was that due to the lack of workers, she had to hire everyone who expressed a desire indiscriminately. The warden lowered his head and thought that perhaps someone was taking advantage of the mass dismissal of staff in the prison to start riots here, and he cannot blindly believe the witch, because she is still a pretender. The witch, smiling maliciously, turns to the Lord. He is sure that if not for the contract spell, then she would have shown herself long ago, but for now the girl is afraid of its consequences, and therefore it is worth finding a means to restrain her. A man holds onto the handle of a cabinet on his desk and opens it, looking at papers with a picture of a flower inside. Turning to the deputy, the Lord holds papers in his hands and tells her to send guards to look after the prisoners, so that they look at one person for each prisoner, and she must also ask Veronica to use her sense of smell to find all the witch's creations and destroy them. The deputy replied that's right and left. The prisoner plunges a small shovel into the ground. The guard watches as the new girl picks at the ground with one uninjured hand. The girl turns to her and asks how long she is going to stand so close and watch. Crossing her arms, the guard said she was sent to keep an eye on her, so what? Directing her gaze directly at the prisoner, she said that the prisoner, by the way, was lucky because yesterday a spell was cast on her, and the girl could not make out what they were talking about with the witch, and otherwise she would have been hanged long ago. Sitting on the ground, the girl bared her teeth. She asked what the guard was waiting for, gratitude or something, because if the Lord realized that they had lied, then everything would be over. She tells her that the warden is almost out of patience, and it's time for her to start getting nervous. Crossing her arms over her chest, she said that if there was no progress in the coming days, then the corresponding documents would appear on the warden's desk, which would put her in this prison for the rest of her life. The new girl laughs back at her. She explains that it sounds funny since she only gave her a couple of ingredients for just one potion and already wants some kind of progress, and she also asked if her accomplice did what she said asked. The horses are carrying a prison box and guards are walking nearby. She replies that what the new girl needs is on the way and it was hard to get, so she better not screw it up this time. The elf sits on a bench and, pointing her finger at the new girl, shouts at her to work and not sit because today is their first working day and they need not to screw up. She herself crosses her legs and drinks tea, thinking that in such an environment this cup is very useful. A girl comes up to her and asks to sit next to her. The elf choked on her tea in surprise when she saw that Evans, who had changed a lot since their last communication, wanted to sit down with her. She allowed the girl to sit next to her. A butterfly sat on the grass and ants crawled under it. Evans says Aiden told her to read stories from the book to other children and it would help the girl make friends. Turning to the elf, she decided to find out if she was a child, and if so, then if she could read her a story. Jalala replies that, of course, she can, although she herself is already 170 years old. Lowering her head, Evans said that in that case she would read Snow White. The elf looks at the girl and thinks that she obviously remained as emotionless as she was, and she considers this simply as training. In the book that the prisoner is holding, there are figures of a girl and little people nearby. The elf thinks that she has not seen this book before and how long ago she got it. The foot tramples the mouse. The werewolf, lifting his leg from the mouse, turns to Bella standing next to her with the question of why she is treated like this. The witch enjoys all the benefits, and Veronica is obliged to catch mice. Isabella holds her hand to her chin and says that she has a difficult situation, and she asks the girl what she thinks should go to prison, the killer or his weapon. Turning to her, the werewolf says in bewilderment that, of course, he is a murderer. There is no point in keeping a weapon in prison. She tells her that Evans is nothing more than a murder weapon, and she is serving life for the one who used the girl for his own purposes. A huge queen ant looks at the children with red eyes. Bella reveals that Evans was one of the children of the ant Queen May, and that, according to rumors, she captures orphan children and conducts terrible experiments on them to modify their bodies, turning them into first-class killers. The queen makes a profit from this. Lowering her eyes, the girl said that she still remembers the doctor's horror when the Lord brought the girl to his hospital. Pointing to the unconscious girl, the doctor tells the Lord that her insides are horribly mutilated, and inside they are intertwined with various devices and weapons. Inside the girl, her organs are connected to big-eyed weapons. The doctor explains that there is some kind of poisonous liquid in her blood, which does not even allow the operation. Since it simply melts the scalpel, it is worth trying to make a surgical incision. A girl sits with an elf on a bench and reads a book while she looks at the pictures in the book in surprise. Isabella says that no one knows how much pain this poor girl went through before she ended up here. She is only 13 years old, and now she could not be in prison, but living with caring foster parents, but now she looks more like a ghost than a cheerful child and can't even breathe without instructions. The werewolf turns to her friend and asks if there is any way to cure her since this is such a terrible situation. She replies that there is a chance, but even if we send her to the Imperial Hospital, where they will help her, no one will do this because it is expensive, and the highest ranks of the Silver City will not agree to pay for this treatment. And there is also another way that involves convincing the queen to transform the girl back, but this is an unlikely outcome. A guard runs up to the girls from behind and asks Isabella to meet the new prisoners who have just arrived. Pointing forward, the guard says that the problem is that these prisoners are children who were used by the Queen Ant, and their condition is many times worse than Evans's. These children are like the walking dead. At the gates of the prison stands a girl with white hair, her mouth and neck sewn up, and next to her there is a girl with brown hair and one side of her face is missing. Instead there is plasticine, and her throat is also sewn up. Isabella is furious about how many more children she will destroy. The prisoner gestures to the girls from the field for lunch. She says that first there will be food, and then they will continue to occupy the planting. The elf stands in the doorway of the dining room. The prisoner at the table turns to her and asks if it's true that she doesn't want to eat, since she can join their table for lunch. A friend sitting next to her puts on lipstick and, looking in the mirror, simultaneously says that she is basking in the sun and will join her when she finishes. Kinjia says that she will generally get enough of alcohol. The big girl indignantly asks how you can get enough to eat just by basking in the sun, and maybe she should try it too then. Having painted her lips, a friend laughed past and said that a girl of her size needs to be fed a dozen suns to saturate such an organism. Looking at the barrels, Kinjia makes a malicious smile. Her advisor looks on upset. She remembered how her group of mercenaries, including many children, also sat at the dinner table. Her boss said that after every battle they would adopt the orphans they found on the border. The man sitting next to me laughed and said it was a great idea. And the other says that they will create their own guild of bounty hunters and teach them how to fight and earn money from it. Drops of blood. The advisor kneels in front of Kinjia in front of a crowd of dead soldiers and sobs. She screams in heartache that everyone in the guild is dead and she is no more. Drops of blood. Building with sign, interracial guest house of the highest class. The girl brings the tray to the room and, serving breakfast, asks you to enjoy it. Manda opens, says the servants are late and she can be free. The creatures are sitting at the table playing cards, with breakfast behind them. One of the girls, smiling sarcastically, asks if this is the breakfast her friend told her about. She says yes, because this food has something to it, and whoever loses will eat it. She grins and says that her friend has 30 cards and she can't win. Worms move inside the food. Trays of food fall to the floor in the prison. The girls sitting at the table are curled up with stomach pain. Their friends who haven't eaten look at them in surprise. The remaining prisoners from all the tables are twisting in pain and screaming that the food has been poisoned. His deputy runs into the warden's office and shouts to the lord that they have food. Standing in front of his table, she says that someone has poisoned the food in the cafeteria. The deputy yells at the fleeing guards to rush the inmates to the medical room. While the guards are carrying the victims on stretchers, she demands that the other part of them run to the city for a doctor, because he quit long ago. Kinjia approaches her friend, who is also sent, and asks how she is feeling. The girl replies that she is fine. The girls hold hands, and the advisor says that her boss should move on with her life if something suddenly happens to her, because people and things are all trifles in the long road of life. The prisoner tears her hand off. She holds her lying friend by the shoulders and screams her name in fear. Aiden, standing nearby, touches the girl's wrist. He tells the prisoner not to whine because it's just food poisoning. Kinjia is tearfully outraged that her friend has fainted. Lowering his head, Aiden explains that this is a consequence of some hallucinogenic drug. He realized this from the state of her pupils. The security guard rolls the patient away on the couch. Aiden says that they should wait for a doctor from the city so that he can find a cure. Since her vital signs are normal, she will last a while. Another guard is surprised how he understood all this, barely touching her wrist. The warden sits at the table in his office and is in a thoughtful pose. The deputy asks him where the poison could have come from the prisoners in such large quantities. Then, in her opinion, perhaps the cook did it. The lord refutes her words because the cook has been here for many years, and he knows him well. A woman would not do such a thing. The girl is shocked by the thought that in this case there is a traitor among the guards. Hanging his head, the warden says that this is not the main problem, because the person who did such a serious action says that he is now ready for something even more terrible. The man demands that the girl immediately search the cells, and perhaps she will be able to find at least some evidence. He tells her to take Superintendent Moni with her. A girl with red hair wearing a tall hat and monocle is reading a book. Aiden continues to say that she has been studying the prisoners' files for the past few days, and her photographic memory can help them in their search to identify everyone who has already been caught in the poisoning. Prison building. The girl says that she came to ask her teacher for help. A girl with her mouth sewn shut holds her palm, on which her open mouth conveys the words to the new girl. Says on his hand that he apologizes for the last conversation because the new girl went too far. Without the help of a witch, it will be almost impossible to hack the security mechanisms. The witch, with her head down, looks at the ground. The girl says that their mother has thought about how to help the witch with the curse. She is going to use Evans to launch an attack, and the witch, in turn, will be able to quietly kill the Lord in the turmoil and forget about her curse, and she hopes that at the crucial moment Dolly will stand aside. Smiling, the witch said that she thought that the new girl's original goal was to kill the Warden, and the less people know, the better. But for some reason she got involved in a major battle, and she really thinks that it can be so easy for her to talk about such things. The new girl hides behind a tree and watches her daughter run forward when the elf tries to hold her back, but she doesn't listen to her. The girl's mother says that within an hour they will understand who is behind the poisoning, and she can't wait any longer. Walking around the corner of the prison, the witch says that okay, she is ready, but first she needs to visit old friends when the time comes. The girl asks the teacher to wait. She holds out a bottle of purple potion. The witch turns around and looks at her in surprise, not understanding at first. The new girl's puppet opens its belly like a cabinet, and there are many bottles of potion in it. Looking at her, Dolly asks for one more and says that May should not approach her when they can get out, because Lamia will kill her if she sees her. The superintendent points his finger at the cameras and shouts that there is a search in cell 105. Everyone should leave cell 106 and go to cell 107. The guards run into the cell, while its tenant asks in surprise what they are doing. The guard demands her to shut up, as they are conducting a search and checking if they have anything prohibited. There is a vibrating stone on the hand. Veronica doesn't understand what it is and why it vibrates. Bella holds her hand to her mouth and replies with a grin that it is a stone that begins to vibrate from the heat. The succubus rolls on the floor with dissatisfaction. She is outraged that her baby was taken away, and Veronica is completely heartless for doing this. Looking down at her friend, the werewolf says that the Lord should look at him, and if the stone poses no danger, then it will be returned to her immediately. The prisoner opens her mouth in alarm. She falls at the feet of her friend and begins to sob heavily, just so that she does not show him to the warden. Shocked, Veronica does not understand what is wrong with her and shouts to her that she will now send her to the man along with the stone. The girl's hand touches the table. She calls the prisoner a bookworm and asks if she is still reading. The necromancer, lying on the table with a book, looks up and asks her to say whatever she wants. Leaning her hands on the table, she looks down at her friend and asks Asen for help. She wants to know what is in the Lord's soul and whether his soul is really the same as before and whether he is ready to release them from the contract. The necromancer looks at her in surprise and says that the girl seems to have squeezed out the rest of her brain with her eyeliner. The witch says no, the prisoner just doesn't know everything. The mice get caught in the trap. Dolly says that the Lord has placed rat traps throughout the prison. The mouse is being crushed by the foot, and he began to notice that too many of her babies had died. The girl doesn't know whether to consider this as a warning from the warden. The necromancer says that she will have to disappoint her friend, but Aiden served as an inquisitor in the church, and there he was completely dipped in holy water. A glowing golden skeleton of a lord with a cane, whose only eyes are black. She explains that the only way to get into it is through the eyes, and therefore she cannot say for sure whose soul is in it, but she knows one for sure. Approaching the witch, the girl clarifies that she meant his inability to run. Aiden walks past her cell, leaning on a cane. She saw how the Lord 2 years ago, for an unknown reason, began to use a cane, and his right leg became less mobile, and therefore Dolly would be able to escape if he lost. The necromancer scratches his forehead with his finger, while the witch, spreading her arms, says that she cannot escape because he can cast one spell and she will die immediately. After thinking, the girl suggests that she turn to the elf because she knows how to read emotions, and this should help. She apologized to her friend for the fact that she couldn't do more. The witch puts a bottle of potion on the table and says that it can melt her collar because soon the prison will be very noisy. Before leaving, Dolly turns to her friend and offers to go to the coven together because with her influence the necromancer will find a quiet place there, unless, of course, she doesn't like the noise here. Veronica holds the stone in front of the warden's face. He lowered his head and, with embarrassment, did not answer her question about whether it could be returned back to the succubus. The girl holds her head and does not understand why Bella, who is standing next to her, is laughing at her. She asks why her friend was so animated. She wonders why they ask her this if the answer is obvious. The werewolf asks what it is. A deputy warden with a pointer gives her a quick training. The girl falls to her knees and holds her face with her hands. She is ashamed, and she thinks about how she can apologize. She remembers how, before leaving the village for the last time, her friends shouted at her to make the warden fall in love with her. Because she was already the right age for this and was capable of charming a man, she embarrassedly answered them that was not the case. She blushed with shame and thought that she was not at all experienced, so there was no chance. Purple haze of smell. She reaches out to the werewolf's nose. The girl is wary, feeling her. Rising from her knees, she asked in surprise what that smell was. The deputy, in bewilderment, asked what she smelled. A lingering haze of aroma. The teacher stands against the background of the blackboard with a flower in his hand. He tells the werewolves in the audience that the very first smell they should remember is this smell. He asks if they know what it represents. Everyone unanimously answers that no. The teacher calmly replies that it is the smell of death. A pink flower against the background of a statue with two faces. He says that this is the smell of a flower that grows on the site of corpses, and it contains the power of the evil god of the Forbidden Land. The creatures, together with people, fight against terrible shadows. This god once became the harbinger of all the catastrophes that befell different races and forced them to find themselves in a desperate situation. The haze becomes stronger. The werewolf opens the door in a panic and sees that the prisoner has vomited purple liquid on the floor. Veronica shouts that she doesn't understand why the prison smells like bone flour. The Lord's eyes widened in shock and he asked the werewolf about what she said about the smell that comes from the vomit of prisoners. She said it was absolutely accurate. Aiden remembered the conversation with the doctor who examined Evans. The man held a test tube with a purple liquid in his hands and said that based on his experience, he can confidently say that there is bone flower poison in her blood, which is the poison of the rotten heart of the snake, and only one queen ant can find such raw materials. The elf runs to the Lord. She shouts to him that trouble has happened because Evans has disappeared. Jalala tried to stop the girl, but she threw her away and started calling her mother. Aiden, horrified, orders everyone to be on alert level because the queen ant is about to attack them. Sounds are heard above the prison building. The townspeople looking at the building do not understand what it means. Someone shouts that it seems to be a prison siren. Others point at the building and shout that a riot has begun there. The magical curtain falls. The protective circle above the prison explodes. While the guards are closing the gates, they are ordered to also close the cell doors. The frightened guards do not understand what is happening. They stand near the camera and ask what blew up the protective circle and what is that sound? Is it really talking about the first level of alert? The guard demands that all prisoners stand still and raise their hands up, placing them against the wall. The security guard turns around. Behind her, a girl pours a potion onto the lock of the camera, causing the iron to begin to smoke. The guards point their guns at her and demand that she stop. If she doesn't stop, they will have to shoot. The tentacles hit the guards in the back and penetrate them. The new girl's legs turned into a huge purple ant's abdomen with tentacles sticking out in different directions, with which she struck the guards. The creature removes the bandage from his arm and says with a smile that it is time for them to start having fun. Prison locks fall affected by the potion. Rioters run out of the cells and shout forward. The guard runs into the warden's office and reports that the rioters have left their cells. Aiden gets up from his chair, and the guards nearby turn to look at the situation. The guard tells how the new girl was able to melt the lock, and the prisoner Mary attacked the prison guards. Bella thought about a girl. She remembered with horror the two girls who had recently been delivered. She was surprised that this was done by the creations of the Ant Queen and that this was absolutely a conspiracy. Aiden demands that the girls not panic. The prisoners will not be able to get out of prison so easily if they are each focused on their tasks. The sister guards listened attentively to the Lord's orders to go to the cells, a huge hall outside the prison gates, behind which there are sisters with armed guards. Lobby. The warden demands that they open fire if they escape, and they must not engage in close combat with the prisoners, because their task is to contain the enemy. The deputy and Moyu were standing nearby, and he sent them to the prison center to deal with the mechanism that controls the magic circle, a long golden steel with rings surrounding it. Prison center. Aiden gives the order that the girl be responsible for logistics and providing the center with the necessary power. Bella shouted that she understood. Rising from his chair, the warden says that Veronica must protect the deputy and Aiden thinks that according to the rules, after they sound the alarm, the Silver City Army will have to come to them 15 minutes later to provide support if something happens, it will go wrong. Prison layout. At the very end of the prison building there is the warden's office, who sits there, then the prison center, in which friends, girls, and Moyi remain. They are guarded by Veronica. After the center there is a lobby under the protection of the sisters and the cell building. Lowering his head, the Lord realized with horror on his face that they should not expect support, because Anthony had thought of everything. Aiden opened his cabinet, which contained a firecracker, a knife, a camera, and a piece of wood. He holds it with his hand with taped fingers, and with the other he lights the fuse. He remembered the bounty hunter who gave him fireworks as a gift for his early release and said that if he suddenly got into trouble, the man should set it off. Fireworks explode in the sky in red. An ex-prisoner sits on the toilet in the restroom and is caught off guard, causing her to say, "Damn it." Aiden takes out the file of the prisoner with a rose on the cover. He thinks that the main threat is that she herself might try to take advantage of the chaos that is happening. The deputy, standing in front of the Lord, wonders if this can really be used against her. He replies that it is in her repertoire and she would not act rashly until she was confident in the trump cards he had up his sleeves. The girl leaves the office, and the warden calls her to him. Looking intently at his subordinate, he hands her the papers and, winking, says that she should pay attention to the note. The girl looks at the papers, and a mouse peeks at them from around the corner. She tries to say something, but the Lord stops her with the words that the more people know about this, the better, and this information is not for prying eyes. She will have to hide it when she reads it. The witch spied and eavesdropped on their conversation through the mouse. She thinks that the note is quite mysterious and most likely contains some kind of trump card, and she should conduct a thorough investigation before quarreling with the Lord. The hand touches the blanket. The succubus, wrapped in a blanket, cries and begs the Queen of Ants not to kill her. She asks for mercy on her. The queen addresses her like a boss and with a smile tells her not to be afraid of her because she is already leaving. The new girl asks if the neighbor would like to come with her. Since she protected her in prison, now it is her turn to protect the succubus. She shouts to her that she shouldn't worry so much because the girl only has a year left to sit. She looks at her and says that this is a strange decision because she is one of the few who is ready to protect her, and she thinks that if fate wishes it so, the girls will definitely meet again. The succubus turned around at the kind words. She walked up to the bars of the cell and saw many prisoners using their powers. The girl thinks about whether the Lord can cope with everyone. The girl releases tentacles with a sting in front of her. The Gorgon looks at the hands, which are filled with magic, and says that the power has returned, but she has the feeling that not completely, but only a part. Someone suggests that perhaps the problem is in the magic circle that suppresses it, but whether destroying the center will help is not known. A prison door sealed with a magic symbol, monsters hitting it with magic. They shout that the gate is too strong and it is worth trying to tear down the wall. Others answer that it will take more than a year, and if someone wants to restore the mana, let them come. The tentacles feed the girl. The queen demands everyone to move away. She hits the gate with a powerful wave of magic from her stomach. The seal on the door weakens under the power of dark magic. The rioters rejoice that they almost succeeded, and this is what they expected from the Ant Queen. The gate begins to collapse. The superintendent hands over a set of keys and says that, like any prison, there is a rule that can reduce the sentence for assisting security and preventing riots. This action equates to a heroic act. She explains that thanks to him, she can cut the sentence by 2. Kinjia, standing in shackles, shouts that she doesn't care about the reduced sentence. She just wants revenge for poisoning her friend. The gate explodes, and the prisoners running towards it scream and address their leader as the queen. Tigress remembers the prisoners who were locked in strict cells, and with the warehouse asks the new girl if they are going to save them too. She asks with an angry face if this is so necessary, since they are nothing more than just trash. Standing behind the queen, the tigress spreads her arms to the sides, and the lizard standing next to her holds them at her sides. They indignantly say that leaving them is too heartless and that people should not be thrown away as if they were useless trash. The queen fell silent. And then she changed her face and with a malicious smile agreed with the minions. She invited them to take a potion that could not only melt doors, but also heal wounds. The girls could use it at a critical moment. Breaking into a wide smile, the tigress thanked her queen. The prison gates are covered in purple cracks. They explode with enormous force. A crowd of prisoners, screaming that the door was destroyed, runs out of the cell section of the prison. They will continue to shout that they need to quickly deal with everyone. From behind the prison wall you can see a huge ball at the end of the steel. It is surrounded by 2 arcs connected in the center. The deputy says the inmates escaped. She watches them through a special glass with a control panel. Turning around, the girl demanded that the guards act according to the plan. The security system was turned on. Magic puppets appeared from huge capsules, and the lion familiar was awakened by the security system. Together with the puppets, he roars and looms over the prisoners. Descending down on the rioters, the lion and puppets stop the fleeing fugitives. The guards raise their guns and are ordered to fire. A magical freezing ray flashes over the prison gates. A wall of ice appears in front of one of the terrified prisoners, and another girl watching warns the others about the guards' use of a freeze ray. The prisoner creates a magical shield around herself that resists the rays. One of the sisters, standing behind a wall of guards, asks the second how they can use magic if the magic circle is activated. She asks Kinjia to go with them to check, since she is good at fighting and will be able to help. The girl stretches her shoulders and asks why she can't go herself, because her skills end with beating those she doesn't like. Her friend tries to stop her and asks her not to be so impulsive. Without listening to her, the girl jumps on the rioters. People from behind ask why they are not following the Lord's orders. The sisters, along with Kinjia, make their way through the crowd of rioters, and one of them replies that the guards are trained and everything will be fine. Aiden and the Huntress are standing next to the traps. He says that there are a lot of rats in the prison, to which she sarcastically replies that among them there are rodent hunters at a very low price. The girl and the man look at the door, near which dozens of traps are placed. The warden asks to leave the sarcasm, because she should know about the current situation in the prison, and it would be better for them to get down to business. Warriors with cannons guard the last gates of the prison. She tells the Lord that she placed her men around to prevent the prisoners from escaping to the Silver City, and for this she needs a payment of 1,000 gold. 2 elite warriors in full combat readiness. The girl continues that in addition to the warriors at the gate, she has gathered another 100 of her most professional people who can openly confront prisoners, and he can use them as prison guards, taking into account all the risks of working in a prison. Hiring each of them will cost the warden 100 gold. She asks how much he is willing to hire given this information. The man signs the paper and says that he is ready to buy everyone's services. Smiling, the huntress tucks her hair behind her ear and said that she didn't doubt him, but information reached her that the prison budget had been significantly limited. Aiden hands her the check and says that it shouldn't concern her, and besides, the man has a personal errand for her. The girl's eyes sparkled at the sight of such large sums for the work. She asked if the special assignment was connected with Anthony because she had heard about the recent story with his son. Kinjia thinks this is strange. Looking around, the girl realized that she was surrounded, but another thought appeared in her head, that she had not seen the leaders of the resistance. The girl receives a fiery blow from the Gorgon right in the back. The prisoner falls from the blow while her rival screams to attack everyone together. A crowd of prisoners runs forward towards the girl and shouts to grab her. A huge energy explosion occurs, and the girl from it says that this time she will definitely die. She remembers how she once used this power on the battlefield. Charged with energy, the girl stands on half-bent legs. Sparks run through her toned body. She says that it's good to be alone. With madness in her eyes, she screams at her opponents that she will use her strength without worrying about hurting any of her own. The girl raises her hands and releases a huge charge of energy at several opponents at the same time. The rebels were surprised to see her magical power because everyone thought that she was just a martial artist and therefore they should retreat. The queen turns to her subordinates and says that Kinjia single-handedly destroyed 1,000 vampire knights and they cannot cope with her. The girl runs forward. She moves around the building with instant speed, simultaneously hitting the prisoners, causing them to fly away from her. The girl very quickly finds herself opposite the Queen of the Ants, standing next to Evans. She asks how she knows her so well. The queen answers with a smile that she witnessed her heroic deed. Lightning strikes in the sky, and an army on horses gallops across the field. She continues to say that she herself saw how lightning cut the sky, and the vampires walked forward one after another, but none of them survived. The girl next to her shows a cloud of magic at the ends of her fingers. The witch says that even so she cannot match her daughter's strength, to which she receives the answer that Kinjia would like to try her powers on herself. A woman's voice asks her why she doesn't try her powers first. A magic circle appears in front of the girl's face. A huge snake emerges from it and knocks the prisoner off her feet. Dolly appears behind her and smokes a spell on the snake formation. She closes the warrior in a magic circle. Trapped in magical shackles, she asks why the witch also joined the rebels. The girl, who is standing in the crowd opposite the witch, tells her that she needs to stop attacking, because the girl is after the ancient god Baal, and the more you hurt her, the more strength she will receive. The witch reassured them that she was captured by the spell, and they could move on. The other girls do not understand how she managed to escape, because all his descendants were killed. Behind the evil appearance, the witch looks at the floor and pulls the rope she holds in her hand. Little Jalala appears from the circle and falls to the floor in front of the witch due to the tension of the rope. She screams that she does not see the Lord's emotions and therefore there is no point in keeping her tied. The water creature, holding onto the bars of the cell, says that she is a liar. Shackled by magic, Kinjia shouts to those leaving that it's time for these cowards to try a couple of spells on her. She looks ahead with confusion. She remembered how, before the campaign against the vampires, the village children came running to her and the girl with white hair asked her not to forget about them. Turning around, the warrior said that she would definitely take the children from there because she kept her word. She just needed to wait a little. They were surprised at her return because there were rumors that the entire army had been killed. Kinjia and her advisor look at the man rubbing his glass and ask where the children who were in the forbidden village went. He replied that he had heard that some woman had taken the children and now they would not starve. The girl with her mouth sewn shut and white hair looked at Kinjia. While in the circle, she realized with horror that this crippled fair-haired girl with sewn-up body parts was the same one from the village who had once asked to be taken away. Her mother called her to come with her. Before leaving, the queen chuckled as Kinjia screamed at her in rage that she would pay for taking the children for her terrible experiments. A huge lion, ice growths, and an undiminished crowd of prisoners. Girls fight with puppets, and with a huge familiar that growls at the rioters running away, they shout that the guards at the door are preventing them from getting past. One of those running away hits the queen's body. She asks her to help them and do something. Several previously hidden eyes appear above the witch. She creates a seal in front of her with the magic of the great falcon. A huge magical bird flies over the lion. All the puppets were torn to pieces after his actions. The rest are at a loss as to why they are being destroyed. The lion loses its strength and also falls into pieces. They do not understand why even the familiar disappears. The witch leads the elf on a rope and explains to everyone that this is the power of the great witch. She used dispelling magic, and her profile is the summoning of creatures, and many say that she has hidden eyes, which store these powerful spells. The attacking prisoners say that if the witch is on their side, they can easily escape and that now the guards will pay for their attitude towards them. The frightened girl on the security side asks what they should do now. The deputy yells for everyone to retreat, following the instructions. Turning around, she asked her subordinates if they understood why the prisoners were using magic, and if this meant that the collars that sealed the power were out of order. Moe looks at the energy-saving indicators and says that they are normal, and she is sure that the magic comes from outside. The sinister Ant Queen is a potion-making genius, and this may have contributed to the fact that the mana in the prisoners' bodies increased slightly. A prisoner with a normal mana level only has 90% strength, while the upper limit of the collar is 100, but when he drinks the potion, his mana increases to 110, and since the collar's limit is 100, they use the remaining 10% of the strength. Turning to the warden, she explained that the main danger is that the collars can break, and then the prisoners will begin to use 100% of their strength. She thinks that a reboot could help in this situation if they have enough energy forces for this. Bella must bring the energy stones on orders from the deputy warden. The girls run forward. They shout that they quickly need to go to a safe place while the guards are gone. They are sure that they will get to the exit as soon as they get to the center of the prison. The vampire is shaking. Gorgon asks what's wrong with her. In her opinion, maybe she just didn't get enough sleep. The witch in the back watches Ophelia holding her head and says she hasn't been feeling well the last couple of days. Looking forward, the witch asks why the queen did not remove their collars. Addressing her as a teacher, she replied that her potion could not throw off the shackles. She tells her how she stung the vampire in the cell and delivered a stimulant directly to her brain, which increased their mana and broke through the power of the collar. The witch asks what will not be destroyed from the brain if they are not pulled out. She realized that this was the ant's plan and, as always, she was using dirty methods. A prisoner ran up to them and said that they were faced with another problem. Safe zone. Ahead of the corridor there are spears and shelling. The prisoner tells the queen that the guards are hiding and shooting. This is the real road of death for them. With a malicious smile, she says that they have nothing to fear. She came up with a plan, since there are 3 passages in this area and there are very few guards. A diagram showing a tour of the observation rooms on 3 sides. She goes on to say that they can use their numbers to bypass the guards by splitting into 3 groups and then meet together at the gate at the end. They shout that they understand and begin to divide into 3 groups. A witch standing nearby asked what the real plan of action was. The security room is completely filled with weapons along the edges of the walls facing the corridor. The queen says that, as far as she knows, there are special mechanisms installed in the corridor that she simply cannot break into to help everyone, and therefore she should not worry. Smiling, she explains that her employer only wants Aiden, not this bunch of prisoners, so it's better to get rid of them now. Turning around, she demands Evans to clear the way. Cannon strikes, flying spears. All of them hit the little girl's body from all sides. One of the henchmen is horrified by this picture. She asks in fear how the girl will fight since she is covered in wounds. The queen replied that she should just watch further because her main killer was capable of much. A girl in a torn dress and with a huge amount of ammunition in her body. She stretches her hands to her back, into which a gun and a revolver have grown. Grabbing the weapon, she aims the revolver forward with one hand and lightly aims the gun backwards with the other. A group of prisoners led by the queen are shocked by the girl's strength. She absorbs the guards' bullets and is shot back by them herself. The guards yell that they need to retreat because the girl's firepower is too much. Kinjia heard someone's footsteps in the circle. She demands that the person walking attack her because she needs more pain to free herself from the shackles. The girl gets a slap in the face. The succubus anxiously asked whether such a blow would be enough, to which the warrior replied that this was very little and it would be better to stab her or hit her with a stone, because it seems that she did not eat porridge at all as a child. The girl replied that everything she had was taken from her. The prisoner was frightened by a voice from behind. The water girl talks about being a liar while moving around her bed. She lifts the sheet, on which the written symbols glow. Shadows of creatures created by green magic. The townspeople look at the sky with green clouds. They are shocked by the thunder on a sunny day. In their opinion, there is something wrong with the weather. Aiden meets a necromancer in the corridor standing in front of him. He says that the girl should now be in the library. She replied that this is not necessary since there is a complete mess going on there and who might need a book now. The man lowered his head and said that in that case she could take refuge in his office. He asked her if perhaps she had come to challenge him. The girl's answer was no. She took off her glasses and magic emanated from her green eyes. She suggested that he leave his soul for her to keep in case the prisoners were able to get to him and kill him. Punishment cell. The tigress and the lizard are trying to find friends. They are alerted by screams from behind. The girls in the floor hatch ask them to help them quickly. Climbing out from below, one of them says that she no longer wants to sit there. Since the monsters underground howl day and night, she says that it is better to die than to endure such torture. Underground cell. A monster with huge teeth and flaky skin. The bird angrily said that he would definitely take revenge. The lizard, helping her friends, asked her to find a way to get out because they had lost contact with the main group. She points her finger at the punishment cell and says that the easy way would be to release the Wendigo, and she will clear the way for them. They fearfully ask whether it is worth letting her out, because she is locked in a specially protected cell on purpose, and therefore, in this case, it is better to leave her there. Her friend replies that she heard that they are created by evil deities, and therefore there is a possibility that she will go crazy and kill them along with the guards. The prisoners are being watched as they leave. The bird says that they have nothing to fear because they know each other well, and as soon as it is released, it will destroy all the guards. The sisters are surprised to tell them that they expected the punishment cell to open in order to cause even more chaos, but they chose to simply save their friends. The lizard, baring its teeth, asks how they were able to follow them, but the tigress interrupts her and says that there are only 2 of them, and she will deal with them without any problems. Her body is imbued with bestial strength, and she begins to growl in a fighting stance. The tigress sees danger and begins to feel anxious. She sees the approximate direction of the danger. Animal intuition is a warning instinct that allows you to anticipate danger. The tigress dodges the sword in the direction opposite to the danger. This instinct allows you to avoid mortal wounds. Theoretically, if everything is in order with the reaction, you can use it to become invincible. Tigress, scared, thinks how they can be so dangerous because she instinctively feels the power emanating from all sides of the sisters. She is at a loss who these 2 are. Instinct will not help only if dangers are everywhere. Turning around, the tigress shouts in alarm that the situation has changed and they had better give up. The boar runs, using her strength, straight at the sisters. She arrogantly believes that she can calmly cope with them, although the tigress shouts to her to stop before it is too late. The sisters pointed their daggers at the fleeing prisoner, and their force tore her into small pieces. The girls are terrified. The pirate screams that her friend was minced. They are no longer sure that the Wendigo will be able to defeat them, so the tigress tells them to get ready to run faster. The lizard holds a rag with wrapped potions in his hands and says that the queen gave them to increase their strength in battle, and maybe if you give them to the Wendigo, she can defeat the sisters. The monsters forcefully open the creature's mouth and pour a dozen bottles of potion into it. The bird asks how many bottles are needed, to which the lizard replies that he doesn't know and it's better to pour it all in then. The beast's eyes widened. Tigress asks them to hurry up, because she is dodging her sister's blows with all her strength and could end up like her friend at any moment. The shadow of a huge monster falls on the creatures, and they try to understand whether such an increase is normal. The Wendigo grows to enormous sizes. The creature blocks the prison gates with its body. Several eyes, faces, horns and mouths appear on the monster's body, from which the likenesses of people crawl out. It emits a nightmarish howl. This is a modified form of the Wendigo. The tigress jumps onto a huge modified form of a lizard and, somehow holding on, asks what happened to him. The creature replied that there was something wrong with the potion that the queen gave, and, fortunately for them, she managed to transform to quickly escape from there. The Wendigo runs after them past the cameras. Prisoners scream from them, who do not understand why it has become so dark. They see a monster and scream in horror because it looks nightmarishly bad. Kinjia swings at those screaming on the battlefield. She hits her opponent with her axe. Around the girl there are crowds of defeated rivals and accomplices. A military man runs to her and shouts that she needs to run because they were deceived. A flock of red and black mice flies behind him. The subordinate shouts at her that the plan to lure vampires into the depths of the empire was a lie, and reinforcements will not come. They were thrown there as cannon fodder to attract vampires. The girl closes his eyes and runs the sword along his neck. A warrior and a vampire in a red dress look at each other. The leader of the vampires raises her sword forward and shouts to her people to begin the attack. A crowd of vampires on horses strike the Kinjia military with huge swords. The girl motionlessly looks forward at the horde of vampires running ahead of her. She keeps her weapon lowered and thinks that she would rather die now and be buried with her friends. The prisoners riding on a lizard run to the exit and ask everyone to move aside because a huge monster is running behind them. Kinjia, with a dark body and glowing tattoos, runs straight towards the monster's mouth. She throws the other prisoners away from the monster. The girl is completely pierced by lightning. They emanate from her in different directions, and this is her strongest level of power. Number 0330 Kinjia. Sentence: life imprisonment. The succubus landed on the ground of the prison after being thrown away from the monster. She holds her head and screams in severe pain. A glowing, electrified beam passes by her as she lies on the floor of the prison, and the girl is shocked by such power. Kinjia, standing right next to the monster, shoots huge rays of light from her hands, which cut through the monster's tentacles. She screams for him to die. The succubus stands up in horror near the bars of the cage and screams that she doesn't understand who she is, where she is, or what's going on. Above her head, a foot breaks through the cage. The dragon pulls the succubus into the cell and tells her to quickly enter because it is safer around her. She shouts at her not to pull so hard because her shorts are caught on the famous bars. The girl pulls her friend away from the deadly ray and says that she should be glad that at least she has them at all. The succubus cries because she can no longer fight and asks Camilla to help the Lord. Holding the dragoness's hand, she sobs in fear. Camilla asks what she saw there, that she is suffering so much. She assumes that it was just a dream. The succubus says that she doesn't think so and asks him to help. The dragoness asks what she saw there. Wiping away her tears, she says that she saw the Lord lying on the ground in a crowd of prisoners and dying. She screams that in her vision all 80 prisoners are trying to desecrate his body, and she says that it is very terrible. Camilla asks her if she was among this crowd. She replies that if she had been there, it could not be called an atrocity. A monster with huge eyes and a bunch of stings on its body. The dragoness says that now they themselves will need help, because if the descendant of the ancient god Baal goes crazy, he will not understand where his friend is and where his enemy is, and it is not safe to stay near him. Kinji's altered form screams at the monster to attack harder because he won't kill her, but will die himself. Prisoners in cells ask for help. They scream to be let out. The dragoness melts the chamber of the aquatic creature with her foot. It says something in its own language and holds a bedding with symbols in its hands. The girls run forward. The dragoness carries the succubus in her arms. The rest of the runners warn each other to be careful. They say that they need to get out quickly, otherwise they will not be saved. The puppet swings. It misses Evans, who rolls under the blow and hits the killer doll standing nearby with her gun. The girl jumps away and simultaneously hits 2 more targets. The girls behind run forward shouting that everything is fine here and they should go forward to the exit. And Dolly look at the fleeing prisoners. The girl asks the witch why they couldn't modify others. The girl defends herself from the blows of the puppet. The prisoner says that the witches could create a whole batch of Evans like them and create a detachment from them, and with such power they would stand at the head of the continent. The witch looked displeasedly at the former teacher and said with irony that she was the smartest of all, and everyone around her was stupid and did not understand, but this did not matter in her opinion. The witch turned to the student, and she told her that since she had decided to take this path, she could stop considering herself part of the coven, and from now on she should not mention her name and their teacher because they do not need this noise. She cruelly said that sooner or later, everyone who does not know how to adapt will be eliminated, and if she did not know the true strength of the teacher, she would not have curried favor with her. Running armed soldiers. A bunch of soldiers are hiding in the room and asking if everything is in place and if there are any wounded. Gate of the central zone. Veronica, perplexed, asks why the prisoner is here. She asks if the prisoners have already made their way here. She, out of breath from running, says that it couldn't have been otherwise because Dolly and Evans rebelled and there was no power to stop them. She replies that she doesn't know where the warden is, but without him it's a real mess right now. The girl turned to the security guard and asked what was next in their plan to combat the riots. She replies that if they lose the entrance to the prison cells, they retreat to the center to join the support group. The werewolf is interested in the arrival of the army, to which the guard replies that their arrival should have come a long time ago. Anthony is at the bar with the military. He holds a mug in his hand and says that all military personnel today have been paid for alcohol and food. One of them says that the usual meeting has taken too long, to which the man replies that the Lord can calmly handle it himself. Approaching the table with the military, the council member says that the Lord put on a show because the newspaper is now praising his new guards, and to show how good they are, he decided to turn on the siren and quell a non-existent riot. The slightly intoxicated man explained that if they went to support him now, they would ruin the plan. The military agreed with him and decided that it would be better for them to wait here until everything was over, because the greats think differently, and there is a lot to learn. Anthony turns around in surprise at the bar door. He screams and doesn't understand where the man got such a huge truck of energy stones. He replies that this is an order from Rosa prison. He shouts that there is a riot there, and there is no need to disturb them now, to which the supplier replied that he knows, and the third phase has begun, otherwise why would they need so many stones? Anthony angrily replies that the third phase is complete nonsense and this cannot happen, to which he was given the answer to contact the tax office, because the man did not have time to finish reading the order before they had already collected a whole cart of stones for him. Anthony thinks in shock that funding for the prison has been cut, and how they were able to afford so many stones and where the Lord got so much money. He thinks that the warden should not fall for counterfeit money. He pushes the man aside and yells at him to step aside. A girl with a scar sits at the table and nobly drinks tea. The Necromancer holds a green cloud of energy in his hand, and an overseer sits behind the table. She asks if he is going to take any measures, because the gate has already been broken through, to which he replies that there is no need to rush. Looking in front of him, the man says that the rebellion is not just that, he should check whether the exercises were of any use. The warden was tense, a drop of sweat flowing from his face. In fact, he was thinking that the gate had been broken through too quickly, and an unexpected situation had arisen. Prison map. The dotted line shows how quickly and how many more prisoners have left to break through to the main gate. He thinks that if the rebellion in the center cannot be stopped, then the suppression will turn out to be a failure. The girl sits in front of him on the table, and therefore he cannot make adjustments to the plan right now, because under her supervision he must maintain the calm inherent in a real lord, otherwise his identity may be revealed. He looks forward and thinks that all he can do is hope that there will be no mistakes in the future. The prisoners behind the witches are talking. One of them says that they are going to break into the central area, and the guards are simply using paralyzing rays, and those puppets couldn't even kill anyone, they only wounded them. The second responds with a laugh that the warden looks down on them, and later he will be convinced of his own stupidity. The witch remembers what the Lord was like before, a stately warrior with a huge sword and armor. She thinks that behind his confidence is that he is no longer the same person. Otherwise he would have dealt with it instead of hiding in his office. A rat with glowing red eyes squeaks in surprise. The witch thinks she has found what she needed. There are a bunch of rat traps near the door. The girl thought that so many traps were designed for her possible arrival. The witch remembered the warden's words about the secret paper and thought that she wanted to know what secret he was hiding from everyone. A horde of rats demolishes buckets of apples. People are running away in fear from a huge crowd of rats who are running towards the prison. People are screaming in panic that they don't understand where there are so many rats, and that this may be the beginning of the rat plague. The fire hits the goal. The guards see that the gate has been hit. They scream in horror that they don't know what to do next. They ask if anyone has experience in command because they need a plan on how to proceed. Behind the alarmed warriors, Manda points a finger at herself and says that she was previously the commander of the army. The prisoner stands up and, pointing her finger forward, shouts that the rear needs to get ready to shoot. She instructs the first ranks of soldiers to prepare bayonets. The prisoners create a protective ball around themselves and move forward. Manda demands to open fire. The Gorgon tells the queen that there are more than 90 guards here. She asks if she smells the warden, to which she receives an answer from the prisoner that no, in her opinion, his smell is somewhere far away in the office. With a smile, she paraphrases the words she received, saying that in other words, the warden is now isolated and completely helpless. Ant larva. The queen thinks that the moment has finally come when she can send her ants to hunt. The queen screams and transfers her power to the puppets in the asylum. Infirmary. The girls wake up. The advisor opens her eyes and they glow purple. Everyone wakes up with purple tentacles protruding from their backs. She thinks that no one would take dying patients into account, and the infirmary is the main mistake because it leads directly to the Lord's office. A crowd of prisoners, influenced by the queen, runs forward. The werewolf, sensing the smell of poison, turns around. She realizes with horror what is happening in the infirmary. The door breaks through. Opening her eyes wide in surprise, she thinks that they were not ready for this because the path from the infirmary leads straight to the Lord's office. Veronica stands in bewilderment while her teammates defend themselves. She can't get rid of this smell. They shout at her to defend herself as the prisoners are approaching. The deputy turns to the werewolf and says that there is a special task for her. She is obliged to protect the Lord if something unexpected happens during the riots. The girl asks in bewilderment why, since he himself is strong, why does he need protection from her? Veronica is horrified. The deputy said that he lost his memory 2 months ago and overnight turned into an ordinary person. Turning to the girl, the deputy said that this was being kept secret because few people in prison could be trusted with this secret, and she was not able to find out more about the district commanders. The superintendents stand in a single row. The deputy says that he does not know whether they will carry out their direct duties during the riots or do something else, and therefore during the riots they will have to make their choice. Veronica watches the fight in shock and motionless. The girl, turning to her, says that she hopes that the werewolf will not forget the true reasons for being here. Veronica remembers the guard standing and how she saw him for the last time before leaving for the village, hiding in his clothes with her nose, throwing a weapon. Veronica runs away from the fighting and Manda behind her asks where she is running. The deputy, observing everything, demands that the side door be opened and let her into the infirmary. Moe and the deputy are in the main center. In front of them are Veronica and the prisoner Manda on defense. The doors to the building with the infirmary and the Lord's office are illuminated in green. The girl runs through these doors. The sick almost burst through the other doors. Werewolf in a fast-running stance. She uses her powers and runs forward at maximum speed. Infected prisoners burst through the infirmary doors, holding them back. Veronica forcefully presses the first prisoner to leave the door against the wall. Turning around, she senses danger. The largest of the escaped girls punches the werewolf in the face and knocks her down. The defeated guards fall to the ground. One of the guards turns to the prisoner and asks if she didn't say that she had experience in command. She sent them to certain death. She said that she didn't think they were that bad in combat. Her tactics were based on fighting bandits, not prisoners. She remembered how she had once observed military operations and asked the commander to teach her a little, to which he replied that first it was worth sending the first line of warriors to battle. The guard angrily grabbed the girl and started shouting that you can't compare bandits and prisoners, and all this is because of her ridiculous orders. She must come up with something now. She says in fear that she cannot do anything in a women's prison, because if she were in a men's prison, she would have killed everyone long ago. An idea appeared in her head, which is why the girl's face changed. The security guard blows her whistle. The guards return, to which the prisoners are perplexed that the guards are leaving and why they were given the signal to retreat. The other girl doesn't understand what good is security if they run away. The queen points her finger forward and shouts not to give them time to collect their thoughts, but to get rid of them now. A crowd of prisoners runs towards the guards, led by Manda. She uses the magic of charming the fox and makes an enchanted circle of magic around herself and shouts the continuation of the spell about wanting her. Fox magic affects everyone around her. The girls do not understand what it is. They think that the fog around them is nothing more than a trick and it is not poisonous at all. Immediately after these words, the girl feels bad. The prisoners feel sick and are all shaken off by the attack. The security guard also feels sick. They don't understand why this smell is so disgusting. Manda, with a malicious smile, says that this is the charm of her kind. The pheromones that she secretes with the help of desire turn a person into her puppet. The guard covers her mouth from nausea and asks if she was going to give them a chance to escape while the prisoners are throwing up, to which the girl replied that the smell is terrible for anyone who is not attracted to girls, and no, her plan was different. Manda looks forward and says that her skill is not the solution to the problem. But since there are a lot of people in the prison, everyone, standing on their haunches, vomits on the floor. The girl continues to say that in this case it would not be surprising if there were those who love women. The prisoners on the floor look up and ask in surprise why their accomplice is okay. The security shouts in shock that she likes women that way. The gorgon and the snakes on her head turn red with shame. She covers her ears with her hands and shouts that this aroma confuses her and at the same time attracts her. The vixen looms over her new puppet and says that now she can use her best spells on her. She invites Medusa into her game. The prisoner tries to hide from this scent. She thinks she wants it to end. Manda takes the prisoner's sweaty hand. The gorgon sees a girl in a wedding dress in front of him and is embarrassed by her appearance. They dance around and the fox says that this is their wedding dance, to which Medusa is surprised that it is happening right now, to which Manda replies that it could just be her dream. The happy gorgon replies that even if this is her dream, it is worth it. The fox says to hold her tight because the celebration is about to begin. Under the influence of the fox's spell, Medusa uses her power. She shoots at the prisoners, to which the guard standing nearby is shocked and asks the fox if it was possible to do this. The girls in the crowd shout that Gorgon needs to be captured. The witch watching this asks the queen if she should intervene in the battle now. The womb reminds that the Gorgon, like all her companions, has insects that she can awaken, and therefore it is better to leave the power of the witch to fight the Lord. The new girl turns around and shouts that the main part of their battle is still ahead. From behind she is informed that the 13th prisoner is running. She and her friends are running with a blanket in their hands. Holding it in front of him, the creature points it directly in hieroglyphs at the queen ant. The queen is attacked by tentacles, destroyed buildings, and there is a thunderstorm and rain in the sky. A huge tentacle is reaching out. The creature holds the little girl by the shoulder. She asks her to hide here for the day. She says that she brought her here from the depths of the forbidden land, and her strength is running out. The girl asks the creature not to leave her. A girl in rags is crying and shaking with fear. The girl is trying to calm the baby down and asks her not to be afraid, because magical barriers and forests will protect her, and she will return for her tomorrow. The creature runs away into the mountains with lightning speed, and the girl, who hid in the cave, asks her not to leave. Huge tentacle. The girl bursts into tears, and a dagger appears near her neck. Someone calls her little pig and asks where she is. A huge statue with 2 faces and wrapped in red thread appears in front of the girl. It moves its spiked tentacles in front of her face, and a shadow from behind calls the girl to it. The hand holds a bunch of cockroaches and, showing them to the girl, says that she has something to feed the baby. The girl bursts into tears of fear. She runs forward, straight to the huge thorny bushes. She screams for her mistress to help her and not leave her here. End of the tentacle. Sharp tentacles, on the tips of which drops of blood roll down, close the girl inside. She tries to escape and screams that it took her a lot of strength to escape and she will never return there again. The little girl with the cut-off noose around her neck runs forward and shouts that the creature promised her that she would succeed. She asks to wait for her. The baby stumbles and falls straight onto the sharp thorns. A girl with a covered face asks her, while behind bars, if she is ready to see the world outside the forbidden zone. Tentacles with spikes covered in blood branch in front, and on one of them lies a white bloody cloth. A woman's voice says that she found her on a mountain road. The girl, standing in front of the covering cloth, says that the girl managed to walk a huge distance in the forest. A voice from behind the cloth says that there is no point in worrying, because she said that she would take the girl as soon as her mana was restored, and so she simply brought the stranger straight to her house. Dolly appears behind the cloth and asks the woman with her face and body covered whether the fate of this child depends on her. She replies that the witch needs to forget about it, because with this child's skills, magic is still a long way off, and she is different from other witches. A bloody child's hand reaches forward and calls for Mom. The covered woman turns to the child's voice and tells the witch that even after hitting her head, she continues to call for her mother. The girl, lying on the floor with her arm extended forward, says that no, her mother told her this when they were kept in the barn along with the rest of the pigs. A girl behind bars is crying over the body of a woman who, like her, was tied with a rope to the ceiling. Her mother says that if she manages to leave the forbidden zone, then she will need to call any man who meets her dad and a woman mom, because that's the only way she will be able to survive. The girl addresses the covered woman as her mother and asks her to help. A woman puts flowers to the portrait. She looks at the coffin with bouquets. There is a child in the photo and a caption above it that it was her beloved daughter. The woman gives the clothes of the child from the photo to the injured girl and wraps her sore arm, saying that being her student is very difficult, and she asks if the girl is ready for this, to which she responds with a nod. The woman points her finger at the corpse covered with a bloody cloth. She shouts at the girl crying next to her and says that she does not dare to conduct experiments on living people at that age. And how can she even cry in such a situation? Then she should practice on herself since she acted so bravely. The girl sobs and tells her that she is afraid of pain. The woman grabs the child by the clothes and claims that she should think carefully about her behavior in response to her words. The girl apologizes and says that she will not do this again. She justifies herself by saying that she just wanted to win the competition. The woman lets go of the child and, turning to the girl standing in the doorway, asks her to take care of the body and not let rumors about it leak out while she herself descends from the mountain for a while. The girl agrees with the teacher. The best teacher is invited to present an award to the best student. A covered, dark-skinned woman hugs the girl and tells her to continue in the same spirit. Because she's doing well, the girl thanks her, holding a pendant in her hands. The guys, sitting at their desks, clap them, and the girl, conducting experiments on people, sits with a sad face in the center of the other guys. She fidgets with her fingers on the table. Wooden arms clasp the baby. She asks if they could hug her. In the arms she sobs, expressing her sadness. She is sure that she is nothing more than a substitute teacher's daughter, but she does not want to be looked down on and would like to become better than she is now. The girl squeezes her body tighter in her arms and says that she is an ordinary person who cannot defeat geniuses, and all she can do is use body modifications, because they do not require magic. The girl hugs a human doll made of wood, which is attached to a magic stone. She continues to tell her that all she can do is use modifications of her own body to radically change her appearance, and then her mother will not know anything. The broom falls, and behind her is the future Queen of Ants. As she falls, she sees the witch Dolly and her teacher standing at the top. She thinks about why her mother cares about others more than she does. Rushing into the abyss, the girl holds her hand in front of her and thinks that only by being next to her teacher does she feel far from this abyss. Her thought ends with the fact that all this is just after all. Having fallen, her body lands on a huge tentacle spike. Someone in the depths of the waters calls her Piglet. A covered woman with a terrible wide smile on her face and a bloody hook asks her if the girl has returned to them. The hand holds a hook tied to a chain. Someone reaches out to the weeping queen, and the knowledge dissipates. Evans catches the arrow right next to his mother's head. The girl turns to her and asks if everything is okay, to which the mother wipes away a tear and says that she fell into the world of illusions, but remembered her best creation, and this illusion dissolved. Dolly turns to the student and says to stop treating herself like that, because if not for her technique, she would not have been able to subdue the monster with tentacles and the whole prison would have been filled with snot. Dolly pulls the elf behind him and walks forward towards the smoke. Next to her are small creatures in their real forms. 13 became a small octopus, the tigress turned into a small tiger cub, and the half-bird became an ordinary bird. The mercenary sprinkles powder with a crown on the jar onto her dagger. She takes the lit cigarette out of her mouth and lights her dagger with it. Peaceful prisoners run forward. The 13th shows the hieroglyphs on the sheet. The queen blinds her. The witch and the new girl's minions watch this. The elf falls to the floor and turns away from the sheet. The witch begins to be pulled in by tentacles. She mentally tells her hat to eat them. The hat opens its huge mouth and absorbs the attacking tentacles into it. The witch cuts the air with its fingers and, making a rounded magic sign with them, casts transformation spells. The 13th turns into a small octopus along with the sheet. The succubus in the hands of the dragon asks Dolly not to touch them, but just let them pass because the monster is running after them. The woman turns them all into her original images. The witch finishes with the spell and, folding her fingers, apologizes. She says that she cannot let them ruin everything. The prisoner pulls the elf by the rope and goes to the door from which lightning strikes. The girl standing there is charged and gives her energy everywhere. Seeing her, Dolly is shocked by such a huge power of thunder and lightning. She says that she is now sure that Kinjia is a descendant of the god ball. The girl shouts to the witch to come to her to fight. With the speed of lightning, the girl runs to Dolly. The transformed creatures scream in horror. The witch calmly pronounces the first part of the spell. She speaks about the word of the gods. The hat is part of her brain with a circle of different eyes and tentacles at the back. The witch makes magical gestures with her fingers and screams about the Iotibus. The force from her fingers hits the prisoner directly in the chest. The force transports the girl like a wave to another world. Brick walls are built around it. Kinjia falls on a huge red eye in the center of the labyrinth. A voice from outside tells her that he is the god of the labyrinths, Iot, and he would like to play a game with her, and then lets out an ominous laugh. The creatures look in shock at the small eye on the floor, in the center of which is their shrunken friend. Dolly stands behind and thinks that she had to use this technique to stop her from killing everyone around her. Exhaling calmly, Dolly says that the girl is very energy consuming and how can she now restore her strength in such a short time. The witch is shocked by the sound of a clap from behind. A huge column of orange smoke rises near the prisoners. They admire the prisoner's powers and do not understand how she can become even stronger with every spell used on her. The guards next to the Gorgon are broadcasting an urgent message from the Warden. Since the collars blocking their powers have been removed, they can use their power 100%. They may differ, but the prisoners should not be harmed. Medusa's fox form replies that she will do everything in her power. The fox lies on the bed next to the Gorgon, who is wrapped in a blanket. She talks to the girl, calling her silly and asking her to get out from under the blanket. Making a malicious smile, she tells her that otherwise she will not be able to get to the girl. She embarrassedly answers her that the fox is in too much of a hurry. While stroking Medusa with her foot, she playfully asks her not to be nervous. After this, Manda sits on top of her, licks her mouth with her tongue and, pressing on the girl's body, says that she is a real master of acupressure and she is sure that Gorgon will like it. The fox strikes his hand forward and makes a screaming sound when struck during a massage. Medusa gets full, quickly and screamingly spreads her arms. Fiery power comes out of each snake on her head. Her mana recovery rate has reached 1000%. Fireball explosion. The prisoners are hit by a column of fire from the jellyfish. The frightened girls scream that they can no longer fight. They demand to deal with the Gorgon. The vampire dodges the burst of fire in a jump and says that he will sort it out now. She punches past the fireballs released by Medusa with lightning speed. Approaching the prisoner, Ophelia creates revenge from blood. Sticking out her tongue, the girl with a malicious smile swings her sword and, laughing, says that she will kill her ex-friend. 3 arrows hit the hand she swung. The hunters were going to finish off the creature with a burning blade, saying that the prisoner could not be killed, otherwise they would not receive payment. But she turned into a bat and flew away with burning wings, shouting after them that they were unscrupulous immortals for doing this to her. Outside the prison, a guard holds the bounty hunters on their way to the gate. She shouts to them that although the Lord hired them to work, there is a magic circle operating there that will tear apart anyone who wants to approach. Bella approaches the guard and tells her to calm down. Because initially there was only one circle and was created to scare the prisoners, the girl was surprised by one circle. The superintendent replied that creating circles is very expensive and generally asked her why the girl was so nervous. She scratched the back of her head and said out of embarrassment that this is the situation now. The girl sets the dagger on fire with her cigarette. The witch asks how the queen plans to get through so many bounty hunters. Exhausted after the land of illusions, the girl replies that she thinks Evan's strength should be enough for this. An angry Dolly replies that her powers must be saved to fight the Warden because she can no longer leave her mana. Behind the girls, a skeleton emerges from the magic circle and says that they kept him waiting. The new girl asks who it is, to which the witch gives her the answer that the girl nevertheless decided to act. The Necromancer says through the skeleton that she did not think that she would be able to collect enough souls for magic, but since many people died here, she wonders if they are going to continue fighting. Standing in front of her, the witch replies that she has used up most of her energy and therefore she cannot challenge the Lord in this state. The Necromancer says that none of this concerns her and she just wants to continue reading the book, but when they get to the Lord, she will help them. The witch replies that with her help there will be more chances to win. The queen, standing nearby, remembered the prisoners from the infirmary. She wondered if they had reached the warden's office. She squeezes her hand and a purple appendage appears from it. The girl hopes that her puppets at least cause damage to the man. The queen is shocked. Veronica looks at the crowd of corpses of girls lying in the corridor. The mother realizes with horror that this werewolf killed everyone. The sound of heels can be heard down the corridor. The tiger queen rips the parasites out of her back. She says it turns out the food was poison. She remembers how, while playing cards, she asked her friend what would happen if she ate the whole food, to which she replied so that the girl would not ask stupid questions, but would simply accept her defeat and eat the whole thing. Looking at the parasite growing from her hand, she asks if the prisoner really thought that she could control her with the help of worms, because this is a very naive move. Kneeling in front of the girl, the werewolf calmly told her to return or she would suffer the same fate as all the other girls. With her hands on her hips, the girl with red hair and a tattoo on her shoulder says that it is truly rare to see such a situation in the prison that Aiden runs. Veronica is on her knees, and behind her are prisoners who look like zombies. The girl says that it seems that the werewolf concentrated too much on animal instincts, and even after the fight she will need a lot of time to return to normal, because with a large number of kills, werewolves become enraged, and in this state it is quite easy to retain the remnants of reason difficult. Looking down at the girl, the Tiger Queen says with a malicious smile that she is not going to return to the infirmary. She asks if the werewolf really wants to kill her because of this. Opening the portal, standing near him, the witch turns to the queen and says that they have a meeting with the warden, which means they should save Mana. The witch asks to call the daughters of the womb. She replies that she has no one else to call, because the girls were nothing more than reservoirs for potions, but she had to replenish her strength from their reserves. A vampire in the form of a bat flies up to them and asks where the queen is going to go. She tries to fly away after the queen of ants, her daughter and Dolly with the elf on a rope leaving for the portal. The mouse shouts to them to wait for her and not to run away, abandoning the others. The rebels, wounded by the hunters, turn to the departing queen. They do not understand why she is abandoning them and what they should do now. Medusa and the hunters are advancing. The girls shout that their powers are not limitless and there are more and more thugs, especially since they can only use 10% of their powers. A map of the prison, where arrows forward show one group that made it, and two others on the sides that remain blocked halfway. Prisoners say that many of them did not even make it, and therefore the chances of escape are decreasing. The rebel gets hit in the face. The girl does not understand why she is being hit, and the culprit, holding her fist in front of her, screams she should open her eyes because they were abandoned. While two girls are fighting, shouting to each other that without strength they can somehow hold on, everyone else is trying to run forward after the queen and the witch. They ask them to wait for them. The girl extends her hand forward, and the second conflicting one is struck by the curse of the devil's touch. She dies from the blows of swords from the floor. One of the prisoners turns to her with a grin and asks why she killed her comrade for such a trifle. Holding onto the collar, the girl anxiously says that her strength would not be enough because the collar prevents the release of strength. A conflict has arisen between the three girls. While the Kikamura demands an explanation of why she killed one of her comrades, the mummy demands to stop this squabble. Because everyone here has lost their friends, the rest of the observers ask them to end the quarrel because now there is no time for that. The deputy, watching them, says that now prisoner number 1240 will attack prisoner number 1890. The superintendent reads the personnel files of these prisoners. The first girl is the Kikamura Reef, who is usually in the water and has a danger level of C. The second is more often in the crypt and is a mummy with a danger level of B. Moi says that, judging by the analysis of her memory, it is necessary to reduce the suppression at the mummy's collar to the third level so that she can destroy her opponent. Prisoners attack each other. The deputy yells at the guard to lower the collar's security level. The girl lowers the mummy's toggle switch to the third level. She curses her opponent with a swarm of bees, and she flies away from the girl, and then the swarm of bees kills her rival. The mummy looks at the collar and says that there is something wrong with it. The superintendent, observing these actions, asks the deputy why they decided to kill the prisoners, to which the girl replied to the subordinate that they had only now received magic stones to hold prisoners by recharging the collars. The deputy explains to Moe that increasing the limit of collars and reducing their strength will help them get rid of annoying splinters, and besides, S-rank prisoners have joined the riot, and therefore bloodshed in this situation is no longer possible. After reading the document from the warden, the girl asked him that they would have to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Looking at her point blank, the Lord says that this is a list of those who can bring him more problems, and with her help they should accidentally die in battle, so that if something happens, he will not be brought to justice, and given that the witch has a suspicious character, she will want to focus on this, and in this way you can get rid of her, since the girl has made a choice towards the rebels. The man says that the fewer people who are familiar with this list, the better, and therefore, after the deputy familiarizes himself with it, he will have to hide it. The witch is suspicious that Aiden has not used a deadly weapon before. She recalls a conversation she heard from 2 prisoners about how the guards simply had paralyzing bullets, and there were no losses on their part. As she went into the portal, she thought about why he decided to use a different method to kill prisoners. The girl behind them tries to escape with them and asks them to wait. Prison lobby. The portal is closing. The Necromancer, sitting on the table in the overseer's office, says that the rioters have come for him. Maintaining a cold calculation, the warden looks forward and with an empty gaze thinks that this moment has finally come. The queen, Evans, Dolly, along with the elf and the vampire, who managed to fly into the portal at the last moment, emerge from the portal in his office. The new girl looks the Lord in the face and says that she is flattered that the warden himself personally came out to greet her. Aiden calmly greets the prisoner by number and then asks how best to address her. Transforming into her ant form, she replies that he can call her whatever he wants. Standing in front of the Lord who pulled the dagger from his cane, the queen in her huge form says that, although not without problems, she allowed him to appear before everyone as a first-class commander. A map of the prison with protecting people marked on it and a womb located near the Lord at the end of it. The werewolf bares his teeth and lets out a powerful roar. The teacher stands next to Veronica and says that this is the training of werewolves. It is not so much physical as psychological. A girl and a teacher watch as a guard teases a chained werewolf with a spear. The mentor continues to say that as soon as werewolves activate their instincts, they can easily lose their minds due to the smell of blood, and their thoughts are completely occupied by the desire to kill the enemy. Veronica watches what is happening in bewilderment. The teacher says that this is why it is important to set yourself a clear mission goal before the battle and not deviate a single step from it. And after the battle you should sit quietly for a while and come to your senses. Continuing to sit on his knees, the werewolf again repeats to her that the girl has a choice to return back or die at her hands. Swinging at the creature, the girl says that she could do it. Veronica is shocked. The leader of the tigers is filled with energy and, holding her fist in front of her, says that she has special circumstances not to restrain herself. Veronica continues to listen to the story and is told that one day she will meet people with strange tattoos. On the girl's shoulder is a tattoo in the form of an unfinished triangle with a dot in the center. The werewolf, standing in front of her, leaps onto the wall with lightning speed and, bouncing off it, ends up behind the opponent. She turns back to the werewolf with even greater speed. She hits her, and Veronica flies into the wall with all her strength. And then she will understand what the teacher told her, that against them her fighting skills are worthless. The queen does a kick stance. She raises her fist. The girl makes a second blow, but misses and hits the wall because the werewolf dodges. People like her can bend mithril with just one blow. Veronica clings to the ground with her claws to hold on. While she was kneeling, a girl approaches her head. She raises her foot to crush the werewolf with it. These people are capable of making a dent in the ground with just one step. Veronica lifts her paws off the ground. She dodged again, and the ground under the girl's foot fell apart into small pieces. These people are representatives of the ancient god, the apostle who carries the will of God. The werewolf with evil burning eyes remembers that the teacher told her to forget about the rules she was taught and free her animal instinct, because in this situation the main thing is just to stay alive. The girl sarcastically watches the werewolf and says that she finally managed to find a partner, at least for a warm-up. The prisoners stand opposite the warden, and the necromancer is in the middle of them all. Holding a sword in his hands, the Lord says that since they came here, it means they have already decided who will die first. The queen looks at him with arrogance. The witch calmly remembers what the queen told her. As they stood in front of the portal to the Lord, she told the witch that she would send Evans first, who would poison his vocal cords so that he would not be able to cast the contract spell, and then she could attack to kill the warden. The girl steps on her mother's body and screams in pain. Evans runs to the Lord, not listening to her orders. Standing next to the warden, she says that she long ago found her own will, and she thinks that her goal is not to escape. Turning to the man, the girl says that she and Anthony planned to kill him. Evans tried to move away from the warden, saying that he had nothing to worry about because she would protect him. The girl concentrated magic in her hands. The warden says her name in a stern voice. Standing behind the girl, he asks if she has done her homework, causing her to pause anxiously. The mother thinks in shock that she does not understand what is happening. Hovering arrogantly over the shadow of the child, she thinks that she does not understand why the girl does not obey her orders. She demands that she do so, while the girl feverishly holds her head and repeats about her homework. Looking at the child, the Lord asks what's wrong with her. He wonders if she wants the man to repeat his task, while the girl, in horror, holding her head, tries to remember the task. He thinks about how to rid her completely of existing control. It was impossible, but during this time we still managed to do something with her brain that could be impressive. Yes and no buttons against a background of binary code of zeros and ones. Aiden continues to think about the idea that the girl's brain is somewhat reminiscent of the computer from his past life, only it can give answers to questions that imply a yes or no answer. And every day, standing in front of the girl, he asked her a different question. He asked her questions about fairy tales, asked how she would act in the situations described there, what she thought, whether Little Red Riding Hood was sent by her mother to the forest on purpose or by accident, how Cinderella would have lived if there had been no control from her stepmother, and how the girl would have saved Snow White. The girl screams from the questions, tearing her brain apart. But the Lord explains this to himself by the fact that with the help of such questions she had to expand her thinking and find both pros and cons in any situation, building an associative series, and this huge flow of knowledge drove out of her head the need to obey the queen. The queen looks with contempt at the Lord, who is thinking about what a girl will do if her mother cannot control her. The tentacles of the new girl stretch forward. She grabs the child and tells Dolly that something is wrong with Evans and she needs time to fix it. The warden looks at the witch and, making a special apology, addresses her by name. With a sly smile, he, seeing the frightened face of the prisoner, asks her why she decided to make such a stupid choice and join the rebels, because he definitely did not forget about the contract and will now remember how the spell sounds. The man begins to say it, but the girl comes closer and shouts that she did not participate in the riot. The queen looks at her accomplice with contempt. The witch lowered her head and said that this girl is a student of her old friend, and this is a good reason why she does not dare to attack her, and among the rebels there are many powerful prisoners against whom she is powerless. Pointing to the elf sitting tied up on the floor, she says that the only thing she could do was to protect the weakest. Jalala, with a shocked face, tried to say that the witch was lying. She turned her finger and cast a spell that put the elf to sleep before she could finish speaking. Looking at her with a smile, the Lord said that since everything was as she said, then she should step aside, and they would solve this situation later. The warden remembers the real Lord who died while sitting at the table. He thinks that the contract spell is not something he can cast, since he only knows the first words. A spilled bottle of ink that almost completely covered the text of the spell on the piece of paper. Initially, the man was going to use this chance to turn the tide and catch the queen ant. A notebook with a flower on the cover lies on the table. The Lord realized that, judging by the witch's reaction, she did not know about what was written in it. One by one, the rats fall into the traps near the door, and because they didn't get there, the warden's attempts to apply psychological pressure did not help. But all this was enough to cope with the current situation. The queen's accomplices all retreated one by one or left her control. The Necromancer, watching this, lowered her glasses and said that all this was mortal boredom, and it would be better for her to go back. In the Lord's opinion, the only one who hated trouble the most was simply angry when she saw this situation and decided to leave. Looking straight at the enemy, the Lord thinks that the queen has no way out of this situation and what she intends to do then. The queen watches the Lord with an irritated face. He reflects that her own decision has turned against her, and without her main comrades she will not be able to continue the battle. But he does not know whether she will have the courage to continue it alone if the outcome is already a foregone conclusion. Aiden holds his sword at the ready. He looks arrogantly at his opponent, without saying anything. Huge growths appear on the vampire's back. The girl turns around on her back and screams in fear that she cannot control herself. She does not understand what is happening. The Ant Queen uses her magic, and tentacles similar to those on her body appear on her subordinate's back. Using the puppet's magic, she creates a bloody blade and tells teacher Dolly not to worry. The queen makes gestures and controls the vampire from a distance. The new girl says that the Lord can say anything, but, in her opinion, he is nothing more than just wagging his tongue in vain. The ant extends the blade forward with the hands of the vampire and asks the Lord if he really decided that the queen was afraid of him, and now they will see what he is really worth. The warden calmly stands opposite the opponent and mockingly says that she will now disgrace herself by challenging him. The witch ironically addresses the Lord. She says that they did something similar to him, but he doesn't even want to teach the prisoner a lesson, as if he underestimates her. The witch and the necromancer look oppressively at the warden. Asen wants him to act on the rioting prisoners right now. The warden tries to remain cool, but in his head he understands that if he continues to only talk and not act, he will be exposed. Smiling broadly, the Lord ironically says that he hasn't stretched his bones for a long time, and to do this, he will complicate the task for himself and spend all his mana. He squeezes a ray of light in his hand and tells him not to let him down. The Necromancer and Dolly look at the man who begins to use the spell. The witch does not understand why he is using light power, to which the second girl answers her that he is going to use up all the mana with this spell, but this is useless with his spiritual power. The queen watches the Lord's actions with irritation. She doesn't understand why he uses this spell if he blinds himself, like everyone else, and her puppet, like other Blood Clan vampires, has excellent hearing, and therefore blinding will be useless against her. Holding the power of light in his hands, the fake lord looks directly at the queen doll and thinks that if he were to fight an open battle, then everyone would immediately understand that he is an amateur, and therefore he needs to gather all the power of this body in order to fool everyone. But at the same time, the Lord understands that vampires are nocturnal creatures and, as a rule, rely on hearing, but he himself is similar to them in this. Aiden reaches out his hand and, opening it, casts a light spell on the entire office. At this moment he thinks that for 8 years he fought for the right to be reborn. Everyone around him is blinded by his power, even outside the prison. The Lord is sure that darkness is his natural habitat. The man on the phone asks him if the man was going to go to the hospital to see his mother one last time. He lay in a pile of empty bottles next to the telephone and could not say a word without movement. A beam of bright light in a dark sky. From the beam someone's body falls straight to the ground. The shadow of a man with green eyes rises from the ground. Several similar shadows rise one after another. A woman's voice tells them that these are offended souls from another world. The girl says that she sees the anger in their hearts and they do not yearn for repentance. The goddess, kneeling on the water, spread her arms and wings. She shouted to the souls to come to her, walking hundreds of thousands of kilometers along the river Styx, and then she would grant the winner a second life. The shadows, having heard the words of the goddess, run forward, pushing their competitors along the road. A drop of energy falling into the water. The goddess says that in this river, besides them, there is something else. The lightened shadows of the legs run forward. The Lord, whose half of his face is a shadow of this past, the man remembers how dazzling the voice of the goddess was that saved him. He hears the vampire approaching in the darkness. In a fighting stance, the Lord remembers the afterlife and, cutting the air with his sword, hits the puppet right on the hand, which is why it loses its weapon, and the blood from the fighting hand pours straight onto the floor of the office. Aiden stands, holding the blade in front of him, while the vampire runs away from him in the opposite direction without her hand, which lies thrown back with the vampire blade. The queen and the witch are blinded. They cover their faces with their hands so that their eyes don't hurt from such a bright light. The girls try to understand what is happening. Bats appear from the vampire's severed hand and fly away to the side. They fly up to the vampire and, hitting her in the shoulder, regenerate her arm back. The new girl says that she can regrow her limbs and it won't be so easy to destroy her because only the replacement arm was damaged. The mother holds her daughter in front of her with a huge tentacle. The girl is in a trance and, without resisting, looks at her stepmother. The queen says that she just needs to bring Evans to her senses, and after that the Lord will regret that he spent all his mana on this useless spell. The blinded Lord hears a vampire behind him, holding a sword in his restored hand. The goddess, smiling widely, says that they should quickly collect their thoughts. Shadows of different shapes and sizes run across the water towards the goddess as she tells them that only the fastest and most worthy will remain victorious, while others will unfortunately be swallowed up by darkness. The Warden, waving his cloak, pierces the vampire's body with his blade. Behind the Lord, his shadow from the underworld appears as the vampire tries to dodge the Warden's next blow. The man cuts the prisoner's body, making blows from the left, right, above and below. With a smile and a large scar on her cheek, she sarcastically replies that she is tired of hiding, since his sword is not silver and cannot do anything to her. The vampire makes a strong blow to the Lord's face, his hat flies off, and the blood falls directly on the vampire's fist. The queen laughs ominously and ironically asks how he dares to call himself a lord if she could so easily inflict such a strong blow on him without even trying. The prisoner's hand burns with fire after touching the Lord's body. Holding her injured hand with her other hand, she looks at it with confusion and asks why his blood burns her skin so much. The Necromancer, with his head bowed, calmly says that she is completely stupid, since, being a vampire, she fights with an inquisitor soaked in holy water. It is obvious that his blood is a red-hot brand for a vampire, and for this he allowed her to strike so that later it would be possible to deal with her much easier. The vampire was shocked by this information. She did not know about the holy water in his body. Remembering his rage in the afterlife, the Lord swings his bloody fist with all his might. He makes a huge blow to the vampire's face, which causes her face to burn and she coughs up blood onto the floor. The witch watches the vampire's defeat and, making a circle with her finger over the elf's body, demands that she wake up. Jalala wakes up from her sleep and tries to understand why she was blinded. The witch uses a transformation spell on her. The elf becomes a frog. By pointing a finger at the creature, the witch appoints it as her familiar and makes their vision one. Dolly sees the vampire's emotion, which is highlighted in purple, but not the Lord's emotion. The girl understands that the elf did not lie to her, and the overseer's emotions are close to her. Rats jump on the door handle. They open the door and enter the secret room in a group. The witch thinks that it doesn't matter what secret the Lord is hiding if she will do everything to find out anyway. Dolly recalls how, with the ears of a rat, she eavesdropped on the conversation between the deputy and the warden about the secret notebook and the fact that it would have to be hidden as soon as the girl read it. The rats look at the notebook with the flower lying right on the table in the middle of the room. The witch thinks that she can use it against the warden and it would be better for her to obey orders if she does not want to disappear. The Necromancer replies that her tactics with the leg could just as well be used. She had previously noticed that, when passing by her in prison, the Lord leaned on a cane, since the girl had previously noticed that he limped, leaning on it. The queen thought about her right leg. The Lord swings his weapon, but the girl dodges the blow. She squats down and kicks the warden's right leg. The man clenches his teeth in pain. He bends down and, in order not to fall, leans on the dagger that he holds in his hand. The weapon is snatched from his hands. The vampire smiles maliciously, exposing her fang, and ironically asks if he wants to be finished off, because in this position he will no longer be able to rise. The warden takes off his outer clothing and throws it aside. The prisoner attacks the Lord with her claws and shouts that he should stop hiding. He must pay for daring to steal her daughter. The goddess looks at the souls of people who are already close to her. She tells them that very soon everything will end. Extending her hand with a ring on one finger, the girl says that the first person to touch it will be. The goddess sits on her knees and extends her hand closer to the ground. The girl continues to say that this lucky man will be reborn as a different person. A huge shadow runs over the heads of others. She steps with her giant foot and crushes the rest of her opponents. They are all very small compared to him, from which the shadow, looking down at them arrogantly, lets out a malicious laugh. With his huge hand, he pushes others in different directions and rushes forward towards the goddess. One of the shadows stands still and does not try to escape from the monster. Kneeling, the warden holds the tip of the dagger that the vampire tried to take from him, the warden's blood flowing down it. Holding the blade, Aiden rises from his knees. A huge shadow hand looms over him. So is his hand above the vampire's head. He presses the prisoner's head to the ground with all his strength, and she loses her weapon. The vampire's face is burning with blood. The Lord holds her on the floor and punches her in the face. The queen is shaking in pain. Shadow punches an opponent on the ground. The hand misses and hits the ground. While the Lord keeps his hand on the floor, the vampire dodges using bats. Her face is burning with blood and disfigured from a huge number of blows. With the last of her strength, she asks to stop. The embittered queen, gritting her teeth in anger, thinks about how she could have allowed him to beat the puppet to such a state. The warden picks up the sword from the floor. The vampire slowly walks away from him with his head on fire. Looking forward, the goddess says that the shadow managed to defeat everyone, and now she can be reborn in the body of Warden Garrod. A huge shadow looks at the hand of the deity with an evil laugh. She says that all he needs to do is touch her palm and get a reward for it. Another shadow throws its leg forward. She sweeps past the discouraged giant. The Lord's sword flies forward covered in blood. A tired vampire, barely walking, tries to leave the battlefield. A flying dagger hits her body and pierces through it. The parasites fall away from the host and fall bloodied to the floor. The warden, standing with his hand outstretched forward, watches his opponent, struck by him, on her knees with a dagger in her body. The goddess silently looks down. On her huge hand lies a small burning shadow foot. She asks in surprise if there is a leg in front of her. Behind the giant lies a shadow with an arm extended forward. She is burning without a leg and growls in pain. Licking her lips, the goddess chuckles maliciously. Clutching her leg in her hand, the girl laughs ominously. Near her feet, a shadow without a leg is kneeling. The goddess shouts that the deal is done. She likes this resourceful kid, and with him, she thinks, chess games will be very entertaining. Wrapping his sore arm in a bandage, the warden says that it only took him a couple of blows to break through the defense, and he is confident that the queen's face will be stronger. The queen turns her head towards the Lord in bewilderment. She remembers how he fiercely swung his fists at the vampire. The girl understood why the witch was so afraid of him. The mother squeezes her daughter inside her tentacles. At this moment, she remembers how she read the book to the elf. New girl thinks Evans needs a little more time because she is desperately resisting her interference in her thoughts. The queen turns to Dolly and Asin with a request to give her 3 minutes so that Evans can finally come to her senses. The necromancer with a calm face apologizes to the aunt and says that she came to his conclusion by watching her control the puppets. Asin points his finger at the queen and claims that she is nothing more than trash, because even knowing all the weaknesses of the Warden, she continued to fight him disgustingly, and she is just wasting their time. In her opinion, it would be better for her to just give up. The shocked girl turns to the witch. She asks her to help for just 3 minutes. An alarming sheen of sweat appeared on Dolly's face. The rats walk around a notepad with a list of those whom the Warden has chosen as targets. With bleeding under his eye, the Warden mentally realizes that the witch's arrogance is completely gone. It looks like she has found the list, and this riot will soon be over. With a malicious smile on his face, Aiden asks the witch if she would like to take a risk and kill him, because now is the best moment for this. The Warden says that from the very beginning the number of people who participate in the riot did not matter. The remains of broken puppets lie on the prison floor next to the armed walls. Even if the guards had retreated, they would have been replaced by security structures, and this would not have determined the outcome of the event. On the first day of his stay in a new place, the man understood the hierarchy of power in this world. A book with the standard classification of prisoners at Rose Prison, Rank D, have techniques that are difficult for ordinary people to master. Rank C have abilities that are difficult for ordinary people to resist. Rank B, it will take a lot of manpower to suppress. Rank A, strength or technique on the verge human capabilities. Rank S, possess terrifying abilities that can withstand an entire army or even a country alone. According to this classification, all S-rank prisoners are considered weapons of mass destruction. The Lord looks straight at the Queen Ant. He is sure that the riot that was staged was quite simple. After all, Evans was paralyzed, the Necromancer did not take any sides, and the witch never decided who she was. The outcome of this battle will depend on Dolly's actions, because the Necromancer will support her choice. The Warden simulated this situation in his head many times. The girls stand opposite the Lord, and he asks the witch if she would like to challenge him. The man is sure that you can fight with an intelligent person only if he believes that he is smarter than you. The girl is horrified. She remembers the list that she saw through the eyes of rats. The hit list. Judging by the last few days, soft control is no longer an option for Rosa Prison. These prisoners are not ready for re-education. All this will be repeated over and over again. Prisoners below rank A were given ample chances. If they take part in a riot, I authorize them to be quietly removed. Number 0652 Harpy Alo. The first is an attempt to use other prisoners to activate the magic circle. The second is a fight in the prison cafeteria, and participation in a riot is the third offense. The witch remembered this list. The Warden, looking at her point blank, thinks that she, as an intelligent person, will easily understand that the essence of this list is that those who made 3 mistakes will be eliminated. The girl tries to steal the keys from the security guard. Number 4999 Heart Thief Tammy. The first is an attempt to steal the keys to the cameras. The girl lifts the bench over the prisoner, covering himself on the floor. The second is the beating of prisoners in the cafeteria. The girl dies on swords from the curse of the Devil's Touch. The third offense is participation in a riot. A girl with green skin sits in the water among the thickets. Number 2933 Reef Kikamoras. The first thing she did was poison the prison guards. The second offense was beating up prisoners in the cafeteria, and the third mistake was participating in a riot. A mummy curses the prisoner, and, using a swarm of bees, she defeats her rival. The queen turns to the witch and asks her teacher to help her for just 3 minutes, because the Warden has already lost all his mana, and Evans has almost recovered. Dolly again remembers the notebook with the list, which she read through the eyes of rats. The frightened witch does not understand what to do, while the Lord, looking at her point blank, thinks that he deliberately left her name at the end so that she would try to avoid the fate of others. Making a magic circle in front of her, the prisoner screams at the hunter swinging at her with a burning blade. She demands not to touch her, because she is about to return to her cell. The prisoner and the hunter are shocked that the circle suddenly started working and eliminated another prisoner with fire. Number 3420. Illegal possession of weapons by Meg. The first is attempting to break into the armory, the second is beating up prisoners in the mess hall, and the third offense is participating in a riot. The prisoner screams in surprise that her collar suddenly malfunctions. The girl looks anxiously in front of her with her arm outstretched. Her accomplice has fallen into the ice in front of her. She is shocked that her collar has also suddenly failed. Number 3630. Poison Frog Bower. The first thing she did was try to attack the prison guards, the second was beating up prisoners in the cafeteria, and the third was participating in a riot. The rat watches the rioters, who do not understand why their collars suddenly broke. Some believe that it is because of their neighbors snoring, while on the other side they are shouting that they are all crazy for killing so many accomplices. Dolly understands that everyone who made 3 mistakes was quietly eliminated with a special weapon right in the midst of the riot. Notepad text, ordered in blood. Number 0367. Yuna. The first is an attempt to break into the armory, the second is the beating of prisoners in the cafeteria, and the third is participation in a riot. The rat is covered in blood. The witch realizes that everyone who is wrong 3 times will simply be executed one by one amid the chaos. Number 0891. Butcher Dayon. The first offense was beating up the guards, the second was beating up prisoners in the cafeteria, and the third was participating in a riot. The warden looks at his rewound hand. He thinks that even if you replace the paralyzing bullets with ordinary combat bullets, this will not stop the rioters. Thanks to them, there will be no casualties, but this way the guards will lose faster. Nevertheless, this will help the man make the end more spectacular. The witch holds the child with her tentacle and, turning to the witch, asks her to answer at least something, because otherwise she will spend the rest of her life here. The warden is sure that Dolly will believe that he is ready to kill anyone after 3 mistakes. The witch reads the end of the notebook in horror. The rats look at the last lines of the text. Number 2078. Dolly's witch. The first was stealing bullets from prison guards, the second was allowing prisoners to start a fight in the cafeteria, and the third took part in the riot. The witch looks at the Lord with horror on her face. She realizes that she is next on the death list. The hamster takes bullets out of his mouth. Dolly does not understand how he knew that it was she who stole his bullets. Standing in front of the witch, the warden shows her his hand. He says that he not only lost his strength, but also lost a lot of blood and therefore is very weak now. The prisoner tensed her face. She was thinking about why the man didn't take action earlier and why he was waiting for her to take the first step. The warden looks at her and understands what the witch is thinking about now. He is sure that she herself will understand what his plan was. Dolly understands that the man was in his office all this time and could not have known what she was doing during the riot. The elf in the body of a frog sits next to the witch while she thinks about what she told him, that she protected the weak and he simply has no evidence of her participation in the riots. Looking straight at the crippled man, she understands that he wants the girl to attack him, and then participation in the riot will be confirmed. And at the right moment he will simply finish her off. She understood the trap that the warden had prepared for her. A man dies in a magic circle. She is not sure whether the warden spent all the mana, and if he has even a part left, the witch will immediately die from the broken contract. The Lord, with his head bowed, understands that he feels better and now it's time for the decisive battle. He points his finger at the prisoner and shouts at her that he is completely unarmed and asks if she has the courage or she will become a disgrace to her coven. The queen was shocked by his words and couldn't find the words to say anything. The Necromancer, observing this, confidently says that his words are nothing more than a trick to annoy the witch. The warden's face half turns into a shadow of the past from the afterlife. He thinks that since he has already died once, dying a second time is no longer scary. But will she dare to take this step? The witch opens her eyes wide. She silently ponders what to do. The queen throws up her hands. She does not understand why one of the best witches of the coven does not want to punish the warden, because otherwise his reputation will be over. Lowering her head, the girl exhales. An angry student demands that the teacher end the Lord's life, to which the girl tucks her hair behind her ear and coquettishly says that in a coven without men she feels the same, but in prison Rose brightens up her day with her greeting and delicious dessert. Licking her lips, the witch flirtatiously looks at the overseer. The Lord is discouraged by her further words, because she says that the coven is just her job, and she needs to think about her personal life too, so when she is ready, she will give the Lord a child. With a wide, malicious smile and crazy eyes, the witch thinks that the nasty Lord will not find a reason for which she can be punished. The witch recalls how the Lord passed by the cells, and one of the prisoners asked him to feel the lump on her chest in order to understand why it was there, to which the girl received an answer from the warden that he would rather feel the lump on her head with such requests. Dolly realized that such topics offended the warden since he was so easily led to such teasing. She thinks that she gave him a chance to slow down, and now he is more likely to give up first. Coughing into her hand, the prisoner turned to the queen and said that she initially did not intend to be at enmity with her, but from time to time she tries to destroy her relationship with the warden. Having made a magic circle in front of the student, she said that it was better for her to give up and not force her to kill. Raising a finger, the Necromancer replied that she, too, took the side of the warden and therefore the queen had better not try to resist, because her patience had reached the limit, and therefore, if she continued to waste her time, then she could not vouch for herself. Turning to the girls, the prisoner remained silent in surprise. The girl clenched her teeth in anger. Looking at the warden, she said irritably that she was ready to give up. Turning around, the man waved his hand and asked the witch and Necromancer to deal with it themselves, because he no longer cared what the girls agreed to do this work for him. The queen holds her daughter and looks down on her while the witch, with her hands at her sides, indignantly waits for her to surrender into her arms. The prisoner realizes that her daughter has almost returned to normal, while the witch asks the Necromancer to leave and help the Lord with the rest of the prisoners, because she will deal with her student herself. The stepmother lowers her head and remembers the end result. The girl falls off the cliff again, and her two teachers just watch. She extends her hand forward to be caught and saved. Embittered, the queen comes to the end of her thought that she can only rely on herself. The warden stops and turns back slightly. The ant releases the full power of her magic on him. While the lord stands motionless in place, the girl screams at him to disappear. Dolly raises her hand, and a curtain of fire appears in front of the lord, which takes the blow. She used the firewall spell. The stepmother throws her daughter forward through the curtain. The girl goes right through. The mother points her finger at the warden and shouts for the girl to eliminate him. Breaking away from his mother's tentacles, Evans runs towards the lord with a dagger in his hands. Number 3201. Evans. The girl runs screaming at the man. 4 hands appear in her, in each of which a different type of weapon materializes from her own body. The girl has transformation, bloodthirstiness, poisonous blood, and a lack of learning ability. Sentence: life imprisonment. A girl with a covered head looks through the bars of the cell. She asks if Malyugina wants to be pulled out of the cage into the outside world, because she is ready to help her. Crying, the girl behind bars with a noose around her neck says she didn't expect this. The queen, with an ominous look, says that she no longer needs anyone's help. The shadow of a girl with 4 arms walks forward to the screams of her mother to finish off the warden. Flying from above, she sees the lord as a small man, calmly standing in place, waiting for the blades that were in her 4 hands. The Necromancer creates a magic circle with his hand and shouts in anger to the queen that she has annoyed her with her disobedience. The girl turns around at the scream and sees that the prisoner is using the forbidden curse of the dead. The child stamps his foot on the floor. Evan's leg becomes plastic and increases in length. While the girl stands on the floor with this leg, she herself, together with the second, jumps onto a huge spear surrounded by spirits, which was released at her by a necromancer who uses the call of a spear that is capable of killing gods. The wall in the warden's office is destroyed. The prisoner holds a book of spells in front of her, from which magical energy emanates, while Evans tries to run away, to which the necromancer asks her why the girl decided to hide. She creates a magic circle on the floor and shouts the summoning. From it appear infantry warriors and the commander-in-chief of the skeletons on horseback. Armed evil spirits roar and move aggressively straight towards the enemy. The horse runs away, and next to it the leg of the girl, who is already in the center of the battle with the skeletons, breaks off. A large magic circle opens behind the queen, from which a huge snake crawls out and crushes the girl. The witch extends her hand forward, standing next to the prisoner, who lies under the snake, drops of blood flowing from her face after hitting the floor when falling. Dolly tells her that she was not joking when she demanded to surrender, to which the girl began to laugh and say that for them she is like a wild dog, which is first used and then treacherously abandoned. Dolly, with a cruel expression on her face, says that she raised her from an early age and has the right to do so, and in general she is stupid if she thinks that her daughter can defeat the necromancer. With a broken face, the queen, smiling, looks at the floor. She laughs in panic and says that she cannot forget how she was treated as a child. The teacher pokes a finger in the girl's forehead in front of other students. The girl continues to remind the witch about how she was punished for what she did because it was considered wrong. An offended girl cries in front of everyone in the class while her classmates discuss her. She was an ordinary person caught up in a witch's coven, and to them she is a pest because she tried to subjugate magic. With a malicious smile, a bloody face, and a crazy look, she looks at the teacher and asks if she knows how the girl eventually managed to get out of the Forbidden Zone. Skeletons cut up the girl's body. They cut off her legs. The horse jumps over Evan's body to finally pin him down, and the skeletons nearby are about to thrust their sabers. The baby's parts lie next to each other. The head and 4 arms are brought back together with the body. The leg pieces are glued together to form 2 healthy legs. Surrounded by evil spirits, the girl rises with the help of her mother's potion, once again regaining a huge tail and a long dagger in her hands. Dolly is shocked by what she sees. She asks what this child is, if even after she was cut into pieces, she is still alive. The necromancer watches as Evans attacks her skeletons again with even greater force. The child stands on a huge black tail, and in each of her 4 hands there are 2 sabers, a sickle and a thick chain. This is her form of dirty blood. The stepmother answers the witch that this is the beauty of her daughter's body. The girl stops the bullets with her hands in front of her face. The queen explains that her child is able to stop attacks at any speed, and that she also recovers quickly. The dagger makes a small wound on the girl's skin, and her limbs grow back together faster. With each enemy attack, the poison is distributed throughout her body, and so she slowly turns into a bloody god of death. Still being crushed by the snake, she says that it would be better for the witch and necromancer not to knock her out, because then her daughter will get out of control, and she does not envy those who at this moment will be nearby as her victim. A new squad of dead men emerges from the circle. The girl runs to attack them with a dagger soaked in her poisonous blood. She hits everyone who attacks from behind with her tail and at the same time cuts through the skeletons attacking in front with her saber. The Warden stands near the magic circle, and a huge skeleton appears in front of him with a large bow and a spear instead of an arrow. The Necromancer makes a hand gesture to the left and casts a spell to summon a bone giant. Evans crawls forward and swings the chain above him. The giant from above aims his bow straight at the girl. The child continues to crawl straight towards the Warden. He shouts irritably that if she does this now, there will be no way back for her. The irritated queen laughs at the Lord's naivety, because in this form it is easier for her to control her daughter, and she will not listen to his orders. Hanging over the child's shadow, the stepmother in the form of a monster demands to kill the overseer. The weapon falls to the floor. The queen looks at the child in shock. She let go of her hands and threw the weapons on the floor. Evans cries poisonous tears. The Lord slowly approaches the child. Clothes and papers are scattered around her. A wooden doll lies on the floor. The elf in the form of a frog does not understand what is happening and why Evans is really crying. Looking at the doll, she thinks that puppets usually do not have such feelings. And is this really the merit of the Lord in his therapy? The frog opens his eyes wide in surprise. The guard approaches the child. His hand is taped. Seeing the hand, the frog remembers that he saw it in this state. She remembers seeing the Lord opening the lock with his finger taped up, and then he told her that it was just a scratch. The elf saw the Lord arranging papers in a pile when he asked to buy seeds. There was a knife, papers, and a camera on the table then. The dolls lie on the floor in his office, and the same dolls in the photographs in the book. She realized who the creator of the dolls and stories was. The elf remembered how the girl tried to read this book to her because the Lord told her that this way she could find friends. The man stops the skeleton with his hand in front of the child's body. At that moment, the only thought in the elf's head was that he had created all this for the girl. The defeated queen watches as the Lord stops the skeleton from killing her daughter. She cannot understand why the girl stopped when she heard the Warden's words. The abyss of consciousness, in which Evans stands in the water, and behind her is her mother in the form of a monster. The girl looks up and her eyes glow red. The mother shoots her tentacles out of the water. They capture a child who is trying to reach the light in the sky. The embittered queen asks her daughter why she decided to leave her control and what she received from the overseer that she wants to leave her mother. The girl, entangled in her mother's tentacles, reaches out to the light circle above her. Standing in front of the deputy, the Warden looks at the book she brought. He says that he demanded to buy children's books and not those that would teach a child to kill, flatter, and deceive. The deputy replied that she tried to find it, but it wasn't sold in the Silver City. The Lord exhales and says doomedly that then he will write them himself. Sitting in front of the girl, the man writes a draft and asks the child if she has read the fairy tale about Snow White. Turbulent waters. Pillars of wood rise from the water. The stepmother watches as a wooden structure appears with drops of blood dripping from them. Wooden, square-shaped birds sing and fly forward. Sitting on a bench in a wooden house, Evans looks at the wooden figures. She says that the Lord told her that she has the power to change history. She says she understood the moral about not taking apples from strangers. The figure in the shape of her mother turned around and asked what apples we were talking about. The queen realized that it was from the child's memories that she saw when she had Evans under control. A huge staircase appears in front of the stepmother. Blood flows from her steps. A shadow of a man runs down it and shouts to another little man below to wait and introduce himself. Evans holds a wooden slipper in front of him and asks the doll behind him not to worry because she knows where Cinderella lives. Turning away with the shoe in her hands, the girl asks the toy to rely on her, to which she thanks her for her help. A wooden forest appears to the left of the queen as she watches the doll prince interact with Evans. The girl does not understand what all this means and why her daughter is interested in it. Standing in the forest, a girl turns to a hooded doll. She asks if the toy is going to her grandmother, to which she replies that yes, because her grandmother is sick and she would like to take her some pies in a basket. Looking straight at the doll, Evans replies that the road she wants to take is very dangerous, and she is willing to take it to protect it from the wolf. The toy tells her that she is ready to go to visit her grandmother with the girl. The Warden is whittling the Riding Hood doll and accidentally injures his finger. As he watches the blood run down his finger, he says he was hoping woodcarving would be a lot easier, but that's all he can do. The character figures stand on the table. The Lord moves them in the composition. He says he's doing much better with photographs. Holding the camera in front of him, the Warden explains that you just need to find the right angle so that the figures are the same height. The girl looks at the little Red Riding Hood figurine. She holds her head in her hands and sobs poisonous tears. The elf is shocked that the Lord's method actually works. The elf folded her hands on her chest and said with skepticism that it was useless for the girl to read because she still didn't understand anything. Aiden smiles and says that he doesn't expect her to understand, he wants her imagination to develop, and for this you don't need a lot of intelligence. Sitting on a chair in front of the child, the warden, buried in the book he created, says that he would like Evans to find in her fantasies answers to the questions of what she herself wants, because if a person has desires, then he is no longer dead. The Snow White figurine is being grabbed by tentacles. They wrap around her entire wooden house, and the queen screams that Evans is only her daughter. The ant sends tentacles after the girl. She screams that she is her creator and only she can protect her. Destroying the figurines, the girl shouts to the child standing on a hill closer to the light that she should stop resisting because she is the only one who truly loves Evans. The warden holds the skeleton back from attacking with his hand and tells the girl that she can change the course of history, but if she listens to her stepmother, she will forever be locked in prison without any answers. Evans listens to the warden with horror on her face as she tries to figure out what to do. He says that there is an option to listen to herself, and then she will have the opportunity to get out of here and experience what it is like to live in the real world. In the world of the mind, the girl continues to reach for the light, entangled in the shackles of her mother. The girl remembers a conversation with the warden. She asks if it is true that mother will answer her questions if she helps her, and whether Little Red Riding Hood will answer them. The man replies with a smile that in the real world everyone helps each other, and Little Red Riding Hood would give her the answer, and what exactly she could answer, Evans must understand for herself. This will be her homework. The child extends his hand in front of him. She remembers Snow White's answer about the scent apple and her gratitude for her help, how the prince thanked her for her responsiveness, and how Little Red Riding Hood called her to her grandmother. The circle of light becomes brighter. Another, smaller one appears behind him. The queen looks at the expanding circle of light. She asks in bewilderment what it is. Kingdom of Wooden Toys. She understands that before her is a world carved out of wood. Character figures stand in a wooden city. The girl, in a panic, covers her face with two pairs of hands. She reflects on the questions that were asked to her by the warden, and a thought appears in her head in the form of a bright ray of light. This ray is displayed in the sky of the wooden world against the background of two approaching planets, red and white. On the white planet there is a wooden city that is approaching the girl. A school of wooden birds flies forward. Snow White dances along with the 7 dwarves in the wooden city to their singing. The arriving birds tear the mother's tentacles, and she loses contact with the child. The shocked queen looks up and sees that her tentacles holding her daughter are tearing apart the dolls. She does not understand why there is so much in the girl's mind. The prince points forward with his wooden hand and gives the order to the soldiers to protect the guests. The soldiers running forward answer him that everything will be done. The squad climbs the stairs up to the roof of a wooden house. The soldiers hold each other's legs and lower themselves down. A rope of men descends from the wooden planet, and the last one in this bunch, Little Red Riding Hood, reaches out to the girl, who is in her mother's shackles. She asks if Evans wants to return to the outside world, and, if so, then she needs to grab her hand. The queen opens her eyes wide in shock and says nothing. She remembers the first time she saw her teacher through the bars of the cell, and how she, like the soldiers, asked the girl if she wanted to go to the outside world. While in the bonds of her mother's tentacles, the girl reaches out to Little Red Riding Hood, who tries to catch her. With rage, the queen spreads her arms to the sides and raises new tentacles towards the wooden world. She asks her to think carefully, because she will not be able to resist, and if she tries, she will lose, and then her life will be worse than death. One of the little men pats Little Red Riding Hood on the back. He hands her a wooden slipper, to which the girl is shocked and does not understand what is happening. The doll hands it to Evans with a request that she grab it and, with its help, finally get out of here. The child grabs the end of the shoe, which connects it to the outside world. The toy fills with light and penetrates the girl's body, to which she screams in pain. The mother's tentacles are slowly being torn into fibers. The huge tentacle holding the child breaks away and remains on the ground, and the girl falls into the light. The queen watches as the lord stops the archer in front of the child's body. Continuing to hold her head, the girl shakes with fear. But then she removes her hand and, wiping her tears, says that she realized that the queen is not Snow White's mother, and the stepmother is not Cinderella's mother. The new girl cries at her daughter's words, because the next thing Evans says is that she is not her mother either. With wide eyes, the girl turns around and finishes her last thought, that only by killing the gray wolf can her grandmother be protected. Covering the man with her body, she explains that in order to protect the lord, she needs to kill her stepmother. Tears along with blood flow down the aunt's face. She again remembers how she falls into the abyss, and the only ones she loved end up not saving her. The girl hits the floor with her hands and screams in mental pain. She is still crushed by the witch's snake, hysterical, lying on the floor. Center, the security guard calls everyone to the infirmary. Another girl asks her what happened there. 2 guards run forward. One of them says that the deputy chief was here and witnessed the disorder, to which the other asks in bewilderment why Veronica got into the fight. The security guard explains to her that this is probably some kind of misunderstanding. Two prisoners are running behind the guards. They hit the guards on the head from behind with stones. The girls fall from the blow and, watching this, the pirate, laughing, says that now they have weapons. Holding a weapon in her hands and lowering her head, the pirate says that they simply won't be able to break through there, and their only option is to go through the infirmary since it is not protected. Glancing at her friend, Catherine said that then they should look around and then break into the stable, and then with the help of the warden's horses they would be able to escape. Holding weapons in their hands and with tears of joy in their eyes, the girls grab hands and scream for the nearest freedom. Walking forward with weapons raised, with smiles on their faces, they again shout about freedom. Near the entrance, the girls stop abruptly. With their hands down in doom, they see in front of them a pile of bodies of defeated prisoners, and behind them, at the gate, the silhouette of a woman is visible. Dead girls lie on the floor with the queen's parasites sticking out of their backs. The girls turn their heads at each other in horror, and the horse thief ironically asks her friend since when did the infirmary turn into a morgue, to which she replies that she has no idea. Tigress raises her hand and says that flesh and blood are weak, unlike steel, which is eternal. The girl clenches her fist, and the jewelry on her hand and neck cracks from the force. The prisoners are blown off their feet by the wind. Catherine asks her friend why the wind is so strong and what is happening to the queen. A tigress with red glowing eyes, a magic circle with a symbol in the form of a triangle is formed behind her. Stones from the destroyed floor rise up next to the girl. Parts of the floor fly up to the queen and attach to her body, forming a huge armor. The girl's body heats up to a high temperature and holds the stones together. With her strength everything is attracted to her, and in order not to fly away, the pirate holds onto the wall, and her friend grabs her hand from behind. The horse thief screams so that the girl does not let go of her hand, because that she is very hot, and she is afraid to fly straight into the goddess, to which her friend tells her to look ahead and that there is an even bigger nightmare. A magic circle with a cross symbol appears behind Veronica, and around her are several shadows of werewolves. A girl with wolf ears, claws, and a female body stands in a fighting stance. The goddess extends her hand and runs forward. Her face is in a protective mask, and her body is in armor. The girl stands on one leg and heals in a pile of dead prisoners, while the other leg is bent at the knee. Veronica runs towards her opponent. Tigress swings her fist at the guard. The prisoners ask them to stop. The force of the running of the two opponents lifts the prisoners up. The pirate screams in horror that she was just passing by and does not understand why this happened to her. The walls of the prison are cracking. The pressure causes an explosion. Two walls are pierced through, and from the shockwave the girls fly beyond the walls. With her arms outstretched, Veronica lies unconscious near a huge hole in the wall of the Rosa prison. Being in the pouring rain, the girl closed her eyes in a motionless state. A girl with blue hair, in a dress and with a tattoo on her forehead is leaning over her face, and next to her another creature in the form of a centaur is surprised at what is happening. The girl in the dress says that she smells the ancient god Samakin, who is a beast man, from her, to which her friend asks in surprise whether he died, and then where does his power come from in her. The girl taps her heel. The tigress heats up, and her armor falls off her face. She is shocked, says that she did not expect to see this in the Silver City, and in general she already needs to leave and tell her father about this, because the werewolf must serve with them. Ahead of the girls, two guards do not understand where such a huge hole appeared in the wall. The superintendent takes a revolver from his holster and shouts to the werewolf asking if this is her doing. The guard turns around and behind, near the statue, sees the warden, who walks towards them and says that they are just prisoners, but at the same time they make such a noise, and therefore, in his opinion, it is better not to report this to the emperor. The man looks at the tigress with a doomed, heavy gaze. She is surprised by the arrival of the lord. Turning away, the tigress says that he misunderstood her, because the girl only wanted to calm the werewolf who had gone crazy. The werewolf continued to lie with her arms and legs spread out on the ground. The warden wondered how long she would lie like that. Bending over his subordinate, the man tried to bring the girl to her senses. He asked if she had the strength to speak. The werewolf raised her rain-soaked hand. The girl pointed her finger at the guard standing next to the superintendent and began shouting at her that she was a traitor. Lying on the floor, Veronica demanded to be grabbed because she smelled of grave flowers. Bella kicks her submissive leg. She throws her to the floor and puts a revolver to her body. The tigress standing behind, folding her arms on her chest, said that she could be a witness because she sent food to the creature. The superintendent takes a package out of the girl's uniform. Holding a pistol near the guard's head, Bella shows the warden an open bag containing a handful of deadly flowers. Isabella confirms that these are grave flowers, to which the guard, raising her hands, tries to justify herself, but the warden demands to take her to the interrogation room. The girls, having flown outside the infirmary, rise from the ground with effort. The advisor holds her head in pain. The girls who have risen from the ground are trying to understand what happened here. Many are in pain and they are perplexed because after waking up they feel as if, while they were passed out, someone ran over them with a cart. One of the girls tells the other that she has bugs on her back, which is completely disgusting. The witch and the necromancer approach the warden. Dolly says she put a collar on the Ant Queen and locked her up. The necromancer watches as the witch tries to flatter the warden. She asks him what they should do with the vampire. The necromancer, without waiting for an answer from the overseer, says that this is a stupid question because obviously she needs to be burned to the ground and the ashes given to her. The warden kindly says that this is unnecessary and reminds the girl that she attacked him under the influence of the queen and it was not of her will, which means that this should not be counted as a third offense. Getting ready to leave, the Lord turns to the witch. He asks to give the vampire pig's blood to drink so that she can survive, to which the witch decided to remain silent. The witch looked back in surprise. There was a magical spear sticking out of the wall, which could make cracks in it. Dolly turned to her friend in surprise, asking why she used her best techniques to protect the warden and whether she really wanted to help the Lord that much. Looking forward with a doomed look, the girl says that she only recently realized how many prisoners the warden could kill on his own in the prime of his strength. Looking at the girls gathered around the statue in the center of the prison, she says there might be 50 or 100 people. Turning to the witch, the necromancer continued to say that now in the Rose prison there are about 200 prisoners who want to cooperate with the warden, and this number is growing daily, and therefore the likelihood that someone in the future will again oppose and organize a riot is very small. With her hands folded on her chest, the witch listens to her friend's monologue that she is always attracted by stability, and therefore staying here, in her opinion, is the best decision, but whether it will burn out or not still doesn't matter. Making a reflective face, Dolly replied that the necromancer's words made her think about something. Magical purple energy appears above the forest of the restricted area. The girl explains her thoughts. She says that before she ended up in prison, their coven encountered strange activity in the restricted area. There are thunderstorms in the sky, a flower against the background of a statue of a girl with two faces. The witch says that they were worried about the possible consequences, so they began to prepare. People howl along with the creatures against terrible shadows. Only because of this the witch wanted to get out of prison. Reflections lead her to the idea that if the guard with so many prisoners was an ally of the coven, then they could win. The necromancer with a serious expression on her face confirms her words by saying that if an evil deity is reborn in the Forbidden Lands, then the quietest place is a prison. She asks her friend what plans her coven has and if something happens, she also wants to help them realize their goal. An army of bounty hunters led by a girl runs forward and calls for their boss. The main huntress runs up to the boss with a smile and, with a smile on her face, asks how she is and whether she really managed to fulfill the request. A girl with a scar on her face and a crossbow in her hand raises her finger up and says that now they have certificates as bounty hunters, and even prison cannot interfere with their activities. The huntress moves her blade aside and says that the Bloody Hand Guild has become a bounty hunters guild and they will no longer have to worry about being persecuted by the government. A dragonborn approached the hunters and told them to run away. The girl did not understand why. She, along with the guards, watches as the harpy holds in her hands the labyrinth capsule with Kinjia imprisoned inside. The dragoness screams to run and not look back. With a real smile on her face, the harpy watches the capsule she holds in her hand. She asks the guards if they know what it is, because in her hometown there is a cave that is visited by hundreds of treasure seekers every year, but in the end they are found in areas like these. Many spheres lie near the exit from the cave. The bird continues to say that everyone in her childhood knew that in order to feast on a person, you just had to find and tear such a sphere, and when its legs grew, you could still run after them before the meal. The witch stands at the exit of the cave and holds onto its walls with one hand and her head with the other. The girl's face is crippled, and relief from freedom is visible on it. The harpy says that the witch Dolly, unfortunately, managed to get out of the cave, and there are no more of them left, because it was she who created these spheres. Holding the sphere in front of her, the bird sadly says that these are just her harsh memories, but she invites those remaining, instead of sitting in prison for 300 years, to follow her and finish what they started. The bird breaks the sphere in its clawed hand. Kinjia runs out of it and shocks the bounty hunters with the current coming from it. The dragoness runs towards her, taking on her true form. The girl swings at the prisoner with a roar. She finds herself in her memories and discards the vampire queen. The prisoner looks at her dead comrades and opponents lying on the ground. She goes to finish off the queen, who flew several dozen steps forward from the blow. She passes next to her friend's body. Kinjia remembers sitting at the same table with them, and they discussed how each of them would take an orphan, and eventually they could create a guild of bounty hunters and teach them how to earn an honest living. Another form of a girl with a grin confidently moves forward. The advisor addresses her like a boss and grabs her arm, pulling her to stop her. With an arrow in her right eye, she cries and shouts to her that the fight is over. The girl blinks and hears her friends pleas to wake up. Opening one eye, she realizes that she is in prison, and the counselor in front of her, crying, says that it is all over. The prisoner's eye changes to a human one, and she begins to take on a different form. The guards watch as the advisor hugs her friend. Bounty hunters in a fighting stance guard the dragoness, who is covering a wound on her arm. Kinjia asks the advisor what happened to the orphans who were adopted by a group of mercenaries. The deputy and the warden look at the pile of prisoners defeated in the battle. She tells the man that the riot has been completely suppressed. The succubus runs towards the warden with her tongue hanging out, stars shining in her eyes. She opens her eyes wide, seeing his bandaged hand, and asks in horror if he is injured. With tears in her eyes, she runs up to the man and, sobbing, asks who did this to him and how serious it is. He replies that it's not scary and the wound has almost healed. The girl unfastens the guard's belt and tries to take off his pants, while the guards and the deputy standing behind them, shocked by this, cannot move. The succubus demands to let her examine him. 2 guards pull the succubus away from the warden. The girl is dragged forward by force, but she resists and shouts that sooner or later he will become hers, and she needs to examine him because if a man is seriously wounded, then they will all be in trouble, and they will pay for it, to which the guard answered her that after all, he's just wounded, then what is she up to? The warden turns his head and looks at the prisoners, whom the guards are taking to their cells. He thinks that everything in the prison has returned to normal after the riot. He understands that he does not know how things are outside of it. With a prisoner's gaze, the Lord thinks about how far the Ant Queen could have gone. A hunter with a scar and a smile on her face holds in her mouth the check that the warden gave her. Standing in front of the warden's desk, she eagerly looks at the envelope with money. The Lord tells her that there is another special task for the girl personally. She realizes that the man is talking about Anthony. She tells him that after the story with her son, she heard a lot about the congressman. The girl asks if it needs to be removed. With a calm expression on his face, the warden says that this is not entirely true, because if funding has been cut in the prison, this means that he is working for someone bigger. With an arrogant expression on her face, the girl turns to the man. He asks her to find out who is behind all this, and if it is too difficult, then she can refuse, and then he himself will find a way to deal with it when the unrest subsides. Silver City. There are clouds and a thunderstorm in the city sky, rain is pouring, and a girl with an umbrella walks behind Anthony, who is all wet. The girl under the umbrella in noble clothes thought about the fact that this city is ruled by 4 main aristocrats. 4 interconnected triangles. In the first triangle there is a rose, in the second there is a thorn, in the third there is an emerald, and in the fourth there is silver. The girl stands in the middle of the city and looks ahead at the Emerald Palace, thinking that the warden is very lucky, since at the end of this road there is a palace, which is a real man's paradise. A palace window from which screams can be heard. Anthony says the IRS found nothing suspicious at the Rose prison. The congressman clenches his hands in fists and shouts that not only did they get the energy stones at triple the price, but they were able to afford to hire so many bounty hunters. He does not understand where the warden got so much money from. The hand holds a smoking pipe on the table in front of the lamp. The man laughs and asks Anthony why he decided that the Lord was stealing funds from the budget. An elderly man with a gray mustache and good clothes is holding a pipe in his hands. Sir Emerald Ritchie says that the man really had no other thoughts on this matter. Sir hands the congressman a piece of paper and asks him to look. He says that just yesterday the merchants and winemakers of the Silver City received an offer of cooperation with the Rose Prison. The leaflet said that Rosa Prison was looking for partners to make vodka and red wine. Girls in prison clothes were dripping soil. Potatoes in winter and grapes in summer are 100% natural raw materials. Feet trample the grapes and make juice. Prisoners are involved in the manufacturing process at all stages, in the collection, distillation, extraction of juice, as well as filtration. The man says that one of the wineries offered an exclusive contract for 50,000 gold coins. Sitting at the table opposite Anthony, he continues to say that the warden doesn't even need to go into his own savings to cover expenses, to which Anthony asks in shock how they could give 50,000. In hysterics, he tears up the paper that Sir gave him. He angrily shouts that the owner of the winery probably doesn't have everyone at home, because no one will pay for the wine that criminals trample under their feet. Exhaling smoke from his pipe, Sir Ritchie laughs and says that he doesn't understand why he is so short-sighted. He thinks that Aiden is quite an interesting person, and it's time for them to end their feud. Anthony, with a grin, tells him that after what happened, this is impossible, and he should seal the Chamber of Commerce and limit the supply of energy stones to the prison. The man points his finger forward and asks if Sir has an army, because there is a riot in the prison, and it will be enough to simply allow artillery shelling. Ritchie asks him to calm down and says that, unfortunately, he will not help him in this matter. Nothing should happen to either the warden or Rose Prison. Anthony is furious. He furiously hits the table and shouts that this is too much, because the Lord must die, and he did so much for Sir to take this position. He even had to sacrifice his own son so that no one would know about his plan. The window is broken by a table lamp. She falls next to people standing on the street. They look up, and the man standing next to the girl in the red dress tries to understand what is happening in the building. Anthony, standing next to the window, looks fearfully at the broken glass. Sir points his finger at him and says that in this situation the word plan is not suitable. He should be glad that now it is he who is standing in front of him, and if in his place there were a trio of hot-tempered knights, then the man would not have been able to get out alive, and the issue with the warden is closed. The man should not come here anymore. Richie's office door swings open. The building security guard watches in surprise as the man walks down the corridor with an angry step. He is at a loss as to what the congressman could have done, because Mr. Richie is never so angry. Bare feet run along the wet street. A woman's voice shouts to the guard that he is a cudgel. A girl covered with a rag runs up to the man, and he asks in surprise why Emerald 23 is dressed like that. He turns his head in shock and shows the place next to him. He is sure that the girl was just standing here and was almost hit by the lamp. He reminds her of how she stood next to him when the lamp fell and they witnessed the scene. The angry girl screams at the man. She says that he is an idiot because she was kidnapped and the one he saw was just a fake. A tied-up emerald in her underwear lies on the table. She tells how the kidnapper took her to an abandoned house nearby, took her clothes and made herself up to match them. The bounty hunter holds a mirror in front of her. She puts on makeup and changes into a red dress. The girl, turning to Emerald, asks to behave well because she will return soon. The huntress in the guise of Emerald walks next to the congressman. Looking from under the umbrella, she addresses Anthony. He looks at her and asks in bewilderment what she wants from him because the girl is from the Emerald Palace. The girl, smiling, explains that Mr. Richie asked her to convey to the man information that the walls of this building may have ears, and therefore he wants to continue the conversation in another place. Anthony spreads his hands and says in surprise that he got excited then. He would like to apologize for his behavior, and the man asks to take him to the gentleman. Bringing a cigarette to his lips, the employee says that her makeup skills are really good, and he didn't even notice the change. The offended girl asks him if he is even a man, because when she kidnapped her, the girl clearly noticed that the kidnapper had small breasts. Lying on her shoulder, Emerald felt the girl's bust with her head and thought that she was flat. Opening the rag, she shouts to the man to look at her breasts. The girl says that a real man would immediately notice the difference between them. The employee lowered his head in embarrassment and tried to light a match to light his cigarette. He said that he had been working at the Emerald Palace for 5 years, and carnal desires no longer interested him. The match falls on the wet ground, and the man does not understand what is wrong with it. A hand holds a shoe with blood dripping from the heel. Anthony's head is broken. He lies in a pool of his blood, and 2 shoes and a red dress lie nearby. The huntress straightens her hair into her clothes and moves forward from the body. The sun illuminates the leaves on the tree from which water drips. She says Anthony is dead. Looking at the warden standing near the window, she says that there are a lot of witnesses who saw her quarrel with Mr. Richie. She explains with a confident face that when his body is found, even Sir Richie himself will not be able to believe that he did not have a hand in it. The warden adjusts his coat and says that not only was she able to kill him, but she also averted suspicion from herself. The girl has done a great job, and when the trust between them reaches a new level, then the reward for cooperation will become much greater. A girl trips over a stone on which a transparent butterfly sits. The elf picks up a stone from the floor and says that her name is Jalala, and she is a forest elf. She goes on to say that she escaped from her home continent of Helen. A huge cannon fires forward. A war between creatures that use weapons in battle and huge wooden monsters. The elf says that it all started because the occult began to dawn there, causing the red-robed devil and his army of occultists to throw everything into chaos. Jalala sits with her sisters in the center of huge flowers. This happened when she first became a water spirit and immediately had to run for her life. The elf sobs, looking forward. The girl sits on a huge snag and watches a large tree burn. All this time she drifted in the ocean on this piece until she came across the continent of Freya. The elf swam from the continent of Helen to Frey. Her main mission was to talk about what was happening on the continent and warn everyone about the possible danger, because the Red Devil will not stop until he razes everything to the ground. But upon arriving on this continent, she realized that it would be very difficult to implement this plan. Elphica stands in the crowd with a bundle on a stick, and evil people weave intrigues around her. She realized that the inhabitants of the Freya continent were not worried about external threats. They were much more interested in talking about politics, money, and violence. The boys take the bundle on the stick from the elf and run away while she sits on the ground and sobs. She learned that even children on this continent show great anger. A girl in tears is found by a man in a suit. She says that only at the end was she able to find a nobleman who agreed to accept her, and this was the last straw in the cup of her disappointment in the people living on the continent. He led her to a huge field of flowers and showed her the small tent in which she was to live. The girl realized that he did not accept her out of sympathy, but simply wanted to use her skills to control his compatriots. The elf was horrified by how evil people could be. She had used her abilities to make a living before, but she did not want to use her skills to please a person who wanted to use them to harm others. The girl was lying on the floor of the tent and covering herself with a blanket. Lying there, she thought daily about whether to continue her miserable life or try to change. These questions bothered her constantly. A field of plants burning around the tent. This accident regarding that nobleman put an end to her patience. The man grabbed the elf by the hair and brought him to prison. She was brought here so that Jalala would think about her behavior. The warden looked at the creature with skepticism. This is how she first met the famous lord, and at first she did not like him. A man, leaning on a cane, walks past the prisoner's cells, and the elf hears other girls shouting teasingly after him. On the one hand, he is asked to hit the prisoner, and on the other to pick up the snot. Jalala saw how the man had no authority among the prisoners. He was not even a nobleman and was attacked every day by the prisoners like a punching bag, and she thought that nothing should be expected from him. Prisoners run out of the broken prison door. This rebellion changed the elf's attitude towards the overseer. Kinjia and her team of assistants look at the opponents. They didn't even have time to notice how a group of prisoners had gathered around the guards, ready to speak out against the rioters. The bird looks forward embitteredly, and nearby the queen ant sobs in defeat. This seemed the strangest thing to the elf, because the rebels had a clear numerical advantage, but they were crushed to smithereens. Jalala sits on the prison floor with a frightened face. The real one, next to the Necromancer, looks with contempt at the elf sitting on the floor. Dolly asks her not to tell the warden about her abduction, because she can use her ability to read emotions to understand that she and the Necromancer are as serious as possible, and they do not plan to oppose the Lord in the future and are wholeheartedly ready to help him manage the prison. The Necromancer turns to the discouraged elf and says that 200 prisoners will be too few. They need to increase the number of those who are loyal to the Lord. At that moment, Jalala realized that she had treated the warden incorrectly, and if 1,000 prisoners had sided with him, then his authority would have been unconditional. Elphica leaves the other prisoners and, turning around, thinks that the warden has a good heart, and even she was not so bothered by the problems of others. The girl is crying. With tears in her eyes, she remembers how the warden saved Evans. Jalala realized that the Lord did this through patience, and in this comparison it was he who was the good water elf and not she. The prisoner looks at a dry plowed field. She thinks that she doesn't mind giving her powers to such a kind person. The elf stretches her arms forward and casts a spell, and many green butterflies appear around her. Butterflies fly over a dry plowed field. Butterflies send him strength, and shoots break out into the field. They grow into a full-fledged plant in a few seconds, so quickly that even butterflies do not have time to fly away. The girl looks at a field overgrown with potato shoots. She believes that after the warden sees her abilities, he will use them for good and become stronger before the devil in red gets to this place. Looking at the fields, she thinks silently. Elpha recalls how figurines fell out of his clothes on the office floor during the battle. The figures were in the inner pocket of his coat. Jalala thinks that the carvings fell out of his inner pocket, but she does not understand why he carried such large things so close to his body and whether it was convenient for him. With her eyes wide open, the elf imagines a warden in front of her, holding a carved doll in front of her face. The girl guessed that the warden knew about Evan's unstable condition, and he prepared these figures in advance to use them on her, which means that in this case he is quite cunning. The elf turned around in alarm at the screams. From behind, someone told her that she had enough work, and she should return to her cell and also remember to turn off the light. Before leaving, she thought that she shouldn't bother her head with this, and she was just used to seeing the bad in all people. A hand writes a note on the table with a pen. The girl writes to her master Pergio that she is a faithful blue hawk, and this is her 25th denunciation of the warden. Isabella, smiling, looks at the piece of paper. She reads to herself, which confirms that the warden has lost all his power, but she thinks he will still be useful to them based on his behavior during the riot. She had heard that they were in the Silver City, and the girl would advise them not to rush to extend an olive branch. The girl closes the envelope and puts a gold stamp. At the end of the letter, she writes that the warden may expect difficulties from the aristocracy in the future, so she advises them to just watch for now. Red seal with a dragon and a tower. The girl walks along the corridors of the prison. She says that the last cell has been checked. A monster with glowing green eyes growls at a passing guard. In her opinion, simple monsters live here. The guard sisters stand next to each other and talk. One of them says that there is a problem in the prison that will destroy the world. At least that's what the boss told her. But she searched everything and the girl could not find anything, and she does not understand how she can eliminate this danger. The second one tells her that she thinks that first they need to find an excuse to deal with the deputy, and then they will simply disappear on the quiet. The girls watch a huge mutating Wendigo, which roars throughout the entire basement. The superintendent says that they have been deprived of their personal Wendigo, to which the sister replies that it is not a big deal. but the girl can no longer remain a jailer. A barely audible voice from the depths of the basement, at the bottom of the stairs, congratulates the warden and says that now he has finally learned to use prisoners for his own good. Sitting at the table, he moves the chip onto the field. The warden says that from the first day he came into this world, he felt neither hungry nor tired, and all he could do was spend his nights and days. The man shows his rewound hand. He explains that the pain in his arm seems real to him, it hurts very much, and it still won't heal. A goddess chained in chains sits on her knees in front of him. The man tells her that he is confused. He asks the girl whether he is a man or a ghost, because now the Lord no longer knows the answer to this question. The warden doesn't understand who he is. The goddess looks at him with kindness in her face. She replies that she would like to know the answer herself. The girl raises a column of smoke, and the Lord, sitting on the table in front of her, covers his face with his hand to protect himself from it. She explains to the warden that his body is a large vessel for the soul, created using alchemy, the wounds on which can only be healed with mithril. The man opens his eyes in shock. The girl will leave him not to worry, because in this prison the mithril is like dirt. Aiden looks at his bandaged hand, which is smoking. The goddess tells him that he can think freely, get married, have children, like all ordinary people. However, children will invariably be born dead. The girl, chained, watches the guard sitting on the table from top to bottom. She is trying to explain that biological traits cannot determine whether someone is human or not, so it is better to use behavioral ones for this purpose. The chain is stretched. The goddess lowers her face to the level of the warden. She asks him if he thinks this world is real or if it is still a figment of his pathetic desires. The man turns to the girl's face with skepticism and says that he considers it real since he deals with prison issues every day. She makes an appreciative look. In her opinion, he is more like a patient in a coma and will only be able to breathe deeply when he lets go of his regrets. Veronica, standing with her back to him, looks into the distance. The goddess reminds him that he helped the werewolf to deal with his pain over killing an innocent. Evans looks into the warden's face with a calm gaze. And also in her memory there was a moment with Evans' help, because the man helped her only because he once also had a daughter. The man lowered the corners of his lips and made a serious face. When the girl said that he could not become a good father for his daughter, the warden remained silent. The goddess, with a malicious smile on her face, said that she was very sorry because she knew that when he was returning to his hometown from service to meet his family, he learned something terrible. The warden in a past life looks at a bunch of people in mourning clothes with a photo of their father. The man was then told that his father had died in a fight with some scoundrel. A guard strangles a prisoner. The goddess continues to say that she knows that after what happened to his father, he decided to get a job in the prison where the culprit was kept in order to commit lynching against him. Blood flows out of the chamber. She also knows that the person he saw as a murderer was not one. He was only the younger twin brother of the real murderer and had nothing to do with the murder. Men's hands in handcuffs behind bars. She says that the sad thing about this story is that the man who considered himself a representative of justice himself became a prisoner, and what is even worse is that his sense of guilt did not go away with the end of his sentence. A man watches as a girl leaves with a child and her new husband. The goddess understands that the warden has lost everything, because his wife and daughter did not communicate with him and his relatives could not even look him in the eye. A man sits in an empty room and holds his head with a pile of empty bottles around him. The girl realized that the only thing left for him was to hide in a corner in an attempt to hide from this life. Call from the doctor. He says into the phone that the man may lose his last chance to see his mother. The goddess also knows what happened when he finally decided to start all over again. A man, holding onto the wall, somehow rises from a floor full of bottles. She says that he found his body practically eaten from the inside and living out its last days, so it was too late to change anything. Aiden looks at the girl and calmly asks how she knows his memories. The goddess smiles and looks intently at the warden. She explains that she knows not only his memories, and as soon as she opens her eyes, the girl will see the memories of everyone who is in her field of vision. A huge city full of people going somewhere. She says she can judge people's life experiences by their facial expressions, gaze, and even the pores of their skin. Space, in which shuttles, satellites, and spaceships fly above the Earth. The goddess explains that everything in this world functions thanks to the merging of the experiences of all living things, and she could not even imagine what level people would be able to achieve. With his hands folded on the table, the Lord with a serious face asks why she is stuck in this prison if she really is so strong. The girl bursts out laughing. She laughs at his stupidity because the warden actually thinks that the gods have a physical entity. Huge eyes with a smile watch the spinning earth and its satellite. The goddess tries to explain to him in earthly language how everything works for them. She says that their planet is something like an aquarium with fish. The look of a galaxy appears in her wide eyes, but she explains to the warden that the body he sees in front of him is a window through which she can watch them, and it is a window with a view of him. The man at the table understands what she is talking about. The warden asks if he understood correctly that her hobby is watching the ant farm. She replies that he is partly right, but sooner or later it starts to get boring. The goddess pulls the chains again and leans closer to the warden. She says that if you want real fun, you need to rush to the predator ants, because if you choose your favorite insect from the rest, it will give you a sense of belonging. Smiling maliciously, she says that according to her observations, all new bugs behave the same when placed in a box. A huge beetle hits the walls of the box with the desire to get out, while the small beetles stand behind. She says that when introduced into an unfamiliar environment, the beetles begin to behave conservatively. The guard stands opposite the warden. According to the goddess, the first thing insects do is to succumb to bullying from other ants or to loiter around. Anthony hits the table in the Lord's office as the man listens silently. She says that the beetles thereby show that they are harmless and do not intend to get involved in trivial matters. The beetles' eyes glow and turn red. She continues to say that they just have to get used to the new environment. The ants are under a huge beetle with red eyes, and in her opinion, at this moment all other insects are in danger. The goddess does not take her eyes off the warden. She says it usually takes insects about 3 months to acclimate to their environment, so his time was just around the corner. The warden lowered his head, hiding his eyes under his hat. He says doomedly that she should be disappointed by what a weak insect he is, and the man, in his opinion, will not bring her any pleasure. The goddess looks at him with arrogance and replies that she does not doubt him, and the value of an insect is not how many ants it can kill at a time. The guard's shadow looks at the prisoners running away from him. The goddess is sure that the true value of the beetle is that it will be able to survive other people's attacks and wait for the time to retaliate, because desperate attempts to kill all the ants can be effective, but the time for this is not yet. Kneeling with her hands nailed to the wall and tied with shackles, she continues the monologue that this has nothing to do with the power of the soul. The power of which even the gods want to possess is approaching its new owner, and this owner will be Aiden. Strength will be the key to his return to Earth. Aiden is at the level of the goddess's chest, and she looks at him with a kind smile. She says that now the main question is in what form he is going to return. If he himself came to this world with a soul full of resentment, this form can be a person or a demon. Leaning on a cane, a man crosses the prison threshold. Behind him, one of the guards is bandaging the second head with a bandage. She asks the second why she works so hard with such a serious injury, to which her friend answers that her house is right at the foot of the mountain, and if the prisoners escape, then there will be no one to protect her parents, because even the army has not come yet. Aiden walks past a closed door and hears conversations behind it. The girl asks the second guard to help her hide this, because if the warden finds out, he will definitely not fire her, and in this form it will be difficult to find a job in the city. The guard holds onto the bars of the cell and screams with a grin that there is no point in being a mole. She is unhappy because she trained like crazy. Her family spent all their savings to get the girl here, and she thought that with the appearance of the Lord, her living conditions would improve. The warden's shadow hears screams outside the interrogation door. But the guard realized that these 5 years life only got worse. He watches as the guards stand in line to enter the office. The man hears how inside the office they are ordered to line up, because each of them will receive 10 gold pounds today. The treasurer, holding the paper in front of him, holds out 5 gold coins in his second hand. He says that after deducting income tax, police fees, sponsorship, city building donations, and slum donations, the guards will end up with 5 pounds each. A man opens the gate leading to the street. Aiden looks at the open gate outside the prison as wounded guards pass by and wish him good morning. The man replays the words of the goddess in his head about whether he thinks that this world is real or is it all the fruit of his pathetic desires. The man turns to the guards, who have bandages wrapped all over their bodies, and they wave to him. The warden only thinks about the words that he came into this world with a soul full of resentment, then in what form should he return back? While the Lord stood near the statue, his deputy ran up to him. She said that he had received a message. The girl with a calm expression said that the owner of the Emerald Palace wants to meet with him, and the girl thinks that after recognizing him as the organizer of the riots, there is no point in going. The man also calmly replied that he should go, because this time they got away with a riot. But who knows what will happen next time, and opposing him is like hitting a stone with an egg, and their employees may not survive it. The girl lowered her head down in embarrassment. She asked the man to be careful and said that in the meantime she would try to resolve the issues of covering the medical bills of the guards, asking them to be closed. The Lord walked past her to the gate and finally said that she shouldn't do this, because this is the wrong decision. All that is required of them is to be qualified specialists. Mechanism with gears. The man replies that you need to understand others and integrate. The gears move together. He says that you need to become part of some group that shares its interests. The Lord turns around and explains that only after this the system will work properly. The mechanism in the gate opens it. The deputy blushes at what he heard. The warden passes through the gate to the horse prepared for him. The last thing he says is that only by becoming a knight will the deputy receive the treatment he deserves. Again the question is asked, human or demon? Being at the level of the goddess's feet, he says that it seems that even God is not omniscient and not omnipotent, because he certainly cannot cope with death. The Lord's face becomes half a shadow from a past afterlife. The warden continues to explain his idea that the dead should be allowed to simply rest in peace, let them close their eyes and be rid of the endless kaleidoscope of adversity, and he can be either human or demon. A window opens for the warden, and the leaves in the book on his desk begin to turn over. The text in the notebook. The first is the captain of the prison guard who brought the queen to prison, the second is the treasurer of the Silver City who cut funding for the prison, and the third is the owner of the Emerald City who is behind this, as well as anyone who tries to resist. The cube falls on the table. The goddess says that the brighter the light, the deeper the shadow. In the city, people look at the sky in shock. The boy says that the cloud in it is very creepy, and the girl nearby replies that its shape is terrifying. The goddess smiles maliciously. She is sure that now the chess game is becoming more and more interesting. The Lord gallops through the city on horseback, people turn to look at him, and a cloud in the form of a huge skull hangs over them. The prisoners look ahead, and one of them asks the counselor how long they spent in the hospital. The girl scratches her head in thought. The friend asks the question again because she doesn't understand why the potatoes have already grown. And is it really growing so fast? To which the prisoner replies that she doesn't know, and it's better for them to eat first, because the head doesn't cook at all. A group of girls in the dining room are talking to each other. One of them says that the cook woke up today, to which the second tells her that she came up with a new dish, potatoes with beef tenderloin, and they should try it soon. The prisoners are sitting at the dining table. A girl with blue hair asks the succubus why she is so obsessed with the warden. The second adds that so many years have passed, but her passion still does not fade. Phil looks at the prisoners and says it's his beauty. The girl points her finger at her and says that even beauty cannot force her to do something like this, and what they meant was that their relationship is abnormal. The second prisoner agrees with her friend. Because the succubus is ready to do anything just to take off his pants, they do not understand why she is so fascinated. Wipes his face with a napkin. She says it's a long story and it all started 4 years ago. The succubus says that when she was 14, she helped her mother look after her enterprise, a huge building with a sign stating that this is the Lilith International Recreation Center. A little succubus is sitting at the reception desk reading a magazine. A hand hits the table and the girl gets scared. A man in uniform asks a girl where her mother is. Holding chupa chups in her mouth, she opens her eyes wide. She replies that mom is playing mahjong and she is not accepting anyone today. Aiden, wearing an officer's uniform with a Dragon Fortress insignia on his cap, tells her that he is fighting the oldest profession in the world. The girl is shocked when a crowd of military men appears behind the man. They shout that they are a bureau for investigating the activities of evil spirits, and everyone should stay in their places and not move. Men in robes with the sign of a skull rush into the back and break down the doors with their feet. One of them says that an unconscious man was found in the room and it seems that every last drop has been sucked out of him. The commander-in-chief looks at the girl. He says that this is too much and she will have to accept punishment for this. He demands that the girl go with him. The succubus sobs and, bursting into tears, replies that she is ready to go. Aiden glances at the subordinate standing next to him. He says that the succubus family is very influential in the empire. If defenders of succubus creationism block the parliament building, then this will affect them too. A man lifts chupa chups from the table while a girl sobs uncontrollably, sitting behind him. The warden says that he knows about this, and he is sorry that such a huge country was influenced by a bunch of concerned maniacs. A man forces chupa chups into a crying girl's mouth. He grabs her and throws her over his shoulder while the girl tries to fight back. He tells her that this is none of her business, and she should go with him to testify, to which the girl growls and demands to let him go because her mother is a very influential person and she will kill him. Little Phil loses her strength and lies calmly on the commander-in-chief's shoulder, and he, in turn, opens the door from the building. Sitting at the dinner table, a girl will lose her chin. She answers her friends that she is trying to understand how to describe these feelings in her heart that she had at that moment. One of the girls offers courage and resilience, and the second one offers a strong shoulder. The succubus opens her eyes wide. She realized that it was more like light. A wall is used to separate the admiring crowd from the commander-in-chief. A man walks forward, holding a child on his shoulder. He passes by soldiers who are holding a banner of a skull pierced by a ball. The succubus explains that those feelings were like holiness, which she first felt. Aiden places the girl in front of him. He opens the carriage doors. The man calls the girl sister and invites her to sit inside. The child looks out the carriage window. She says that seemed to be illuminated by herself. The girl watches the warden jumping nearby, and suddenly she realized that from a vicious succubus she had turned into a maiden guarded by a knight. Aiden finally rides next to her stripe as the girl inside her blushes with embarrassment. The prisoners began to enthusiastically discuss the story of the succubus. The blue-haired girl said that one could only dream of such a thing, to which her friend replied that she could not sleep after such a story. The succubus told them that she was still thinking about something else. Aiden stands with his back to the girl. She thought that he was too untouchable. The girl chews the candy in her teeth. She licks her lips, and making a wild face, she says that since the warden is so untouchable, she must make him less holy. The girls sitting in front of the succubus were frightened by her change in face. Holding her head, she said that since that day her brain has been eating her up with these thoughts. The girl throws the warden to the ground and holds him with her hands. She tells the prisoners that she can, for example, pin him firmly to the ground. A black shadow of a girl with a wide, malicious smile and a clawed hand. She says she wants to tear his tight clothes. The girl swings her claws with pleasure on her face. She exposes his chest once or twice. The girl stands in front of the naked lord lying on the ground. The succubus says that he wants to watch him, overcome with shame and anger, crawl through the grass and look for things to cover himself with confusion. The man's hand tries to take things, but the girl kicks his hand. She continues to say that she wants to kick him and rip off the remaining tripe. The prisoner holds the guard by the chin. My main desire is to slowly, lifting his chin, say a few words in his ear. The girl leans towards the man's ear. She whispers in the lord's ear that he dresses too decently and that it is dangerous for little lambs like him to walk alone in the wild. The succubus opens her mouth wide, her eyes are burning, and there is a crazy expression on her face. She screams at him that she wants to imbue his entire body with the power of a succubus and laughs furiously. She stands in front of the lord's face and lifts her skirt slightly. She screams at him to give up hope and not resist because no one will help him here. The girl stands with her foot on the bench and laughs maliciously, while her friends watch what is happening in shock from what they heard. The prisoner at the next table chuckles. Phil makes an offended face and turns to the next table. She points her finger at the fox and asks with offense why she is laughing at her. Nanda turns to the succubus. He answers her that he laughs because only chaste women can fantasize about such things and not bring them to reality. At her words, the prisoner blushes and falls into a stupor. In a trembling voice, she asks the fox what she is talking about. The fox points his finger and, bursting into laughter, shouts that this is very funny. Smiling, she hits the table with her hand. Her friend sitting next to her also laughs at the girl. Nanda says that a girl who met the man of her life at 14 was never able to get him by the time she was 18 and still hasn't slept with anyone. The fox is worried that the succubus won't succeed even before menopause. The succubus turns red with anger. She points her finger at the girl sitting next to her and asks how many men she managed to meet. And since she talks so loudly about something like this, then it's worth sharing her experience. A friend with blue voices touches the succubus on the shoulder while she exhales angrily. She asks if the girl knows anything about her past. Alice spreads her tail and, sitting at the table, makes a malicious smile. The blue-haired girl continues to tell the succubus that the fox was a very famous person in the Sani Empire. In heels, he walks along the catwalk next to enthusiastic warriors. She explains to Phil that the fox managed to capture the hearts of many military leaders and take a lot of money from them. The military, sitting on huge lions, rush forward. The foxes led to the fact that the imperial family was divided and the princes began to fight with each other. The map shows military actions between different clans. This happened thanks to the powers of the prisoner. She plunged the entire empire into chaos, and the life of the people became unbearable. A girl in national Egyptian clothes looks at the pyramids. The friend explains to the succubus that because of this she received the nickname of the Great Homewrecker, and was also called the enemy of all women. Standing in front of the pyramids, a girl with a ponytail holds her hands folded on her chest. Many in Rosa's prison consider her the craziest of all the prisoners because she is not the crowned queen of rich men. Phil, gritting his teeth, lies on the floor near the feet of the fox, who stands with an arrogant look, covering his head with his hands. The girl screams at the words of her friend. The girl deservedly takes first place among male queens. The succubus grabs the girl's leg, and to pray, teach her what the fox knows. The girl sits on her knees at the prisoner's feet and bursts into tears. Holding her leg, she asks to teach her to be as successful as Manda herself. The fox looks at the succubus with an arrogant look. She holds her hands folded on her chest. The girl says that the cost of training will be 998 gold pounds, and this will include accommodation and a guarantee of training, to which she immediately agrees. Roof of the Emerald Palace. A girl in a noble dress with a bag in her hand says that this object is round. The other two girls agree with her and say that they are all round. A man in a suit and tie. The military man says he was able to find a flat object. He raises his head from the ground in bewilderment and sees the lord in front of him. The warden stands with his horse right next to the man. He holds his hat and points his hand to the lord ahead. The employee changes himself in front of the warden and asks to be taken to Mr. Ritchie because he is already waiting for him. The warden turns his head towards the building and the employee points at him. He apologizes to the man because he cannot leave his post, and so there is an employee in the building who can meet him. His hands are holding in front of him a bag with a huge amount of coins. As the club says, before she begins formal training, she must be fully aware of her position and must know who her main rival is. In bewilderment, Phil scratches his chin and looks up thoughtfully. She doesn't understand who her rival could be, because even though in prison many people stare at a man's body. If we talk about the unity of souls, then she doesn't think about the fact that she has no rivals, since the warden most often visits her cell. The girl turns to the succubus and with an arrogant look asks her about Veronica because she didn't just return to prison and become a guard. With a wide smile and a flash of hair, the girl points her thumb at herself. She chuckles with confidence and asks the teacher to calm down, since in love matters Veronica is completely wooden and she will not be able to compete with her. Although she has no practical experience, but in terms of theoretical knowledge she wins. Covering her face with her hand, the fox exhales resignedly. She decided to tell the succubus directly that no matter how deep her relationship with the warden was, she would definitely lose if it came to marriage. Opening her mouth wide, the girl is shocked and asks why this is, to which the teacher replied to think about the situation of a werewolf. Veronica in a wedding dress looks forward. Manga explains that although the werewolf's social status is not the best, she is hardworking, purposeful and clean as a piece of paper, so all the attention of others will be focused on her and many decent people will want to follow her example. The man under the blanket imagines the image of Veronica in a dress. He thinks that he wants to be just like her. 2 wedding rings are connected to each other on a pink background. The most important reason why Veronica wins the succubus is that she also has many qualities that men like, such as absolute devotion, sensitivity and strength. A werewolf with short blue hair and green eyes turns his head to the side. The vixen also says that another of her advantages is that she can see at first glance that her partner is upset and she can support him. She will never shy away from problems or leave her partner to suffer alone. The girl holds out an umbrella. According to the fox, a werewolf will hand out an umbrella to his partner at the most necessary moment, and no matter how poor or rich he is or how many failures he has had. Veronica holds the man's hand and hides them under an umbrella. She, like a good girl, will take her partner by the hand and confidently walk forward with him. Manga leans her hand on the table and turns to the succubus with contempt. She tells her that even the most faithful man would be happy to marry a girl like Veronica, and now she should look at herself, because besides daily fun she can no longer boast of anything. The girl, sweating with anger, furiously shouts at the teacher. She says that she can boast that she is rich. To which the fox answers that is why she is more suitable for the role of a girl who wastes money for several times. Phil grabs his head and screams furiously. The succubus pushes her fingers into her chest. He says he will improve. The girl takes out a handful of crystals vibrating from the heat and throws them on the floor. Manga sits at the table opposite the girl and, crossing her legs, turns to the succubus with a dissatisfied face. She claims that she can't give up her hobby for the sake of a man, because she's losing her status and she won't be able to get a supervisor in the usual ways, so she needs something non-standard. The succubus tells her that he doesn't understand what she needs to do then. The girl exhales in defeat. She explains that the werewolf, although he has good cards in his hand, but she doesn't know how to play at all and doesn't know how to light a spark, so she can only wait for an opportunity. And the teacher leans closer to her student and with a malicious smile explains to her what needs to be done. She is sure that such a principled person as the warden will be the easiest to conquer if she can give birth to his child when he is born. The man will be forced to come to terms with this, after which he will take care of him, and soon their relationship will improve. A girl with an arrogant face looks straight at the succubus. She emotionally tells her that the girl needs to fall into the Lord's heart in any way. Phil, with concern in his voice, says that he doesn't know if she will succeed. Medusa watched the girl's conversation. Manga tries to convince the succubus that this is her only way to get the warden, and she will help her find the right moment. The prisoner grins and shows her teeth. She yells at the girls that they are having too much fun. Opia stands nearby behind the prisoners and makes a terrifying face. The snakes on her head are wary. The girl shows with all her appearance that she is thirsty for blood. The succubus's friend at the next table, who are watching this, does not understand what is happening, because they see a jellyfish standing next to the girls, which emits a negative aura. The second girl explains to her that for unknown reasons she has become not herself lately and is now chasing the fox everywhere. Frightened, Phil turns her head towards the jellyfish. In a trembling voice, she tells her that it would be better to study with the teacher another time. Frightened, Phil slowly crawls away from the fox while she turns her head towards the prisoner. She is dissatisfied and asks what she needs from her. Opia smiles widely and blushes. She kindly says that in a nearby warehouse she found a cat that can do backflips and would like to show it to her friend if she so agrees. Manga silently turns her head in different directions in protest. Medusa grabs the girl and entangles her with snakes on her head. She drags her forward and says that she will regard silence as a sign of consent, to which the blushing fox cannot answer anything because her mouth is covered with snakes. The prisoners behind the girls laugh because, as it turns out, the fox is not such a master of her craft. The warden opens the door. A woman appears in front of the Lord and asks him to help her. A girl with white hair, dark skin and an orange dress rushes into the arms of the Lord. She screams for a man to save her because the tiger in the rainforest has gone crazy. A tiger appears in front of them, suddenly appearing from the bushes. The tiger deals with rocks and growls at the warden. The girl with tears in her eyes looks pleadingly at the Lord. She asks him for help because the tiger's roar seems very scary to her. He hits the girl in the face with his elbow, and she moves away in bewilderment. The man pulls his revolver forward while the girl holds her nose with her hands, from which blood is coming out. She extends her hand forward and asks him to wait. The tiger raises its head, and human eyes are visible below. A man in a tiger costume shouts not to be shot at, because their respected guest should have punched him to save the beauty and not shoot him on the spot. He says that this was not part of the general scenario. The Lord points a gun directly at a man in a suit standing with his hands raised. The Lord does not understand what he is trying to say, to which the man replies that this is a feature of their palace. Holding each other's elbows, the tiger and the girl dance. While dancing, the man and the girl explain to the warden that thanks to the realism of the world, excellent acting and scenery, they allow guests to become the protagonists of various stories. Be it a jungle along a river or an exotic desert, they can also become heroes who save beauties or those who love hurt others. The actors stand in front of the warden and show a heart with both hands. The girl, in an advertising voice, says that among the 300 stage halls, there will probably be one that the warden will like. The man tensely lowers his head down. The Lord is silent and then irritably asks the actors where Sir Richie is. The tiger and the girl point to the door ahead, which is located among dense trees. The girl invited the Lord to go through the door because she realized that this was the man Richie was talking about. The tiger continued her story by saying that the Sir was busy now, but should not have gone far as he was checking the rooms. The actors stand next to the door with a malicious smile. They turn to the Lord and say that, most likely, it will be difficult for him to meet with the Sir today because not a single man can resist the beauties of the Emerald Palace, and the further he goes, the more interesting the rooms will be. A man opens a gate that has cold magic applied to it. The wind blows on him and it snows. A girl in a dress and tiara lies with her eyes closed on the table. The man behind her says that this is the princess of the Snow Kingdom, and she has been sleeping for 3 years, and until now no one has been able to wake her up. A man in a fur coat with a white beard extends his hand to the warden. He shouts that the Lord is the only one who can save the princess. The warden hits the man in the fur coat on the hand and pushes him away from him. He says that he is not going to do this and goes forward, to which the princess curses after him. Aiden opens the next door, behind which there are pyramids, and on the ceiling of the room there is a magic circle that creates the effect of a scorching sun. The two actresses in front of him say that another brave businessman has arrived in the Sandy Desert. The warden is surrounded by girls in open suits with horned skulls on their heads. They say that he is very strong and invite him to join their band of desert bandits. A girl in a white suit with wings appears in front of the warden. She holds a staff in her hand and says that she wants to know his deepest desire. The man enters the last room, and a girl in a black dress with purple hair and horns appears in front of him. She holds a trident in her hands, and skulls hang on a chain near her head. She is surprised by the man and says that he is a prankster who was punished for his sins. She asks how he would like to spend time with her and suggested a public or private meeting. The Lord leaves this room and forcefully opens the last doors in front of which the girl stood. He looks at her in disbelief, waiting for the next setup. The girl's cheeks turned red. She looked up and down in admiration with her big green eyes at the man standing in front of her. The child asked in surprise if the Lord worked here. A woman in a white dress and tied up blue hair rushes towards the child. She supports her dress so as not to fall. She alarmedly shouts to Lola not to come to the restaurant alone. The girl turns to her mother, and she, looking at the warden, is a little embarrassed. The girl tells her mother that she is very bored at home, while the woman apologizes to the Lord and says that this is not a drama room, but a public restaurant. The man looks around the restaurant and sees the military and cleaning ladies who work there. He tells the woman that he would like to go to Sir Richie's room, to which she replies that she does not know where he is, but the Lord could wait for him in this restaurant, since after Sir checks the rooms, he will come here for breakfast. Pushing his chair away from the table, the warden says thank you to the woman. The woman holds her daughter's hand and leads her forward into the hall. She tells her that she has to work to earn money for toys, so she should go play in the kitchen. The girl happily agrees to her mother's offer. The warden watches them silently. He remembers the last time he saw his wife and daughter leaving with another man. A man's hand places a cup in front of the warden. He asks the warden if he liked that woman. Sir approaches the Lord with a tea set. Aiden doesn't understand the question, but wishes the man good morning. Speech carries the tray to a nearby chair to sit next to the warden. He explains his question by the fact that many of his girls did not even receive a glance from a man, but a woman with a child attracted his attention. He says that the guards will be disappointed by this, but those who have already retired can no longer receive guests. These are the rules. The Lord looks with contempt at Sir Richie, who has sat down next to him. He asks in bewilderment why he was called to the Emerald City, not to find out about his taste in women. The man laughs in response and says that he was looking for him on one important matter. Putting one hand on the table and holding a cup with the other, the man says that at least we can settle everything peacefully. A man pours coffee into a cup. He says that he helped a council member during the riots in Rosa prison against his own will. He swims in this city with stormy waves and had to be sure that his boat would not capsize, and Anthony was his boatman, while he himself just a passenger. The Lord, with a wide smile and irony, says that his boatman almost destroyed the Silver City, and since the man is not at all sincere, it will be difficult to explain this to its inhabitants. The congressman's face expresses incomprehension. He says they are even now. The man lowers the corners of his lips and looks forward doomedly. Richie explains that 3 months ago the warden took his beloved friend away without permission, and it is reasonable for him to express his displeasure. 3 months ago. Aiden leans on his cane and looks at the people in the city. He asks if it is real or not. The man turns to look at every passerby. The Lord asks them what year he is in and what country, to which people incomprehensibly ask if the Lord is feeling well. The man turns in fear towards the shadow of the 2 horses. The man driving the cart asks the overseer to step aside. The cargo he is carrying is people. The attendant shouts that this is the carriage of the Emerald Palace, and no one should approach or look at it. Watching the girls in the carriage, with incomprehension, he wonders what the Emerald Palace is. The warden turns to the men standing behind him. They mockingly say that the Emerald Palace is a shrine that every man worships because there are many easily accessible women there. The girls in the cart hang their heads in resignation. People on the street say that they cannot play with them because these toys are for the rich, and this time there are a lot of new kids from the slums. They silently watch the passing cart. The man at the service does not understand what is happening. The overseer pulls the reins towards himself, and the horse stops abruptly. The man says with a calm expression that since he has just been named Lord, then he demands that they be released immediately. The servant holds his hat in bewilderment. He doesn't understand why a man gets involved in the affairs of the Emerald Palace if they don't concern him. The bullet hits the cart lock. Aiden throws open the cage doors with his gun raised, and the military man behind him holds his head in horror. The Lord says that if they don't want to go to any palace, then they can go out, to which the servant screams in horror that he doesn't know what to do without them now. A girl with white hair sitting in a cage, leaning on the bars, asks the warden if he could give her a job, because in order to force her to enter the Emerald Palace, the congressman bribed all the companies, and they blacklisted her. Watching the girl through the bars of the cage, the man asked if the job of a jailer was suitable for her. She steps through the bars of the cart with her bare foot. The white-haired woman fell to her knees in front of the Lord and said that she was ready to serve him faithfully. The guard standing behind continued to hold his head in horror. A girl in rags is kneeling with her head bowed. Sir Richie says that this girl was the chief economist of the Dragonridge Imperial Academy, and with her professional abilities she could help the Emperor in matters of big politics, and only when her family fell into decay and evil people brought trouble upon them. She ended up in the slums Silver City. Frenda is a woman with a strong sense of self-esteem, and to get her here, he tried with carrots and sticks to lure her into the role of his assistant. The warden holds a plate in front of him and drinks from a cup. Richie turns to him with displeasure and says that Aiden unexpectedly intercepted his possible advisor. View from the window of the seated Sir and Lord. The warden says that he was just joking, and how can he ask Richie for forgiveness, because it is his fault that he stole the counselor 3 months ago and was a little crazy at that time. The Lord, with a calm face, says that he may not know, but Rose Prison has had problems with overcrowded cells for a long time, and it was quite difficult to find funds to maintain them, so this time he wants to take the opportunity to ask if he has any business needs. Richie lights his pipe. The warden says that if he wanted to help Rosa Prison, he shouldn't remain silent, because they can always discuss it. The man did not understand the question and asked again why Rosa Prison had financial difficulties. Sir blows smoke from his pipe. He sarcastically replies that with all due respect, he understands that he was not the person who cut the funding. However, as far as he knows, their side income in prison, which the Lord personally receives, is among the top 10 highest in Silver City. The warden sits opposite the man with a face full of incomprehension. The Sir explains to him that since the mayor's office of the Silver City turned a blind eye to his enrichment, then he should at least help them with some economic problems and should not be greedy. To which the man receives the answer that the Lord's powers are too overestimated and there is only enough money from this project for emergency needs. Richie makes an angry expression on his face. He furiously asks the warden why he is so fussy, because it is clear that he is talking about his customs and grave frauds with the prosecutor. And, despite the fact that he does not go out into the street, this does not mean that he does not know about the secret's lord. The warden looks at the man with incomprehension. He asks in bewilderment what other grave frauds we are talking about and who this customs prosecutor is. The elderly man lowers the corners of his lips and makes an arrogant expression on his face. He says that the Lord's face shows pretense. The man stares at the sir. He says he doesn't understand anything at all. Richie holds the phone in his hand. He angrily asks whether the warden receives his salary fairly. The man nervously smokes his pipe. In a trembling voice, he asks how he managed to resist the riot when there was no additional income and the guards abruptly began to quit and funding was completely cut in half. The Lord calmly asks what's wrong with that. Richie angrily throws the entire tea set off the table. The man shouts to his guards to bring him the customs prosecutor. The servants bring in a man with his pants down. They push him to the floor and the prosecutor ends up on his knees. Out of pain and misunderstanding, he asks what they are doing. Richie looks down at him and lights his pipe. Sir asks the man how much money he earns from his gray schemes. He explains to him that, as a customs prosecutor, the man used the overcrowding of the Rosa prison as an excuse, and exorbitant fees were charged for transporting prisoners across the border. The warden watches closely as Richie explains to the man what he is guilty of. In Sir's opinion, the man used D-level prisoners for 100 gold, C-level prisoners for 500 gold, B-level prisoners for 1,000 gold, A-level prisoners for 5,000 gold, and S-level prisoners for 10,000 gold. And the main problem is that he used the name of Rose Prison and its land. However, the money that was received did not reach the owner of the prison. The man sitting on the floor was sweating with fear. He tries to pull up his pants and says that the Lord has always fought against evil, so they were worried that he would not agree to this. Richie slams his hand on the table. He makes a powerful kick to the man's face. The frightened prosecutor crawled a few steps away from the sir. Richie said that he could not have guessed how arrogant the customs officer was, and he misunderstood the state of things in Rose's prison because the Silver City was almost destroyed because of him, to which the man agrees that he was wrong. Sir extends his hand forward. He says that means there is no need to carry out legal procedures. Richie takes the gun from his employee while the man is sweating with horror. Sir tells him that since he is so brave and greedy, he must be ready to bear responsibility for his consequences. The man, in horror, begs not to kill him because he will make up for everything. The warden turns to Sir. He asks to be allowed to make his own decision because this concerns his prison. The guards enter the prison gates with wounds. The warden says that all of his guards were injured during the riot. He remembers how wounded girls walked past him and greeted him. And Richie says that their treatment and bonuses require money. For this reason, the Lord does not care whether the money is clean or not, whether he saves face or not, because as long as he pays enough, the Lord can save his life. The prosecutor, sweating with fear, crawls to the feet of the warden. He thanks the warden in a trembling voice and asks to be released so that he can find the money and bring it to him personally. The man knelt before the sir and clasped his hands in supplication. Richie looked at him arrogantly and said that since the Lord had decided so, he would give him half a day to collect money, and with this money he would buy his life, so if there was not enough of it, the ransom might not take place. The prosecutor said that he understood everything and this money would definitely be enough to satisfy the warden. Richie shoos the man away while the Lord remains seated across from him. He says there is something he doesn't understand. He wonders why such gray schemes appear. Lord recalls disgruntled townspeople organizing riots. Since people hate other races and say that they are depriving them of jobs and resources, then what is the point of keeping such creatures in prison? Richie continues to smoke his pipe, looking at the warden. Since the Lord does not understand why someone is constantly paying for and who benefits from it, he mockingly replies that, since the man is a military man, politics is not particularly clear to him, and he asks on what basis the Dragonridge Empire was created then. Aiden changes his expression to one of confusion. He answers with uncertainty that on the basis of an agreement, to which he receives the answer that this is true, because those living on these lands have united and entered into a sacred agreement in which everyone is equal. The creatures fight together with people against evil spirits. The man explains that this treaty was able to bring victory against a large army of spirits from the Forbidden Lands, which means that this treaty is the basis of the Dragonridge Empire, its banner and the source of their rights. Richie, with a calm expression on his face, continues to explain that if imperial power falls, then everything may come to an end, and therefore those who are interested in working in further echelons of power must strengthen that same power in every possible way. This is where things like capturing criminals from other races and sending them with great fanfare to the most powerful prison follow. Sir takes the pipe out of his mouth and exhales smoke. He says that the people will follow the one who fulfills their desires. A man in the crowd makes a speech for everyone to see. Therefore, the best option to get people to vote for yourself is to act as a defender against a common enemy. The Lord's face began to express skepticism. He does not understand what a common enemy means in the person of other races that have entered into an alliance with them because it is too abstract. The man sitting opposite him spreads his arms. He chuckles and says that it is beneficial. He just needs to understand the goals of the other side, and then it will not look so abstract. The Lord tells him that this is very smart, and he stayed with him for a long time, so if he has no more business, the warden will be forced to leave. Sir stops him. He says that the Lord has not yet answered his main question. The man makes a calm expression on his face. He asks if they have settled everything. The warden lowers his head. He says Richie is different from the aristocrats he imagined. The man smokes a pipe with arrogance. He explains to the warden that he was able to survive to this day only thanks to his strength and survival strategy, but if the Lord wants to get involved in politics in the future, he will have to plan his own. The warden nods approvingly. The prisoners stand away from the fox and laugh at her, and she points her finger at the girls. The fox yells at them not to laugh because the head of their work team was just kidnapped and no one did anything. Kai-O-Lai demands that Medusa give up the fox. Manda shouts to them that if her friend had not appeared on time, she would have covered herself with shame for the rest of her life. Kai-O-Lai stands behind the fox. She tells her that she only helped because the girl gives her dinner. The fox replied furiously that she knew this. The girls stand in a group and laugh at the fox. One of them says that the girl unduly considers herself a big shot, and the second, covering her face with her hand from laughter, continues her words by saying that she even volunteered to help the succubus get an overseer. The succubus anxiously holds the teacher by the shoulder. He says that the girl can keep the tuition money and forget about it. Medusa watches them from the bushes. The girl anxiously says that she is afraid to approach her because otherwise she will be in mortal danger. Medusa makes a terrifying expression on her face. She shouts indignantly that she no longer needs this money because there is doubt about her professionalism. Phil fearfully holds the fox's hand as she furiously gives the prisoners the middle finger. The girl screams for them to watch as she helps the student get a supervisor, and then she will see which of them will laugh last. Prison matchmaker man's team accepts the challenge. A warden on horseback rides to the gates of the prison building. A man gets off his horse and two prisoners run behind him. The girls call him by his rank and name. The fox with a smile on his face says that he should look at the beds because they planted them 2 days ago, but they are already ripe and bear fruit. The Lord turns around. He is perplexed. The man asks how this can be, to which the fox replies that he needs to quickly take a look at it himself. The succubus with glowing eyes sticks out her tongue and tries to run up to the Lord. She asks her to wait because she wants to go with him. The fox is trying to pull her friend away from the man. She asks her to stop, since this is part of the plan and she should not attract attention, to which the girl asks in bewilderment how simply inspecting the crops can help her. The fox pulls the succubus towards her and says in her ear that they need to distract his attention from the werewolf in any way possible, and she should think about it head on. The werewolf stands next to a bunch of prisoners lying on the floor, covered in wounds. It continues to say that Veronica suffered many injuries during the riot. A man sits on a bed in front of a werewolf in bandages, and therefore, since everything has become normal in the prison, the warden will definitely find time to see her, and then a lonely man will be in the ward with a lonely wounded woman. He will ask about her well-being. The werewolf lifts the sheet, under which Veronica lies, wearing underwear and bandages all over her body, embarrassedly covering her face with her hands. Lisa explains that these questions can lead to physical intimacy, which can, in turn, lead to irreversible consequences. The girl smiles maliciously and hugs the succubus. Pointing her finger, she says that they must take the initiative and confuse the warden in various little things, leaving no chance for the werewolf, and then the succubus will go into the decisive battle. A hand picks up a torn potato stem along with the fruits. The deputy points with his hand at the potato fruits. She doesn't understand how it could ripen overnight, because the soil around it was dried dry and cracked. The girl reminds the warden that the nobleman who brought the elf to them said that she would need to be returned when they saw plants growing at incredible speed, despite the cracked ground around them. The warden looks at the deputy silently. Jalala turns around in alarm. An elf with a cup in his hand shouts at another prisoner. Pointing her finger at her, she shouts at the girl to work and not be lazy, to which she replies that she just wanted to rest a little. The warden looks at the deputy. He tells her that there is no mistake and the potatoes were planted over a month ago. The girl silently looks at the boss. The deputy bowed to the warden. She said that she understood him and would definitely tell the prisoners ahead to be more careful. The man asks if she knows where Veronica is and how she is feeling. He turns to the fox running behind him. She asks if he is busy. He looked at the girl, who was out of breath, holding her knees. The man asked what happened. She replied that she had just heard a verbal altercation in the interrogation room. The Lord looks at the fox in bewilderment. She continues to say that the Queen of Ants is trying to refuse to testify, to which the man remains silent in bewilderment and then inquiringly asks why she is acting so arrogantly since she is already a defendant anyway. The fox turns away from the man and makes a satisfied expression on her face. He tells the deputy to resolve the issue with the compost pit near the fields, and he himself will have to go resolve other issues. A man walks into an interrogation room and a superintendent sits at a table in front of him with a piece of paper. He asks her how the situation is and whether the prisoner agrees to testify. The girl turns her head to the warden. She says that she planned to report to him that she was not making contact and was not answering all the questions asked. The new girl folds her arms across her chest and exhales dissatisfiedly. The man and the superintendent look at the prisoner behind bars. He says that she shouldn't waste time, but should just write down all possible crimes and send them for consideration. And it doesn't matter whether new details of the riot appear, because she still can't avoid execution, and therefore she should finish this quickly. The girl behind bars is annoyed. She screams that she is protesting, and the government of such a small town has no right to try her, and she must appear before the Dragonspine Supreme Court. The man looks at the prisoner angrily. He tells her that even if she goes to trial in the Supreme Court, she will still be sentenced to death, and he will not give this case the slightest chance of outside interference, and he does not care about her at all because she must pay for everyone who has maimed her child. The man waves his hand angrily. He demands that the superintendent not pay attention to her words and execute her without a twinge of conscience, and after the execution she sends a letter to the Supreme Court for evil spirits about her death. The girl, in horror, holds onto the bars and screams to the warden. She doesn't understand how he can secretly kill her because the Ant Queen still has many children who have not gone to prison. The girls run through the city and shout the news that the ant has been arrested and is in Rosa prison. The prisoner says that these children are now spreading the news that she is being held in prison. The inscription on the sign, "The Ant Queen is wanted," and since she has the technique of changing her appearance, there is no exact portrait. If you have any information, please contact the Supreme Court of Evil Spirits immediately. Once the information is confirmed, you will be awarded a reward of 30,000 gold pounds. She explains to the warden that she is a great villain who is feared by the entire empire. The townspeople read the inscription on the sign. She wonders if he knows what will happen if a famous criminal like her is executed not in the capital of the empire, but in a prison. She answers her own question and says that not only he, but the entire Silver City will be punished. Shadows of aristocrats in military clothing. The prisoner continues to say that the entire aristocracy of the empire is eager for her death, even the emperor himself, and he would like to personally organize the execution ceremony of the Ant Queen in order to win the love of the people. The girl holds onto the bars and looks straight at the warden. She shouts that by doing this, he will rob the emperor of his glory, and the Lord will not get away with it. The prisoner turned red with anger. She shouts that the warden will not have a good life, and if he does not understand this, then he is completely brainless. The superintendent looks at the warden. She tells him that, as far as she knows, the imperial power is in decline, and it would be an insult to deny him the chance to execute the queen. With his head down, the man silently thinks. The prisoner, having calmed down, holds onto the bars. With a smile on her face, she tells him that let her be tried in the capital, because she will die anyway, and during her presence here she could help him with prison affairs. Prisoners running through a broken door. She explains that many of the prisoners are still suffering from the side effects of her drugs and she would like to help prevent their condition from getting worse. A girl with a crazy expression on her face and drops of sweat on it. The prisoner convinces the warden and asks him if he cares about Evans, because she could treat her, and then the man would see her going to school. The warden stands next to the superintendent and looks at the prisoner. She promises that she will remove the weapon from her body and replace the poisonous blood, and then she can become a normal child. He should think about how expensive it would be to travel to a big city to treat her, then he would have to withhold the prison guard's salary for several years, and whether his subordinates would be happy about it. The superintendent turns to the Lord and asks if she should write to the Dragonspine Empire. Turning to the guard behind him, he demands to call Dolly and make sure that the queen heals the prisoners. The subordinate holds her head with her hand. She realized that this meant that she should start writing to the empire. The warden watches as she moves her pen over a piece of paper, dictating an appeal to the Supreme Court for Evil Spirits as they have arrested the prisoner, also called the Queen Ant. A man yells at his subordinate, asking why she writes so politely. He hits the table with his hand and demands that his subordinate write as he says. He dictates the words that they arrested the cattle, who committed a monstrous, outrageous crime, which has no number and end, which aroused the wrath of the gods of people. The prisoner with a dissatisfied face silently looks at the warden. He continues to say that her subordinates should write down the reasons for her continued detention here, since she still has accomplices at large, and escorting her over long distances is unsafe. The man is holding the door handle. He leaves the interrogation room, and the fox and succubus are again behind him. The girls ask where the warden is going to go and if by chance he's going to the hospital. He turns displeasedly at the prisoners. The man does not understand why she is again in front of him, to which the girl replies that there are few guards in the prison now, so she herself has to report everything. She lowers her head and smiles. The fox reminds the warden that every 3 months a zombie crumbles to dust and then returns, but with a larger supply of mana. Cold air hung over the cells. The girl explains that there are only 10 days left until the next disintegration into dust, and therefore the restraining collar should be changed, since it was already working at its maximum capacity, and it cannot hold even more mana. It was also very cold outside her cell, putting prisoners living nearby at risk of frostbite and death. The zombie in his cell screams with his arms outstretched. She screams that Camilla will pay for everything. From the next camera comes a question about why she is not dead yet. The dragoness sits with a calm face in this opposite chamber. She says that she should have rushed and turned to dust a long time ago. The Lord steps on the floor of the prison. The man and the guards walk past the cameras. One of the guards says that during the inspection this morning everything was in order, but now this block is like a freezer. The prisoners from the cells ask the Lord to take care of the situation, as they are already starting to die from the cold. The zombie screams furiously in his cell. He wishes death for the dragoness and wants to kill her. The zombie, chained to the walls, is furiously trying to escape. The warden approaches the zombie's cell, which looks at him through the bars. He wonders what she is doing. The man looks arrogantly at the prisoner. He says that he understands that her being in prison is completely outrageous, but still she should have a conscience towards others and restrain herself, otherwise she will have to die again. A girl with glowing blue eyes and a stitch on her neck screams to the warden. She asks him to look into her case because he was able to help one of the prisoners escape from a fabricated case and therefore should help her too, since she is an ordinary mother who lost her child. Camilla sits against the wall in her cold cell, head down and eyes closed. The prisoner explains that she killed her 15-year-old son, and for this she was imprisoned for only 3 years. But she is just an ordinary peasant woman and she had no choice but to use necromancy to become a zombie and take revenge on the dragoness. The warden looks directly at the tied prisoner through the bars of the cell. She says that she doesn't want to touch other people and wants the dragoness to pay. The warden looks thoughtfully at the girl. He thinks about how he once read about this case, and it is indeed very suspicious. The Lord sits with the prisoner's papers in his office. Next to him the deputy also reads these papers. He continues to remember that Camilla is not a noblewoman and she was born in the slums, which means that she is unlikely to be covered up if she commits murder. But at the same time she was given only 3 years, and this proves that this case the hand of someone influential is attached. The warden stands next to the zombie's cell. He says that he will figure out what happened between them when he has time for this, and now he asks to bring a necromancer so that she can perform a ritual to calm the dead soul. The zombie asked him for a fair treaty for her. The girl walks along the corridor. Asina adjusts her glasses. She answered the warden that she did not want to do this because she just wanted to sympathize with this girl. Aiden turned to the necromancer who had arrived. He asked when she became so human because her job is not to leave the dead in the world of the living. The girl raised her finger and made an abstruse face. She replied that the man was right, because it is impossible to unite the world of the dead and the world of the living. But this woman sacrificed the path of rebirth and became a zombie for the sake of revenge, and therefore, for reasons of professional ethics, she does not want to interfere in this matter. The warden doesn't understand what she's talking about. The man asks what the path of rebirth means and why it sounds so religious. The prisoner explains that this is not a religious term, but a rule of this world, because after the death of the body, the consciousness of the deceased cannot simply die and therefore takes on a new form or, more simply put, becomes a soul. Large hands, between them a man above a portal from which various animals emerge, and a woman with a child in her arms. The necromancer continues to say that the soul is capable of entering the kingdom of the dead, where it must find the god of its faith and begin a new life cycle, and in the absence of accidents, a person is capable of endless rebirth. The girl points her hand at the doomed zombie behind bars. She says that the prisoner is that very accident, because she sacrificed her rebirth, and if she dies, then her soul, along with her memories, will be erased forever. The warden looks down at the necromancer in bewilderment. He doesn't understand why he should care that she can no longer be resurrected. If she herself chose such a path full of pain, then all he can do is calm her down. The girl folded her arms over her chest with a dissatisfied expression on her face. She said she didn't understand how a man could honor people who kill, destroy cities, and pillage and then turn out to be heroes, yet he dare condemn a woman who refused to be reborn to avenge the death of her own son. The girl turned away from the Lord. She waved her hand after him and said that she was not going to do such an unethical act and it would be better for him to just burn the doll that kept her grievances, and then it would all be over. A deputy breaks past the Necromancer. She says that they came to visit her. The girl was sweaty from a long run. She said that the customs prosecutor, the treasurer, and the chief of the guard had come to see him, and they would all like to see the warden. She asked the warden if they wanted to do something bad. Aiden turned to the girl. He replied that they most likely brought money. The man remembers how in the castle the prosecutor, on his knees, promised him money in exchange for his life. Standing opposite the warden, the girl did not understand what kind of money we were talking about and why. The warden replied that they needed to distribute blankets to everyone who was sitting in the cells next to the zombies, and then he would explain everything. 3 men walked through the city towards the prison. The boss turned to the customs prosecutor and told him that he should sincerely apologize to the supervisor. The man sarcastically replied that he was already bringing him money, and this was already quite sincere. A man with a mustache dressed as a security guard turned to the prosecutor. He asked if he knew that Anthony had recently been killed, and he himself brought security to remove the body. Anthony's corpse in a city alley. The boss said with horror that he himself saw a huge hole in his head. He turned to the treasurer and the prosecutor. They were frightened by his story. The man told them that many people think Richie is the killer, but they all know that it was so, and Aiden is nothing more than a wolf in sheep's clothing. Birds singing. The men came to the warden's office and all stood together in front of his desk. The Lord asks them if they are the leaders of the prisoner case. With frightened faces, they answer in unison that everything is true. The Lord looks arrogantly at the guests. He is trying to understand why every plan he made to reconstruct the prison was rejected. The man recalls communicating with a guard about an application for new prison cells, but there was no response because there are more prisoners and therefore there is the possibility of riots. The security guard responded by saying that the authorities already have problems with the budget and it is necessary to get into their position. Lord also recalls a conversation with Richie, who reproached him for shady deeds because he allegedly used as an excuse that the Rosa prison charged exorbitant fees for transporting each prisoner across the border. The 3 men sweated with fear. The Lord answered them that they should not make excuses since he had already realized that expanding the prison would prevent the 3 of them from doing dark things. The men began to shout to him about mercy and that everyone has sorrows. The deputy looks at the guests in surprise. She thinks in bewilderment that before she always had a bold face, but now they behave calmly. The girl wonders what kind of things the warden caught them doing. The Lord smiles maliciously, sitting at the table in his office. He tells them that he will not be merciful if they come empty-handed. The treasurer frighteningly shoves his hand into his vest and takes out a piece of paper. He said anxiously that they had brought everything. The man hands it to the Lord. The supervisor asks the deputy to give him the check. The treasurer replies that it contains more than half of the profits from this project, and they would never dare to spend part of it. The girl glances at the check and tries to understand what kind of profit it is. There is a huge amount written on the check. The girl is shocked by so much money because 100,000 gold would not be out of place. The men stand opposite the warden. The security guard tries to justify himself, saying that he is in the rank of captain only because he pays dues to his subordinates. Otherwise he will not win the next elections. The treasurer says that his situation is no better, since in the eyes of the management he is a brilliant master of his craft, and if the profit runs out, he will be fired immediately. And so the prosecutor hopes that the man will turn a blind eye to his act, and they swear that they will never do it again. The warden looks up from the check. He asks them why they should finish if they get money for it. The men are perplexed by this answer from the Lord. He says that they should not only continue, but also expand the business. Since they make money from going to prison, then why not make money from the prisoners themselves? The treasurer made a surprised face. He asks the warden if he is now talking about making the prisoners work. The Lord smiles and nods in approval. He replies that his goal is not just to force, but to create a complete bill that will allow prisoners to be hired, and of course, as long as a guarantee fee is paid for them in prison. The men say that it is quite dangerous because they can escape. The Lord points his hand to the side. He says that additional security measures will certainly be organized at the proper level. Prisoners who can be hired will undergo multi-level checks in the prison. And at first all this will be concentrated in the Silver City since there is a magical barrier here and they will not be able to escape, and all they have to do is imagine it. The prisoner holds a gun in front of her. The warden explains that there are many prisoners who are good with weapons, and they will be taken to serve as instructors in the army for a guarantee fee of only 10,000 gold a year. A horse thief holds a horse by the neck on a field. The warden's idea also has prisoners with the ability to handle horses, who can consistently train high-quality horses. The guarantee fee will be 20,000 gold per year. The prisoner in the form of a lizard is digging a huge hole. The man continues to say that for prisoners who are able to quickly dig and create huge tunnels, the guarantee fee will be 30,000 gold. The warden looks at the guests carefully. He says that these examples are just a small part of what prisoners are capable of, and there are thousands of them in prison, and as for obedience, he will allocate a group of prison guards who will specifically analyze and re-educate prisoners. And as for mistrust on the part of employers, then to improve mutual understanding between the two parties, a job fair can be held. A diagram in which the arrow goes from market to border, from border to prison, and from prison to market. Lord says that once the process is established, some prisoners can be hired to work, freeing up space in the prison for others, so a cycle will be formed. He asks the men if they think this money-making scheme will have potential. The guests smile with relief. The treasurer is happy and says that everything will work out as long as the warden keeps it in his hands, to which the prosecutor says that this is really a good plan, and they should try because there is nothing to lose anyway. They joyfully shout that the warden will take care of business in prison, while at the same time they will promote their interests outside it. The deputy thought that this meeting was too harmonious. The girl glanced at the guard sitting next to her. She thinks that if she didn't know, she might not have suspected anything. But it's a pity that they don't understand that with a character like the Lord's, he would never have released so many prisoners from prison for the sake of money unless he has a special purpose. The girl remembers how the warden opened the gate and tried to let the prisoners out earlier. She thinks that he first threw out the bait, allowed them to move freely for 3 days, introduced the prisoners to a strange set of rules. Shadows of the warden's subordinates against the background of the prison wall. The deputy understands that the moment the prisoners break any rule, the power will pass into the hands of the warden, and he can constantly reinterpret the rules, leaving the prisoners at a loss. She remembers how the warden, on the penultimate day of free movement, restricted him. After all, his 3 days of freedom were a trap to seduce and lure prisoners. The girl watches how the warden communicates with the joyful guests. Looking at them, she understands that this time the bait will be a new bill. The Lord repeats the prices with a smile on his face. He says that those who shoot well are sold for 10,000 gold pieces, those who handle horses for 20,000 gold pieces, and those who dig well for 30,000 gold pieces. She also understands that the bait will be those who are attracted to it. The deputy looked at the warden in disbelief. She understands that only elite capitalists can afford such a high guarantee fee in the Silver City. The large hand of the overseer passes a book to the capitalists behind the wall. The girl understands that capitalists manipulate Parliament, and if the overseer controls them, he will be able to partially influence Parliament itself. The deputy looks at the warden with a calm face. She finally understood the essence of the Lord's actions and what path he chose. The men stand close to the warden's table and bend over to discuss the plan. The treasurer says the language in the document could be made more vague to leave some wiggle room. Holding the document in front of him, the man smiles. The head of security and the prosecutor look at the piece of paper in his hands. The treasurer says that in this way there will be no omissions. He asks what the warden thinks about this. If he has no questions, then they can push this version of the prisoner guarantee bill to Parliament. The warden looks straight at the men in front of him. He replies that he has no questions, but they don't have to be in such a hurry to move forward, since the Lord is going to have a meeting with the prison guards, and it would be better if all 3 were present. The guests stand in bewilderment, their faces expressing misunderstanding. The treasurer asks why they would be at a meeting with prison guards. Without answering the question, the warden orders the deputy to gather all the prison guards. Security guards walk past city buildings. The girls do not understand why they were gathered at such a time, although some of them say that they saw the treasurer and the head of security, and probably it was because of them. A warden with 3 men and a deputy stand in front of a crowd of female guards. The Lord thanks everyone for coming to the important meeting. The man looks straight into the crowd of girls. He asks them to remember how steadfastly they fought during the prison riot. One of the guards in the crowd exhaled calmly, because she realized that they had been called in for the sake of gratitude. A couple of girls are whispering. One of them asks the second if they will be awarded medals. The second replies that perhaps they will even give her livestock. Only they both don't understand where the prison gets so much money for this. The Lord addresses the treasurer. He says he doesn't want to sit through paperwork and therefore decided not to reward everyone individually. The man confidently stands in front of the guards. He says that from today the salary of all prison guards who participated in suppressing the riots will be increased tenfold, and if previously they received 10 gold pieces a month, now they will receive 100. The girls exclaim contentedly. They think it's a dream and can't believe the warden isn't playing a prank on them. The treasurer was shocked. The prosecutor and the head of security standing nearby smiled joyfully and approved of his decision. The man with a surprised face realized that the Lord was in such a hurry to get the money because he wanted to give some of it as a reward for the prison guards. The prosecutor replied that this was very generous and he was glad to follow such a leader. The girls joyfully raise their hands up and smile with happiness. One of them shouts that she knows how long this generosity will last, but she is still very grateful. The second girl says that even if it's only for a month, it will already be equal to her annual income. The warden stands with a calm face. He says that this is not for a month or even a year, and as long as he holds this post and as long as they all work here, 10 times the salary will remain in force. The Lord points his hand at the real shocked men nearby. He says that this money is not funding the prison and there is nothing to worry about because their salaries are paid not by the government, but by Mr. Prosecutor, Mr. Treasurer, and Mr. Chief of Security. The men are horrified by the warden's words, while the girls admiringly shout out gratitude to the warden. The treasurer, with a surprised face, pulls the Lord's coat. He asks what they have to do with increasing the salaries of prison guards, to which the prosecutor supports him by shouting that this is really too much. The Lord turns to the men. He tells them that if it weren't for these guards who bravely suppressed the riot, then the Silver City would already be in rivers of blood because of their machinations. And he gives us a chance to show our good side, otherwise rumors might spread among the guards. In addition, there are only 90 guards in the prison now, and would these expenses be something burdensome for them? Shocked men look at each other. They don't understand whether the Lord really thinks this is normal. The prosecutor scratches the back of his head with relief. He asks why there are so few guards if there were previously over 1,000 people, to which the guard tells him that it is all because of Anthony's newspaper. The Lord hangs his head down in doom. He says that the discussion of the article about the guards will soon fizzle out, and if nothing new happens, the departed personnel will begin to return, and he hopes that no one will hire such frivolous people. The treasurer points his finger at the Lord. He tells the warden that they will have no chance of getting into the Silver City government offices. A man wants to ask him a question about increasing his salary by 90 gold pieces. He needs to know whether this can be considered an act of gift. Scratches his temple with his finger. He thinks about the Lord's question. The man continues to ask about the gift from employees because it should not be taxable. After thinking, the treasurer says that the taxation of Silver City is managed by a commissioner from the Dragon Ridge Empire, and he cannot interfere in this. The warden turns to the treasurer. He ironically says that he didn't know that the Dragonspine Empire still has to levy a tax on donations to the poor areas, and he asks who will handle the money business then, since the treasurer can't interfere with it. The man looks at the Lord and his deputy and raises his index finger up. He answers the Lord that they should focus on the internal affairs of the prison. There have already been a lot of brutal extortions from them, so this could distract them from important matters, and so he himself goes to the tax office and finds out everything about possible taxation on a gift. Aiden turns to the guards. He tells them that they must be good and law-abiding, and then they will be paid a wage of 100 gold pieces, and they will only have to pay tax on 10 of them. The girls rejoice with joy. They lift each other in their arms and scream with delight. They realize that their wages will increase almost 20 times, and they will become much richer than they were, because they will only have to pay 5 gold pounds for 100 gold wages. Among the guards, one of them drops tears onto her knees. Everyone turns to see the sobbing girl in a wheelchair in the center of the crowd. She says her leg injury is very severe and she will need to be in a wheelchair for at least 6 months to recover, and if she continues to go to work, she may become disabled. The girl understands that she will not be able to work as a supervisor, but asks if she can return to work in 6 months. Looking at the girl, the warden says that he almost forgot to announce one important thing, because a new department will be created in the prison related to the upcoming new bill. A silhouette of a guard teaching a prisoner to read. The shadow of a prisoner and the shadow of a man shake hands after signing a contract. The warden explains that this department will train and correct the thinking of prisoners so that they can integrate into society and work. The girl stops crying and looks at the Lord with hope in her eyes. He says that since she injured her leg, she could get a job in this department because the salary would be the same as other employees. The girls around are rejoicing at this news because their friend will be able to stay working in prison and also receive 10 times her salary and even more. The fox and the succubus overhear their conversation. Phil says that Manda is great because she gave one case after another to the warden, and he was so busy that he forgot to visit the werewolf. The girl turns to the succubus with a malicious smile. She says that it was not easy to find activities, but she should wait because when he is mentally and physically exhausted, then they will begin to act. The girl blushed with joy and made a wide smile. She shouted that she was ready to start and they would have to put a bag over his head or give him drugs to make him unconscious. The fox is shocked by her words and the girl herself is scared. Manda says that of course they should use her talent for charm, not this. Well, she replies that she doesn't know how to use it. The fox grabs her friend's shirt. She shouts to her that she learned all her tricks from succubi and how she, being one, does not know how to charm. The girl fearfully replies that they taught this at the school of succubi, but the books in the classes were too boring and that's why she read rom-coms. Phil sits at his desk at school and reads a comic book. The teacher says that they will study the charm of succubi, to which the girl angrily replies that she will not be able to learn it. The girl recalls how she was rude to other prisoners in complete self-confidence. Now she understands that this has added problems to her, and she does not know how to do everything perfectly. The superintendent appears behind the girls and calls out to the fox. She asks what the warden has to do with her. The girl points to the door with a smile. She says that it is the warden's policy to encourage prisoners to reform and turn rebels into workers, and now there is a new prisoner who has already been retrained and wants to join their work group. Moe points to the gate where Medusa enters. The fox is furious. She does not understand what kind of retraining was carried out, because the girl generally has unclean motives. The girl looks at the warden in shock. She tells her that it will be impossible to refuse, because the warden believes that any rebel should strive to reform in order to reduce problems in the future. And therefore, as long as Opia does not show aggression, even if she is lazy, the prisoner will have to tolerate her in the group. Medusa blushed with embarrassment. Along with the snakes on her head, she looks at the fox, who was sweating from horror and irritation. Opia tells her that from now on he will be by her side and flirtatiously calls her the head of the labor group. Prison buildings. The witch eats a red apple. She says that there is only one thing she cannot understand and therefore asks why the queen is still alive. A girl pulls on a glove in a doctor's costume with a beak-shaped mask. She stands over Evan's body in the operating room. The girl picks up a scalpel, and tentacles appear from her legs. She apologizes to the witch and says that her case has been transferred to the Dragonspine Empire, so she cannot be executed. Dolly casts a displeased glance at her. The witch holds an apple in front of her and laughs. She replies that she understood that the girl was ready for this kind of event, and she is truly disgusting. A new girl in a doctor's outfit makes an incision with a scalpel. She says the warden failed to serve as an official, so he was unable to look at the problem from the government's point of view. The new girl's tentacles enter the child's body through a cut. They tear out huge parasites from her body and pierce through their bodies. The queen watches the death of her monsters. He explains that the Lord will be very angry when he receives a letter from the Dragon Ridge Empire abolishing the death penalty, because he wanted to kill her, but could not, and when she imagines his expression, the girl's soul becomes joyful. The queen turns to look at the parasitic worm thrown aside. She laughs sinisterly at the words she just said. The witch sits opposite her on the sofa and watches the worm. She asks what this disgusting creature is, because there were no such creatures in the body transformation lessons. The new girl looks straight at Dolly. She tells her that this is a special zombie worm from the Forbidden Lands, and he is a kind of parasitic creature that cannot be poisoned or even removed with miracle drugs. Swamp of the Forbidden Lands. The queen explains that they live in swamps deep in the lands, and the water in those swamps is not mud, but toxic poison. A man who has fallen into a swamp tries to resist, but his body liquefies, and worms crawl in response to these attempts. Everyone who falls into this swamp loses their body, because it begins to mutate and rot, and attempts to get out will only attract the local inhabitants of zombie parasites. A parasite crawls into a man's chest and replaces his left lung. The new girl says that once the worms get inside the body, they begin to fuse with it and replace organs, and the whole process is very painful. A mutated man with 3 legs, 3 heads, and filled with worms screams in pain. The queen says that this is why people who fall into the swamp will experience organ multiplication, failure, and rotting. But when the rotted organs are replaced by zombie worms, they will be able to keep the body alive, and this plight will continue as long as the brain won't die. The witch remembers how the girl's hands were covered with a poisonous coating. She asks the student if the worms protect her with this shell. The new girl turns to look at the teacher. She replies that the worms do not protect her, but the mechanisms established by the mother, and the girl herself does not need any protection. Evans lies on the couch with his eyes closed. The girl explains that this is all because the child is not even human. The witch is not a specialist in transformations and will not be able to appreciate the perfection of her body. And the girl can easily endure an operation that is almost impossible to survive. The queen in purple smoke spreads her arms to the side. She explains that Evans is nothing more than a bag made from scraps, and it can accommodate any device without rejection. The queen continues to wave her arms. She ominously says that the girl is more like a vessel carefully designed by God himself than like a person. The new girl turns to look at the witch sitting behind her. She wanted Dolly to give her another chance, because in just one night she could turn Evans into a stronger weapon. In response to the request, the witch laughs. She sweetly says that the queen apparently does not understand her current situation. The girls run across the square in the city and tell everyone that the Queen of the Ants has been captured. The witch explains to the student that the news spread so quickly that during her imprisonment it was heard not only in the Dragon Ridge Empire. The woman with her face covered turns back. Dolly says that the new girl's teacher already knows about everything. The queen is wary of the witch's words. Over a trembling voice asks why she should care. The prisoner replies that she only wanted to say that teacher Ramana was going to the Forbidden Lands for her. The girl opens her eyes wide and makes an ominous smile. She says that she heard her teacher say that she would execute the student with her own hands. The queen falls to the floor in fear, while the witch explains to her that Ramana was a fierce mentor among the founding witches, and in order to cover for her student, she changed her own commandments again and again, and if the teacher does not kill her, she will never gain the respect of her students. The founding witch watches over the prison. Dolly suggests that Rosa has most likely already come to her attention, and then if the queen escapes, she will still face the death penalty. The witch sits on the sofa and eats an apple with a smile on her face. She ironically says that in prison the warden hates her, but in the wild the teacher will wait for her. The girl laughs and asks what the queen will do then. The sun is shining in the sky. The horse runs as fast as he can. A man on a horse shouts that he is carrying an urgent message from the Supreme Court for evil spirits and everyone needs to get out of the way. The horse stumbles and they fall to the ground together. The man rises to his knees. He asks for mercy and says that it is forbidden to kill the queen. A man in a robe with a skull mark on his back looks straight at the guard. She understands who is in front of her. Window in the warden's office. The newcomer stands opposite the desk of the warden, who sits behind him, and next to him is his deputy. The man approaches the Lord and says that he is the messenger of the Supreme Court for evil spirits, and he brought the decision of the Supreme Court in the case of the Queen Ant. The messenger hands the scroll to the warden. He explains that she is of strategic importance to the Dragonspine Empire and cannot be executed, and this is a court decision. The Lord unrolls the scroll at his table. He asks the messenger if there is really no mistake here, because if the queen remains alive, she will only anger ordinary people. The messenger replies that the head of the Supreme Court personally examined this matter and there can be no mistake. He takes out a letter with the seal of the dragon and the fortress and gives it to the Lord. He explains that this letter was given to him by the third son of the Emperor of the Dragon Ridge Empire. The warden is trying to figure out who this son is. He asks about his third son. A short memory appears in the Lord's head. He with a sword and in a military suit stands opposite a child in the same suit with a ball. The Lord understands that this body was previously the fencing teacher of the third son of the Emperor. A boy with white hair addresses the warden. He asks him for something. The man was discouraged, and it was visible on his face. He was shocked by this request, but did not remember what exactly the boy wanted from him, and then he completely stopped contacting him. The man unfolds the letter. Aiden reads the contents of the letter. It says that the Emperor's son learned about the Queen's imprisonment in Rosa prison, after which he took part in the decision of the Supreme Court. A man's hand writes a letter with a pen. The warden continues to read that, given the business manners of the judges, they would not explain too much the logic of the verdict, so he thought that it was worth attaching this letter to the message explaining this kind of decision. The Queen Ant looks at a statue with two faces and a deadly flower between them. The reason they decide to free the queen from the death penalty is that she is the only person who has been to the Forbidden Lands and was able to escape. A city located next to a restricted area. The overseer might think that the Forbidden Lands are just a dangerous piece of land on the map that the Empire so tirelessly yearns to possess to expand its territories. But the reason for the zeal for those lands is much deeper. The border between Wild Horse Keep and St. Lawrence, with the Duchy of Dragonspine to their right. The letter explains that Dragonspine was merely a border duchy of the Surrey Empire. There are many cities that are marked with a red dotted line, and the Duchy of Dragonspine dominates them. The letter says that the main point is that after the war, the Forbidden Lands and Dragonspine not only inherited most of the Empire's territory, but also declared themselves an empire, and now this is enshrined in law. 4 statues of warriors holding swords in front of them. The Emperor's son writes that the old part of the Surrey Empire believes that Dragonspine is unworthy of the role of an empire, and their confidence in this only grows stronger, and therefore the chance of collapse grows every day. The dragon statue stands opposite the two-headed statue in the forest. The guy explains to the overseer that even if the Forbidden Lands do not show aggression, the Dragon Ridge Empire will take the initiative and attack. They must capture the old capital of the Surrey Empire and take the crown of Emperor Surrey XVI to strengthen the imperial power. The Lord looks at the messenger with contempt, while his deputy watches on in bewilderment. The letter ends with the fact that the Queen Ant cannot die, as she must reveal the internal structure of the Forbidden Lands and the disposition of the enemy forces, and this will greatly facilitate the development of strategy for the Imperial Army. There is a diagram against the background of a rose. From the head of the prison on the right is an advisor, and on the left is the deputy head of the prison, below is the head of the security, and even below are the guards. The letter also said that in order to force the queen to quietly serve the empire, the post of advisor should be immediately created in the prison, who should have decent conditions, but he would not be able to leave the prison. The deputy reads the letter. It also says that if there are other prisoners in the prison who can provide information about the Forbidden Lands or can think well about strategy, they are allowed to take the position of prison advisor, and in addition to this, there is another important matter for the warden. Shadow of a man with a beard against the background of a red skull sign. The Emperor's son says that the head of the Supreme Court for Evil Spirits was furious when he heard about the riot at Rose Prison, and as a result, he decided to immediately allocate people until the establishment of a branch of the Supreme Court in Silver City to ensure stability in the prison Rose. The deputy holds the letter in his hands and watches the supervisor's reaction. The girl reads that the staff of the High Court will arrive in Silver City within a month, and regarding the choice of location and construction of the branch, the Lord should take care of this himself, and the information about the forbidden lands collected by the prison counselor should be transferred to the staff of the High Court by arrival. There is smoke on the floor. The deputy opens the door and parasites crawl in front of her in the smoke. She asks in confusion what is happening. The witch sits on a chair and eats a banana. She smiles at the deputy and says that this is necessary for treatment, and under her careful supervision, the operation to restore the girl was successful. The deputy watches as the queen removes her beak mask. She asks how much the girl knows about the forbidden lands. The new girl looks at the boss with alarm. In a trembling voice, she asks to tell the warden that she spent 10 years in the forbidden lands and knows almost everything connected with them. The deputy looks at the girl with bewilderment. She thinks that her behavior is too strange, because before this the prisoner constantly snapped, and now she suddenly calmly answers any question. The deputy asks if she is willing to make amends for her sins in exchange for information about the forbidden lands, and for this she will receive the position of prison counselor, and she will not have any restrictions on her freedom in prison and even a salary of 200 gold. The queen was surprised by this proposal, and the witch sitting next to her dropped the banana in surprise. The girl continues to say that she will be given her own private workspace, a dorm room, and if she wants any food or drinks, she can ask the prison guards to come out and buy it. The deputy continues to stand in the doorway. The last thing she wanted to tell her was that the new girl would be required to report her location 3 times a day. The queen remembers her teacher and the witch's words that leaving prison would be a death penalty for her. The new girl looks up from the floor. She answers in a trembling voice that she agrees to this job. The witch stands up abruptly and pushes the student back with her hand. She points a finger at herself and shouts to the deputy that she also knows a lot about the forbidden lands. The deputy looked at the witch with skepticism. She asked how long the girl lived in the forbidden lands. The witch made an embarrassed face and, holding the back of her head with her hand, said that she was conducting reconnaissance on the border. Frenda understands that if a war breaks out with the forbidden lands, the witch will have nothing to offer that can help defeat them, so she is not suitable. The witch turned angrily at the queen. The prisoner promised that she would perform her duties well and they could be sure that she would never escape again. The queen remembers abandoning other prisoners during the riot. She understands that now she will have to sit in prison forever, and due to the fact that many are offended by her, she needs to find a patron. The treasurer stands next to the statue. He turns to the guard who approached him and asks him to report to the warden that he needs to discuss something important with him. Steward opens the prison gate, and cold air blows on the treasurer, asks him to go. An elderly man holds his shoulders against the cold. He asks why the prison room is so cold. The guard replies that it is because of the zombie girl who is being held in prison and she is about to disappear, so it becomes even colder. An old man bumps into a warden in a prison corridor. The lord asks why the treasurer came to see him. The mustachioed man smiles, invites the warden to take a step towards each other. The lord looks at the man who is making gestures with his hands. He explains that he just saw a messenger from the high court outside, and he thought the warden was up for a promotion, so he asks him not to forget him when the time comes. The warden looks at the treasurer with bewilderment. He says that the messenger brought him only a letter from the high court with a verdict in the Queen Anne case, and there is nothing in it that would help him get rich. The man replies that this is not what he meant, because there is no shortage of rich people in the Silver City, but their level of influence is limited. The treasurer raises his index finger. He explains that if one of them has an acquaintance in the person of a high-ranking official from the Dragon Ridge Empire, then the power of this person will increase significantly, and connection is what the elite of the Silver City crave most. The men walk down the corridor and the treasurer turns to look at the warden. The lord asks in bewilderment if this is what the man was looking for. He explained that this was not what he needed, and he wanted to discuss guarantees for prisoners, because persuading members of Congress to pass a new bill separately takes a lot of time. The treasurer looks at the lord with enthusiasm. He says he remembered that the overseers have a good relationship with one financial tycoon who controls at least 30% of parliamentarians, and if he can convince him, the process will speed up significantly. Aiden looks at the treasurer with confusion. He asks about the financial tycoon because he doesn't understand who the man is talking about. A leaflet offering services from prisoners. The treasurer explains that he is referring to the owner of the Big Golden Tooth Tavern, who bought out the Rose Prison Brewing Project a few days ago. A man with long blue hair and a beard smiles with teeth, one of which is glowing. The man reminds that the owner's name is Lucius or Golden Tooth. Men in aprons and with huge balls in their hands stand, and behind them a coat of arms with a skull develops. Golden Tooth is not only rich, but is also the leader of the Skull Gang, an organized crime group he personally assembled from the homeless city slums. A coat of arms with a skull and a hanging coat of arms with a red hand next to it. The treasurer says that the achievements of this gang even include the destruction of the Bloody Gang, which the forces of the mounted police could not crush, and at one point it even became unclear who is the boss in the northern district of the Silver City. Lucius looks down on the crowd of aristocracy. She also says that this has made many small and medium enterprises his followers, and this has led to an increase in his following among the local elite. The treasurer checks with the warden if he knows about this. Camilla sits in her cell on the floor against the wall and holds her legs with her hands. The man also reminds that the boss of the Blood Gang, the Dragonborn, is now locked in Rose Prison. Aiden looks at the treasurer with skepticism. For now, he suggests that he think carefully about a business partnership with the Golden Tooth and take advantage of the opportunity that has fallen to him. The Lord replied that he was currently busy with the situation around the Dragonborn and the zombies, and he was going to meet with the Golden Tooth. The warden is about to leave. Finally, he gives the order to the guard to prepare a doll that holds the zombies' grudge, and if the situation does not improve by tonight, burn it. Stands in the infirmary and looks at the boss. She asks her how long the girl is going to stay in prison, because the prison said that they are in no hurry to expand the staff of the prison guards, and the task of caring for prisoners will gradually be transferred to them. Kinjia lies on his back in the hospital bed. She angrily asks why she has to do all this, and it's too early for her to get up, because every time she falls into madness, she needs to rest for a week to regain her strength. The girl silently turns her head. Communicate with two girls lying next to each other. The prisoner does not understand how they can lie so calmly if they tricked her into beating other creatures, and they themselves escaped. The girl with brown hair smiled at her question. She good-naturedly replied that they did not run away, but went deeper into the battle where it was more dangerous. The brown-haired girl looked straight at the girl. She said with a smile that after a few years, Kinjia had matured a lot. The three of the girls lie on the left side of the infirmary, and on the right is the werewolf's bed. Kinjia asks in surprise if they have met this girl before, to which she replied that yes, but most likely she does not remember about it. The werewolf looks out the window. The girl turns around at the sound from the window. Outside the window they ask about the bloody werewolf and why they are not afraid to harm themselves for the sake of humanity, but are so afraid to do it for the sake of their own children. With one eye he spies on what is happening on the street. The voice continues to ask questions, one of which is that if there is a choice, then who would want to be a dog for others? The answer to this question is fear. A military man makes a speech in the crowd. He explains that humans have human gods, orcs have orc gods, and only their ancestors were the ones who betrayed the orcs and joined the humans, and therefore they have nothing, they can only turn into beasts that obey to others. He shouts angrily to the crowd, urges them not to allow their children and grandchildren to become slaves, or to survive, otherwise they have the choice to give up their lives and allow future generations to live under a peaceful sky with free air in their chests. The ribbed sword is covered in blood. The werewolf's hand lies in a pool of blood. The man asks Veronica not to mourn them if they die shamefully. He turns to her with a smile. The military man explains that this is a deal. A circle drawn with the blood of werewolves, around it lie the corpses of werewolves, and in the center is a sign in the form of a circle and a segment attached to it with two lines at the end. Veronica stands on the battlefield with the shadows of werewolves and with a magic circle behind her that has the same sign. The werewolf stands in a fighting stance and holds a fist and a straight arm in front of him. The girl gets up from the hospital bed and looks at her shoulder. There is a red tattoo on it with the same sign and exactly the same on her back. A warden on a horse rides along a city street. A sign with a wide smile and yellow teeth says that this is the Golden Tooth Bar. A man drives up to the gate of the bar and sees workers nearby unloading a cart of alcohol. They ask in surprise about who came to them. A man in a work apron and a mustache smiles at the visiting warden. He says the pubs are closed during the day and if he wants to have a drink he should come in the evening. The Lord gets off his horse. He says that he did not come here to drink, but is looking for their owner. The man waves his hand at the guards and walks forward. He says that the Lord doesn't understand jokes at all, and the warden should just follow him since the owner is receiving goods in the backyard. Two men walk down the street towards the backyard door. The worker asks the Lord what important agreement her boss has been talking about lately, and if this is so, then why no one from Rosa prison came to talk with him. The warden stops. Before him is a picture of slums with destroyed buildings, hungry and emaciated people who sleep on the ground and walk in cast-offs. The man turns his head back. On the other hand, he sees ladies and gentlemen in excellent clothes, their children, who no longer know what they can eat that is in short supply. Joy can be read on people's faces, they do not need anything. There is a clear boundary between the city and the slums. They are separated from each other by a huge wall. The houses in the city are neat, beautiful, wooden, while in the slums they are collapsed, gray and beaten, mostly just tents on the ground, and people work there tirelessly. The worker turns to the Lord. He chuckles and says that he always liked to watch the expressions on the local townspeople's faces when the true face of the Silver City appears before them, because they do not expect this, and this is understandable since the tavern is built between the slums and the city, so the views here are appropriate. Most residents of the slums give part of the harvest for the opportunity to live on these lands. They provide food for the entire Silver City. The construction of a tavern in this place helped reduce the cost of transporting goods from the slums for their clients. The Lord passes by a cart, which is being pulled by a poor man. A boy is sitting in it, and in front of him a worker is shouting to the others. He asks to warn the boss that a guest has arrived in the person of the warden. A tomato flies into the Lord's face. The boy sitting in front of him in the cart took a tomato from it and threw it at the overseer. He shouted that he realized who he was. The man turned to the child, who was pointing his finger at the warden. He ordered him to calm down immediately while the kid shouted to the Lord that he was to blame for the fact that his dragon sister was in prison. The worker exhales angrily. He makes an angry face and begins to take out a knife. He shouts to the tomboy that he should not insult their guest. The man abandons the cart and falls to his knees. He asks to spare him and the child, because he is still very small and does not understand anything, and he himself is going to compensate for this incident. A man kicks an old man in the face. The beggar falls to the ground. The man shouts at him that he will not be able to compensate even if he gives all his old things to the Lord. A worker grabs a crying child by the hair. He lowers him to the ground. The man shouts that the child is unlucky because if it were in his direction, he would simply work off his act, but here the Lord was hurt. And if he is not dealt with properly, then the boss will be ashamed of such a reception of the distinguished guest. A man holds a baby by the hair near the guard's feet. He asks the Lord how he wants to execute the child, mince him in rations for the homeless, or give him to be eaten by stray dogs. A crowd of beggars to the right of the warden asks him not to touch the old man and the child. The tavern workers try to calm them down. The Lord points his cane at a tomato lying on the ground. He looks at the boy with arrogance. A man demands to eat a vegetable lying on the ground. A worker holds a boy by the hair. He asks in bewilderment what the warden is talking about. The man replies that this is the kind of food they feed pigs in prison, and that's why he wants the child to eat it. The man throws the boy to the ground closer to the tomato. He demands that the boy obey the Lord and eat the tomato. The Lord looks down on the child haughtily as he eats a tomato from the ground. He says that today's events will not end so easily, and after that, every day the boy and his grandfather will be required to come to the prison to sleep and eat pig feet. And then, as entertainment after dinner, he will allow them to take turns inspecting the prison instruments of torture. Aiden addresses the worker. The warden says that his men should remember that they can leave the punishments for the local homeless to him, because this kind of show will amuse the man in prison and he wants to enjoy it there. Workers point to their subordinates. He demands that they listen to the Lord's instructions. The men laugh and say that this child is already anticipating the torture that is coming for him. Tavern workers threaten the beggars standing in front of them with weapons. One of the poor people shouts that he is disappointed in the hero that everyone is talking about because he is no different from other rich people. The guy standing next to him says that the higher the status, the more vices. The enraged man tells them that if they don't leave now, they will run into death. The tavern's head worker is called out by a man behind him. Lucius, with gold teeth, chains and rings on his hands, stands in the doorway of a poor settlement. He has long blue hair and a beard. He calls the worker Carl and asks him why he has not yet invited the Lord to enter. The worker turns to look at the boss, and the supervisor standing next to him also notices him. Carl replies that they had a small problem, but they have already solved everything. The Lord finds out the worker's name. The man turns to look at the warden. He replies that his name is indeed Carl Palbo, and he finds out from the warden what is wrong with his name. The Lord lowers his eyes and makes a sly smile. He answers the worker that it's nothing, he just meets a lot of people every day, which is why he often gets confused with names, and that's why he has a special little book that keeps records of the names of people he's interested in. The book in the warden's office is flipped through in the draft of the open window. The supervisor with a dissatisfied face stands with his back to the worker, while the worker holds the back of his head with his hand and smiles. He good-naturedly replies that he is honored to be on the Lord's list of interesting people. Golden Tooth points with his hand with a surprised face. He tells the warden that this scene is really surprising to him, because everyone says that the Lord is an honest fighter against evil, but he is so unexpectedly cruel to the poor. The man looks away with displeasure. He sarcastically asks why a man has been in business for so long, but has never learned to present himself correctly, because in front of the townspeople he must put on a good show and make the right impression on them. And only in this way, when they deal with the unsightly poor, will the townspeople stand up on their side at the first opportunity. Gold Tooth smiles widely his entire mouth covered in gold. The man tells the warden that his leadership has been very impressive and he knows that due to the werewolf's unjust accusation, the Lord killed Jalon and even got rid of his father Anthony. The warden casts a displeased glance at the businessman, who in turn continues to say that this must all have been an attempt by the Lord to create an image for himself in front of the public. The men stand in the center of the street and the gazes of workers and other people are directed directly at them. The subordinates hold their swords in front of them and listen carefully to the conversation. The Lord makes a malicious smile. He tells the man that if Anthony had told him that Jalon was his son and paid him a visit in advance, then everything would have been over a long time ago. Golden Tooth smiles and lowers his head. The warden continues to say that the congressman did not understand the rules of the game and immediately sent a bounty hunter to kill him, and therefore, since Anthony himself does not think about his honor, he helped him preserve it. Lucius smiles widely with gold teeth. The man becomes furious. He shouts to the warden that he was right because the law is the law and the rules are the rules, and when he found out about this murder, he became so worried that he immediately decided to sign a contract with the prison. Golden Tooth waves to his subordinates while the overseer stands silently nearby. The man is sure that he would have lost a lot of money if he had not previously established cooperation with Rose, and the Lord is their main guest today. The Golden Tooth leads the warden to the task of the tavern and spreads his hands. The man is perplexed why the overseer doesn't know what the slums looked like 10 years ago, because then there were rumors that the Silver City was full of silver. And they also said that after working as a miner for several years, one could make a good fortune, but the tavern manager himself found nothing but a depleted silver mine. The man smiles madly widely and turns to look at the Lord. The Golden Tooth says that there were hundreds of people like him, and everyone came to work in the hope of grabbing a fortune. But, unfortunately, everything was the opposite, and they were left on the street without a roof over their heads and a piece of bread in their mouths. The overseer and the leader enter the tavern. The boss smiles and spreads his arms, showing his possessions. He admiringly asks the Lord to look at him now, because he not only stood firmly on his feet in this place, but was even able to crush small and medium-sized shops in the city so that they began to pay him for protection. The police and local bandits have no idea there is no danger for him. The man smiles and points his finger at the tables of the pub, looking straight at the warden. He says that now he needs something that will make the giants of the Silver City bow their heads to him. For this reason he took on the brewing project in Rose Prison, because the boss wants to use it to capture the entire alcohol market of the Dragonspine Empire. The men sit at a table opposite each other. Gold Tooth tells the warden that this outlying town can actually afford to compete with the capital, and this is something that even the big companies can't afford, and by the time their project comes to fruition, everyone will know who's boss in Silver City. The Lord smiles broadly in response to the man's words and takes documents out of his coat. The warden replies that he has a faster way to make the Gold Tooth in charge. The man throws a folder on the table, on which it is written that this is a bill on guarantees for prisoners. The Lord explains to the man that this is a new bill, and if he is willing to help promote it, the warden would like to discuss the terms. The Golden Tooth looks arrogantly and silently at the warden. The men sit opposite each other. The tavern boss rests his head on his hand. Gold Tooth says that he knows about this bill because he has already been told about it, and he is also aware that the essence of the project is that they will have to rent out prisoners to companies and receive commissions for intermediation, but the man says that this is not good and he will not allow this bill to pass. The Lord, perplexed, asks why he doesn't want prison inmates to work for them and practice crimes, because they can not only increase production efficiency, but also help him solve complex issues. The man scratches the back of his head. He says with a smile on his face that he knows about the abilities of the prisoners at Rose Prison, and if you hire them, the popularity of the Big Teeth Tavern will undoubtedly skyrocket, but the situation now does not allow this. Angry pub workers against the background of a coat of arms with a skull. The man explains that the strength of the group of SMEs he leads is that they have a lot of ruthless thugs on their side, aristocrats with monocles and smoking pipes in their mouths. He says that when it comes to money, their opponents, big businesses, have an advantage over them, and now both sides are in a delicate balance. Brings 2 glasses of wine and a glass of water to the men. Goldtooth goes on to explain that if the bill is passed, everything will depend on money, and whoever has more money will be able to hire more prisoners. And wouldn't it be self-destructive for them? So the Lord thinks he is a complete fool for hoping that he will support this. The man pushes the folder with the project away from him with his hand with gold rings. He asks the Lord not to harm his business, and the man will not agree to accept this bill. The warden silently lowers his head. He remembers what the treasurer told him, pointing his finger. The man explained that if one of them has an acquaintance in the person of a high-ranking official from the Dragon Ridge Empire, then the power of this person will increase significantly, because connections are what the elite of the Silver City crave most. The warden makes a malicious smile. He says he should go back and think about this situation carefully. The Lord gets up from the table and a letter falls out of his coat pocket. A letter with the seal of the Dragonspine Empire appears on the table in front of the Golden Tooth's face. The boss opens his eyes wide, seeing the letter in front of him. The man points his finger at him. He realizes that this letter is from the Dragonspine Empire. The tavern owner tells the warden that he dropped the letter. The Lord thanks him and says that this is a letter from the capital, which contains a decree for the construction of some project, so that we cannot lose such a valuable thing. The owner looks at the warden with alarm. He asks about the project from the capital, if he can find out the details. The overseer replies that there is nothing secret there, they are simply preparing to open a branch in the Silver City, and he has been tasked with choosing a location to build it. The man gives the Lord a letter, but holds it in his hands. He asks why the warden didn't mention such an important matter earlier. The owner holds the letter in front of him and smiles with sparkling eyes. He tells the Lord that his bill can still be implemented, however, as long as they are willing to build a branch opposite his tavern, because he is sure that in this case the bill will be passed within 3 days. The Lord turns around to look at the possession of the Golden Tooth. The man is thinking about building a branch on this site and says that nothing is impossible, because the Empire made this decision because of the Forbidden Lands, a small structure fenced off from the slums next to the tavern. The Lord notes that the slums are precisely the closest to the Forbidden Lands. The tavern owner smiles and raises his glass of wine. He says that he would like to drink with the Lord for such good news. The man looks at the glass with contempt. The warden apologizes and replies that he is allergic to alcohol. Screams from the prison building. In the guard's office, a bounty hunter with a cross-shaped scar on her face stands with her hands on her hips. She indignantly asks where the warden went, if before that he had not left the prison for days. The security guard tells her that he went in the direction of the slums. The girl folds her arms across her chest in front of the employee's desk. She says that she just came out of the slums and for some reason could not run into him, but her main purpose for coming here was to visit the prisoner. The keeper asks which of the prisoners she needs. The two men bump their shoulders against each other. The warden looks at the man in front of him whom he collided with. He asked the Lord to look both ways when moving, to which the warden apologized and said that he was in a hurry. Aiden looks at the man's face in front of him. He says out loud that he thinks this man's face is familiar. A guy in a cassock adjusts his glasses. 2 other men stand behind him, and flies are circling around one of them. The Lord finds out that it is Bruce. The warden remembers how the man knelt before him. Hanging his head, he repented because he had slandered an innocent person and was now ready to become a witness. He looked at the Lord and sobbed, shouted apologies and said that this was his biggest mistake. The warden extended his hand and pointed to the man's appearance. The Lord is perplexed why Bruce is dressed like a charlatan and at the same time walking around the slums, because he should have been sent to prison. The man exhaled and said it was a long story. Turns of the guarded gates of the prison building. Bruce reveals that he was sent to Thorn Prison because he was an accomplice, but because he turned himself in and helped identify the real killer, his sentence was short-lived. But even after spending the entire term in prison, the man's heart did not calm down. The prisoner sits on the floor against the wall and holds his knees with his hands. Light falls on him from a small window with bars. He says he noticed that society had fallen into madness, shadows of evil people with burning eyes. The man does not understand why some people behave permissively while others are humble, like ants. He remembers the moment of his madness and how he turned in horror at the shadows standing in front of him. Sitting in prison, Bruce suggested that this was all due to the fact that some were well acquainted with social laws, while others were not. A man lies doomed on a prison bed. He explains to the warden that he then thought that laws were created in order to serve people, how it happened then that people gradually became slaves and were divided into classes, because all people are obviously equal. The man opened his eyes wide with inspiration. He tells the warden that he then realized the answer to this question, which is that everyone has forgotten the original purposes of the laws. Bruce looks at the article in Rose's prison. He says that he remembered her while on the couch and realized that he was the one who removed barriers between different races and united everyone to fight the evil spirits from the Forbidden Lands. The Lord hands over the child to the leader of the werewolf clan as a sign of reconciliation. The man was perplexed. He did not understand why such a person was not included in the ranks of saints and did not have an inheritance. Bruce stands up abruptly from his prison bed. He tells the warden that then in an instant he understood everything in his nature. His stay in prison would not change anything, and he had to do something himself. And then the man spent all his savings to bribe the Thorn Prison and go through all the necessary formalities to be freed from it. Bruce pulls up his suit and says that after all he's been through, he's wearing this suit. The man points a finger at himself while 2 subordinates smile behind him. He says that it was then that he created the sect of Baerism, dedicated to the Lord. The subordinates shout the Lord's name. Bruce goes on to say that he wants everyone to promote justice and brotherhood, which is the true harmony of all things. The guy adjusts his glasses again. He says doomedly that due to lack of money, His sect can only develop in the slums. The warden exhales calmly. The Lord answers the preacher that he wishes him good luck and soon he would like to visit the slums and interview the locals on the case of the Dragonborn. He wants to find out if any of his believers know the ins and outs of this situation. The huntress replies to the guards that she would like to talk with the dragoness. The girls sit opposite each other. Huntress asks her friend how she is feeling and then says that she has almost fulfilled the agreement between them. The girl with the scar smiles. She recalls that in exchange for her help in recruiting members of the Blood Gang and the Bounty Hunter, she had to give her a treasure left by her father, a pureblood dragon, which is one of the 12 artifacts of power and order. A writing pen with a beautiful ornament at the end. The huntress reminds that it is the feather of chaos that she needs, and she is looking forward to the moment when she receives it. The fire is burning. The men say that more than 20 years ago a sensational incident occurred in the slums. A man's hand extends 2 gold pounds to a girl. A huge resident throws open the doors of the house and, smiling widely, looks at the little girl in front of him. The preachers explain that one of the women then sent her 8-year-old daughter to serve her client. A woman closes the door behind a man who is looking at her child. The main problem, according to the men, was that it was not the mother's action that caused the sensation. The girl turned to the house, behind which lightning was striking. From it came men's cries for help. The woman pulled the door handle. In front of her, she saw a daughter covered in blood, who had dragon horns, and behind the first man in a pool of blood. The preacher says that the main sensation was that the little girl tore the thug to pieces. The girl is holding onto the wall with her hand, which is covered in blood. Strong energy is coming from her. The man explains that you were all surprised back then to find that the little wolf girl had suddenly grown dragon horns on her head. The bloody hand of a child leaves a mark on the wall. He says that as a result of this situation, her name has spread throughout the slums. The warden looks at the men with a calm face, understands that this popular name is Camilla. Men sit at a table in one of the slum buildings near a fire. One of them says that at that time people from the Dragon Ridge Empire came to find out her origins, and when they found out that the girl could not become a flying dragon, interest in her disappeared, but her actions still aroused the interest of the children from the slums. Crowds of children in rags look up. The preacher tells the warden that in the slums, children are often used as tools to make money, and many children left their families of origin and sought refuge with the dragoness. Camilla looks at her little subjects. A girl stands on a huge garbage heap and looks at a crowd of beggars. The man tells the Lord that she led them east, where they began to survive in a garbage dump. On the site of the dump, children founded slums. The preacher explained that several years passed very quickly, and the dump turned into a shelter for all the destitute, and since the orphans had nothing to take, the bandits did not pay any attention to them, and at first they could live in peace. The emperor collided head-on with the leader of the vampires. The man says that after that a war began between the Sani Empire and the Netherland vampires. The red arrow on the map indicates the escape route, which runs between the mountains of Netherland, the Forbidden Lands, the Witch's Sabbath, and leads to the Silver City. The preacher explains that this route is due to the fact that the citizens of the Sani Empire and deserters fled away from the war, and the slums of the Silver City became the most peaceful place for them. Traders at the market sell all sorts of things to the townspeople. According to the man, they spread rumors that in Sana there was a girl who was ready to adopt orphans and pay for them at the same time. The sale of several children could allow a person to live for a whole year without denying themselves anything. This forced all the bandits in the slums to convert attention to the dragon's settlement. The preacher says that everyone in the slums remembers that night that happened 5 years ago. Men with weapons run forward. There was a roar. People dragged their children away. There were tears. Armed townspeople are hiding behind structures. And there were shots. Camilla turned into a huge dragon. The last and most frightening thing, there was an earthquake-like growl. The man says that she was finally able to stop the riot. The attackers run away from the woman walking behind. The preacher says that by the end of that night, the gangs holed up in the slums were routed, killed or forced to flee, and some of the surviving bandits later united into the current Skull Gang. The dragoness again holds onto the wall of the building with her bloody hand. All the bandits were scared and never dared to enter the dragoness's sphere of influence again. White flags with a red hand sign on them hang from the windows of houses in the settlement. The man says that after this incident, all the local residents living in the territory of the Dragonborn called themselves the Bloody Gang, and although she had no desire to create her own gang, people still began to hang a bloody flag in their house because the statement that you pay a bloody gang for protection, which can scare off a lot of bad people. 3 preachers sit opposite the warden. One of them continues to say that then it was one of the few times in the slums when it was possible to live in safety, but the mounted police of the Silver City forced the Bloody Gang to answer to the law for one of the murders. The Lord asked what kind of murder we were talking about. The man looks at the preacher with skepticism. He does not understand why the sentence was pronounced so late if the girl's hands were covered in blood since childhood. The man explained that this time the situation was different since she did not kill a tramp, but a citizen of the Silver City. The men from the slums look ahead with a malicious look. According to the preacher, if one of the slum dwellers dies, no one cares, so no one paid attention to the dead bandits or the poor. The dead boy lies on the ground. The preacher says that this time it was a child who died and a resident of the Silver City who had citizenship and rights. The sound of horse hooves. The mounted police came for the dragoness. One of the officers addresses the girl. He says she's quite brave. The man screams from injustice. He believes that the girl could not kill anyone, because the bloody gang was originally created by orphans to support each other, and how could she deal with a 15-year-old boy in this situation? Lucius looms over the slums. According to the preacher, the saddest thing is that when the dragon was arrested, the slums returned to life under the rule of bandits, and taxes in the form of grain and agricultural products began to pass through the hands of the Gold Tooth. The warden looks at the men with arrogance. He asks what they were doing when the mounted police arrested the girl, to which the man replies that they could not do anything, because all the police had weapons. The Lord makes a dissatisfied face. He says that the total population of the Silver City is 300,000 people, of which about 240 live in the slums, and he told the warden that most of the locals use the blood gang mark as protection. But at the same time, when she herself was in trouble, for some reason everyone just watched as the mounted police carried her around and didn't try to help her. The man sweated with shame. The dragoness lowered her head and looked at the crowd of beggars. The police lead the girl forward through a crowd of people who are held back by guards with pistols. They tell her to go ahead and threaten the crowd with violence if anyone tries to help her. The Lord puts his hands on the table. He says that they treated her simply as a free bodyguard, and he roughly understood what happened, so the man is about to leave. Bruce tries to stop the warden. He shouts to him that someone framed the girl, and she needs to be pulled out, just like the werewolf. The warden replies that he asked them about this not for the sake of her release, but simply because he was interested in listening to the gossip. The preacher tried to convince him that the overseer didn't do that. The dragoness looks at her friend through the bars of the cell. She replies that she remembers the agreement, and after it is fulfilled, the dragon's treasure will belong to her. But all that was asked of her was to teach them to be independent bounty hunters, because, as far as the dragoness knows, most orders in the market are distributed only among first-class hunters, and now her friends are still at the entry level. The huntress looks at the prisoner indignantly. She says that this will cause her problems, since becoming first-class killers requires financial investments, but if they at least buy magic talismans, then maybe they will succeed. A talisman in the form of a cross on a man's neck, which creates a protective circle. The girl explains that the official price for these talismans will be 500 gold, and since the dragoness has more than 200 subordinates, it will cost an exorbitant amount, and even if the huntress sells herself, she will not be able to collect enough money. The dragoness turns to the guard standing near the door to her cell. She asks the warden to give all her money to the huntress and says that she knows the value of talismans. The girl does not understand where the prisoner got the money from. Camilla remembers Phil. She explains to the huntress that she has been looking for a job since she went to prison, and there is a succubus here who often hires bodyguards, and she was able to save money thanks to her. The huntress exhales and spreads her arms. She asks in disbelief how the prisoner was able to accumulate such a sum by working as a bodyguard if the talismans would cost her more than 100,000 gold. A huge case filled to the brim with gold coins. The guard placed it in front of the hunter's chair. The girl turned around and was shocked by the amount in front of her. The girl cursed. She asked in shock what family this succubus was from. The girl holds a coin in her hands. The huntress is surprised that it is worth 100 gold. The girl turns around and makes a surprised face. She says that such coins circulate only in narrow circles of the empire, and they definitely cannot be found on the market, and someone can even buy these coins for 200 gold. The blue-haired girl was surprised why the succubus gave her money without looking. The dragoness holds her finger to her chin and tries to remember how she communicated with the succubus. The prisoner replies that Phil didn't place much importance on the money and simply gave based on her feelings. She said that this was the burden of her anger and the dragoness should lift it. The huntress looks at the chest of money while the dragonborn watches from behind the bars of the cell. Blue-haired says that she did not know that there was a sponsor so rich in the prison, but although the chest looks heavy, according to her rough calculations, there are about 50,000 gold in it, and this will still not be enough for her people to become first-class hunters for heads, and she will have to find the same number. The huntress smiles at the dragoness, who folds her arms across her chest. She says that everything will depend on the succubus girl, because she only has this channel to earn money. The huntress laughs and replies that for her, prison has become the only way to earn money at the present time. Prisoners use rakes to loosen the ground. Elf shouts that they should stop. The girl irritably points at them with her hand. She shouts that there will be no nutrients left in the ground, and this place will only be suitable for funerals. The prisoners should listen to it, and everyone should collect organic waste from the tanks and transfer it to the compost pit. The prisoner runs up to the elf, covering her face with her hand, to which the girl turns to look at her. She yells that she thinks the compost pit they dug is too big. The girls carry waste into a compost pit the size of almost half the field. The prisoner standing next to the elf points her finger at the hole and says that all their organic waste has been practically used up and she doesn't know where else to get it to fill it. Two girls pour the waste from the cart into the pit and say that they are almost done and they can't stand this terrible smell anymore, so they want to take a break. The foreman looks at them, eating bread. The girl says that it's just a smell, and they are criminals who killed people and set fires, so they don't need to be so hypocritical because almost everything is already ready, and they should finish it. The foreman takes a bite of bread and it falls down. The prisoners realize with horror that a piece of her loaf fell straight into the hole. The prisoner looks with rage at the fallen bread. She reaches out her hand to pick up the fallen piece. Subordinates are trying to restrain her. They ask her to stop because there is already enough food in the prison. The girl becomes even more furious. She shouts that there is nothing more shameful than wasting food. The foreman scatters his subordinates and throws a dirty piece of bread into his mouth. The elf and the prisoner watching this feel sick. Jalala demands that the compost pit be buried to hide the smell. A girl approaches her from behind and calls out to the elf. Medusa smiles widely, her face flushed with embarrassment. She good-naturedly asks if the girl knows where Brigadier Amanda is, because she is looking for her everywhere, but she is still nowhere to be found. Jill grabs his head and throws a tantrum. She shouts that she doesn't know where she is, and in general she is very irritated, because there are many foremen, but she works alone. Kinjia is sleeping in a hospital bed. Jalala says that one of them is sick. The advisor is looking after the sick boss, and the other, according to the elf, is looking after her. The fox raises his hand with a smile on his face. The foreman says that the last of them eventually disappeared. The girl eats dirty bread with pleasure. She is horrified because the only one who helps her is now eating bread that has fallen into sewage. The girl points a finger at herself and holds her other hand at her side. She shouts indignantly that she is being bullied on purpose and she is already tired of it. The elf jumps away from the two surprised subordinates further forward. The girl lies on the floor with her hands under her head and her legs crossed. She is sure that even if they bring her soft toast with honey, she will not wake up, since the elf has died and does not hear or see anything. A cart full of sewage passes by the girl, and a huge drop of dirt falls directly on her face. The prisoner who was driving the cart shouts indignantly that she shouldn't be lying in the middle of the road because she almost ran over her. The elf rises from the floor and screams in anger, baring her teeth and sticking out her tongue. Medusa puts the snake behind her ear. She says that she shouldn't be angry because she just asked and will then find the foreman herself. The prisoner makes a malicious smile. She ironically says that the prankster's foreman will not be able to escape and hide from her. Medusa uses her powers and feels the warmth of human bodies. At the same time, in the green bushes behind the prison dormitory, the heads of a fox and a succubus are sticking out of the bushes. Red, purple, and blue lights of magic touch. The fox says that it is magic, and it involves using mental power to search for elementary particles in the air, particles of fire, lightning, and wind, and what she needs is a particle of desire. The girl makes a heart pattern with 2 fingers. She explains to the student that she should use the power to create runes from them, which were invented in ancient times. Taking this step is like loading a gun, and all she has to do is pull the trigger. The fox crosses out the heart she created with 2 fingers. The girls are illuminated by smoke from pink energy. The succubus vomited. The teacher says that nausea is a normal reaction, because charm spells are usually only effective on the opposite sex. For someone of the same gender as the caster, it is like drinking sewage. The fox points his finger at the collar. She explains that there are more advanced methods of controlling spells, but because of the riot, the collars have become even tougher and cannot be shown, so the girl can only use the most basic spells. The succubus wipes his mouth with his hand. The girl created a heart-shaped rune in front of her. She shouts that she is catching desire particles, and then says that she is accumulating desire particles. Phil waves his finger and crosses out the rune, causing pink smoke to appear around it. The succubus vomited again. She asks in confusion why this happened to her again. The fox showed 2 types of runes in the shape of a heart. She explained to the student that the one she did was wrong, which caused her to accidentally cast another enchantment spell, which meant that she had imposed her charm on those around her and led them to feel sympathy for her. Holds her chin and thinks through a plan of action. In her thoughts, she points her finger at the succubus in pink smoke so that the spell will also work on the guard standing nearby. The teacher says that since she cannot learn charm, then she herself will bewitch the student. Even though she might vomit, it would be worth it to help charm the Lord. The succubus sits in the food she vomited. Nanda asks what the girl ate today that she vomited so much. The student replies that it was just steamed fish. The teacher removes her hair from her face and looks arrogant. She asks the succubus to learn to control herself because she got all dirty and it's good that at least she didn't splash the fox. The prisoner glances behind the bushes. The shadow of Medusa appears in front of them and watches the girl sitting opposite. The succubus is drooling from his mouth in horror. The prisoner jumps through the bushes. She grabs the succubus in front of her and begins to choke him. Medusa angrily shouts that she will kill the girl. The snakes on her head emit impulses. The girl does not let go of the succubus and she begins to choke in horror. She somehow casts a charm spell. The rune she creates affects the fox sitting behind her. Medusa turns around and looks at the prisoner with a wide, malicious smile, while the succubus vomits behind her. Manga made a scared face. She demanded that her friend calm down, otherwise the fox would make a denunciation. The shoe falls off the prisoner's foot. Medusa jumps on the fox and knocks him to the floor. She makes her lips like a duck, and her eyes and the eyes of the snakes on her head take on the shape of hearts, and tries to kiss the fox lying on the floor. The fox doesn't like this, so she asks the succubus to save her. Phil is in tears. She remembers in horror how Medusa strangled her a couple of minutes ago. The girl crawls away and screams hysterically in horror. She is terribly afraid of the prisoner who attacked her. Medusa takes out her huge tongue and, pressing herself close to the fox, licks her face. Manga shouts after her friend that she is a scoundrel. Medusa continues to lick her friend and, holding her on the floor, crawls under her t-shirt with her snakes. The fox remembers how she taught the succubus magic. She thinks about how she unconditionally helped her friend with a charm spell. The girl showed her middle finger to other prisoners who laughed at them. She thinks about how she put her dignity on the line to help the succubus win over the warden. The succubus crawls away in fear away from the fox. Manga thinks she can forgive everything except betrayal, but her friend did just that at a critical moment. The prisoner looked at the traitor angrily. She shouted to her that since the succubus did not stand up for her, she should not blame the fox for her cruelty. Lying under Medusa, the girl stretches her bare leg forward. She says this is the so-called king of guys. The prisoner makes a rune in the air with her foot. She shouts that this is a basic skill and anything can be turned into a launcher. The succubus almost crawled away, but was horrified to realize that a rune had been created behind her. The girl was affected by the magic of charm from the fox. Phil turned around in horror. Behind her was already Medusa, who wanted to grab her. The prisoner was trying to escape in horror. She asks for help, to which Medusa replies that the girl smells delicious. She holds her hand to her mouth to prevent her from throwing up even more. She shouts to the fleeing succubus that this is her payment for betrayal. The girl's leg twists while running. The succubus gets confused and her opponent runs past the tree with her tongue hanging out. She runs towards the teacher while Medusa behind her tries to catch up with her. The girl in tears asks how her friend can do this because this does not apply to her at all. She runs past the fox and, with a wave of 2 fingers, cuts the rune of charm. The teacher did not expect such an act and turned to the student in bewilderment. She thought that the little bird just wanted to break her wrist. The offended girl also cuts the rune of charm. The magic affects the succubus running next to her and Medusa turns to her again. The fox vomits to the side. The succubus responds in kind and uses charm magic on the fox while she has just wiped her face. The two of them run away from Medusa and use charm magic on each other at each section of the road. The succubus tries to use his charm again and holds out 2 fingers. The fox angrily throws her shoe at her friend's face and she manages to finish the spell. The succubus screams offendedly that it's so unfair. Teacher opens her mouth, baring her teeth, and laughs madly. She shouts to the student that she is far from her. The girl steps on a stone with her bare foot. She holds her leg with her hand in pain and loses to the succubus running behind her. The girl creates a rune in the air and cuts it with 2 other fingers. She shouts that she will defeat her opponent and tries to cast a spell. The prisoner trips over a huge fox tail. The prisoner falls in front of Medusa while a fox with a huge tail watches. She shouts to her friend lying on the floor that she began to rejoice too early. The fox makes a furious expression on his face. She shouts to the succubus that even if powerful spells are limited by the seal, she can still defeat her and make her fear. The fox runs past the girls and they get caught in the hair on her tail. The girl hangs over them and, showing the claws on both hands, smiles widely. She explains to the succubus that they ended up in her training center and secret garden. The girl is trying to separate the hair on her tail and get out of the trap. She demands the person to let her go, to which the girl replies that the air in her secret garden is thin, and the more she tries to fight, the less strength she will have left. Desperate, the succubus sat on her knees, her face sweating from the heat in her tail. The girl exhales and says that it is becoming difficult for her to breathe because it is hot and dry there. Hair appears behind it on the succubus. Manga says that he is launching an attack with them from which there is nowhere to hide. The hair hits the succubus straight in the back. Because of this, the girl screams in pain. The fox explains that this is the secret power of stroking from her hair And this is the highest understanding of the sensuality of the human body, because even the most chaste and holy girl recognizes the fact that she cannot resist this continuous hair attack of the fox. She says that she doesn't believe that the girl is still an innocent succubus after this. Phil turns around in horror. Her hair grabs her from all sides. The fox says that the body of a succubus is 100 times more sensitive than that of humans, so she cannot resist. An exploded volcano with lava flowing out of it. Manda, with a malicious smile, extends 2 fingers forward. She shouts to her rival that she is not finished yet and asks her what will happen if she continues to use the charm fog in such a small space. The girl emits pink smoke of enchantment at her friend. The girl falls to the floor from the hair of the fox. The fox stands with his arm extended forward. Manda says that there is something wrong with her friend, because all she talks about is the Warden, but she must travel around the world and conquer the beautiful men in it. This is the purpose of all succubi. And as for her intelligence and virtue, she must make every effort to help her mentor, and in the end she must release her succubus nature, which she has been suppressing for 17 years, and return to normal. The girl explains to the student that in the end this is all included in the cost of her education, and from now on they do not owe each other anything. Medusa grabs the succubus leg. She crawls towards her with her tongue outstretched and hearts in her eyes. The girl begs for help. The girl remembers how she said earlier that after training, a little time will pass and she will go to the Dragon Ridge Empire and no one will know her name. The prisoner's snakes touch the body of the succubus. The girl screams because she is ticklish and asks to stop it. Snakes entangle the succubus's body from head to toe. A friend asks her if she is happy. 4 months ago, a masked man is chained on his knees. The girls at the top of the building watch the crowd of chained men on their knees. One of them asks if Phil is happy with this. The succubus empress Lilith in a red robe, with large red horns and a crown on her head stands opposite her daughter. She says that she has gathered beautiful men from all over the empire, and in total there are 365 of them. They are a donation for their magic of love. The maid is surprised by the queen's words. She says it is not good to do such things before getting married to another person. The queen points her finger at the maid as a sign for her to leave the room. The woman is dissatisfied with such a harsh word and demands her to shut up, because if she herself had previously known about political marriage, then she should have done this before she got married. Phil blushes with embarrassment. She tells her mother that she doesn't need all this because she has already sacrificed her heart. The woman glances at her daughter. She asks her why she still hasn't forgotten that man. The queen, being much taller than her daughter, looks down on her. The girl is perplexed as to how her mother knows about her love for the warden. A lord on a horse rides opposite a cart in which a succubus is being transported. The mother explains to the girl that since she was caught by the judge, she began to run to the court office from time to time. The queen leans her elbow on the balcony of the building. She asks her daughter in bewilderment what else could fascinate her so much, if not a man. The succubus smiles at her mother's words. The girl tells her that since she already knows everything, she just wants to tell her everything straight. The queen looks at her daughter with a bit of condemnation. The succubus thinks that she would not like to be like her mother because she still has a grudge against her. The girl stands on the balcony, which overlooks the entire city. She tells her mother that she knows about her duty and in the future she is ready to inherit the title of Lilith and get into the political maelstrom of the Dragonspine Empire. The warriors stand in front of the coat of arms with a skull. Phil continues to say that he understands that she will have to resist the Empire and all non-believers and use all her strength to protect the succubus tribe. A bird in a cage sits opposite the window. The girl understands that she is obliged to put her duty to her people first and will ultimately lose her freedom, and she has long understood the level of responsibility that she will have to bear. The succubus holds onto the edge of the balcony with her hands. The girl tells her mother that she always feels empty in her heart. The girl turns to her mother and cries. She asks her mother that while she is free, a spark will flare up in her heart, or in the future she will definitely be disappointed in herself. The woman turns to her daughter. They are both standing on the roof of a huge building overlooking the entire city. The queen addresses her child. She says that if the girl goes to the Silver City now, she can still break off the engagement. The girl runs up to her mother and grabs her leg with joy. The mother puts her hand on her daughter's head and strokes it. The succubus is delighted with her mother's answer because she expected something different. She asks her mother whether her breakup will bring them even more trouble. The woman looks at her daughter with a smile. She replies that she is ready to fight the whole world for her child, but she wonders if her daughter can pass the test of desire. Snakes envelop the hand of a succubus. The girl's face turned red. Her face and arms were entwined with snakes. Medusa tries to get to the resisting girl. The queen tells her daughter that desire is the weakest point of every succubus, and many of them have used charm magic to experience love like humans, but they end up giving in and halfway through eating the forbidden fruit and then not being able to stop. Lilith smiles and looks at her child. She explains to her that when succubi begin to feel desire, they can no longer feel love. The woman bent down to be level with her daughter. She says that for a succubus, just like for a person, experiencing precious and exciting moments comes only once. Snakes Medusa gently slide over the body of the succubus, otherwise she was already blushing from excitement. The girl also blushed and, with a smile on her face, licked 2 fingers of her hand. She says that her friend is very shy and therefore gives her a lot of difficulties. Medusa smiles maliciously and grabs the succubus by the body. She gently tells Phil that she does not need to be afraid and that she will give her the relaxing massage she has been studying for a long time. The succubus was sweating from the long resistance to her rival. A strong beam of light is released from the girl's chest, which hits Medusa. A girl goes into the galaxy and falls into the abyss of her desire. Blushing and holding her face with her hands, the succubus screams with pleasure. Opia smiles widely and shows her fangs. She says that this is just the beginning, and then she would like to use a different massage method to make her friend finally relax. The girl crushes the succubus with her hands and all the snakes that she has on her head. Phil wraps his arms around himself and closes his eyes with a flushed face. Each of the snakes opens its mouth and takes out a long tongue. Tongues penetrate the girl's body, every corner of it, while she covers her face with her hands. Medusa bends 2 fingers, she emits power with them and directs it at the succubus. 2 huge fingers press on the girl, and the earth around her shatters into small pieces. She screams and tries to resist, moving them away from her body. The prisoner watches this and, holding her finger on her chin, smiles widely. She asks how the succubus is feeling, because she should have already felt the joy for herself. The girl takes a deep breath. She licks her dry lips with her tongue. The succubus playfully asks if she's done with this, since she hasn't had enough. Shocked Opia is at a loss. She asks in surprise how the succubus can continue to be so cold until now. Phil rises on his elbows. In a trembling voice, she says that the prisoner would not have succeeded, since it is not in vain that she uses the vibrating stone every day. She reminds her that only the Warden loves, and all this time she's specially trained to give all her love to the precious Lord. A girl sits against the backdrop of a fountain of vibrating stones and meditates. She explains to the prisoner that she has undergone demonic training, which is difficult for an ordinary person to imagine. The succubus rises from the floor and jumps on her friend. She shouts that she is now the ideal version of her race, without any flaws. The succubus presses on the prisoner's waist with 2 fingers on both sides. The girl is permeated with electricity, and her skeleton is exposed along with her snakes on her head. The succubus tickles the prisoner all over her waist. She furiously screams that this is not the limit of her capabilities and asks which of them is the chick. The volcano activates and raises hot magma. Medusa lifts it up. The stunned teacher looks at what is happening. She doesn't understand how this could happen. Her tail breaks through the volcano and Medusa flies out of it. The fox does not understand why Opia was the first to surrender. Manda controls the tail. The succubus recalls that she had already seen the fox pull off such a trick before. The fox's tail breaks through behind. Phil knows it's quite easy to get tangled inside a tail. Diagram of a prisoner's tail, with the arrow pointing forward. The student understands that she can only get out when the pressure in the teacher's tail subsides and she is able to move, and then she needs to follow the direction of hair growth, and then she can get out. Phil flexes his girlfriend's hair in his ponytail. The girl turns around in bewilderment at the movement in her tail. The succubus puts 2 fingers together in the shape of a pistol. She makes a hole in the prisoner's fur and is released. Manda turns back in horror at the scream of the succubus. She says that she will take revenge on her because she is from the great family of Lilith. A wave of light penetrates through the fur in the fox's tail. Phil stands in a stance, 2 fingers extended upward, and holding his hips above them, the fox flies up in pain. The fox's hair, burnt by the light, falls to the floor. The girl lands on her chest, covered in tears. Phil turns his head towards his rival. She tells her that the girl is wrong and she herself would never do wrong and this will be a lesson for her. The succubus makes a frightened expression on her face. She quickly runs forward from the prisoner while she sits in the fields, holding her buttocks. The fox shouts at her not to run away and demands to come back. The shadow of the snakes falls on the floor. The girl, in a rage, shouts to the succubus that she is going to fight with her and she would like to knock out all the bad things from her and then she will be cleansed. A blushing Medusa appears behind Mand. She tells the frightened girl that she would like to repeat once again what she did with the succubus. A prisoner drips soil with a shovel. Kai-O-Lai watches the prisoners dig in the compost pit while Jalala, standing nearby, tries to wash her face. The girl sobs and in a trembling voice asks her friend if she washed her face enough and if she stinks anymore. To which the prisoner replies that she sees no need to clean this place. The stunned girls turn back. Behind them, the foreman shouts and asks all the workers to come closer to her. The fox runs from Medusa, who is trying to catch her. Elka asks in bewilderment why Opia is still chasing the fox. Seeing the crowd of girls in front of him, the fox smiles widely. She thinks that she will soon be saved. The girl holds out 2 fingers to make a rune in front of the workers. She is confident that now she can use a charm spell and free herself. The soil disappears from under the fox's feet and she finds herself in the center of the compost pit. A girl falls into the sewage with a huge splash and hits the working prisoners nearby. The girl running away in horror screams, "It's all over," because the foreman fell into the pit. The fox swims out of the sewage and spits out everything that gets into its mouth. The girl screams that the prisoners are all sick because they did not cover her with anything. The fox opens its eyes wide with inspiration. She looks at Medusa standing in front of her. Smiling maliciously, Manda makes a ball of dirt in her hand. She tells her friend that since she is afraid of getting dirty, she will now do it to her. The girl throws a lump of sewage at her and misses because Medusa dodges the blow. The fox shouts to her opponent to get down into the pit with her. The prisoners come under fire from a fox who throws sewage at Medusa but hits everyone else. She shouts at Opia to attack her quickly. A lump of dirt hits the elf right in the face. The girls run away from the fox's blows and knock down the elf, causing Kyle-Li's bread to fall to the floor. Jalala lies on the floor along with the bread that fell on her. Her friend pounces on her to eat the fallen bread. The girl tries to resist the onslaught of the prisoner. The elf's soul flies into the sky. The prisoners demand to call the guards because they can't breathe. The overseer pulls the reins and stops the horse. The lord, sitting on a horse, looks at the guards. He asks them what happened and why the prison stinks so much. The deputy warden points the prisoners forward. She sends all the girls to the shower. Dirty workers march in formation to the shower. The warden watches this and asks them how old they are that they are playing with dirt. He says that after the game they now urgently need to wash themselves. The deputy turns to look at the warden. She tells him that they sorted it out, but did the lord find out what he wanted during his exit into the city? The man looks at the girl with a doomed face. He says not everything, but at least he still managed to familiarize himself with the power structure in the Silver City. The shadow of 2 men looks at each other, looming over the Silver City. The lord tells the deputy that, as he expected, power in the Silver City is shared by 2 city officials. The Golden Tooth looks at the small houses of the city. The overseer explains that the first group includes small and medium-sized commercial enterprises, factories, and the petty bourgeoisie. The shadow of a man looks at the city building with the statue of a huge oar. Lord goes on to explain that the second group consists of trading giants. Men's hands pass a bag to each other. The warden says that through private funding, they force MPs to act on their behalf. Several men are sitting in the audience listening to a monologue from a man standing in the center of the room. According to the Lord, these men can approve laws that are beneficial to them and repeal those that are disadvantageous to them. The Lord and his deputy walk through the prison grounds. The warden says that he also strives for such manipulations, and if he wants to ensure the stable operation of the prison for a long time, then he will need to get the right to vote in parliament, and therefore he will definitely need to gain connections with some deputies. The girl turns to the manager. She tells him that the local government system has existed for quite a long time, and, most likely, most officials already cooperate with local entrepreneurs, so finding a suitable partner for them will be a very difficult task. The Lord turns his head towards the deputy. He replies that she thinks correctly and that is why they need to select candidates. The beam from the prison illuminates houses in different parts of the city. The warden explains that he wants to introduce a prisoner guarantee law to select suitable prisoners and infiltrate various businesses in the city. Then learn about their internal affairs and target the weakest among them to force them to give up their positions. A letter from the Dragonspine Empire lies on the prisoner guarantee bill. During his stay in the city, the Lord realized that his plan had to change dramatically, because most were interested in the arrival of the Supreme Court in the Silver City than in the law itself. The deputy looks at the manager with a calm expression. She replies that this is understandable, because the Supreme Court belongs to the special forces of the Empire, and therefore the opportunity to contact high-level institutions in the capital is very attractive to the elite of the Silver City. The overseer's face expresses calm, like the deputy's face. He replies that it will be easier for them to take another step because they will simply sow confusion, so let the news of the construction of a branch of the Supreme Court in the slum be brought to the attention of all authorities. 3 red arrows point to the city center with a flag standing there, on which is a coat of arms with a red skull crossed out. The overseer is going to use his advantage to have the elite fight each other over ownership of the plot, and then he is going to simply watch them play, waiting for them to take over the political legacy of the eliminated players. The deputy smiles at the boss against the background of the statue. She says that she never ceases to be amazed at his tact, and, in the girl's opinion, the man has great potential as a politician. 4 superintendents standing in a row, and the Lord says that now he is most worried about the hidden dangers inside the prison, because at the beginning of the mass dismissal of prison guards, he had to temporarily appoint the most capable people to the post of wardens of the prison districts, and the identities of these people aroused great suspicion, but at the same time the guards there was no choice due to special circumstances. The Lord and his deputy approached the prison gates, guarded by 2 subordinates. Frender responded to the warden's words by saying that after the riots had subsided, she was going to apply for a background check on the 4 wardens of the prison districts. The Lord agreed with her words and said that from now on he was going to focus all his energy on communicating with the outside world, and she would need to be responsible for the affairs of the prison. The guards opened the door, and there was cold air near the prison gates and frozen ice on the floor. The warden exhales cold air. Looking at the frozen floor, the warden thinks about how the cold could spread so far. The girl's foot slips on the ice. Seeing this, the warden quickly catches her by the waist. The Lord holds the deputy by the shoulder while the huntress watches. Bending down after the fall, the girl apologized and said that she was too tactless. The huntress tucks her hair behind her ear. She mockingly says that she comes at the wrong time every time. The deputy stands next to the warden and embarrassedly covers his face, red with shame. The Lord tells the huntress that she came just in time. They should go to his office. The girl, shocked, stretches out both hands forward. The huntress asks him to calm down because she is still a child. The huntress is standing in front of the warden's desk, and to the right of them the deputy is writing something with a pen on a piece of paper. Holding her hand on the Lord's desk, she says that she was sure that she would have to do something difficult, but, as it turned out, it would be enough to simply spread some rumors around the territory of the Silver City. The girl leans on her hand and looks the warden in the eyes with a malicious look. She asks the Lord if it is true that representatives of the Dragon Ridge will settle in the Silver City. The warden replies that she shouldn't ask questions and will have to remember to hide the source. The girl makes a disgusted expression on her face. She says completely tactlessly that the Lord is very petty, and she understands perfectly well that anonymity in such matters must be maintained in prison. The girl asks again about who, according to people, should think about spreading these rumors, to which the warden replies that it must be the Skull Gang. The girl raises her hand as a sign of farewell and leaves for the exit door, into which Evans enters along with the Dolly Witch. The huntress finally says that the warden should be waiting for her with good news. Trying to make a pretentious exit, the girl slips on the ice near the door, while Evans, the Necromancer, and the witch stand next to the warden's table. The huntress swears at what is happening in the prison. The Lord asks the trio what business they came for. The witch holds the child by the shoulders and looks at the warden with a smile. She asks the Lord what he thinks Evan's condition is. The man looks at them in bewilderment. After thinking a little, he answers that it might be good, and stretch the child's mouth on both sides. She replies that the girl is doing more than well, but she still has a little elasticity in her body, and in general she does not have any lethality and is no different from ordinary people. The warden turns his head to the deputy sitting next to him. He asks the girl how things are going with Evan's application for admission to school. She replies that she already wrote, but due to bad publicity, she had to change the girl's name to Aisha and apply to the Silver City School for Aristocrats. Aiden looks closely at his subordinate. He is sure that something might happen to the girl if she goes to school alone, so it would be best for her to find a companion to study with. The girl agreed with his opinion and said that she would resolve this issue. The deputy is about to leave. She calls the girl with her. The witch approaches the warden with a surprised face. Pointing a finger at herself, she says that Evans recovered so well only thanks to her, because the girl was closely watching the Queen of the Ants. The warden, perplexed, asked why she was saying this. The Necromancer stops the witch with his hand. She shouts that it doesn't matter now, because the Queen can work as a prison consultant, although the girls have been with him for so long, and they had to work hard, sparing no effort for such a position, but, unfortunately, they could not get it. The witch also screams in front of the Lord. She is sure that the Queen should not move freely around the prison, and she even has a monthly salary. The Necromancer adds to the witch's words that the ant also has a separate office and dormitory at her disposal. The witch raises her index finger with displeasure, and the Necromancer standing nearby holds her hands at her sides. She says that the ant also has the right to ask the guards to bring her whatever she wants. The Necromancer displeasedly confirms her friend's words and asks why the Queen deserved this, but after so many years they don't. The warden stands up from the table, leaning on it with both hands. The man says that this is the order of the Empire, and if they do not agree, they can appeal, but they will not be able to achieve anything by shouting. The Lord tries to leave while the girls pull at his hem. They ask him to stop and think more about what they said. The Necromancer and the witch shout displeasedly after the warden. Dolly says that the Queen can move freely, but she cannot, and therefore, if the girl destroys everything again, how can the witch follow her? The Necromancer points out to the Lord the cold in the prison and the fact that the prisoners will freeze because of it. As an exception, she could help him with the zombie problem if he makes her a consultant. Hearing these words, the Warden stops. He remembers a zombie sitting in her cell, looking doomedly at the floor. She just wants retribution for her child and sees nothing wrong with it. The Warden comes to mind of a conversation with a preacher, who assured him that the Dragoness could not kill the child since she initially created a gang to support orphans. The man turns to the prisoners. He promises to consider hiring them as consultants if the girls can handle the zombie case properly, and he asks if they understand exactly what he means by properly. The Necromancer holds the Lord by the hem and smiles, looking into his face. She says that then they agreed and tomorrow the zombie will be free from the spell. A statue of a man holding a child on the prison grounds. Some prisoners sit in the corridor of the prison and, wrapped in blankets, warm themselves from small stoves. They are unhappy with this situation and ask how much longer they will have to suffer because a few small potbelly stoves will not solve the problem, and they really want to sleep, but they cannot in such cold. The Queen looks at the girls sitting on the floor. She tells them not to scream at night. The girl smiles widely and holds a package of tea in front of her, to which the elf spits hot water from her mug in surprise. Aunt offers everyone to drink expensive tea from the city together because there is no point in drinking just water. The fox covers the vat of tea with her hand. She tries to stop her in case she tries to poison them again. The girl raises her hand and smiles worriedly. She says that she was only recently dealt with and it would be strange to decide on such a thing. According to the Queen, there are misunderstandings between them, and if they don't resolve them now, then it will be difficult later and she will have to constantly deal with them. The aunt smiles at the fox, and the elf standing next to her, folding her arms on her chest, calmly exhales. Manda asks the Queen if she is afraid of their revenge, to which Jalala replies with a smile that this will not be enough for them. The Queen replies that she understands them, and if they need anything in the future, they can simply ask her. Islands of prisoners warming up are waiting for the aunt to approach them with tea. Each of the girls asks to give them tea so that she does not forget how she treated them, otherwise she will feel bad. The girl extends her hand with a mug of tea to the Dragoness's bed. Reaching out to the bag, she tries to shake the tea out of it. The Queen says that it looks like there is no tea left in the bag. The prisoners on the floors above shout to the Queen. Screams are heard from different parts of the prison that she betrayed them and gave only to working prisoners, but not to the rioters who helped her, and as soon as they can get to her, she will not be well. The girl, with a trembling voice, asks them not to worry because she will find a way to compensate for this situation. The Queen runs up to the zombie's cell. She asks her to stop the flow of cold air. The prisoner looks at the Queen with a dissatisfied expression on her face. The Queen offers to make a deal. If the zombies need something, she should just say it, but in return she should stop spreading the cold. The prisoner smiles widely. She sarcastically says that she understands the Queen's intention to use her to appease the other prisoners, and in exchange for stopping the frost, she asks for help in killing the Dragoness. The Queen turns to the next cell where Camilla is sitting. In a trembling voice, she asks the zombie how she can kill the Dragoness. The girl bares her teeth and grins. She shouts to the prisoner that if she can't do it, then she should get out, and if the Dragoness doesn't die, then she won't stop the cold and will just wait until everyone freezes to death. The Queen smiles sarcastically, looking at the zombies. She asks her not to make any noise, explaining that she only asked how to kill the Dragonborn. The fox and the elf are bleeding from their noses. Jalala is surprised that they are bleeding. The prisoners, who are also bleeding from their noses, turn to look at the fox. She shouts to the girls not to drink tea because the Queen tried to poison them again. Camilla spits out a huge clot of blood from her mouth. The girls drop their cups of tea on the floor. The prisoners around the Queen pass out in pools of blood. Kaiolai is trying with all his might to say something to the Queen and not faint. The aunt smiles widely, looking at the surprised zombie prisoner. She sarcastically says that she has finally put an end to the Warden's minions and demands that the cold stop quickly and prevent the rebels from getting frostbite. The Dragoness lies unconscious on the floor of her cell. The zombie realizes that he cannot hear her breathing. Opening her eyes, the prisoner realizes that her rival is dead. The Queen looks at the upper cameras. From different sides she is praised by the rebels for the fact that the girl poisoned the Warden's henchmen and did not allow them to drink the poisoned tea. They ask to open their cells so that they can again help her organize a new riot. The zombie laughs ominously near the rune holding her. She screams at the ceiling that she has avenged her child. The prisoner's body evaporates into thin air with a bright beam of light. In a trembling voice, she pronounces her last phrase that she will finally be able to rest. The vampire holds onto the bars of the cell and smiles widely. She screams at the Queen to quickly open the lock so she can take revenge on the Warden. The aunt haughtily turns to the prisoner and replies that she has completed her task. The girl looks intently at the Queen, not understanding what task she is talking about, and is she really going to start a rebellion on her own? The queen replies that she is not going to start a riot and that this is all her acting skill to make the zombies believe that Camilla is dead so that her soul can be free. The aunt laughs maliciously and covers her mouth with her hand. She explains that the warden's henchmen simply took fake death pills, and they are all stupid for thinking that she killed them for real. A necromancer approaches the queen, laughing at the rebels from behind. The prisoners scream at the queen that they will take revenge on her as soon as they leave prison, to which she answers with a laugh that she is not afraid of them, because she works for famous people and the rebels should keep their mouths shut. The necromancer throws her notebook at the queen with all her might, and she is shocked by an unexpected blow to the back. The girl asks the queen if she is finished, and if so, then she should go away. The necromancer looks at the zombie camera. She thinks that the warden asked her to do everything as expected. The girl, looking at the remaining small beam of light from the prisoner, takes off her shoe and pulls off her sock. She thinks about saving the broken soul of a zombie. The girl raises her toe and aims at the center of the remaining light. She throws it right in front of her. The sock hits a clot of energy and accumulates it. The necromancer, standing in front of the glowing sock, picks up her diary from the floor and a witch comes up behind her. She asks her friend if this is all over, to which the speaker with the dead answers her that reality has ended, but there are no dead in the world yet. She throws the glasses from her face into Dolly's hands. He offers to take her glasses and then she can see what's going on. The book in the hands of the necromancer opens, and the hieroglyphs begin to glow. In a trembling voice, she reads a spell about the dark night when the years count out and asks to return her name to her. With her arms outstretched, the girl begins to float, reading a spell in the book. The necromancer says that when the observer on the heavenly steps of the east asked her to sit quietly next to him and when the gods carried out their will. A girl without glasses with a doomed look opens her mouth wide. She says the last part of the spell and asks him to let her remember her former name. The necromancer's eyes become completely white. The prisoner falls right in front of the witch's feet. She found herself in the world of the dead as soon as her head touched the ground. The necromancer with burning eyes looks at the sock lying in front of her. The necromancer stands up, leaning on her hands. What she says is that, of course, the broken soul ended up in the exact place it was transported to. Land of the dead. Lands forgotten by the gods. The shadows of huge monsters approach the necromancer while she, barefoot, looks at the glowing sock in front of her. The girl uses her power to create the figure of an iron serpent. The necromancer apologizes to her and says that she cannot hold her soul in this place and therefore cannot use all her powers, which is why she relies on it. A huge shadow tries to grab the necromancer's hand as she sends the totem flying into the sky. The girl shouts a spell to summon a fire dweller. The shadow turns into a huge snake. She crushes the shadow trying to catch the girl and falls to the ground. A goddess in Egyptian attire emerges from a huge snake's eye. The spirit of the crypt and enemy of the rising sun raises his hand up and uses his magic. Making a blow with her huge hand, the goddess sprinkles light on the shadows, and they evaporate. The necromancer reaches out her hand to the energy contained in the sock. The girl says that the destruction of the soul is a sin that the gods cannot allow. Standing opposite the body of a huge spirit, the girl looks at her hand, which holds zombie energy. She says that she is a necromancer who destroyed the cycle of life, and after that no one has any hope of surviving meeting her. The girl opens her eyes while lying on the floor in prison. The witch asks if she has finally woken up. The necromancer tries to stand up, leaning on her hands, while Dolly watches. She understood how necromancers get into the world of the dead and that they use the soul to leave the body for a short time. The witch says that she is afraid that her friend will not regain consciousness even if someone does something bad to her. The angry girl turns to her friend. She shouts that behind this and asks for a calm environment, because as a consultant she will be able to get a personal office and a hostel, and therefore it is extremely important for her to get it. The poison girls rise from the floor with a severe headache. One of the prisoners holds her head and tries to understand what happened, because the back of her head hurts terribly. A friend standing behind explained to her that the Queen of the Ants had again put poison in their tea. Angry prisoners crowd towards the Queen. They shout that this time they will definitely deal with her. The girl replies that they would not be able to get up if it really was poison. She points back and says that she helped the necromancer and the witch, and now they are covering for her. Dolly walks past the ant and smiles maliciously while the girl stands with a frightened face. She replies that she will not cover for her because she somehow set her up during the riots and now they are even and the witch will not interfere with the embittered prisoners. The Queen runs away from the prisoners in panic. The girls scream that they want to grab her. The necromancer, standing behind those running, extends her hand to the witch. She says that the problem with the cold in the prison has been solved. The zombie believed that the great mission had been accomplished, and eventually came to rest, while the fragments of her soul are kept in the world of the dead, so she has a glimmer of hope for rebirth. The Dragoness watches the conversation between the Necromancer and the witch. One of the prisoners says that the warden asked to deal with the zombies properly. Dolly tells her that everything was done perfectly, so they will wait to be appointed to the position of consultants, and her friend needs to remember her glasses from the witch. With drops of blood around her mouth and nose, the Dragonborn thinks about her warden. The next day, the city building is illuminated by sunlight. The deputy takes one of the guards in a wheelchair around the city. The girl smiles at the boss and says that she's probably causing her a lot of trouble, so next time she'll go to work herself. To which the deputy replies that there is nothing wrong with that, because they live nearby and are on the same path. A plump man in a bowler hat with a mustache and a smile on his face addresses the deputy. He runs up to the girl, who is at a loss. She tries to remember who this man is, because he seems familiar to her. The deputy is covered in sweat from the realization. She recalls that this man asked her to marry him on the street. Frenda extends her hand forward and makes a frightened expression on her face. She shouts to the man that she already told him that she is married. The townsman calms her down and says that this is not what he came for. The man in the bowler hat folds his hands and smiles broadly. He talks about what he heard about the Imperial Project, which is headed by the Overseer. He knows that the point is to build a branch of the Dragonspine representatives in the slums, and therefore he would like to ask the girl if there is any possibility of carving out a place for the Tailors' Union near the upcoming construction. Against the background of the man appears a coat of arms with a rose and a large woman with red hair. He takes the bowler hat off his head. The man apologized for not introducing himself and said that he was the representative of the Tailors' Union in the Silver City, and his boss was Lady Rose, one of the 4 great people of the Silver City. The girls look in surprise at the man who took the bowler hat off his head. The deputy says that she has no right to make such decisions, she needs to consult with the supervisor. The man replies that it doesn't matter, and if the prison guards need clothes, they will sell them from their stores at a 50% discount to make friends. The girl listens to the man with a surprised expression on her face. He explains that if the warden agrees to his terms, then other services can be provided to the prison, and all union stores will provide a 10% discount for prison guards, including special clothing for the nobility. Market Square. The prison guards are walking through the city. The girls are called out by a noble man and woman. The man wonders if these are the guards from the Rosa prison and invites them to come over for a minute. The representative of the nobility twirls his mustache and smiles at the girl. He says that he heard about the prison food and that it is not very tasty, so he invites all the prison guards to come to the hotel in the evening after work and eat there for free. A girl selling gold points her finger at 2 rings lying in a box. She tells the guard that she would like to raise the issue of developing the area with the warden, and if she can open a store there, then the guard will be able to take whatever they want. Sky over the city. Prison gate. A line of noble people lined up at the prison gates. The guard behind the gate shouts at visitors not to join the queue, as only one person can enter at a time. One of the men in line asks if everyone knows about the branch of the Dragonspine representatives that is under construction in the Silver City. 2 noble citizens communicate with each other in line. The man with the mustache says that the opportunity to get to the center of the capital is once in a lifetime, and he simply did not expect that such a large number of people would participate. The second townsman replies that he heard that after the riot, the prison guards' salaries were increased tenfold, which shows how much weight the prison guards have in the eyes of the warden. A boy watches a conversation between 2 men. A townsman in a jacket and with a cane tells the second that even if you give a gift to the warden, nothing will happen, and it is better to go through the prison guards. A beggar child is surprised by the huge number of people at the prison gates. He doesn't understand why so many townspeople have gathered in this place. The security guard enters the warden's office. She says there is a boy from the slums named Leo standing outside, and he said he was asked to come to the prison in the morning. The Lord was surprised that the boy came after all. The warden remembers standing in front of a boy who was eating a tomato off the floor. He told him that the events with the tomato would not just end, and now he and his grandfather would have to come to the prison every day to sleep and eat pig feet. And after dinner he would allow them to watch the prison instruments of torture as entertainment. The Lord orders the guard to find the smallest sized warden uniform for the boy and bring him to him. A child in huge clothes walks along the corridors of the prison, dressed in a very small uniform, but still a large one for him. The boy stands in front of the warden and calmly communicates with him. He says that his grandfather's wound on his face has not yet healed, and that's why he came to get punishment for 2. The Lord is surprised why the boy still came to receive a terrible punishment for him. The warden smiles, looking at the boy. He kindly says that he is surprised at how much courage there is in the little boy, and he is much braver than many of the slum dwellers, and for this the Lord wants to give him a chance. The boy stands quietly in front of the warden's desk. The Lord says that soon the dignitaries of the Silver City will come one after another to give gifts, and if the boy does what the man tells him, then he will think about releasing Camel. The superintendent, together with the guard, allows representatives of the nobility one by one into the prison territory. The girl invites the next person to go to the warden's office. A man in a hat, glasses, and a mustache enters the Lord's office. He introduces himself and says that he is an antique dealer from the Silver City. Lord, along with a child in prison clothes, watches the man talks, gesturing with his hands. He says that although the Silver City is small, its proximity to the Forbidden Lands makes it an excellent site for excavating artifacts from the Suri Empire, and the man has heard that the overseer is overseeing the construction of a branch of the Dragonspine representatives in the slums. That's why he'd like to use his connections with the Supreme Court to expand his antiques business. Behind the man stands one of the superintendents with a blade in her hand. The man points at him with his hand and explains that this is a real ancient sword from the Suri Empire, and he asks to be careful with it, because if he were allowed to open a store next to the branch of the High Court, the man would be extremely grateful and would give them this blade. The warden smiles, looking at the guest. He replies that he has heard rumors about some desperate people who were able to penetrate into Forbidden Lands, into those places where even the army does not dare to enter, but the man is so brave and, perhaps, could become one of those people who penetrate to Forbidden Lands. The man smiles widely at the warden's words. He replies that an ordinary businessman cannot dare such a terrible journey. A boy with a dissatisfied face listens to what a rich man says. He continues to say that those people were clearly poor peasants who would do anything for money, and it would be nice if they survived and brought him something valuable from there. The child remembers sitting in his house in the slums with his grandfather and watching what was happening on the street. The man told the child that he did not allow him to go outside because the city residents were ready to provide highly paid work at a very risky price. A man working in an antique shop walks past beggars lying on the ground. He asks the only survivor what happened to the rest of the people, because there were about 30 of them. The guy replied that most of them died in the Forbidden Lands. A guy with 3 arms and 2 pairs of jaws lies next to a beggar whose eyes have grown on the back of his head. The surviving man replies that once those remaining returned, their bodies began to mutate and cause excruciating pain, and they could no longer wait for the antique dealer to come for the goods. The guy hands a dagger to a man who works in an antique shop. He tells him that this is a weapon from the 16th century of the Suri Empire that he needed, and he asks him to pay for the work of his dead comrades so that the guy can give the money to the families of the dead. The warden sits calmly at his desk and communicates with the guest. The Lord says that the Dragonspine representatives are an important organization in the Empire, and the construction of their branch must be considered comprehensively, and he cannot take bribes for the construction. The man assures him that this is not a bribe, but assistance to the prison in order to stop possible unexpected expenses. The blade is engraved in the form of a gold check from the Dragonspine empires in the amount of 1,000 gold pieces for the Lord. The antiquarian explains that this blade can ensure the warden's personal safety, and the scabbard has several small inscriptions with zeros that can make him happy. The boy standing next to the Lord opened his eyes wide in horror and sweated a little. The man silently looked at the child's back. He makes a gesture with his hand on the table. The boy pays attention to his hand. The boy remembered how he came to the warden, and he told him that he would give the boy a chance if he did what the warden asked. A man with a calm face looks at the child. He says that the boy needs to remember a simple code, and when he knocks on the table, the child will have to kick people out. The child looks at the guest with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He clenches his teeth in fear. The boy asks the man to leave in an alarmed voice. The shocked man looks down at the boy. He asks again what the child just said, and then asks the warden who this young man is. The Lord looks arrogantly at the guest. He replies that he is a newly hired book deliverer, and in the position of warden there are things he does not like to say, so the Lord had to find a herald to make communication easier. The boy opens his mouth in horror. The aristocrat wipes the blade with a rag and watches the beggar sitting on the floor. He says that, according to rumors, this blade was given to the Suri Empire by some evil god from the Forbidden Lands, and if you cut a person with this blade, then his bones will begin to grow at an incredible speed, which will lead to certain death, but he is not sure that the blade real. The beggar, horrified, asks what the man is going to do. The boy watches as drops of blood fly towards the door from which he looks out. When a beggar is cut by a blade, huge ribs grow and pierce right through his skin. A man watches a dead beggar whose body has been pierced by bones that have grown to abnormal sizes. The aristocrat laughs ominously and says that since everyone is dead, he has no one to send the commission to. Grandfather addresses the frightened and crying boy. He says that only when Camilla returns to the slums will their lives be a little better, because people like this will be afraid to kill the poor people living there. Remembering his grandfather's words, the child shouts at the guest. He demands that the man leave quickly and not give any bribes, otherwise he will be arrested immediately. The aristocrat stretches his arms forward in horror as the superintendent holds the blade in front of him. He asks the child not to be angry and says that he did not know about the principle of the warden. He asks to forgive him for the intrusion and leaves. The boy exhales calmly and holds his chest with his hand. Looking at him, the Lord says that he has done a good job and should prepare for the next meeting. Moe hands the blade to the aristocrat with a smile. The girl points the man to the back door and says that after the conversation he should follow her. The man turns to the girl with his eyes burning with anger. He asks why he can't go out the front door, even after being told off by his child. The girl looks at the aristocrat with a smile. She says that the man is here just to use the back door, and he should just walk with her and then he will understand everything. A man and a guard walk along the prison corridor. The girl says that from last night until early morning, all visitors came with gifts, and the warden cannot accept them because of his status. They open the doors to the closet, and there are a lot of suitcases and other things on the floor. The girl ironically asks the aristocrat where all the gifts they brought went. The man looks at the things in the closet with bewilderment. He says that he understood what they were trying to convey to him, and, in his opinion, the warden simply does not want to show gifts in front of other people. The girl smiles in response to the man's words. She says that he is a smart man and knows the rules, but he must keep in mind that he may not get what he wants because there are a lot of people asking, and there is not enough land. The guard looks at the laughing aristocrat. He says that he understands, but initially they were confused. The man asks not to be afraid of competition and give him a chance. The man turns his head back in bewilderment. He asks why representatives of the Dragonridge Empire would establish a branch in a small, remote city. Shadows of men in suits stand in several rows. The aristocrat explains that only the best of the best can join an organization of this level. Several men raise their hands to a flag with a coat of arms in the form of a skull. The antiquarian understands that if someone manages to gain connections with the Supreme Court, then his entire family will be able to receive the title of honorary citizens of the empire. A flag in the center of the slum and a red line next to it. The man draws conclusions based on the above that a piece of land next to a branch of the empire cannot be considered ordinary land. This is the path to direct success. A crowd of people standing in line at the prison building. The aristocrat understands that people are not rushing to prison from outside just to open a shop. Rich businessmen stand in a circle near a flag with a coat of arms and catch money from beggars from all sides. The man realizes that they are obviously going to block the passage and install a toll road. A man with a dissatisfied face looks forward. He says that he does not understand what kind of crazy power is that allows you to control people on their way up the career ladder, because all the capitalists in the Silver City feel its whiff. The aristocrat looks at the men in line as he walks away from the prison. Looking at them, he says that no matter how much this land costs him, it will still pay off. A carriage approaches the prison. In the carriage, a golden tooth looks out of the window and looks at the people in line with a grin. He angrily asks a rhetorical question about who leaked the information, because it's his pie, so he doesn't understand why everyone is coming and tearing off a piece of it. A worker and a gold tooth sit opposite each other in a carriage. The man says that there are a lot of people in their camp, and large businessmen carefully watch their gold teeth and probably sent spies to them, who don't care about anyone if their successful life depends on it. The businessman looks at his advisor in horror. He calls the aristocracy soulless rats who are ready to achieve what they want without noticing the blood, and he demands that the advisor invite the warden to their show in the evening. The boy yells at everyone to get out. A statue with a child against the backdrop of a prison building. The warden says that it is already noon, and therefore they should leave the aristocrats until tomorrow. The boy turns around at the Lord's table in bewilderment. The child asks why he has to stay until tomorrow. The warden replies that he would like to leave the boy for a couple more days in order to get rid of all the people in line. He asks if the child has the courage to stay longer. He looks at the Lord and remembers grown men from the aristocracy. He tells the man that it was scary at first because slum dwellers don't dare look at high-ranking and powerful people. The child points his finger at the aristocrat with a gift in his hands. He says that on that day he realized that aristocrats are people just like them, and therefore he was no longer so scared. The Lord looks at the child with respect. He says that the boy understood everything correctly, and if the residents of the slums also understand this well, then Camilla will leave prison safe and sound. Leo looks at the Lord in shock. The man explains that if someone could put her in jail once, they can do it again. The deputy enters the warden's office with a counselor holding her hand to the back of her head. The girl says that she has found an escort and they will go to school during the day. The prisoner says that she is already 16 and asks the warden if it is too late for her to go to school. The boy turns to the door in surprise. The Lord asks the deputy to take the baby with him because he is very promising. The girl looks at the child in surprise. The boy asks what his sister is doing here. Frenda asks him the same thing in surprise. A bird flies out of the prison windows. The prisoners raise their heads up. She is surprised by the bird male and thinks that the house found out about their being in prison. The Lion Queen looks out the window with her 2 minions. She replies that letter said that the Beastmen were coming to the Silver City to do 2 main things. 2 men in black robes look at the prison building from the bushes. The Queen explains that the first will be the murder of the Warden and a lesson to the people who are holding their princess captive, and the second will be her victory. The girl looks at her friends. She concludes her thought by saying that in the minds of the Beast people, an adult female, defeated by a male, becomes his property only unless a stronger rival appears, as is customary in lion society. The girls are standing on the balcony inside the prison building and looking out the open window. One of the princess's friends says that she met those who ran away from home so as not to be drawn into marriage, and those who completely broke off relations with their parents so as not to get into it again. The girl points her finger at her friend and blushes, bursting into tears of laughter. She ironically says that this is the first time she has met someone who decided to go to prison deliberately, simply in the name of avoiding marriage, while also being the princess of a large state. The lioness continues to look out the window with displeasure and folds her arms over her chest while her advisor looks at her friend with a smile. The girl says that, in her opinion, it is worth taking this opportunity and giving in, and then deliberately giving in to the challenging Beastman in order to become a princess again and enjoy all the honors, as before. The princess replies with displeasure that she would like to get married, but in fact she cannot stand families like those of the Beast people. A tiger and a lion in military clothing stand in a fighting stance near green trees in the forest opposite each other, and in the middle of them a princess sits on a tree that has fallen to the ground and watches their fight. The princess explains that by becoming a wife for one of them, she will be nothing more than a valuable prize. The defeated lion falls to the ground with his mouth open, and the tiger with hearts in his eyes eagerly looks at the emotionless princess, who is still sitting on the tree and resting her face with her hand. The girl says that if her possible husband loses, she will have a new one. The defeated tiger lies on the ground with its mouth open, and the lion with 2 other beast girls, who were in open clothes, invites the still emotionless princess to join them as a fourth. The prisoner says that if her husband wins, she will have to live with other women. Dissatisfied with this outcome of events, the princess extends her hand forward and shows her fist. She angrily says that she does not understand bloody family values, because there is nothing special about getting a stronger husband, and why obey the rules if she can punch all the losers who are aiming to be her husband. Looking out the window, the girl throws up her hands in helplessness. She says that the secret of an ideal marriage for her is to switch roles, and while she walks and works, her husband will have to raise their children and prepare breakfast, lunch and dinner for the whole family. In the girl's opinion, the whole life should be on the shoulders of her husband. The lioness grabs her friends by the neck and smiles widely until they, with dissatisfied expressions on their faces, do not understand why such tenderness. The princess emotionally explains to them that it is wonderful when, after a busy day at work, you return home and see how your husband takes care of the children, and this makes the girl's heart burn with happiness. One of the friends with white hair points her finger out the window. She replies that the princess apparently means the picture that is happening outside the window. On the prison grounds, a carriage stops near the statue of a man, and the warden approaches it with 3 of his charges. The man looks at the advisor, Leo and Evans with their packs on their backs. Next to them is a 1-horse carriage driven by a guard. The man points them to a carriage that has come to take the children to school and asks them to listen to the teacher in class and not to get into trouble. The princess opened her eyes and mouth wide in surprise, because she did not expect to see something like her dreams so quickly. The warden helps Evans into the carriage, which already contains 2 other children. Before leaving, the man asks the children if there is anything they would like to eat, since he can prepare it before they return from school. The heart of the lioness, around which there is red love smoke, is pierced by Cupid's arrow. Tired after work, the princess holds onto the handle of the front door and tries to open it with relief. A lord in home clothes and an apron is cutting cabbage. He turns to the princess with a smile. On the wall in front of him there are a lot of kitchen utensils. The man asks a rhetorical question about whether his wife has returned and says that dinner is almost ready. The girl should wait 1 more minute. Behind the man lies a child in a stroller. The girl watches the kitchen, which is tidy and in perfectly clean condition. The baby begins to scream and cry loudly, so the warden, standing in his slippers, turns to look at him. The lord immediately takes the child into his arms, while the lioness behind them watches with affection on her face. The man asks the child a rhetorical question about whether he is hungry and, without waiting for an answer, runs to another part of the kitchen. The girl looks at the back of the guard who is making formula for the baby. For her this is a shining dream. The man asks the child not to cry, because he will soon give him milk. Lost in dreams and a wave of hearts, the lioness holds her chin in her hands. The girl was fascinated by these dreams. The friends turn in bewilderment at the shocked princess, who has returned to them from the world of dreams. One of the girls says that she is surprised by the stupid girlish expression on her friend's face, because this has never happened before. The angry girl turns to her friends. She shouts at them that they are thinking something that simply cannot be, because she is the princess of the beast people and cannot marry an ordinary jailer. In addition, there is a cold war between the beast people and ordinary people, so there is no way they can be together. The advisor looks at her friend with a malicious smile. She asks why the girl is not considering this option, because if she tells her father that she does not want to get married, he will not approve of this, but if she is going to marry a man, he will be so scared that he will allow her to remain unmarried. The princess opens her mouth in shock, holding her chin with one hand and supporting the first with the other. A friend asks if she can become a princess again using this move. The girl replies that this makes sense and her friend is smart enough, but she doesn't know how she can think it through so that other beast people will believe it. Holding her stomach and pointing her finger at her friend, the advisor bursts out laughing. She tells the princess that she is joking with her and she has no chance because there is a succubus Phil in the prison and she has almost got the warden. The girl turned to her friend with misunderstanding and dissatisfaction. She replied that the Lord would never allow such gossip in prison, and besides, she was a princess and would therefore give him a chance to woo her. The advisor asks her if the girl has heard the saying that even heroes find it difficult to reverse a beauty's charms. The doe raises her finger up and smiles widely, looking at the princess. She tells her friend that the succubus strategy was to constantly push the Lord, and although she was refused, Phil made it clear to him that there would be no punishment for crossing the line. The succubus holds the warden's hand and, looking at him, smiles widely. The advisor explains to the princess that the advances, flirting and teasing of the succubus, despite the fact that they live nearby, imperceptibly broke the protective barrier of the warden, and so gradually love can be born for everyone. Phil smiles widely with his mouth slightly open and looks out with big green eyes. The deer also notices that succubi have the most powerful charm magic in the world, and even if it doesn't work with words, she can always do it with force. She just needs to find 100% chance to use the charm. The girl puts on a calm expression and lowers her head to the ground. She says that even if the princess erases all of Phil's achievements, she will not be lucky, because the succubus makes itself known at every opportunity while her friend is always in the shadows and away from the Lord. The lioness looks contemptuously at her friend, folding her arms on her chest, her hair and her ponytail sticking out in different directions. The advisor standing next to her spreads her hands. She explains to the princess that she shouldn't be so clever because she just needs to spread the news about the fictitious marriage, so she doesn't need to worry so much about the result. The princess holds the back of her head with her hand and exhales calmly. She sheepishly replies that it will be difficult for her because she has never been in a relationship and does not even know how to approach the warden. The deer smiles widely, looking at her friend. He asks her not to worry and says that he will talk to the Lord for her. The girl looks at the advisor in bewilderment. She asks how this is possible, because she does not understand how another person can solve such a personal issue. To which her friend tells her not to worry, because she herself will be able to talk to him about marriage only when they meet, and the advisor will only push him to this issue. Battle of prison matchmakers, lion and deer. The warden and his deputy watch the departing carriage. The Lord tells the girl that he did not know that the baby lived in her area. The deputy and the supervisor stand next to each other. The girl says that the boy comes to her house in his free time. Her husband teaches him to read. The warden replies that he immediately realized that the boy was different from the rest of the people living in the slums. The Lord turns to his worker. He asks the girl why she and her husband didn't think of moving from the slums to the city because the woman earns enough to live in better conditions. The deputy lowers his head down in doom. The Lord standing next to him turns to the employee in bewilderment. She tells the Lord that she doesn't know, as her husband is a former dragonspine noble with a strong sense of self-respect, and it would be a shame for him to rely on a wife who makes a good living for everything. The Lord does not understand how someone from a noble imperial family could end up in the slums and therefore directly asks how a Dragon Ridge nobleman began to live in such a terrible place. The girl looks at the ground with a sad expression. She replies doomedly that, being paralyzed from the lower half of his body, he had no say in his family, but the deputy knew that all he needed was a chance at a normal life. A boy in a wheelchair sits with a little girl at the table. He actively gestures with his hands and shows the little girl something outside the window. The deputy tells the Lord that her husband was more educated and capable of learning than she, and if in childhood he had not taken her, his maid, to study with him, then she would have remained illiterate and would not have reached the level that she could have achieved, and certainly would not have received such a high payment for her work. The warden and his deputy look at the prison gates as children leave on a carriage for school. The Lord tells the girl that he realized that her husband is a talented man, and therefore, as soon as they have a suitable vacancy for him in prison, the Lord wants to come visit them and meet the husband of his subordinate. The deer, watching the conversation of the guards with a smile on her face, beckons the Lord to her with her finger. She tells the man that she wants to talk to him alone. The warden and his deputy turn to the bushes where the princess's advisor is sitting. Addressing the girl, The warden says that there are no strangers here and she should get down to business and tell her what she needs from him. The girl shouts to him that he is the only one who can listen to her personal matter and he is a grown man, so why then is he afraid to just come closer to her and talk? The Lord and deputy turn to each other, silently give each other a sign, and behind them stands a statue of a man with a child in his hands. The deer beckons the warden to her with her hand, and he moves away from his deputy straight into the bushes to the deer. But the subordinate monitors their conversation and actions in case of any problems. The girl is fully prepared if the prisoner suddenly tries to harm the Lord. The deer smiles sarcastically and says that he is doing the right thing by approaching her because it won't take much time. The girl thinks that the feeling in her heart will soon become uncontrollable. The deer blushes, opens her mouth wide and shows her teeth, showing her tongue. She thinks about the aroma of joy when weaving a scam and she has a lot of fun leading two stupid victims with her. Prison lobby. The queen calmly walks along the prison corridor. The girl holds her beaten face with her hands and remembers how the prisoners ran after her. Along the way she managed to cover up her scars. She thinks that the prisoners have very heavy blows, and if this continues, then there will be no places left on her body without bruises. The girl does not understand what to do, because even worse, she could be killed completely if she leaves the building, and connections in the capital alone are not enough for her to function normally on the prison grounds. Regressed and her advisor look out the window. The queen knows that they don't care about her, and the princess and her retinue will not help her. A necromancer and a witch stand side by side with their hands folded across their chests. According to the aunt, the girls are just having fun, leaving her with the angry prisoners. Kinjia stretches her hands next to her friends. For the queen, they are nothing more than important strongmen who will not help her either. An angry warden looks down on a background of blazing fire. The aunt also understands that she will have no protection from the Lord because he wants to kill her. The girl looks through the open door. She thinks that if she doesn't find a comrade in arms, then in prison she will be constantly offended and there will be no life for her. The queen opens her eyes wide in surprise. A girl with a tattoo on her shoulder is standing near the wall. The aunt understands that this is the seal of the ancient deity Samakina. A girl with taped elbows looks at a huge fist mark on the prison wall. Frenda looks at Veronica. She tells her that the Lord has lost his memory, and now he is no different from an ordinary person. The werewolf remembers how she hid her head in his clothes. The deputy says that if something happens, she should not forget that everything started because of her. A lioness in divine form clenches her hand into a fist. She tells the girl to find courage. Several walls were broken through with flying prisoners and a trace of a huge fist on the last one. The girl silently looks at this mark on the wall. She looks at the shape of the fist in bewilderment. The girl thinks that she is embarrassed for this. The queen appears behind her, and the werewolf glances at her. The prisoner, with a smile on her face, good-naturedly says that it is better for her not to show off the seal on her hand. The queen opens her mouth in horror. The werewolf kicks the prisoner in the face with all his might. The girl falls to the ground from the blow. The werewolf grabs her hands from behind and presses her head to the ground. The guard screams about how the queen had the courage to escape from prison, to which the prisoner screams in panic that she misunderstood her, and while the girl was in the hospital, a lot happened. The werewolf ties the prisoner's hands behind him with his belt. The guard demands that the prisoner shut up until they are in prison. The girl replied that she understood her. The queen glances at the werewolf tattoo with a malicious smile. She asks if the girl knows where she got this mark and what it means. The guard holds the prisoner bent to the ground. The queen says that this is an ancient deity that died 200 years ago, and since it has new followers, it is most likely gaining strength in the underworld and preparing for a new uprising. The aunt glances at the werewolf. She says that she admires this ancient god and wants to serve him as his follower, and with his help she can quickly become the queen of the continent. Veronica answers her with a dissatisfied look. She explains that she doesn't understand what the prisoner is telling her. The girl presses on the queen's neck. She says that if the queen utters a word now, her head will go to jail instead. The aunt asks you to stop doing this. Trees and one of the prison buildings. The deer asks the warden if he remembers the beastman princess who beat his wolf cub during the riots. The warden, leaning on a cane against the backdrop of the prison building, looks at the princess's advisor. He says her name is Veronica. Gesturing, the girl says that a man shouldn't look at Austin's indifference because in reality she's just afraid. Looking at the Lord, the girl smiles widely. She explains that Austin is the guarantor of peace between the two countries, and therefore causing such harm to a prison guard could lead to the outbreak of war, and therefore she would like to come to him with an apology. The Lord makes a calm expression on his face. He replies that this cannot lead to war, and in general it is strange since she is usually arrogant, but then she suddenly decided to apologize. The girl convinces the warden that being arrogant is just a facade, because she is a princess and the face of the country. The deer blushes with embarrassment and supports her head with both hands. She says that in fact, the princess's real character is quite fragile, and the opinions of others are very important to her since she has a vulnerable soul. But because of her status, the girl is forced to pretend to be calm towards everyone, and in fact she cries alone at night. The Lord looks at the subordinate princess in bewilderment. He says it all sounds like depression. The girl raises her index finger up and says that this is how it is, and therefore they should sort it out personally. The warden agrees to invite her over and be friendly. Austin opens his face wide in surprise and blushes in embarrassment. She asks in bewilderment if her friend talked to the man. The doe in their room looks at her friend with pride and holds her hands at her sides. She says that, of course, everything has been decided, and her friend will immediately move on to talking about marriage, but she must know the etiquette of communicating with people. The lioness does not understand what the advisor is talking about. The girl blushes and raises her index finger. She explains that people should not directly express their feelings at the initial stage of communication, otherwise it will seem too rude. But this is difficult to convey in words and can only be comprehended with the mind. They should both know what they are saying, but not know what they are doing. Veronica brings the queen to prison and points her finger at her in bewilderment. She asks why the aunt became a prison counselor. The guard at the door to the punishment cell scratches the back of her head. She replies that she herself does not understand why this happened, and only heard the imperial order, so the werewolf should find out the details from the warden, because he has long wanted to visit her. Hearing this, the werewolf blushed with embarrassment. The guard suggested that she visit the warden herself while he was busy. The girl replied that she would change clothes and come over. The lioness, crossing her legs and folding her arms across her chest, sits on a bench with the lord near the buildings. The girl asks if they told him why they had gathered here. The man turns to the princess. He understands that it is difficult to apologize to someone when you are a high-ranking person, and so he tells her that he knows everything, and since she is doing this for the first time, she doesn't have to be nervous, and everything is fine. The girl blushed with bewilderment and embarrassment. She thought that she didn't understand why the Lord was saying this, because this was also his first time, and why he was using such a pitiful tone. She was sure that this meant that the man was looking down on her. The princess, folding her arms across her chest, turns away from the man so that he does not see how she blushes. She thinks that this is all a pretense, and he asks the Lord how many people are in his family and how much land they have. The Lord looks at the girl with a calm face. He doesn't understand why she's suddenly asking about his wealth and family, and does that mean he said something wrong? So she put on her princess mask again. The overseer replies that he has no family, but probably has a home somewhere in the Dragonspine Empire. He looks at the girl who has turned away. She says that she doesn't like living in a human country. The man understands that this is a way of saying that she is homesick. The Lord looks at the princess with a calm expression. He replies that he understands her feelings, because homesickness is normal, and he himself does not like this place, and the man is sure that the girl is here only for a while, and soon everything will change. The princess blushed and sweated from embarrassment. She thinks that since he doesn't like it here either, it means that the Lord is also here for a while, and therefore he decided to go with her to his homeland as a son-in-law, and this is very wonderful. The girl sits in a tight position, bringing her knees together and holding them with her hand. She asks the Lord how he feels about sweating girls. The man doesn't understand the question. The princess looks worried. Her whole body is covered with drops of sweat. She says she sweats a lot when she's nervous, so much so that her whole body gets wet. The Lord opens his eyes wide in surprise. He begins to realize what she looks like when she is not disguised, and she sweats profusely even during normal conversation. A man does not know whether there are psychologists in their era, and therefore he will have to act differently. The girl looks in shock at the surprised warden. He tells her he thinks it's cute. She replies that this is the first time someone has said something like that to her. The man is sure that this is the only way he can calm her down. The lioness coughs into her hand. She says she sees him getting along well with children and wonders if he can cook and look after them. The Lord silently looks at the girl. The warden recalls seeing his wife and daughter leaving with another man. He tells the princess that this is his dream and he does not think that he will ever have such an opportunity. The girl is dripping with sweat and her face is still red from embarrassment. The princess replies that he will definitely have such a chance. The man silently looks at the girl, and, after thinking a little, he answers her thank you. She becomes even more shy and opens her mouth wide at this and tries to brush the Lord off while he watches this in bewilderment. She screams at him that they haven't taken this step yet and it's too early for him to thank her. The girl turned to face the Lord, lowered her eyes and put her hand in her pocket. She says it's time for him to get something from her. In the sweaty hand of the princess lies a pendant with a fang. The man, perplexed, asks what she is serving him. She looks up at the warden, embarrassed. The girl says that this is her milk fang, and according to the custom of the beast people, when she gives this fang, she is obliged to say the words that she is no longer going to hunt, and therefore expects that a man will take care of her. The Lord looks in surprise at the princess's hand, which contains the pendant. He decides that this is how the girl apologizes and asks him to take care of the case of the attack on the prison staff, and it seems that his actions worked. The Lord tries to understand if he has the gift of being a psychologist. The man takes the pendant from the sweaty girl. He says that he did not know about her sincerity and is ready to take responsibility. The werewolf watches the conversation between the lioness and the warden. The girl gets up from the bench. She asks if she can visit the Lord anytime. The man replies that, of course, he can if it makes her laugh. He thinks that she is just a hostage, not a prisoner, and therefore has the right to this. Lowering her eyes to the floor, Veronica walks away from them. The princess's advisors watch their conversation. The deer was holding her friend with white hair by the neck. She laughs hysterically and says that Austin's mental capacity is so small that she could trick her into marriage 8 times. The friend, with a calm expression on her face, replies that there will soon be a scandal between them. The queen watches as Veronica upsetly walks away from the bench where the warden was sitting with the princess. The girl understands that the weak point of the wolf cub is Lord Aiden. An aunt with a plaster on her cheek smiles widely. She thinks that since Samijing relies on her, then she's in on it too. Prison guard locker room. Veronica looks at her things in her locker. The girl takes out a necklace with a fang and looks at it, holding it in her hand. The guard remembers how this fang fell out as a child, and she showed it to her grandmother. She told the girl that this baby fang was worth saving. The grandmother turns to her granddaughter. She asks what should be done with it. She decided that grandma is going to put it under the pillow. To which the woman replies that only people do this, and the milk fangs of beast people have a different meaning. The girl looks at the fang that her grandmother wrapped in a rag. The woman explained that when a girl gets married, the fang will be used as a symbol of engagement. Veronica recalls how the Lord, sitting with the lioness on a bench, accepted her milky fang and said that he would take responsibility. The queen stands in the doorway of the prison locker room. She says she sees the girl being 1 step behind. Veronica puts the necklace in the closet and angrily slams the door. The advisor tells her that marriage is a union of men and women of suitable status. The girl looks at the guard with arrogance. She continues to talk about how Austin is the apostle of the ancient god Malthus and the princess of the empire of the beast people, so she has wealth, prestige, power, and all this can drive a person to despair, and she is just a petty prison guard, and it would not be offensive to her to lose. Veronica silently leaves the queen. The woman tries to stop her and says that she didn't come to laugh at the werewolf. Veronica leaves with an upset and dissatisfied face. The queen says that she expressed herself incorrectly, and the werewolf has the Samikin mark, so the girl can become even better than Austin. However, she does not know how to use this power, and therefore she could use the queen's help. The advisor looks at the guard with a calm expression on her face. She explains that since she is the descendant of the god that all the beastmen once worshipped, she has the entire zone between life and death under her control, and therefore, with the patience to evolve, she can control an unrivaled army of beastmen and become the queen of the continent. The queen walks next to the guard and spreads her arms. The girl asks how she can learn to control power, to which the queen replies that first it is necessary to go to the Forbidden Lands, because this god died there 200 years ago along with the god of the Forbidden Lands, and she should find his burial place and listen to the instructions. Veronica looks at the advisor with skepticism. She says that listening to the instructions of a dead man sounds too blatant even for lying, because the dead cannot speak. The queen spreads her arms to stop the guard leaving her. She says that the gods cannot be killed completely, because physical death and the death of the soul are 2 different things. The man's body crumbles into small pieces, and his soul takes on the appearance of a huge skeletal monster. The queen explains that due to physical death, the vessel for the soul that kept it in this world disappears, and due to the absence of the vessel, the soul is sent to the underworld, where it can exist for eternity. A coffin from which an arrow goes to an angel, from which an arrow goes to a portal, and the power of this angel extends to the soul in the form of a monster. The advisor explains that once a dead person becomes a soul and goes to the afterlife, that God receives some of the energy from the process. A dome over the city and a deer that grazes the grass on its territory. The queen says that this god is thus one of the laws of the cycle of life, and as long as this law is in effect, he cannot die. The girl spreads her arms and opens her eyes wide. She says that 200 years after the war on the Forbidden Lands, the mark of God appeared again, and this means that he is gradually regaining his power in the underworld. And the more powerful the creature, the more difficult it is for him to move into the real world, and even more so for God. The queen stands with her legs spread wide and points her finger at the werewolf. She shouts to the girl that she is his apostle, and he wants to use her to bring his will into this world and destroy the Forbidden Lands. Veronica looks at the queen with a dissatisfied expression. She asks why she has to destroy the Forbidden Lands. The girl replies that the will of the gods diverges, because this god values the integrity of the soul, while the gods of the Forbidden Lands often split it into 2 parts. Looking at the werewolf, the girl throws up her hands in dissatisfaction. Veronica asks why she cares. The dissatisfied queen shouts that the girl is the chosen one, and she has been given incredible power, so she must pay for it. The werewolf asks the queen a response question about why she should interfere in this. Ant tries to detain the guard, but she fights her off. The queen says that the girl has great potential to become the most powerful force on their continent, and of course she will want to help her, because when the queen can teach her how to use such power, then she will definitely surpass Austin. The werewolf asks her to leave her, because she does not believe a single word of the rebel. The queen turns to watch the guard walking away. She thinks that she is not going to give up so easily. A girl reads a book at a table in a beautiful building. The queen recalls that the Coven library contained hundreds of stories about the ancient gods, and the story of Samakin was well imprinted in her memory. The werewolf has a huge seal on it. The ant clearly remembered him only because he is the only one who can defeat the evil god of the Forbidden Lands, because he is his sworn enemy. The queen runs away with Evans from many shadows and a huge woman trying to grab her. She understands that if the evil god is defeated, then she will not have any fear of reprisals and suffocating nightmares, and she will also lose the frantic search for weapons for self-defense and experiments. A girl with a serious expression on her face looks forward. Behind her is her childish image, which is sobbing at a toy hare in her hands. The girl understands that she just needs to help the apostle take the right path, and then she will destroy the Forbidden Lands. The girl looks at a woman with a snake tail who is standing near a tombstone. She thinks that the scoundrels of the Forbidden Lands will see the end. The queen, from around the corner, watches the woman near the tombstone with tears in her eyes. She is confident that she will take revenge on old grievances. A representative of the Golden Tooth comes into the warden's office. He asks if the warden remembers who he is and conveys an invitation from the boss for them to meet him at the big Golden Tooth Tavern. The lord looks at the representative in bewilderment. He says it is almost evening and he needs to pick up his students. He would like to meet him tomorrow. To which the man calmly looks at the lord. He asks him not to worry, as this meeting should take place closer to night, because the true view of the Silver City can only be seen at this time. The girl holds a glass of champagne in her hand. The advisor, with a trembling hand, looks at the glass she holds in front of her. She asks the teacher in bewilderment why they raise their glasses all day and when normal lessons will begin. The woman in white watches the girls holding glasses in front of them and folds her arms across her chest. She laughs at the girl's question. The teacher looks at the student with a smile. She understands that the girl is new and says that she knows what lessons she is talking about, but in this school they teach something different because for them they are useless. A woman spreads her arms wide in front of the audience. She says that it does not matter what can be achieved with what other schools provide, nor does it matter how many people they surpass on the way to their success, because they will all only reach the level at which they can serve their noble students. The teacher smiles sarcastically. She replies that at their school, girls only learn etiquette in order to find themselves in the social world and organize their family's resources. Class next door. The teacher points with a pointer at a diagram on which a pyramid is drawn, and at the top of it is the creator of the laws, then the keeper of the laws, and below is a flock of sheep. The man explains that their class is the guardians of the laws. Leo watches what the teacher shows. He says that above them are only the creators of laws, and below them are the ordinary herd. The teacher raises the pointer up. He says that they do not have the power to make laws like emperors and ministers, but they can make laws that already exist, and asks if any of the students know of examples. The boy looks in bewilderment at the other guys, one after another raising their hands to the teacher's question. Someone says that the answer is the definition of refined and vulgar, another boy thinks that it is the definition of high and low, and a third that the definition of honorable and base. The opinion of others says that this also includes the definition of good and evil. The man extends his hand forward and smiles widely. He says that they are answering correctly, because they can even touch the stone and sell it to a sheep at an inflated price, and for this they just need to say that when getting married. Giving a stone from the Dragonspine Empire to the lady of your heart is a sign of gentlemanliness, and everything else is just trickery. Leo looks at the teacher in bewilderment. He asks what will happen if a man cannot afford it, and whether he will be able to get married then. The teacher hits his temple with 2 fingers. He says that this is a good question. This is precisely what the keeper of the laws is for, and you need to know them, and if you use your brains, you can define the phrase could not afford in the most vicious way. The boy turns around anxiously at the guys sitting behind him. They shout bad things about beggars, calling them beggars, unscrupulous goats, and pigs who think only with their lower bodies. The boy continues to look at the teacher in bewilderment. He asks whether a decent person can believe in these definitions. The teacher stands with his hands on the table. He says that there is only one voice in society, and even the most persistent can fall into doubt because they are the guardians of the law and are able to control the mood in this voice. Standing near the blackboard, the teacher spreads his arms wide. He laughs and says that they don't even need to propagate this because the sheep themselves will defend their words, power, and definitions because they have this right by nature. And even if they step over their biological instincts and lose the right to choose their mate and desire have children, they still won't be able to detect the source of the trap. The boy opens his mouth wide in surprise and holds the back of his head with his hand. He says it's all pretty vague and many people in the slums have never even seen gold brocade and they wouldn't identify it or be able to afford it. He turns to the boys, who are laughing at him. Laughter comes from all parts of the audience. The teacher holds his face with his hand with his mouth wide open. He also laughs at the student and says that the explanation was not detailed enough because the slums are not part of the herd. The man writes the word grass below the flock of sheep. He says it takes grass to get the sheep to accept the new definition and pay them. The teacher spreads his arms to the sides with his mouth wide open. He explains that they are ready to give pity, contempt, and triumph, anything, so that the sheep trample the grass and get a feeling of superiority. However, as guardians of the laws, they can impose their attitude on the grass. The teacher looks at the children with an arrogant expression. He says that the main fear is that if there are enough resources for a few people to enjoy life, then it turns out that the rest will be left without them. The guards pushing the dragon forward, and the slum dwellers who did nothing to help her. The teacher says that it is necessary to drive fear into the souls that any violator will be punished and executed. Exhausted slum dwellers walk through streets lined with collapsed buildings. The man explains that the slum dwellers fight for survival, guided by the instinct of food. A frightened boy with his grandfather in his house looks through a crack in the door at the nightmare happening on the streets. The man says that when the inhabitants are forced to resist, they return to the nightmarish embrace of fear, and from the moment they are born, they are aware of their insignificance, just like the grass. Leo sobs, hanging his head over his book. The teacher is confident that only in this situation will there be enough cheap fuel to keep the Silver City mechanism in working order. Gold tooth workers shoot beggars. The boss, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, points them forward. He shouts that everyone in the row where he is pointing should also be killed. Shots are fired from several sides of the warden's carriage. It drives up to the feet of the golden tooth. The guard who drove the cart says that the Lord has arrived to see him. A man puts his foot down on the ground of a slum. The Lord lowers his head with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He asks the golden tooth why he called him to watch the massacre of the poor. The businessman comes closer to the warden. He says that this is not the main goal, but just an appetizer because the man has already agreed with him about the land for the branch of the Dragonspine representatives. And he doesn't like that some disobedient rats keep sending gifts to the overseer, and are they really trying to take a bite out of his pie? The golden tooth makes a crazy expression on his face and, putting two fingers to his head in the form of a pistol, opens his mouth wide. The man says he's going to remove the workers they employ in their factories from the slums so that it will be a wake-up call for their rats. The Lord hits the businessman in the face with his fist with all his might, causing him to fall to the ground of the slums. He draws a dagger from his cane. With blood on his face, the man grins angrily. The warden looms over the businessman and plunges a dagger from his cane into the ground right next to the man's ear. The golden tooth's subordinates point their weapons at the Lord. On all sides, the men are surrounded by working businessmen with armed guns. The Lord stands with one foot on a gold tooth and does not remove the dagger from his head. The male deputy holds a huge dagger in front of him and looks at the actions of the warden. He says that he cannot understand what happened, because everything was fine on the way there, and what then suddenly happened. The businessman angrily shouts from the ground at the supervisor. He also does not understand what suddenly happened to the Lord, and could he at least clear up the misunderstanding. The Lord, with eyes burning with anger, looks at the golden tooth. He says it's more than a misunderstanding. The man grabs the businessman by the shirt and rises closer to him. He angrily says that he was kind enough to cooperate with him and create a branch for representatives of the Dragon Ridge Empire in the slums. The man does not understand what the businessman is doing then and why he is destroying the slums. The Lord opens his mouth wide in anger and frowns. He shouts that representatives of the Dragon Ridge will arrive in the slums in a month, and he does not know what to do then, because the poor people will take up arms against them. The gold tooth grins as the warden continues to hold it above the ground. The Lord shouts to him that the man can easily slip away since the Lord himself is working on the project, and then he will be condemned for what happened as a heretic, in which case no one will be able to save him, including the businessman. The warden picks up the golden tooth from the ground and spreads his arms. He shouts that each of them is brainless, and even if they want to advance in society and become worthy people, they will not succeed. Shocked by the Lord's words, the men look at him with wide eyes. The Lord tells them that they don't know what it means to be a decent person, they at least need to dress decently, keep their hands and feet clean, and now that the decisive moment has come, the warden asks why they can't learn to eat properly at the table. The Lord opens his mouth wide in anger and points his blade at the standing deputy of the golden tooth. He shouts at the man that he cannot sit at the table in the judge's office and talk about cases because he has the etiquette of a village bumpkin and he is afraid that they will all make him look bad. The Lord looks straight into the face of the man who is being held by the shirt. The man asks him if he really made a mistake in choosing a partner because there is only a month left and he doesn't have time to teach his dogs table manners. The Lord pushes the man away from him. He shouts at him that if his guys can't change their habits, they will leave their positions. Lucius smiles widely, showing his teeth. He laughs and says that he completely forgot about it, but the blow from the warden brought him to his senses. The warden turns to the businessman with a dissatisfied expression on his face. The man says that the Skull Gang has been fighting relentlessly for over 10 years and has already become numb due to the fact that time is passing too quickly, and the goal of becoming a fake aristocrat is now within reach. The businessman spreads his hands and turns to his guys. He shouts for them to stop and make a good impression on the future god of wealth and the Supreme Court, because they are almost there and all that remains is to get this land, and then Silver City will continue to give them money. The leader raises his hand and his subordinates also raise their weapons. The man yells at the workers to wear tuxedos and drink champagne and spend time with the women of the empire, because this is the life they deserve. Golden Tooth spreads his hands and walks past his subordinates. He asks them to maintain their fighting spirit, to focus all their energy on the main course, and before the Supreme Court appears, they have to go toe-to-toe with the big conglomerates. The men raise their weapons upward in admiration. They shout about killing Pete and being ready for the march. Gold Tooth smiles widely and motions for the warden to come with him. The man says that since the Lord has not seen their procession yet, he should go and watch. The warden asks the businessman what kind of procession we are talking about. The Golden Tooth calmly turns to the Lord. The man explains that this is a war between gangs and large corporations, and it can only be seen at night. View of the Golden Tooth bar, a carriage stands near it and workers walk around. The man explains that no one will give up such a tasty morsel, and in the Silver City there is only room for one force. The next month will be very tense, since only the survivors will be able to eat this piece. View of the city building. People close their windows in their houses. Many men's feet are walking along the streets. The workers of the Golden Tooth guard the carriage, and his deputy walks ahead of the procession. The Golden Tooth and the Lord are sitting in a carriage. The warden turns his head out the window and asks if their procession will be without casualties. Gold Tooth replies that it is normal for people to die, but there are certain rules for the procession. Men hold swords in their hands. The businessman explains that it is forbidden to use firearms to prevent noise from the gunfire in order to avoid attention from the police, and it is also forbidden to kill important people on both sides. Only kidnapping for ransom is allowed. Many men are walking through the streets of the city, and several others are riding behind the main cart. Goldtooth asks the warden if he sees the horses behind him, because they are all from their camp. They are all rich businessmen and high-ranking officials. They all have senator friends. Men in white t-shirts and headbands are holding pipes and other types of bladed weapons. Goldtooth says that even if they kill a citizen, not a single police officer will risk convicting them because they themselves are the judge, and no one will judge them because of this, because they have the power to make efforts to reduce the department and even stop funding it. The Lord turns to look at the carts driving behind them. He says he doesn't understand how he managed to unite so many people into one group. The man replies that they are simply being pushed around by the old guard. The Golden Tooth looks at the warden with a wide smile. He explains that even if they act alone, the old capitalists will not even give them a chance, and therefore joined his alliance so that in the future they will be able to take advantage of the preferential branch of the Supreme Court when they have one. A crowd of men looks at a monument to a huge ore. Many workers gathered around the monument in the center of the Silver City. One of the men says that the man in the carriage across the street is their enemy. Men in t-shirts and construction helmets on their heads hold picks in their hands. Goldtooth says that Pete from the mines, Catton from Silver City Real Estate, and Simon from the stock exchange are all large conglomerates and old companies that have long been established in Silver City. The Golden Tooth's attendant with a grin on his face takes the sword out of its sheath. Bald man Pete, sitting in a carriage, smoking a pipe. He gives the order to the driver to ring the bell. The driver of the carriage rings the bell. Men in jackets and t-shirts wave their weapons and run forward. Representatives of the Golden Tooth raise their weapons upward. The men engage in combat with each other. One of the men swings a rope with many razors strung on it. He throws a punch and cuts his opponent's throat. After this, the man is grabbed by the face. Golden Tooth pierces his body with a sword. A carriage with a warden and a Golden Tooth stands opposite the fighting. A male voice from the carriage says that for this reason he rejected the law on guarantees for prisoners, because at the level at which they are, the struggle goes in both directions, and he cannot imagine what will happen if the prisoners of the Rosa prison join the procession. The Golden Tooth pulls the hand towards the warden. He says that if Pete makes a contract with his prisoners, he will be in a deep hole. The Lord asks him to stop lying. A man with a calm face looks at the businessman. He says that the Supreme Court will be built in the slums, and whatever money a man receives, it does not concern the Lord, because it is not his territory, and the same goes for prisoners. The Golden Tooth looks arrogantly at the Lord's face. The man explains that the highest bidder will get the prisoners, and this is none of Lucius's business, because this is already the Warden's territory, and if a man interferes with his work, then they will have no reason to cooperate. The man looks at each other, sitting opposite in the carriage. Goldtooth laughs and says that he understood him and now they know what's what. But the man is afraid that the Lord will have to eat his heart when it comes to him and Pete. The Lord watches what is happening through the window in the carriage. He asks the Goldtooth how long the procession will last. The man replies that they will fight until midnight or until they retreat, and if one side retreats, the other will be able to influence the members of parliament of the retreating side. The Golden Tooth extends its hand forward. He says that he doesn't have enough members of parliament to pass the prisoners' guarantee bill in one fell swoop, so he has to win and get some votes, and for this he has brought a special secret weapon, so he asks the Lord not to worry. A man in a helmet looks at a man with a bald head. A builder asks a friend what's wrong with the magnetic field. In the hands of a man, the compass needle moves in a chaotic manner. The man says that from experience, the Golden Tooth Necromancer is nearby. A man with a pipe sits next to the carriage. The combatants fall to the ground under dark magical smoke. The Necromancer lowers his hand down and develops magic across the floor. A man in a robe and with a beard holds in his hands a ball from which magical dark power comes out. Dark tentacles move over the bodies of people lying on the floor. Survivors ask others for help. The Necromancer hits the ground with a magic stick. The man explains that this man is the brother of the Golden Tooth and he is wanted by the Empire, but at the same time openly appears in the city. A man with a pipe in his mouth glances at the window of the carriage. He says that, apparently, the Golden Tooth is not worried about his future even under the threat of his brother's arrest, and he is going to win the procession and pass the bill. A man in a helmet hits the window of a carriage with 2 fingers. He calls out to his boss. A man smokes a pipe and looks at a present worker outside the window. He says that prison warden Rose is in the cart on the other side. The businessman, perplexed, says that the Lord never gets involved in business outside of prison. The man looks directly at the boss smoking a pipe through the window. He says that the prison is short of funds, and so the warden is going to make money along with the Gold Tooth by passing a bill to hire prisoners. The man driving the cart rings the bell. People in helmets turn to look at the carriage walking behind them. They are surprised to hear the sound of retreat, which means that there will be no more battles. The fighting men are shouted to retreat. A man's voice from the carriage says that the boss seems to be in a bad mood today, and that is why he is leaving the game early. The warden looks at the Golden Tooth. He says they will now be able to go to the other side's territory and ask their members of parliament to vote for the bill. The man smiles widely. He says that such are the honors of the victors. If they cannot protect their people, then they are free to do whatever they want with them. A man gets out of the carriage and his workers come towards him. He says they need to proceed as usual and they need to take matters into their own hands by going to MPs' homes. Joyful men smile widely. The businessman's deputy says he understands him. The Golden Tooth and the overseer stand near the carriage and other carriages are traveling towards them. The man waves his hand at those approaching and says that he wants to introduce the lords to his family. The businessman demands everyone to get out of the carriages. Men in suits exit one of the carriages. They say they were honored to meet Lord and it was an honor to work with him. The warden stands next to the Gold Tooth and looks at his subordinates. He says that he, too, was pleased to work with them, and he wanted them all to do something together, but the Lord did not have time to finish. Men with bladed weapons in their hands enter a neighboring house. The head of the family, sitting with his wife and daughter at the table, is surprised by unexpected guests. He asks what they are doing at their house. Gold Tooth's subordinates grab the man and slam his head into the table. Threatening him with a knife, he shouts for the owner of the house to shut up. The Lord watches as the Gold Tooth workers lift the man up by the neck. Seeing this picture, the warden turns his head. He sees townspeople being beaten on the street by the Golden Tooth's subordinates. The angry workers are screaming for everyone to screw up because they liked it when the boss bailed them out, but now their connections are gone. Aiden looks at the Gold Tooth in bewilderment. He asks why they threaten people. Because they came for a vote in favor of the bill, and they are still citizens of this city, then how is the man going to hold public opinion if one of them spills the beans? With his arms folded across his chest, the Gold Tooth smiles widely. He says that they do not act rashly and therefore did not knock on the door of decent citizens who have nothing to do with them. Because these people are not just some left-wing guys, but participants in their game, because the law is the law and there are rules. A huge man in a strange house holds a woman by the shoulders while she tries to hide her child from the men. He speaks mockingly about the owner of the house and asks when he managed to get a new wife. The owner of the house replied that he was a terrible person to joke like that. Goldtooth explains that the moment the members of Congress took the bribe, They abandoned the law and accepted the rules, and if they want to break the rules and go down the legal path, then they will only make things worse for themselves. Workers break a bottle of alcohol over the head of a man living in the house. The businessman's representatives shout to the man to tell him the code to the safe. Lucius explains that once someone sits at the same table as them, they must play until the end, and they cannot leave the game at any time, and since they lost, they will have to give credit where credit is due. The gold tooth gestures while communicating with the warden. He says that they are the Skull Gang and are very kind to people anyway, because when Pete won the procession, the family of the counselor they were supporting just disappeared and they didn't even bother looking for their bodies. The treasurer, prosecutor, and chief of security appear behind the guards. The treasurer says that a surprise visit from an Inquisition envoy would be unusual and asks why the warden was working on such a big project in secret. The man approaches the warden and holds his hand. He says that he would like to join the evolution camp to help the warden. People being robbed behind them beg for help. The men who burst into the house catch the woman and her child. One of the workers points to the door, opposite which the treasurer is shaking hands with the warden. He says to close the door so as not to interfere with important negotiations. The girl demands to let her and the child go. Two of the golden tooth representatives look at each other. One of them tells the second that the child in his hands may be Carlo's worm since he has been here for several years. The man with red hair begins to shout at the second one because he did not tell him about this before and the man could have died because of him. A short, plump man with a mustache and a bowler hat shakes the warden's hand. He says that he and the deputy are distant acquaintances and thanks him for his time. The man extends his hand forward, pointing at the people standing in front. He says that these are his friends, Angus, the chief of the mounted police, with his wife and son, Colin, the chief of the guards, and also Jeffrey, the security advisor of the Silver City. The man and his daughter are thrown out of the house. They are shouted at to get out of here because they don't want to spoil their fun. A girl with white hair holds her son by the shoulders. She asks him if he learned the chants at the school for aristocrats because the Lord was a cleric in the high court, and therefore he should sing. The boy adjusts his bow tie on his neck. A man lights a bottle of fuel. The boy sings about the goddess of joy and light and how beautiful she is. Workers throw bottles of fuel at houses, causing them to catch fire. They scream at the people that if they insult the Skull Gang, they will lose their entire family. The boy continues to sing that the light of the goddess brightly illuminates the palaces of the earth. The man behind the warden is running, surrounded by fire. He screams in unbearable pain. The child continues to sing about the passion in the heart and how to manifest it in his sanctuary. The girl's hand hits the window of the room. She asks for help. The men laugh and ask her why she is trying to leave since she is being pleasured by 3 men. The words of the boy's song talk about the power that can make people overcome all differences. A little girl, sitting on her knees, tries to wake up her fainting father. She asks her father to wake up. The girl turns to the people standing next to her and sobs. She asks someone to help her father or mother. The boy sings about the light that everyone radiates. Lord watches the boy perform right next to a man lying on the floor and his daughter trying to lift him up. And the guy ends the song by saying that people should unite as brothers. People around the boy clap for him, and he bows to the warden. The crowd tells the child about his enormous talent and that the Lord is now their brother. The deputy stands in the doorway of the warden's office. She asks if he is back. The Lord stands near the board in his office and draws a diagram. He asks the girl why she didn't go home, because it's not her shift. She says she couldn't go home because there was a fire in the city and she was a little worried about the warden's safety, so she went back to check on him. The Lord looks at a chart on which are written the names of the people he met that day. The man says that everything is in order, and now he has a rough idea of who is on both sides. The girl looks up at the diagram. She asks the warden why he decided to act now, because they should have waited until they all started fighting for space and weakening each other. She understands that with this network it will be easy to analyze who will be eliminated first. The warden glances at the deputy. He says he has changed his mind and is going to eliminate all members of the 2 groups. The deputy is frightened by his words and opens his eyes wide in horror. The Lord explains that the Silver City is affected by a terrible disease. An open book on the warden's desk. The man says that the disease is so terrible that it's easier to just finish it off. The deputy and the supervisor look at the diagram. The last thing the man says is that it will be easier to found a completely new Silver City on the ruins. The deputy opens his eyes wide in surprise. She says that the warden has become more aggressive since he wants to kill them all. She asks what happened to him. The man continues to look at the diagram. Without taking his eyes off the board, he says that he was not aggressive, but reasonable, and for the first 2 months of amnesia he was unsure of everything that was happening, and this world was more like a dream than reality. A man sits at a table in his office and reads documents. He explains that every day he did his work, and then he simply wandered in his thoughts and did not even understand what he was thinking about, and so the rest of the day passed. An image of ants rebelling at the head of the queen appears in the man's head. He says that the Queen's rebellion began to awaken him, and for the first time the man looked closely at the prison and the world around him. The treasurer and the senator look at each other. The Lord says that in the end he saw the horror of power, that due to a lack of money, many lives could end at any moment. Armed guards hold guns in front of them and run towards the rioters. The girls wrap a bandage around her head and she cries in pain. The warden says he also saw tears and blood from the prison guards. Wounded girls on crutches and in wheelchairs pass by the Lord. The Lord continues to say that the girls support their families on pennies and do not dare to quit, even when they become disabled, and after that he woke up completely. The warden walks to the prison gates, and sick guards pass by him. The man says that he has finally understood the reality of this world and that it is filled with people made of sweat and blood, so in this place all affairs should be handled by a person who is capable of being competent in any situation. The Lord looks straight into the deputy's face. He says that this is the reason he is going to control Parliament, because if he has a vote in Congress, he will be able to push laws in his own interests, which would further lead to the prosperity of the prison, and so they could get rid of their problems. View of the Silver City from above. The warden says that he has spent the last few days carefully examining the city to understand its structure and find the dominant figures in it, and in the end he discovered that chaos is happening throughout the city, from small to large. The golden tooth people abuse the poor in the slums. The Lord says that in this city the poor are robbed, exploited, and after which they wonder whether it would be better for them to engage in robbery themselves. Two gangster groups are fighting each other in the square. The warden says that the robbers are ordered to kill each other, and then they regret that they did not become officials so as not to do the dirty work. The golden tooth people hit the owner of the house with his face on the table. The warden explains that even if they become officials, they do not get better, because if you end up on the wrong side, then your whole family will suffer bloody reprisals for losing the procession, and then they will begin to regret that they did not become the heads of the gangs that control the officials. Workers beat up townspeople on the street. Lord says that those who do create their own gang will face great problems, ranging from a lack of strong fighters to a small amount of available resources, all of which will lead to inevitable defeat. The warden listens to the singing of a child next to a girl suffering near her father. The Lord says that the city has already been divided into two parts by two large groups, between which there is a continuous war for power, and they are ready to do anything for the sake of new profit, and there are no normal people left among them. The man looks doomedly at the diagram in front of him. He says that the root of the problem must be destroyed, and if he fails to kill everyone, then he will have to cooperate with them to control Parliament. A rich man offers a huge bag of gold to the guards, smiling wickedly around him. Lord explains that collaborating with such people can quickly infect the prison staff with bribery, which in turn can have a very negative impact on the security of the prison, and this is not what they want to achieve. The deputy looks at the boss in bewilderment. The girl says that both groups have a lot of people in power, but how can they then achieve this goal? The warden looks confidently at the deputy. He says that she shouldn't overestimate their capabilities, and the more a person talks about something, the more worried he becomes about it. The gold tooth smiles widely, exposing his jaw. Lord says he talked a lot about the rules. Men in white t-shirts and a white headband hold various bladed weapons in their hands. The Lord recalls that the golden tooth spoke about a rule in which it is forbidden to kill important people on both sides, because the founders of the groups are in carriages, and even if they are captured, they can be ransomed. The Lord looms over a situation in which gang members are bullying the townspeople of the losing side. The warden says that because of this rule, the game of countless killings continues. Noble people watch what is happening and laugh. He says that in the eyes of the rich, murdered citizens are no different from dogs dying on the side of the road. Noblemen watch the carnage of the poor from the sidelines, they laugh and point. The Lord explains that all this carnage between the factions is nothing more than a show, and they are gamblers who remain on the sidelines and throw coins to the winners. The Lord looks directly at the deputy. He says the strategic goal is becoming clear and they need to find someone who can break the rules. A man standing inside the slaughterhouse with a huge spear looks up at the podium. The Lord says they need to kill the gambler in front of the public. A man from the field throws a spear directly at one of the nobles in the stands. The warden explains that breaking the rules that allow them to think they are superior will shake their understanding of the world. The deputy looks at the boss in bewilderment. In her opinion, breaking the rules can lead to hatred and killing each other, but they can find people who will treat this situation wisely and go to peace talks first to prevent the situation from worsening. The supervisor turns to look at his subordinate. He confirms her words because although they are crazy, they also have strategic thinking that allows them to coexist. A side of gold-toothed men, and below a side of workers from a parallel group. The Lord says that for this reason, the time has come to put an end to this situation, And first, it is worth leading one of the parties to collapse, because they all understand perfectly well that the presence of a branch of the representatives of the Dragon Ridge located on someone else's territory can lead to wealth and a strong reduction in the power of competitors, but none of them knows what will ultimately happen to the weaker party. The noblemen, shocked that one of them was speared, the Lord explains that killing one of the players will cause the others to think the worst and deal a serious blow to the peace agreement, and if in the future they do not have their current status, then they will not be able to survive, because they do not have the ability or experience for this like ordinary people. A rich man is turned into a puppet, his hands tied with ropes to a huge crosspiece. The dolls of the rich are controlled by a huge man from the Golden Tooth faction. The Lord says that by being the ones who manipulate the destinies of others, they will find themselves in the opposite position, and these thoughts will make them remember all the vile things they did when they held a high position. The Lord wonders what would happen if they switched places with their subordinates. One of the group members gets stabbed in the side. The Warden wonders what would happen if the nobles were in the place of those people who fight for the sake of their fun. The Lord does not understand how else to protect families from such barbarity. Barbarians break into people's apartments and hold their daughter and mother hostage. The Lord says he doesn't understand what to do if a man is a senator and his wife is beaten by a crowd of men in front of his daughter. Representatives of the Golden Tooth throw hot liquid at houses and they ignite. The Warden reminds his deputy about a small businessman who was burned alive in his own home. The Lord says that he understands that even if he jumped out of the window, he would not be saved. The man says he doesn't understand how anyone can sleep knowing that something like this could happen at any moment. A man looms over his shadow in the world of the dead, sitting on his knees and holding his head in horror. The Lord says that they only need to be reminded of how arrogantly they behaved, and that bankruptcy can happen to anyone. And then those memories will easily turn into fear, so they will realize that they have done sins, and this is what the Lord and deputy are going to achieve. The leaders of the two factions stand opposite each other against the backdrop of the Or statue. Lord says the war between the factions can be won by any means necessary. Noblemen hold bladed weapons in their hands and stand in the stands. They look down angrily. The Warden is confident that they should win, even using a method that will make the nobles wet their pants and shake in horror. Two groups of noble people are running at each other with bladed weapons. The Lord is confident that they must achieve victory, even if there are tears and snot all over their faces, and even if they are forced to injure someone for the first time, or even if this means killing key people on the other side, because if they break the rules and can just to take revenge without losing their position, then in this case they will definitely die. The deputy looks at the boss with a shocked face. The man explains that revenge is not the basis of his strategy, but the whole point is to create fear of the unknown. The Lord watches the reaction of his deputy with a calm face. He continues to talk about his strategy and that the unknown, in which the nobles can easily turn into players and become ordinary pawns, forces them to fight to the death, and this will allow them to die only with their last breath. The Warden and the deputy look back at the diagram. The girl turns to her leader and looks at him with bewilderment. The deputy tells him in disbelief that this is all too complicated, and she is glad that at least the Lord is not a villain. The sun rises over the Silver City. Citizens simply walk along the city streets and look at the postman, who is shouting the latest news. He tells people that Parliament unanimously passes a bill on guarantees for prisoners, and now they will be able to work. A carriage with a man in a helmet drives up to the prison building. In his office, the Warden looks at the invited guests. The man says that the Gold Tooth told him that they would have to get about 60% of the votes, but the Lord does not understand why then the news is talking about a unanimous decision. He suggests that this happened because the guests contributed to it. The Warden wonders why Boss Pete came to their prison so early. A man with a bald head and a pipe in his teeth sits opposite the Warden. He frowns his eyebrows. The boss asks what Lucius gave the Warden for such a favor. 3 noblemen sit opposite the Lord at the same table. The Lord replies that he is an ordinary civil servant, and he cannot accept gifts, and this was just a favor for the occasion of an acquaintance. Boss Pete says that if the Lord isn't going to make a scene behind the chair, he has a proposition for the man. The businessman smokes a pipe, looking straight into the Lord's face. He says that with the advent of the Supreme Court, the slum economy will grow in the future, even faster than the city. That is the reason there should be a counselor there, and he will allow the Warden to nominate whoever he wants. The Lord looks at the businessman with a calm face. He wonders what he will owe in return for such a service. The man frowns and makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He replies that he wants justice and does not know how far he and Lucius have gone, but the prisoners he will hire must not be weaker than his. The man speaks, gesturing with his hands. He tells the Lord that he heard about the lack of money for the bill on the guarantees of prisoners, since Pete immediately understood everything and decided to help with it, and that is why this law was passed so quickly and without any objections. The man assures the Lord that he is not his enemy and can even become a valuable ally, albeit belatedly. The man looks carefully at the Warden. Pete says that if he wins the gold tooth, he will give the warden the right to appoint a counselor in the slums, and there are a lot of hungry people in Camp Lucius, so he won't have the courage to cut a piece of his pie. The Lord looks at the businessman carefully. He wonders if there was a counselor in the slum before. The man answers in the negative, because otherwise the slums would be protected by law. The warden makes a calm expression on his face. He says that, in other words, if there is a counselor there, the slum dwellers will become full citizens. Kato, a real estate agent in a green suit with long hair and a mustache, enters the dialogue. He says that this would be the same as including the slums in the Silver City, but only a stupid person would allow this, because when the Supreme Court begins to act, the price of this land will rise sharply, and then it will be more profitable to evict the poor into forbidden lands, and it will be much more profitable to put up slum properties for sale. Simon, the head of the stock exchange, leans on the table with his elbow and holds his head. He has a thin mustache and golden hair. The man enters into a dialogue and says that this is a huge opportunity for them, because he will lobby for the interests of the Dragon Ridge Empire, receiving investments from them, and then he will bring the Kato real estate company to the stock exchange, and after that the overseer will understand what the expression money means fall from heaven. The Lord looks at the trio with a displeased expression on his face. The man understands that they have already prepared a plan for the distribution of profits, but at the same time they lost the procession and, despite everything, they came to demand from the warden fairness in the distribution of prisoners between their groups. A businessman smiles widely, holding a pipe in his teeth. He laughs and says that he decided to retreat only because he learned about the presence of the overseer in the procession, and it would not have been difficult for him to defeat the golden tooth. The man makes an angry look. Pete says that Lucius only has gold teeth because he knocked his teeth out. A golden tooth, lying on the ground, gets kicked in the face. Pete stands with one foot on Lucius's face, and his builders are next to him. The man says that the gold tooth was a short brat back then and didn't even know who Pete was, but still robbed him. The man hit Lucius in the head all day, so a bunch of petty bullies like that can only win when he lets them. The Lord looks at the man selling real estate. He says it's a strange statement because the Skull Gang is bigger than any other. He replies that he was just lucky, and luck is the main factor in all his achievements, and he had a lot of it. A hooded necromancer with white hair and a long gray beard. Kato says that Lucius's first success was the return of his lost brother, and after many years of absence, his brother became a necromancer. Left with most of his teeth missing, Lucius clenches his hands into two fists, with his brother standing behind him with a crowd of skulls. The man shouts about who will be next. The representative explains that his brother helped Lucius get rid of all the obstacles in his path and become the leader of the Skull Gang. Men in uniform against the background of a coat of arms with a horse. Kato gives a second reason, the essence of which is that the mounted police are interested in supporting the Skull Gang. Representatives of the mounted militia lead the Dragoness to prison. The representatives explain that they were the ones who helped apprehend Camel, overthrowing the bloody gang and making a name for themselves, because worms often work together, as in this situation. The warden looks at the men with a calm face. He says that he has two questions, the first of which is why the necromancer has not yet been arrested, because he is wanted in the Empire. Pete looks at the Lord with arrogance. He says that the Silver Duke will not allow this. The businessman sits in the Duke's office, crossing his legs, while he, in turn, stands at the panoramic window. The man explains that, according to him, the Duke does not care how they eliminate the necromancer, but they cannot allow him to become known to the public. Pete doesn't know what the Duke fears, perhaps some kind of inspection from the Empire, but the Silver City is his land, so it's best not to ask too many questions if the warden plans to stay there. The Lord looks at the second representative. He replies that he understands everything, and then decides to ask a second question about why the mounted police support the Golden Tooth Gang. Simon throws up his hand and says that, apparently, the Lord does not know who the members of the mounted police are. A man and his wife are preparing their child to work in the mounted police. The man explains that the children of the youngest members of the city council work there, but whatever the family was before, these people had to play by their rules. City council members talk among themselves while their children stand behind. The stock tycoon explains that over time, the towns felt they had become more powerful and were no longer afraid, so they had to create a new force to counter Pitt's group. The mounted police are talking among themselves, and their conversation is heard by the city merchants. The man explains that they first told the merchants about the Skull Gang and that they were supported by mounted militia, thereby showing that they would make an excellent roof. A murdered city boy lies in the ruins of a slum. Simon says that they committed the murder of a city child and used it as an excuse to deal with a well-known bloody gang at that time, and because of this, many poor people then flocked to them, and the more people, the more profit. The Lord looked at his interlocutor in bewilderment. He asked if the man knew the details of the Dragoness's case. A boy plays with a ball while watching two groups fight. The man replies that, of course, he knows the details and talks about a city child who was playing in the slums at the time when the Skull Gang decided to start a fight with the bloody gang. Slum beggars look at the body of a child lying on their property. The man says the child's body was found on the bloody gang's property the next day. A whole detachment of mounted police is going to arrest the dragoness. Simon says that before people had time to contact the police, they were already ready to make an arrest, and the whole story has virtually no evidence. The man continues to lean his hand on the table while the Lord listens to his story with a calm expression. The tycoon says that Golden Tooth is a coward who is worried that the other one hasn't gotten out of prison and has made up the story to anger the boy's mother. The Golden Tooth brought his Necromancer brother to the woman's house. The man explains that Lucius forced her to agree to turn into a zombie so that the woman could kill the dragoness and avenge the death of her son. Lord remembers a zombie who suffered while imprisoned. The warden asks the man if the woman's name was Silane. The Lord sits at the same table with the men. He realizes that Golden Tooth is essentially just a rich upstart, to which the representative tells him that this is a very accurate description of him, and he is just stupid and does not understand what he is talking about. The man advises the Lord to stop all cooperation with him. The warden smiles widely. He thanks them for the advice and asks which prisoners they would like to hire. The representatives get into the carriage to go back. They say that they will wait for good news from the warden, and in the evening at the procession he will be able to enjoy the performance of the prisoners. The men leave, and the warden calls the guard over. He demands that the dragoness be taken to the interrogation room, a window in the interrogation room that is protected by bars. The dragoness sits behind bars in front of the warden. He tells her that there is a lot of evidence that suggests that the girl did not kill the child, and the blame lies with the Skull Gang, who are collaborating with the mounted police, and he would like to hear her version. The Lord looks at the prisoner with a calm expression. He says that if her words coincide with what he already knows, then the girl will soon be able to leave prison. A man sits at a table opposite a prisoner. She tells him that she voluntarily went to prison. Lord doesn't understand why she had to go to prison voluntarily. The girl looks carefully at the warden. In a calm voice, she says that this was her agreement with the mounted police, and she is ready to take the blame and go to prison. The head of the mounted police sits at the table in front of the dragoness. He says that they will forget about all the murders they have committed. The girl looks at the man in bewilderment. She says that the people they killed were thugs or bandits, and they are not city dwellers, so it is not considered a crime. Angus looks at the future prisoner with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that whether it is a crime or not will depend on whether the man wants it, and if she disbands the bloody gang and spends 3 years in prison, the boss will forget about it. The girl with a sad face looks at the Lord. She says that's how she ended up in jail. The bounty hunter raises 2 fingers up and says something to her comrades standing behind her. The dragoness reveals that she was afraid that her people might end up in prison for some reason, and so she tasked her friend with training them as legal bounty hunters so they could make a living. The Lord calmly looks at the prisoner. He says that they have an opportunity because the slum needs to appoint a counselor, and if she gets out of prison and stands for election, she will get support. The girl smiles widely at the warden's proposal. She chuckles and says to forget about it, because the girl is happy in prison and she has personal reasons for going to prison. The dragoness simply cannot afford to violate the expectations of so many people. The Lord makes a convincing expression. He says that she is mistaken because when he heard about her in the slums, he thought about her enormous power. A girl wipes the blood from her face with her hand near a murdered man. The warden says he was surprised how an 8-year-old girl who had never read a book or had any social experience was in charge of orphans and thousands of people in the slums, and he understands how she managed it. The girl sadly lowered her head down. She said that this was difficult for her because until she was 12 years old, she did not know that people get sick from raw meat, and since the girl is a dragon, she never got sick from such food. The orphans grab the girl by the hands and pull her in different directions. Kamala says she had to make a lot of mistakes to learn everything because no one ever told her how it could have been easier. The poor children in their beds cry and scream while the little dragon holds the baby in her arms and watches in amazement. The girl explains to the warden that she didn't understand why everyone automatically assumed she was a leader, but because the beggars called her boss, the girl had to live up to their expectations. But the dragoness was not a god and was also tired. But no one listened to her, as if their wishes were more important and they would be fulfilled if the tramps asked her about it. Aiden looks at the prisoner through the bars of the cell with bewilderment. She says that raising her own as bounty hunters is her limit, and the Silver City is different from the slums, so it is uncharted territory for her. And there are also mounted police, so, no matter how selfish it may sound, it is easier to give up than get captured by them. Looking at the girl, the Lord made a short smile. He replied that he understood her, and if the girl did not want to be the main advisor, then the man would find someone else, and the prison would warm and feed her. The warden is about to leave, but the girl grabs the bars of the cell. She asks the warden to wait. The girl looks at the man through the bars of the cell. She says that although she is done with the slums, she cannot turn a blind eye to the murder of a child because of her. The dragoness holds onto the bars of the cell and screams at the Lord's back. She asks him to do her a favor and help destroy the Skull Gang. The girl blushes with embarrassment, continuing to hold onto the camera rod with one hand. She invites him to spend the night with her because she has already promised her wealth to another person and therefore cannot give anything more in return. The warden silently turns to the girl. He looks at the dragoness in surprise. After a silent pause, he says that he is not interested in her body, and she asks him for one favor and in return offers another. The man leaves the interrogation chamber with a smile and walks forward, and behind him stands a guard near the door and covers her face with her hand so that her laughter cannot be heard. Meanwhile, the girl in the room screams for the warden to come back and explain himself, because every day he hangs out in Phil's cell and communicates with the fox, and she has never slept with anyone, and the man must say what he doesn't like about her.